While heading home from the market like everyone else, this young man suddenly ran into an ugly toad monster that offended his eyes. His head throbbed. Out of nowhere, a monster had gotten in his way. He silently cursed the government agencies for not doing their jobs properly. Without another thought, he pulled out the damn leek he had just bought and smacked the monster with it. The creature knocked away a can of Coca-Cola, and Chai Uij leapt up to finish it off. The stupid toad spurted blood and immediately collapsed dead. After letting out a weary sigh, Uij looked regretfully at his ruined leeks. They were expensive, after all. Chai Uij was an S-rank awakened who had reportedly died 8 years ago. Pulling out his triple-camera iPhone Pro Max, EUIJ immediately called the police and hesitantly reported it. "Hello, there seems to be a dead monster in the alley where I'm standing. I think some hunter dealt with it and left. This is the alley on the way to the supermarket, I think. It looks like a huge, disgusting toad, and it smells awful, so I'm too scared to look any closer." After being told someone would arrive within 5 minutes, the young man hung up. EUIJ rustled his bag and picked it up, figuring he should get out of there before running into them. After spatial rifts began appearing among the few countries whose governments and military systems had not collapsed, the United States led the world in adapting and responding quickly. The country that responded second fastest after the United States was South Korea. This was undeniably thanks to the S-rank awakened who appeared. They shone like stars. Hunter Cha Euij, aside from his alias and gender, all information about him was concealed. He was Captain Korea, a man of the chaotic age who did not hesitate to charge into rifts and dungeons to save countless people. Euij was also the former hunter ranked #1 in South Korea, as well as its first S-rank hunter. 8 years ago, he and 44 other hunters sacrificed themselves to close a Grade 1 rift, becoming heroes to the entire nation. No one would have imagined that he was now an ordinary-looking guy carrying grocery bags around. I should have sounded a little more panicked when I called, shouldn't I? At this point, EUIJ had no intention of returning to life as a hunter. Exactly 5 minutes later, the support team arrived at the alley that had been reported. The red-haired woman put her hands on her hips and exclaimed repeatedly, "Wow, this is incredible. Whoever handled a marsh toad this neatly must have been a senior hunter. If they had been even a little slower, this monster would have sprayed acid everywhere." In truth, EUIJ had dealt with it so cleanly that they thought they could even hand it over to the research team. The red-haired woman asked the man beside her, "Are there any traces left? Check it out. If someone can do this, they must be extremely strong." After scanning the area, the man broke into a cold sweat. How powerful must that person be to leave absolutely no trace at all? They must definitely be a professional hunter. The red-haired woman crossed her arms irritably. Could it be another anonymous hunter? Comics and novels fill kids' heads with nonsense. I heard this monster that escaped was Grade 4. Luckily, it hadn't eaten anyone or damaged any buildings yet. Let's take this toad back. Suddenly, the man caught a whiff of leeks nearby. Without giving it much thought, the red-haired woman guessed it probably dug them out of a trash can and ate them. But now that you mention leeks, I'm starving. Want to go to our usual place after work? The man looked utterly fed up. That place we go to every day? Elsewhere, EUIJ was working as a waiter, carrying hangover soup out to customers. The place was filled with noisy chatter. Just as you might have guessed, the anonymous person was none other than the nation's hero, Cha EUIJ. He was currently working part-time at a hangover soup restaurant. The restaurant was so crowded that he was exhausted, but given his blunt personality, EUIJ occasionally refused customers when they ordered more soju. "Hey, bring us another bottle of liquor too." Limited each table to 2 bottles of alcohol to prevent drunken fights. The customer could only fume. "I put that bottle away faster than I catch monsters." "What eyes you've got? Is he a hunter or something?" The man in pink sitting opposite him whispered. I asked the captain too. He said that guy is just an ordinary person. Yet the man still watched EUIJ with curious suspicion. Who knows? Maybe he's a hunter hiding his abilities or an unregistered one. The man in pink waved a hand and laughed foolishly. No way. If you don't register, you get slapped with a huge fine. And if he were secretly a hunter, he'd be clearing dungeons. Why would he be crazy enough to work part-time at a hangover soup restaurant? Thinking it over, The man in black, licking his lips, nodded. That's true. People hiding their abilities always look shifty. The man in pink continued admiringly. The captain said he'd recruit him to our team the moment he awakens. He could spot someone hiding a soja bottle in the storage system, and he can carry several boiling pots at once. If he's already this capable before awakening, he'd be at least B rank after awakening. The two kept whispering, assuming EUIJ could not hear them. In reality, he heard every single word. As he washed dishes, he thought to himself, "You dare discuss whether to recruit a veteran senior like me into your team? I awakened before either of you." Originally, EUIJ had not been a part-time employee at a hangover soup restaurant. A few months earlier, when he first opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a pile of foul, rotten garbage so nauseating it made him want to vomit. Looking around, he was still confused about where he was. In his memories, he had clearly been fighting a basilisk. EUIJ remembered even stabbing his sword into its head. Thinking back on it, he had clearly been inside a rift. Could that thing that looked like a rift have thrown him outside? How much time had passed? EUIJ kept sniffing the air, forcing his trembling body to stand. He followed the sound of clattering knives. Looking like a lifeless corpse, he found a restaurant. Is this a place that sells food? Seeing him, the old woman invited him inside. EUIJ was barely conscious, dizzy, and staggering. The old woman asked, "What happened to you? Did you just come out of a dungeon or something?" EUIJ could only answer in a faint, weak voice. The old woman quickly cooked something for him. The rising steam and scent brought EUIJ back to his senses. He ate like someone who had been starving for years. After devouring every drop, EUIJ slowly recovered and felt warmth again. He looked up at the television screen and heard the report. A Grade 5 rift has appeared along the western coast. 8 years ago, a similar Grade 1 rift appeared. EUIJ fell into a state of panic. What? 8 years ago? The news continued. The rift's danger level suddenly increased to Grade 1. The government dispatched an S-rank hunter, 14 A-rank hunters, and 30 additional B-rank hunters into the rift. The Western Coast rift disappeared after 1 week. EUIJ stared blankly, utterly bewildered. That team had gone in with him. Unfortunately, the hunters sent there had been unable to return. 3 months after the Western Coast rift disappeared, the Awakened Management Bureau confirmed that all hunters who entered the rift had died. If not for them, our country would have no future. The person speaking of the loss on television was Song Jo-hyun, an S-rank awakened and director of the Samla Center. EUIJ froze after hearing it. What the hell are they talking about? I am obviously alive. The spoon in his hand trembled before falling to the floor. Then came more announcements that struck him like thunder. EUIJ and 44 hunters bravely entered the Western Coast Rift. Thanks to them, we have the future we enjoy today. We have a duty to look forward and move ahead. This concludes the documentary commemorating the 8th anniversary of the Grade 1 Western Coast Rift incident, dedicated to Chai EUIJ. Holding on to the last of his composure, EUIJ turned to the old woman and asked, "May I borrow your phone for a moment?" The instant she allowed him to, the young man rushed over like a madman and dialed a number. Then he was stunned when the automated message said the number he had called no longer existed. EUIJ collapsed inside. He could not believe it. It was 8 years later now. Had he truly been thrown 8 years into the future in an instant? But more importantly, was he really dead? No, he could not conclude that yet. His heart pounded wildly, sweat pouring down his face as he tried to calm himself. No, maybe the bureau director had simply changed his phone number. I have to let them know how the hunters who went in with me fought until the very end, and how they sacrificed themselves for this world. I have to go back into that rift. Before dying, one of his comrades had told him, EUIJ, remember this well. The world has changed. Everyone relies on you because you are strong. They want you to save them all. But EUIJ, you're still so young. You don't have to save everyone. It's all right for you to run away. EUIJ immediately stood, removed the watch from his wrist, and respectfully offered it to the old woman. "Ma'am, this is all I have right now. Please accept it." The old woman smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing. You don't need to repay me." But EUIJ insisted, "No, ma'am." "Then please hold on to it for me as a token. I'll come back for it later." It was now 8 years later. Looking at the world, EUIJ saw that it had changed greatly and had become safer than before. From text alerts warning of imminent gates to the Awakened Management Bureau's hunters being dispatched and resolving situations swiftly, people lived without fear. They no longer desperately waited for him, either. The moment he saw people living happily and joyfully, Uij suddenly stopped thinking about it. He wondered whether all those past sacrifices had meant anything when Hunter Cha Uij was gone. No one remembered a person named Cha Uij anymore. From that moment onward, he promised himself that he would live a quiet life. And so, he applied to work as a restaurant assistant. Now, the young man stood in a bookstore. Before him was a sign featuring a familiar person with the words, Awakened Registration Consultation Hotline, 777. Report unregistered awakened and criminal activity, 555. Uij thought deeply. 9 years ago, Awakened held status equal to the police force. At that time, only he and the person on that sign had been S-rank. Now, everywhere he looked, from no smoking signs to public service advertisements, there were images of Song Jo-hyun. They had pushed Song Jo-hyun into the Management Bureau under the pretext of special recruitment, and they were still working him to the bone. While Uij stood there absent-mindedly, a little elementary school-aged girl ran over. "Uncle, I picked out my book." Her eyes wide, she held up the book. Uij froze solid. The book was titled The Appearance of Rifts, and in the corner was an image of a young man whose face had been blacked out. It was none other than Uij. He said nothing, only thinking. That's a copyright violation, you know? Even if I'm supposedly dead, they're using my image way too freely, aren't they? As Uij paid 30,000 won for the book, the girl below him looked up with sparkling eyes. "Are you done, uncle? Let me carry the book." She clearly wanted it very badly. Once they left the bookstore, the girl excitedly asked, "Where are we going now?" With a weary expression, Uij held her hand tightly. "Where else? I'm taking you home. Then I have to return to the restaurant to prepare for the evening shift." The girl pouted and complained that it was no fun. Uij gave a gentle smile. "There's a lot to prepare for tonight, so we can't go play. I bought you ice cream, so stay home and eat it with Grandma, okay?" Only then did the girl obediently agree. The daily schedule at the Hangover Soup restaurant was as follows. First, at 6 in the morning, the restaurant opened to serve hangover soup to hunters who had been partying all night, drinking until the 5th round, and hunters forced into working overtime through the night. Next, from 11:30 to 1400 hours, they served lunch. They sold hangover soup to hunters who came pouring in like a flood. From 14 to 1700 hours, the restaurant closed temporarily for cleaning, washing dishes, and preparing ingredients. After that, Uij was responsible for picking up little Ha-un-I from school. From 5 to 10 in the evening was dinner service. At that time, Uij had a deal with hunters who had already drunk 2 bottles of soju, but still begged for more. At 10:20 p.m., they kicked out the customers and closed the restaurant, followed by the exhausting process of cleaning everything up. The young man was extremely annoyed. Unless they drank specially made alcohol, Awakened could not even get drunk from ordinary liquor. So why did they always insist on drinking more? Anyway, I worked really hard today too. As he spoke, he punched his own back to loosen his muscles. After resting for a while, although he was tired, Uij felt that this life was not so bad. He no longer had to rush around because of summons from the Management Bureau. He no longer had to struggle desperately against monsters, either. Perhaps he had once wished for a life like this. But there was one thing Uij worried about. Lately, Grandma's legs had visibly weakened, and she was always going to physical therapy. After all, she was his only family at this point, and he wanted her to visit a hospital for an examination. So he asked whether her legs were all right. The old woman waved a hand. "It's just because I'm old." But Uij remained deeply worried. What if the doctor said she needed surgery? At that moment, Uij sat there helplessly with a blank look. If I was going to live in hiding, I should have done it properly. Why did I donate all the money I had saved to support victims of the Western Coast Rift incident? If things are really bad, I'll have to sneak into a dungeon and bring something out to sell. Items obtained from dungeons sold for high prices. After all, it might be enough to cover the cost of surgery. But how was he supposed to enter a dungeon? And where could he even find one? Just then, the phone rang, and Uij hurried over. "Hello, Hangover Soup Restaurant speaking. We're currently closed." Before he could finish, a trembling voice rang out. "What should I do, Uij? Ha-un-I is missing." Uij's hand shook. "What did you say, Grandma? Ha-un-I isn't there." Unable to remain calm, the old woman cried, "Ha-un-I is gone. What should we do?" No one noticed when the child slipped away. The world outside is so dangerous these days, and she went out alone. To reassure her, EUIJ said, "First, I'll call the police. Please don't worry, Grandma. I'll go out and look for her too. Get some rest. Nothing will happen." But the old woman was still deeply worried. "Oh dear, what if something happens to both you and the child?" EUIJ replied with complete confidence, "I told you, it'll be fine. Don't worry too much. All right, be careful, okay?" She couldn't have gone far, right? EUIJ, don't stay out searching too late. Either. Make sure you come home. Don't overdo it, understand? The moment he hung up, EUIJ put on a mask, grabbed some tools, and prepared to leave. There had been no alert about a sudden rift opening, so the child should be all right. He activated the trackers on mode and, after looking around for a moment, began to leave. After determining that the girl was not nearby, he decided to search farther away. Then, all of a sudden, his artificial eye detected something that made the young man stop. What kind of awakened could produce flames this intense? This does not seem like the power of an ordinary hunter. It is nearly at the level of a monster. If I did not confirm it, this could become a threat to Ha-Un-I. He ran even faster, following the source of the strange flames as quietly as possible. So that is what it is. If a monster possessed power on this scale, the news and emergency alerts would have been going off nonstop. Those flames belong to an S-rank hunter, just like me. He is wearing a gas mask? That is quite a unique look. I should go. I need to find Ha-Un-I before I get dragged into trouble. Before he could leave, the S-rank hunter came right up to EUIJ and asked, "What are you doing here at this hour?" EUIJ was startled when he looked him in the eyes and quickly turned away. The man tilted his head teasingly. "I saw it. That apron with First Love written on it. You seem to be an ordinary person." EUIJ immediately replied, "Yes, sir." The S-rank hunter continued, "Working late, huh? But why are you carrying a soup ladle outside at this hour?" EUIJ answered honestly, "I am looking for my niece. She was not at home. Have you seen a little girl about this tall? She is an elementary school student with her hair tied back." After the S-rank hunter said he had not seen her, EUIJ, "Try to slip away. Then I will be on my way." Suddenly, the S-rank hunter turned around and walked towards someone who was still face down on the ground. "Wait, let me ask this guy." After approaching him, he kicked the man a few times, then turned back to EUIJ. This guy does not know anything either. EUIJ could plainly see that he had only wanted an excuse to kick the man, not question him. Still, he politely replied, "It is all right. Thank you for your trouble. I will be going now." Yet the man still would not let him leave, tilting his head again as he said, "Wait, this is strange. I feel like we have met somewhere before." EUIJ firmly answered, "But I have never met you before." In truth, he was thinking that someone with such an eye-catching concept would be impossible to forget if they had met before. After noticing EUIJ's doubtful expression, the S-rank hunter finally let him go. "Fine, go. Do not tell anyone what you saw here today." The moment EUIJ turned his back, he sent spikes flying toward him. He immediately turned and defended himself. The S-rank hunter froze stiff. Damn it, my body reacted on instinct. I am done for. What ordinary civilian could spin around and knock away spikes flying straight at them? As expected, the S-rank hunter called out to him again. "Hey you." But at times like this, he had to pretend he knew nothing. So EUIJ quickly replied, "I really have to go. I need to find my niece." The S-rank hunter stepped closer and asked for EUIJ's name. With an annoyed frown, EUIJ said, "I do not have one." The hunter decided to press the matter. "Oh, so you have not picked a hunter nickname yet?" EUIJ glared at him. "It is not that I do not have a nickname. I simply do not have a name." The man eagerly replied, "Then I will name you." EUIJ maintained his displeased expression. "Do you run some kind of naming and trademark registration center? Why are you so enthusiastic? I really need to go. Are you not worried about a child wandering around alone at night?" The man immediately took out his phone and began tapping at it. "Right, I will have my team members look for the child. So just wait a moment." EUIJ thought, "At this rate, escaping will be difficult. No, thank you. I must decline. I will ask the police for help." The S-rank hunter saw through him and threatened. "Then should I call the Awaken Management Bureau?" EUIJ flinched, his voice trembling. Why would you call the Bureau?" With smiling eyes, the S-rank hunter continued, "Hunters can find her faster than the police if we use our abilities. Do you like Imbi? If I call him, he'll come right away. Shall I call him for you?" EUIJ was at a loss for words. Is he serious? My head is starting to hurt. I got involved with the wrong person. If we keep arguing like this, it will never end. So he asked directly, "What do you want from me? Why are you so determined to keep me here?" The S-rank hunter moved closer. "I only have 2 questions. First, is that soup ladle an S-rank weapon you are hiding because you do not want anyone to know about it? Second, are you an unregistered awakened. EUIJ was angry, but he tried to remain calm. Have hunters these days lost all their manners along with their meals? We just met, and he is already speaking so casually. I have endured enough, but since I have held back this long, I might as well endure to the end. The hunter continued, that does not look like an S-rank weapon. So you really are an unregistered awakened then? EUIJ clenched his hand and argued, I am not an unregistered awakened. The man retorted, if you're going to lie, at least make it sound convincing. EUIJ insisted, I am telling the truth. In fact, he was not lying. If his name had not been removed from the registry because he was presumed dead, then he had indeed been registered. The S-rank hunter did not say another word and immediately attacked him. EUIJ had no choice but to block with the soup ladle. Suddenly, something like poison caused the ladle to gradually turn black. EUIJ stiffened when he recognized the reaction. Basilisk poison. The S-rank hunter smirked. An ordinary soup ladle, and someone who is not an unregistered awakened? Yet he can block my attack. There is no way I would not know someone with abilities like yours. EUIJ could no longer stay calm and snapped back. Hey, shut your mouth. How old are you anyway? The S-rank hunter raised a hand and introduced himself. I am 20. EUIJ scowled. How dare you speak so casually to someone older than you when we have only just met? The S-rank hunter replied, but you look about my age. EUIJ decided to teach him properly. Listen, I have eaten over 5,000 more bowls of rice than you have. Even twins born only 1 minute apart have an older and younger sibling. Do you understand? Why do you keep speaking so casually? After hearing that, the man shrugged. All right, I understand. Hyung. EUIJ froze when he was suddenly called something so unfamiliar. Hyung, my ass. The man kept talking. If you do not like me calling you Hyung, tell me your name. EUIJ waved him off. Do not call me anything. Hee. Then I will call you Hyung. EUIJ became irritated. I said, do not call me that. The S-rank hunter continued teasing him. Yes, Hyung. EUIJ was in turmoil inside, but his face remained calm. Let us stop picking at each other. Going back and forth is only wasting time. If you wanted to probe me, you have done enough. EUIJ turned to leave, but the S-rank hunter called him again. I never said that. EUIJ did not want to argue. You asked 2 questions. I answered one, but not the other. EUIJ still insisted. I told you I was not lying. You simply chose not to believe me. Besides, you never made it a condition that I had to answer your questions. After EUIJ bluntly pointed that out, the S-rank hunter stood there speechless. Suddenly, a phone rang. After taking the call, the man smiled foolishly, while EUIJ turned away with a frown. If it were not for Haunai, I would have dealt with you long ago. Speaking loudly into the phone, he said, Really? Go there. All right, I will bring her guardian over. Make sure you treat the child properly. Do not make her cry. The S-rank hunter turned to EUIJ. Hyung, they found your niece. She is at the playground beside a nearby church. EUIJ finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, thank you. The man suddenly introduced himself. My name is Lee Seon. See you next time, Hyung. You had better tell me your true identity next time. Looking at the man collapsed on the ground. Lee Seon grabbed him as a bubbling sound rose from nearby. Their appearances have become much more frequent lately. A head suddenly poked out from a wall. Captain, I have a report. The guardian arrived at the playground and met the child. The child was delighted, called him uncle, and even hugged him. The only thing Lee Seon cared about was whether anything unusual had happened. The young man hugged a cat as he reported. No, sir. Should I follow them as a precaution? Lee Seon ordered follow them, confirm where they go, then report back to me. The young man relayed another message. Also, the vice captain asked whether you could attend a meeting at 11 tomorrow morning concerning the dungeon auction. After receiving a nod, the young man said he would inform the vice captain. Then Lee Seon remembered something and added, Seo Minji, search through all data on awakened individuals. Filter for those over 25, slightly taller than 1 meter 80, and with awakening grades of B or above. Report them to me. Exclude anyone with an unusual appearance. I only want those who look fairly ordinary. Siwo Minyi Freunet curiously. You mean the awakened data? That is classified information belonging to the Awakened Management Bureau. If you give me some time, I can dig it up, but life as an employee of a hunter company is not easy. Lee Seon continued, then dig it up. Also find out the name of the elementary school student who was picked up earlier. Seo Min-ji immediately had the information. Her name is Park Ha-eun. She is a second-year student at Sabayon Elementary School. Lee Seon gave another order. Investigate that child's family relationships. Seo Min-ji looked surprised. Her family relationships? What? Lee Seon did not hide it. I'm somewhat interested in the man who called himself her uncle. After finally returning home, following the frightening ordeal, Ha-eun received several smacks from Grandma, but kept shouting, "I wanted to play at the playground a little longer." After being scolded, the girl sobbed as though she had been treated unfairly, while Grandma kept thumping her chest to calm herself. "Goodness, I thought you had disappeared. You nearly gave me a heart attack several times over. Why would you go all the way there in the middle of the night? Do you not know how dangerous the world is these days?" EUIJ held Grandma's hand and gently said, "I will talk to her properly tomorrow morning, so please do not scold her anymore." Grandma turned to him. "EUIJ, are you staying over tonight?" "No, I need to return to the restaurant and prepare for tomorrow's business." Grandma looked worried. "Is business at the restaurant still going well? I should go take a look sometime." EUIJ smiled to reassure her. "Yes, it is going well. You know I am healthy, so I can handle it. But I was going to ask how your arms and legs have been lately." Looking down at her legs, which seemed barely able to support her, Grandma tried to reassure him. "My leg is fine. It will be better soon." EUIJ could tell at a glance that she was lying. Even now, she was forcing herself to stand on the leg that did not hurt. Then he returned to the restaurant. "Grandma, sleep well. Also, may I borrow your window?" Grandma looked confused, unable to understand what EUIJ intended to do. He only gave an awkward smile, unwilling to explain. "I have something to take care of. I will call you tomorrow." EUIJ climbed out through the window. He had already known someone was watching him. I wonder why he let me leave so easily. So he had people secretly following me. EUIJ quietly removed his shoes and activated silent steps. As expected, 2 men were standing guard in front of the house. Another 2 were waiting behind the alley. Since they showed no reaction, it seemed they had not noticed that EUIJ had left through the window. He remained as quiet as possible while observing them. I could take them all down, but they would immediately start tracking me. They are only carrying out orders. I should not make this into a big problem and become enemies with that organization. Still, EUIJ considered ambushing them from behind. He decided only to render them temporarily unconscious. The 2 men, exhausted from standing guard for so long, complained to each other. He went inside and never came back out. He must have gone to sleep. "This is boring." Yet the captain told us to stay highly alert. The blond man yawned. "Let us wait another 30 minutes. If nothing happens, we will leave. We still need to buy fish-shaped pastries on the way back." While both were off guard, EUIJ reached into the blond man's collar. After a few choking sounds, both men had plastic bags pulled over their heads and fainted. Once it was over, EUIJ checked whether they were dead. Not yet. Their pulses were still beating, and their breathing was steady. "Sorry, but I will borrow your wallets for a moment." He searched them from head to toe and finally found an identification card inside one wallet. "Wave Team, Combat Support Division, Baek Gujang." So they belonged to Wave Team. All hunters had a duty to protect civilians, but EUIJ did not know whether these people were decent hunters. There was no worst-case scenario, only something worse. Before leaving, EUIJ took out a pen and wrote on their shirts as a warning. By the time he reached the restaurant, it was nearly midnight. There was less time left to prepare the ingredients than he had thought. Suddenly, EUIJ stopped and stared at his apron. He even recalled Lee Seon's teasing words. "I saw it. That apron with first love written on it. See you next time, Hyung." Just thinking about it made EUIJ furious. He threw the apron onto the floor and put on another one. "For some reason, I feel like I lost." He decided to look up Lee Seon's name online. After searching, information finally appeared. South Korea's 3rd S-rank awakened, Lee Seon, had newly risen to first place in the rankings. Reporter John Soo-jin commented, "Could this person fill the void left by Cha EUIJ and become the #1 hunter?" Lee Seon leads Wave Team, a small mercenary team. Lee Seon maintains first place, creating a stir with his attitude at the official gathering. As EUIJ washed the dishes, he felt irritated all over. Of all people, why did I have to run into the hunter rank #1? I really am cursed with bad luck. I took a job at a hangover soup restaurant to live quietly and hide my abilities, but it turns out this is a favorite restaurant among hunters, and the person who saw my abilities is the top rank hunter, no less. But why would the strongest hunter in this entire country be fighting in some narrow alley? And that person who fired those spikes was suspicious too. There was more than one or two suspicious things. EUIJ picked up his phone and tapped on it. He searched for hedgehog, but found no results nor any related cases. There was not even any discussion or content from witnesses. Either the news had not yet been released, or someone higher up was suppressing the information. EUIJ began considering the worst possibility. Then the danger now was Lee Sion finding him, which could threaten Grandma and Ha Unaya's safety. The next morning, Lee Sion held a sheet of paper in his hand and read it carefully. If you lay a hand on them, you will pay. South Korea is a country with many powerful hunters. Among them, 3 teams stand out the most. The first team, led by Captain Song Jo-hyun, has consistently proven the superiority of S-rank hunters. Over time, they built a solid foundation and left a powerful, lasting mark on South Korea's hunter world. South Korea's first official team was named the Samna. The second team, formed immediately after the cataclysm, gathered knowledgeable researchers. Rather than seeking fame and money, they focused on gathering information and conducting research, a team comparable to a vessel of knowledge. They were called Cell 1. Finally, there was Wave Team, an elite force led by Lee Sion, which possessed the strengths of both teams while remaining more streamlined. As the 7 members gathered, someone ran over and asked, "Sion, what are you staring at so intently?" "A letter sent to me. Your curiosity is getting out of hand. Let's hold the meeting." All the members assembled in the room. However, 4 people were absent. The red-haired girl immediately reported, "Deputy Captain, those people are in the treatment room. They've probably been there for about a day." The deputy captain looked startled. "What? They didn't even enter a dungeon to fight. So how did that happen?" The red-haired girl spread her hands. "I don't know. They came back after getting beaten up somewhere." At that, the deputy captain flew into a rage. "What? Who dared to pick a fight with our people? How can we possibly let this slide?" The red-haired girl pointed toward Lee Sion. "Of course, we were going to do something about it too, but the captain told us to leave it alone." The deputy captain stood there in disbelief before protesting. "Our kids were beaten so badly by someone, and you're telling us to leave it alone? What happened to the loyalty of Wave Team?" Lee Sion did not want to argue about it any further. "Leave it alone. That's an order. Start the meeting." Wearing a helpless expression, the deputy captain said to Jisoo, "Jisoo, please relay the meeting details to those kids lying there." "Isulokit annoyet. You always make me do it." The deputy captain began the meeting. "All right, let's begin our meeting to select a dungeon for this quarter. Turn on your tablets and open the files sent by the support division. A new underground dungeon at Jongno 3GA Station has appeared in this auction. It is believed to contain materials for making stamina recovery potions. On top of that, it may contain a wide variety of other items as well." As soon as Jisoo finished reading, her eyes lit up. "If it's at Jongno 3GA Station, getting there will be convenient too. That's great. Why would the government agree to put a dungeon like this up for auction?" The man in the green tie offered his opinion as well. "They must be short on money. The winning bid will probably be extremely high. I think all the dungeons up for auction this quarter look decent, but I vote for this one." Jisoo enthusiastically raised her hand, and the others soon followed. The deputy captain turned to Lee Sion. "I vote for this dungeon too. What do you think?" After receiving a nod, he announced, "If there are no other objections, then we'll bid for the underground dungeon at Jongno 3GA Station in this year's 4th quarter auction." That concludes today's meeting. Suddenly, Lee Sion asked everyone to remain a little longer. Everyone looked confused and uneasy. Was Lee Sion planning to bid on another dungeon? Or was he going to tell them to steal another team's auction rights? Then Lee Sion asked a question that left them all dumbfounded. "Has anyone around here seen a man wearing an apron with a Soju brand logo on it? He carries a soup ladle about this big, and he's quite pretty. Black hair. No, gray hair, I think." The deputy captain began to look confused and muttered under his breath. "Do you people really not know anything?" Jisoo whispered. "If even the deputy captain doesn't know, how would anyone else?" The members all knew Lee Sion would not bring up such a random subject at the end of a meeting for no reason. The deputy captain turned to Lee Sion with a dangerous look in his eyes. "Did you see someone holding a soju promotion event somewhere?" Jisoo gave an awkward laugh. Captain, did you just come back from a supermarket?" In truth, the deputy captain suspected that his captain had fallen in love at first sight and had even called the person pretty. Faced with this utterly disgusting misunderstanding, Lee Sion could only respond helplessly. You people are no help at all. Hearing that, the Wave Team deputy captain angrily slammed his hand down on the table. We were discussing an auction, and you suddenly bring up some man in an apron? The desk split in two and was scorched black from the blow. That was going to be expensive. The man in the green tie looked the deputy captain straight in the eye. Deputy captain, I'll submit a claim for compensation for the conference table, and the tablets too. In utter dismay, Lee Sion told everyone that the meeting was over and they could go eat. Though still irritated, the deputy captain did not forget to remind him, hey, don't skip another meal. Everyone looked toward Lee Sion. Captain, it's not like you only started skipping meals a day or two ago. You should go eat. Rubbing his aching head, the deputy captain suggested that everyone go to the hangover soup restaurant. Jisoo turned pale the moment she heard it. Why do you eat hangover soup all the time? If we go there again today, I'm not eating with you anymore, deputy captain. The deputy captain pulled out some money to tempt her. Come on, I'll treat. Jisoo rubid Herr Temples. I can't hear you. I'll eat at the cafeteria. Go by yourself. The deputy captain waved his hand dismissively. Fine, forget it. Who's coming with me? In the blink of an eye, the room was completely empty. The Wave Team deputy captain was left behind, furious. They had not run that fast, even when fleeing a rank 2 monster. One disloyal bunch. Do you know why I always go to that hangover soup restaurant? The more people gather in a place, the faster you hear rumors. Ladies, I go there to socialize with hunters and collect information, and make connections with people too. That's why I go there. It is absolutely not because of the hangover soup. No sooner had he said that than he practically contradicted himself. The moment he arrived at the restaurant, he shouted happily, "One amazing hangover soup, please." He normally did not pay attention to the restaurant staff, but today he suddenly froze when he saw EUIJ standing there. While the man stood motionless, EUIJ cheerfully said, "You want the extra spicy serving, right? You came at just the right time. If you had arrived a little later, you would have had to wait in line." Looking over the apron again, he realized the person was indeed beautiful, and the hair color perfectly matched Lee Sion's description. Seeing him frozen in place, EUIJ asked again, Sir, Hunter." Only then did the man snap out of it. "Ah, yes, that's right. Make it extra spicy, please." He looked EUIJ over again, breaking out in a cold sweat. How could such a rundown, shabby place have someone both pretty and handsome like this? Apparently, he was some distant relative of the old lady who owned the hangover soup restaurant, related through the in-laws of her second grandchild, or something like that. It seemed he had been separated from his family when the cataclysm began, and while searching for them, he had happened to meet the old lady. He had nowhere else to go, so he came to stay with the old woman, his only remaining blood relative in the world, and started helping out at the restaurant. The important thing was that, with a young man working here, he could eat more hangover soup without having to watch out for the old lady. But normally, young people wanted to become civil servants or hunters, who would willingly work part-time at a restaurant like this. Still, his clothes did not quite match the person Lee Sion had described. The moment the hangover soup arrived, he lost all ability to think rationally. Come to think of it, there was no way Lee Sion could have met a part-time employee at a hangover soup restaurant. They might not even have passed by each other. Elsewhere, as Lee Sion scrolled through his tablet, an S-rank hunter came to meet Captain Lee Sion. Awakened data may not be used for personal purposes. Upon hearing that, Lee Sion immediately guessed that Seo Minji-ai had been found out. Considering that Minji-ai was only rank 33, there was no way he could outwit rank 3 Yongbin. The gap between their rankings was enormous. Seeing that Lee Sion remained silent, Yongbin gave an awkward smile and lightly tapped the table. "Hunter Lee Sion, could you at least react when someone is talking to you?" Lee Sion replied, "There's someone who hasn't registered his abilities. He's at least B rank. He can walk around openly like that, and you don't think you should investigate?" Yongbin held his head, looking doubtful. "You know how strict our country's laws are about registering awakened individuals. The fine alone can reach hundreds of millions. Who would hide their strength and avoid registration?" Lee Sion continued scrolling through the images, his voice certain. "He does not appear anywhere in the Awakened database, and the government boasts about having complete data." Yongbin looked extremely surprised, but still did not seem to believe him, so Lee Sion reaffirmed it. I checked the entire database 3 times, all the way down to F-rank hunters. Not only could he block my attack, but he also knocked away the spikes fired by that monster's poison victim. How can someone like that have never registered in South Korea? The unfamiliar young man, smoothing back his hair, was EUIJ. How is it, Hone? Did I apply the dye evenly? The little girl, who was studying at the time, glanced at the back of his head. It's fine. EUIJ suddenly crouched down and stared intently at Ha-eun's workbook. But I'm really curious about something. Is the answer to question 1 an earthworm? Sensing that she was about to get scolded, the girl quickly changed the subject. Now that I look again, the dye on the back of your neck is uneven. Go apply more. EUIJ cheerfully ruffled her hair. All right, I'll go check the mirror. You redo question 1. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he grumbled, I only dyed it recently. Why is the color already fading? I've spent so much money on hair dye. Is it because of my recovery ability? Hair dye barely works on me anymore. Good thing I have the skilled craftsman's hand skill, or I'd be in trouble. If I didn't work at the Hangover Soup restaurant, maybe I should try applying for a job at a hair salon. While lathering his hair, his phone continuously vibrated with message alerts. It was a message from Haon. Uncle, there's a strange person outside the door. EUIJ was startled when he read it. He activated silent steps and quietly peeked outside. The person outside the door kept muttering something. EUIJ hurriedly told his niece to hide. After muttering a few more strange words, the person suddenly smashed his head straight into EUIJ's wall. EUIJ immediately recognized that this person was in the exact same condition as the one he had seen before. He could not leave it alone any longer. Haon, lock the door as soon as I go outside. The moment he stepped out, he punched the strange man, making him spit out blood. In a dazed state amid the rain, the man raised his head and began to giggle. Afraid that his niece would hear, EUIJ warned him, keep it down. The kid will hear. He began calculating. If this man was like the one he had encountered before, the only option was to break his neck and dispose of him as quietly as possible. The man continued changing, spewing numerous spikes from his body. With godlike speed, EUIJ dodged the attack, grabbed the man by the neck, and snapped it with a crack. At last, the man lay motionless. But EUIJ was rather surprised. What? Aren't these things only supposed to appear at night? They're so obvious at a glance. Yet no hunter has ever mentioned them. He searched for information about the porcupine-like creature, but there were still no search results online, nor could he find any related cases. EUIJ had thought Lee Sion was merely telling him not to speak about what happened that day, but apparently Lee Sion meant that EUIJ was forbidden from revealing this thing's existence at all. He grew curious. If information about these things was controlled so tightly that even hunters were not allowed to discuss it, why had Lee Sion let him go so easily? Would it not have been more convenient for Lee Sion to eliminate him and prevent the information from spreading? EUIJ suddenly flinched at the sound of sniffling from inside. When he turned around, he saw his niece peeking out, crying. To reassure her, EUIJ spoke gently. Haon, can you open the door for Uncle? The little girl shyly pushed it open. EUIJ smiled brightly. It's all right. There aren't any strange people now. They've gone far away. Ha-eun's eyes were still wet with tears, and she clearly had not calmed down. She ran out and threw her arms around EUIJ. As he held her, he thought, did I kill him too easily? After recalling several images, EUIJ tightly shut his eyes before comforting her again. It's all right now. Were you scared? I'll tell the hunters. Okay? Then things like this will never happen again. Trusting har onkel, ha nodded repeatedly. Between sniffles, she reminded him, you have to tell Young Bin and Honeybee too. EUIJ broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that might be difficult, but he answered as though it were no problem. All right, first, I'll wash this hair dye out. Then I'll come back, okay? Un answered honestly. Okay. Actually, you smell a little. EUIJ went red with embarrassment. You have to make it clear that you mean the smell of hair dye. Otherwise, people will misunderstand your uncle. Before he could even step back inside, EUIJ froze as he sensed something strange directly behind him. A few days later, Lee Sion was on his way to the research lab. Someone was already waiting to greet him when he arrived. You're here, Captain. Lee Sion cracked his neck and asked, where's Nam-gu-jin? He's in the autopsy room. I'll let him know you're here. The two of them headed into the autopsy room. The young man in a doctor's coat looked in and announced, Professor Hunter Lee Sion is here. Nam Gu-jin turned around. You've been so busy lately that I thought I'd have to wait 3 hours for you. You came quickly. Lee Sion got straight to the point. You know me well. I'm busy as hell, so get to it. After waving his towel, Nam Gu-jin said, of course. Look at this poison victim. Beneath the cloth was the person who had appeared outside EUIJ's home and been dealt with by him. Lee Sion removed his mask and frowned. The condition is terrible. Nam Gu-jin said, according to Young Bin, it was already like this when the body was discovered. The inside was completely mangled from an extremely powerful impact. But after taking another look, Lee Sion felt something was off. It doesn't seem like he died from that. Nam Gu-jin snapped his fingers. Exactly. The real cause of death was a broken neck. You know this already. The bodies of people transformed by poison are strengthened to the point that even breaking their bones is not enough for us to restrain them with ordinary force. Yet someone broke a poisoned victim's neck. Lee Sion began to speculate that another hunter had taken care of him, but Nam Gu-jin wore an utterly helpless expression. I told you, the body was already in this condition when it was discovered. A resident saw it and reported it to us. Lee Sion was curious about where the thing had been found. Nam Gu-jin looked down at the younger man and said, that part is what interests me, kid. Looking at the board, Nam Gu-jin continued speaking to Lee Sion. Doesn't this location look familiar? It's the garbage sorting area near the alley where the poison victim was found last time. There's another interesting point, too. Look at this. This is the first time I've seen spikes smashed into this shape. It appears they collided suddenly with something incredibly hard. Have you ever seen anything like it? Lee Sion suddenly remembered EUIJ from their previous meeting. I searched through all the data and found nothing, so I thought he had disappeared without a trace. But I finally have a lead. There are days when, from the very moment you open your eyes in the morning, you feel absolutely miserable. EUIJ was having one of those days. Exhausted and more disheveled than ever. He was completely drained. What is this? I can't afford to be this sluggish. The moment he looked at the clock, he froze, then suddenly sprang to his feet. Nelson, check what my luck is like today. Upon hearing his voice command, the phone began analyzing his fortune for the day. Today, you may get hurt even by a falling leaf. Therefore, you must be careful in everything you do and remain alert to any dangerous factors threatening your safety, which may be lurking everywhere. No matter what it is, do not overlook it. Inspect it thoroughly and confirm it several times. EUIJ was dumbfounded after hearing that. Was this supposed to be today's fortune, or a warning that someone was about to be murdered? Then it continued. Please remain extremely cautious and careful throughout the day. This afternoon, you may have an exciting encounter. Why not try going out this afternoon? After hearing that, EUIJ pulled up his pants and summed it all up in one sentence. Today's fortune was still unbelievably terrible. Today was definitely not an auspicious day. He needed to be careful. Not long after he arrived at the restaurant, Lee Sion showed up. He greeted him using an utterly ridiculous name, as though he were deliberately trying to provoke EUIJ into anger. Hello, Hyung. I received the letter you sent me. EUIJ stared blankly, a huge question mark practically appearing over his head. Seeing that EUIJ said nothing, Lee Sion continued. You're wearing a different apron today. It suits you very well. EUIJ was genuinely curious about why Lee Sion had come here. The restaurant began to fill with murmurs at Lee Sion's appearance. Lee Sion is eating out. He never eats at restaurants. Wasn't he the one who said he never goes anywhere crowded? Exactly. Even if he occasionally joins a gathering, why would he come here? Is his life that boring? Why would he come all the way to such a shabby restaurant? Hearing them, EUIJ became even more curious. What exactly had that kid done in his daily life to make so many people talk about him? Captain Ben merely gave a dry laugh and changed the subject. The atmosphere is getting unstable. Let's sit at that table over there. Lee Sion ignored him and headed straight for the central table. EUIJ still reluctantly attended to him, as was his duty as an employee. Sir, this table hasn't been cleared yet. Would you like to sit somewhere else? Facing EUIJ, Lee Sion spoke in an unusually sweet voice. That's fine. Take your time cleaning it. I like this spot because I can see the television clearly. EUIJ swallowed his rage. The phrase, "the customer is always right," kept echoing in his head, stopping him from doing something reckless and beating Lee Sion senseless. Lee Sion then asked, "What's on the menu?" EUIJ replied, "We only serve hangover soup here." Lee Sion suddenly snapped, "Hey kid, a hangover soup restaurant serves hangover soup. What else would it serve? I told you that before we came here." Lee Sion retorted, "How How can you run a business if you only sell hangover soup? EUIJ was about to lose his patience, so he answered coldly, Sir, if you keep picking a fight, please leave the restaurant. Lee Sion immediately became polite. Haha, then we'll have 2 servings of hangover soup. EUIJ entered the kitchen with a dark expression. I only let that slide because Ben and Won-gu are regulars. Once inside, he sighed. Even if he glared at Lee Sion with all the hostility in the world, it would not solve anything. No matter how much he disliked him, Lee Sion was still a customer who came to eat and pay the restaurant, just like anyone else. After lecturing himself with a few philosophical thoughts, EUIJ regained his composure. The 2 bowls of hangover soup were finally finished and brought out. Here is the hangover soup you ordered. Many anonymous comments about the Wave team had begun appearing online. There was information claiming that Lee Sion had paid the Hangover Soup restaurant 1.5 million won in advance, so he could eat there every day. EUIJ even posted that Lee Sion was obstructing his business and asked internet users what he should do in this situation. Would it be better to report this troublesome harassment directly to the police or the Awaken Management Bureau? As EUIJ looked through the comments on his phone, he muttered, For hunters with even a little fame, if you have proof, the Management Bureau will immediately send hunters to deal with it. After reading that, EUIJ stretched wearily. Damn it, even if he reported it, it would be difficult to resolve quietly. And what's this? Reveal the first letter of his name. If that happens, half of South Korea will know who it is. Being ranked number 1 naturally came with that sort of position. Every move the top-ranked person made could become a spark for a war between those who cursed him and those who were grateful to him. Just thinking about it gave EUIJ a headache. He was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. From that day onward, Lee Sion came every day to pester him. Even so, EUIJ had to force a bright smile and greet him like an honored guest, while inwardly feeling utterly miserable. What the hell was this? That brat was clearly trying to interfere with his business on purpose. Whenever Lee Sion showed up, none of the other customers dared to sit nearby. To solve this, he either had to become a hunter again, or he needed a lot of money. If he wanted society to condemn Lee Sion, he needed solid evidence. If his evidence was insufficient, it could easily backfire on him. The most accurate method would be to record all of Lee Sion's behavior and make it public. But Lee Sion was an S-rank hunter. If you use an ordinary recorder or camera, Lee Sion would notice it immediately. That meant he needed equipment made from dungeon-derived materials so it could not be easily destroyed, or a concealed recorder that was difficult to detect. EUIJ began looking up prices online, but could only look because they were absurdly expensive. Back when he had been the old EUIJ known by millions, he would not even have remembered how much such things cost. But prices had risen into the hundreds of millions now. It was ridiculous. The impoverished young man could only scratch his head. He had been too busy surviving to buy luxuries like that. For the first time, he began considering registering as a hunter. But he abandoned the thought because it was too risky. Things were different from before. There was now an Awaken Management Bureau. What if his information had not been erased and was still stored in their database? Then he would be completely screwed. Even setting that concern aside, he could not properly control his own strength. If he broke the measuring device, that would be even worse. Put simply, in that instant, his peaceful hidden life would be over. Just thinking about it made EUIJ dizzy. He grew even more resentful toward Lee Sion. If it were not for that brat, he would not be suffering from such a headache. EUIJ opened his spatial storage and took out a glittering stone. Back then, these magic stones had seemed useless, so he had thrown them all into a corner. Recently, though, people seem to use them everywhere. Maybe he should sell one. If he sold this stone, he would probably have enough money to buy a high-quality recorder. With that in mind, he tried listing it on a marketplace. Selling it through the hunter market would have been best, but that required a hunter registration card. When he reopened the tomato market account he used in the past, the system said it was unavailable. Apparently, his old account was gone. He decided to make a new account from scratch. After thinking about a nickname, he chose Easy. Ding, ding, ding. Hello, welcome to Tomato Market. Please turn on your location to register your area. EUIJ. carefully photographed the stone from every angle to get the clearest possible image. Would it sell if he listed it for 80 million won? In the end, he settled on the price and added a description. This is a rare, high-purity magic stone. Please contact me through chat to negotiate a purchase. EUIJ began thinking about what he would do once it's sold. He would buy coats for Grandma and Han. And he would pay for Grandma's leg surgery as well. Suddenly, his phone began vibrating furiously. The nonstop vibration was so intense that he thought his phone had malfunctioned. Startled, EUIJ checked it and found hundreds of comments. People were fighting over it, and some even threatened to report him to the management bureau if he was scamming them. As he read, EUIJ's expression went blank. Had the magic stone's price been higher than he thought? He had merely listed it according to his own standards. How much had the world changed? His phone kept vibrating until his head spun. He decided to log out and delete the account immediately. Just then, one comment asked, "I'm curious why Easy deleted the account." EUIJ answered decisively, "Too many people were exploiting my post, so I ran into malicious users. Another reason is that they insulted me the first time we spoke. What a bunch of bastards." EUIJ collapsed, wanting to flee from this horrible world, but did not end there. News that someone had listed a magic stone for 80 million won spread across the internet. Even the fact that he had deleted his account only 2 minutes later became widely known. People began buzzing with speculation. For an A-rank magic stone, what kind of monster would you have to kill to obtain it? At minimum, a boss monster from a second-tier dungeon. But judging by the photo, that stone's purity is extremely high. That means it must have come from a monster in a first-tier dungeon. Everyone was even more shocked by that information and continued discussing it. Then the person who posted it must be a very high-ranked hunter. You can tell just from the picture that it's an A-rank magic stone. The stone even caught the attention of Hong Isong. Hong Isong posted on Instagram as well. He asked why something so precious had been posted on Tomato Market rather than Hunter Market. His Instagram post read, "Easy, I do not know who you are, but name your price. I will come by directly, immediately." Elsewhere, in a remote mountain wilderness that somehow had Wi-Fi, Hong Isong held his phone, trembling and going mad as he shouted, "Give me that stone." Hong Isong was ranked 7th in South Korea and was the one and only S-rank craftsman, known by the nickname The Eccentric. After seeing the information, Hong Isong continued thrashing around like a madman. "Sir Hong Isong, you are not allowed to look at anything." Young Bin, sitting beside him, laughed in bafflement. "Since when has this village been able to receive Wi-Fi?" A female manager leaned over and whispered, "Of course, we cut off the network before bringing him here." But Lee Sion restored all the communication lines and Wi-Fi for him. In return for internet access, he promised to make the gloves. Youngbin watched Hong Isong writhe around and felt utterly exhausted. That man is completely useless. The moment this crafting session ends, cut off the network again. Hong Isong ignored everything and struggled even harder. "I have to go to Seoul. Give me that stone." Fed up, Youngbin held up the screen. "Seriously, you were the one who insisted on coming all the way to Mount Yuri before you would work. Do you realize the deadline is almost here? You cannot leave before you finish making all the weapons." Only then did Hong Isong stop struggling. He possessed a trait called deadline finisher. The closer the deadline came, the higher his productivity and the faster his work progressed. If he crafted an item while the skill was activated, the item's quality increased by 50%. Hong Isong had another trait as well, stubborn as a mule. No matter what task he had, he always wanted to delay it as much as possible. Hong Isong exploded at Youngbin. "Manager, look at this stone. If a weapon is crafted using this magic stone, it will be at least S rank. I could tell that just from looking at the photo." Youngbin froze upon hearing that. The highest rank equipment crafted so far had only reached S rank. Yet he was saying that the stone could create an S rank weapon? Youngbin immediately began thinking and investigating the mysterious seller of the stone. He had only heard about the seller after arriving at Mount Yuri. The magic stone was a type that had never been traded anywhere in the country, so it was surely an item secretly stolen from somewhere and put up for sale. Yet someone as skilled as Hong Isong had recognized its quality at a glance. Just where had this stone suddenly come from? Could it be related to what Lee Seon had mentioned before? Looking down at Hong I-sung, who was still rolling around, Yoongbin asked, "First, listen to me. This stone is extremely good, right? Of course. One look tells you is top grade. It is completely different from those things contaminated by impurities or monster poison. Please give me that stone." Yoongbin continued, intrigued. "Then you can identify the type of person capable of obtaining a stone like that, can't you?" Hong I-sung grumbled. "At the very least, that person has to be in the top 100. Yoongbin continued. "People at the top of the rankings normally would not leave traces like a rookie would. They would not participate in private sales, right?" Looking gloomy, Hong I-sung muttered, "They are not idiots. There is a black market and there is hunter market, so why would they post it on tomato market? What are they trying to do?" Then he collapsed again and shouted, "I'm on Mount Yuri. How am I supposed to check tomato market in Seoul? Next time, just lock me up on a mountain in North Korea." Yoongbin teased him in response. "Sure, I will tell the bureau director that the place you chose for your next exile is a mountain in North Korea, and I'll try to find that magic stone." Only then did Hong I-sung pause and quiet down. Yoongbin smiled brightly, as if making a promise. Where there's a will, there's a way. Elsewhere, EUIJ was still working diligently, but he kept feeling uneasy. Looking outside, he realized that Lee Seon had unexpectedly not come at lunchtime today, which made him feel relieved and peaceful. But outside, a large group of people was loudly discussing something. "Did you see that post online yesterday? I heard some crazy guy listed an A-rank magic stone on Tomato Market for 80 million won. All the teams are in an uproar." EUIJ felt helpless that they were calling him a crazy guy. The conversation outside continued. Could it have been posted as a scam? Maybe he downloaded a picture from the internet and uploaded it. I-sung said he would craft a weapon for free for whoever finds that stone. He even put up a cash reward. EUIJ froze stiffly in shock. He could not understand why they were making such a huge fuss, even putting up a cash reward. It was something he had once considered useless and tossed into a corner. The chatter grew louder. If you buy it for 80 million and resell it, you could make hundreds of millions in profit. It would be great if that easy person made another post. But it looks like they deleted both the post and the account. What? He showed his face and then ran away. Register again already. I was going to the fish market today to ask Mackerel to find him. Can Mackerel track him down? If he can't, he'll lose his title as the person with the most information in South Korea. Seeing how much they valued the stone, EUIJ broke into a sweat. In the past, he had used magic stones as marbles because he thought they were completely useless. It turned out that even a tiny difference could change everything. In the past, magic stones had been items purchased only by those who genuinely needed them. First, they were collectibles for the wealthy. Second, they were spoils obtained by hunters. But while EUIJ had been trapped in the dungeon, technology had developed rapidly. According to research, unlike energy sources such as coal and oil, magic stones did not harm the environment, allowing people to extract energy from them efficiently. Furthermore, gold could be extracted from discarded magic stones. EUIJ had merely accidentally listed something for sale, but the rumor had spread so widely that it left him stunned. Looking at Hong I-sung's Instagram post, it had truly gone viral, with over 500,000 likes. EUIJ felt helpless. What on earth was he supposed to do with that lunatic? If he kept lying low, Hong I-sung might post something else on Instagram and make matters even worse. But since he still hadn't sold the stone, things were difficult. Thinking of Grandma's leg and the fact that they still lacked the funds for treatment made him even more anxious. Just as he was staring at his phone, Yoongbin boldly walked in from nowhere. "Hello." The moment EUIJ looked up, he nearly choked. Yoongbin looked around at the situation while EUIJ panicked, unable to understand how Yoongbin had found this place. Some customers enjoying hangover soup were displeased as well. "This is insane. First Lee Seon, now Yoongbin. Are they trying to arrest someone? Who is it? Come turn yourself in." Seeing everyone make such a fuss, Yoongbin waved his hand and immediately defended himself. "I'm not here on business today. I just came to have dinner. I just got back from a business trip." With his heart pounding, EUIJ activated his poker face, hoping Yoongbin would not recognize him. After all, Yoongbin only knew the masked EUIJ from the past. Maintaining the calmest demeanor he could, EUIJ politely guided Yoongbin to his seat. "Welcome. Are you dining alone?" "Yes, I am. You can check the menu on the wall and place your order." At that moment, EUIJ was startled yet again when Lee Seon showed up. The moment he saw Yoongbin, Lee Seon looked surprised too. How strange. What is a government official doing here? This is my territory. EUIJ was annoyed. He had thought Lee Sion would not come today, yet here he was without missing a day. Yoongbin gave him a smile that could not have been less friendly. Of course I came to eat dinner. I didn't expect to run into you here, Lee Sion. Lee Sion hesitated. I suppose you didn't expect that. The two sat at the same table and chatted animatedly. Yoongbin spoke first. There's something I want to discuss with you, but personal matters should not be discussed in a public place like this. Can we exchange contact information? Also, the bureau director said, I must repay the compensation for the damages from before. Yoongbin immediately pulled a cube from his inventory and glanced around discreetly. Was that an item that isolated space? Only then did they begin a private conversation where they could not be overheard. Yoongbin got straight to the point. Captain Lee Sion, have you found the unregistered person you told me about before? No, rather, you have found them already, haven't you? Space-isolating items were commonly used when confidential matters needed to be discussed. However, they had one fatal weakness. If the listener possessed a rank higher than that of the item, they could still hear through its barrier. For that reason, EUIJ was currently eavesdropping on the two of them. Yoongbin asked Lee Sion, do you know that someone recently listed an A-rank magic stone on Tomato Market? Lee Sion sat back leisurely and replied, if I didn't know about that, I might as well retire as a hunter. Yoongbin smiled awkwardly. Then do you know Hong Isong is throwing a tantrum because he insists on getting that magic stone? Someone connected him to the internet, and now he has been making a scene. Lee Sion shrugged innocently. I know a little. Yoongbin's expression became serious. Let me tell you my conclusion. I suspect that the unregistered person you are searching for is the owner of that stone. If someone can obtain a magic stone of that rank, they must at least be in the top 100 on the rankings. Of course, people at the top of the rankings use Hunter Market because both the seller's and buyer's identities are verified there, making high-value transactions secure. The commissions and taxes on Hunter Market may be high for an ordinary civil servant, but there's another option, selling it on the black market. Why would someone go through the trouble of listing it on a general app that even ordinary people can access? If they wanted to sell it quietly, there were dozens of other ways. So why list a magic stone on Tomato Market? And it's such a dirt cheap price too. Perhaps the seller does not have a hunter certification card and had no choice but to use Tomato Market. There are only two possibilities. They are either an ordinary person or an unregistered amateur hunter. However, the odds that an ordinary person currently possesses a magic stone of that level are almost non-existent. My conclusion is that the person holding such a high-grade magic stone can only be an exceptionally skilled yet unregistered hunter, the very person you're looking for, Captain Lee Sion. EUIJ broke out in a cold sweat as he listened from outside. They were truly sharp. It was fortunate that he had heard this conversation. Otherwise, he would have been finished. He needed to be more careful with everything he did from now on. Suddenly, Lee Sion glanced in EUIJ's direction. EUIJ's heart thudded as he flinched. It felt as though Lee Sion already knew he had been eavesdropping. During Yoongbin and Lee Sion's conversation, Lee Sion remained silent for a long time, making Yoongbin feel as though everything he had said was ineffective. After a while, Lee Sion finally replied, "It's nothing. What if it is another unregistered hunter?" Yoongbin continued, "There is expected to be an auction for weapons made by Hong Isong soon, so capable people will return to South Korea. But those people cannot have caused such a stir. Whether they arrive or leave, they always do so quietly." Lee Sion continued to insist. An S-rank hunter awakened a few months ago, didn't one? What if it is that person? Though he was making excuses, Yoongbin naturally knew who he meant. You know her too. She is still a minor and is at an important stage in her studies, so she would not have time for such things. Besides, she is not a combat hunter. Lee Sion hesitated. I heard that girl is in her final year of high school. Yoongbin snapped his fingers. Exactly. So when she has free time, she works part-time to prepare for her entrance exams. Unable to say anything else, Lee Sion continued making excuses. Let's assume that is true. Still, I have not found that person yet. Yoongbin paused it. If you still have not found them by now, Lee Sion replied. Perhaps they are setting a trap to lure suspicious people in. Yoongbin hesitated, finding the idea plausible. That possibility cannot be ruled out. If you find this person, be sure to contact me. Eventually, it was time for the restaurant to close. EUIJ slumped down in exhaustion. His head hurt. Why did he have the feeling that this would continue? To make things worse, After paying, Yoongbin called out before leaving. The food was delicious. I'll be coming here often. Just thinking about it made EUIJ's head hurt. He wanted to curse. Please do not come back. Why do they all have to come to a hangover soup restaurant? Was this place not already Lee Seon's territory? Now it was becoming Yoongbin's territory too. As he stood there blankly, someone knocked on the door again. It was none other than Lee Seon. The moment EUIJ saw him, his dislike was obvious. We're closed. Please leave. Lee Seon persisted. Hyung, open the door. I came because I have something to say. EUIJ grumbled again. I told you business hours are over. Lee Seon stood firm. You should listen to me if you do not want to see Yoongbin again tomorrow. EUIJ angrily slapped the wall. Was it you? You called Yoongbin here, didn't you? Lee Seon protested. The one who called him here was you, Hyung. EUIJ flung open the door roughly. You're saying he came looking for me? I may be smart, but I'm not an idiot. What do you mean by that? Lee Seon spread his hands with an innocent expression. If Hyung had not set off that bombshell on Tomato Market, why would he have come all the way here? EUIJ immediately pretended not to understand. What are you talking about? What does Tomato Market have to do with me? Fine, even if someone comes looking for you, just keep pretending like that. Make sure you hide it well. If you do not open the door, I will melt it down. EUIJ clenched his fists in irritation. Try it. I'll report you to the Awakened Management Bureau. Lee Seon remained stubborn. You always hurt my feelings. With no other choice, EUIJ opened the door with an irritated scowl. Once inside, Lee Seon took off his mask. Those people will keep coming to find you in the future, too. EUIJ folded his arms and sneered. Do not say such creepy things. Lee Seon glanced at him. Really? Then why did you not list it somewhere like a second-hand goods marketplace when you were selling it? You really are talented at turning a small matter into a huge one. And you even listed it on the tomato market for the special district. No wonder this happened. EUIJ kept acting and denied it to the end. Already told you it was not me. Lee Seon pointed at him. Fine, then I will not say it was you. Let us say I am talking about the crazy lunatic who listed a magic stone on Tomato Market. EUIJ could not meet his eyes, but he still pretended to warn him. Watch your words. They only did it because they did not know better. They are probably regretting it deeply by now. Lee Seon gave him a sidelong glance and responded vaguely. Is that so? They do not look regretful at all. You have eaten 5,000 more bowls of rice than me, so why are you speaking so formally? EUIJ shut the door in his face. Be quiet, but I do need your advice about something. I know a friend. This person made a very big mistake, but they do not know how grave it was. They cannot even imagine how serious the consequences might be. The mistake seems more serious than they think. Now a group of people is swarming around them like flies. Lee Seon listened closely. I see. Oh dear, that will not do. EUIJ continued. This friend of mine wants to resolve the matter as quietly as possible without anyone finding out. It is simply because that friend wants to live a peaceful life. Lee Seon smiled faintly. Ah, because they want a peaceful life? I like that. Let's make a deal. I will cleanly take care of the mistake you made. EUIJ asked directly, what do you want? Lee Seon instantly leaned close to EUIJ's face. I want you, Hyung. EUIJ's face turned pale. Lee Seon continued, someone capable who does not belong to any organization. I am also looking for someone discreet, someone not many people know. In other words, the fewer people who know about them, the better. I thought I would have to give up because I could not find anyone suitable. Then you appeared like fate. I tried searching for information about you, but I could not find anything, not about the high school you attended, nor even the area around your home. It was as though everything had been swallowed into a rift. I heard your parents died on the day the rift opened. You have no living relatives, so there was nothing to investigate. I looked into whether you had ever signed an employment contract anywhere, but there were no records. No bank transactions either, and your phone number was only registered a few months ago. I could find no information about your past at all. The elderly woman who owns this restaurant and her granddaughter are not your relatives, are they? They are complete strangers. He was so accurate that EUIJ did not know how to respond. He could only grit his teeth and clench his fists. Lee Seon continued, I truly could not find a single thing about you. I had intended to meet whatever demands you made in order to recruit you for my team, but it seems that this restaurant is the only thing important to you right now. Is there something you want, Hyung? In response to the question, EUIJ bluntly said he had nothing. Lee Seon moved closer. Then let me make a suggestion. He pulled an iPad from his inventory. After tapping on it, he said, do you know Namgu Jin? EUIJ was startled. The only A-rank healer in South Korea? He is currently ranked 6th in South Korea, the captain of the Cell 1 team, and is known as the librarian. Lee Seon seemed to have grasped all of IJ's desires. How about letting Nam Gu-jin treat your grandmother's leg? I cannot help you with that myself. EUIJ looked rather surprised. Lee Seon continued, I heard your grandmother's leg hurts. EUIJ still looked astonished. You are saying that an A-rank healer whom ordinary people cannot even meet would treat an ordinary citizen? Come up with something more believable. Lee Seon was very confident. Cell 1 and Wave Team have a cooperative relationship, so I can ask him to treat her. Before he awakened, he was an orthopedic trauma surgeon, so he will understand her condition well. What do you think? EUIJ appeared more receptive and replied to Lee Seon, Why are you doing this for me? You investigated every detail of a person's life just to find their weakness and exploit it. You even dangled bait in front of me. In short, why are you so determined to recruit me? If I refuse today, you will probably announce everywhere that I am an awakened hunter, right? Be clear. What do you want? Lee Seon narrowed his eyes and admitted, I consider that method too, but simply threatening you would not be a good approach, because then you would conclude that you and I could not walk the same path. Do you remember the man you saw on the first day we met? A strange type of drug began circulating a few years ago. Normally, ordinary medicine and drugs cannot affect awakened people, but strangely enough, this drug causes an extremely violent reaction. It increases aggression, poisons its users, and transforms their bodies. EUIJ seemed surprised by this information. Just by taking drugs, they become like that? Lee Seon shrugged as he answered, That is the troublesome part. In short, I am tracking down the people supplying this drug. But my team members and I are all too recognizable, so whenever we infiltrate more deeply, the trail goes cold. That is why I cannot just send any team member in. They would either be eliminated by those people or become addicted to the drug just like them. EUIJ began to think. If it was about being capable enough to defeat those drug people in a fight, he certainly met the conditions Lee Seon had described. But Lee Seon had not explained how he was supposed to find them. From what he had observed so far, Lee Seon was definitely not doing this in the name of justice. Why do you need to find those people? Seeing EUIJ standing there frozen, Lee Seon added, If you want more details, you will have to make a deal with me first. Matters involving drugs need to remain confidential, so I have to keep it secret. Otherwise, Yoongbin will come looking for you again. EUIJ continued standing there, thinking, this brat is trying to bind me by revealing a secret, is he not? Lee Seon patted EUIJ on the shoulder and said, Think it over carefully, Hyung. EUIJ snapped out of it and switched to chasing him away. Hurry up and leave. I still have to close the restaurant. Lee Seon remained standing there with his hand out for no apparent reason. It turned out he wanted EUIJ's phone to save his number. EUIJ scowled in annoyance. No need. Lee Seon kept talking. My number is very valuable, you know. EUIJ pretended to threaten him. I'll put your number up for sale on Tomato Market. Lee Seon merely smiled. Then you will have to see me often. Hee hee. After that day, EUIJ no longer saw Lee Seon. However, Lee Seon's ominous words became prophecy. From the very next day, many people began calling, and the restaurant phone rang constantly. Yes, this is the Hangover Soup Restaurant. Hello, I am reporter Kim So-yeon from MBB Broadcasting. May I speak with you? EUIJ tried to remain calm as he replied, I'm sorry, but we do not offer delivery. The person on the other end burst out. I am not calling about delivery. I'm calling to ask whether you would be interested in appearing on television. Our program is called Line 1 Today, and it airs at 7 p.m. on weekdays. EUIJ refused, but they continued. If your restaurant is promoted as a favorite spot among hunters, it will be very beneficial for business. EUIJ could no longer keep his composure. I'm not interested. The restaurant already has plenty of customers, so I will hang up now. Calls like that came every day. Some people even came to film random footage, but EUIJ caught them. Sir, please turn off the camera in your pocket. Filming without permission is illegal. After being caught red-handed, the guest repeatedly denied it. Huh? What camera? I don't know what you're talking about. Where did you see one? The hunters in the restaurant immediately flew into a rage. You little punk. We can hear that camera whirring loud and clear. How dare he underestimate a hunter's hearing? Some of the hunters even stood up and exposed the brat as a YouTuber who specialized in making defamatory videos about celebrities. Once he realized his cover had been blown, he ran for his life. The hunters who remained were still upset. If we don't catch him, at least 2 people here will end up in the tabloids. What are you sitting around for? Hurry up and catch that brat. Incidents like that kept happening. Just when everyone was about to forget, the same old trouble would resurface. According to Hong Isong's Instagram post, he had even received an unexpected package. This place was already popular, and now was even hotter. It was a letter from Young Bin, bearing the words, "It was truly delicious." Suddenly receiving Young Bin's autograph made EUIJ completely lower his guard. He had to be meticulous about everything. Material conditions determine consciousness. After all, the moment EUIJ saw that stunningly beautiful signature, all he could see was money. An autograph from Young Bin had to be worth a fortune. Should he just sell it on Tomato Market? No, never mind. I don't want to get bombarded with messages again. After agonizing over it, EUIJ taped the paper to the wall. Before anything could be settled, yet another person appeared, the 5th-ranked A-rank hunter in South Korea. Her nickname was Honeybee. The moment she stopped in front of the restaurant, someone shouted, "A hornet!" She became furious and nearly slapped the young man flat on his face. While EUIJ was still wondering why the 5th-rank hunter had come here, she shouted, "Lee Seon, come out!" EUIJ finally understood. So that was it. As expected, that brat Lee Seon really did cause trouble everywhere. Seeing EUIJ staring at her, Honeybee turned and asked in surprise, "Is there a problem?" EUIJ froze again. She genuinely had no idea what the problem was. That was why she asked. Fortunately, she at least knew how to speak gently to ordinary people. For that reason, EUIJ immediately put on the act of a calm, gentle young man and asked, "You're Honeybee, right?" "Wow, I'm actually a huge fan." He laid it on thick, but in truth, his niece was the real fan. At once, Honeybee struck a cool, dazzling pose and took off the hair tie around her wrist. EUIJ stared blankly, unable to understand why she had started performing for him. Well, he should play along first, like a true devoted fan. Having to waste time on such nonsense made EUIJ cringe with embarrassment. He was already irritated, and the name Lee Seon only made him angrier. If that guy showed up, he would grab him by the collar and slap him senseless. Honeybee, meanwhile, was thrilled. "So you're my fan? I'm sorry for dropping by your restaurant so suddenly. I must have startled you." EUIJ waved his hand as if it were nothing. "Oh no, not at all." Honeybee scratched her head theatrically. "Oh dear, I'm really sorry. Earlier, I lost my temper a little." Before she could finish, someone outside grumbled, "Who parts a motorcycle like this?" Seriously. Honeybee had barely managed to be gentle for a few seconds before she started yelling again. "You idiot! Take your hand off that right now." Nam Gu-jin, who had been moving the bike, immediately panicked. "So, it's your beloved steel horse? Who the hell parks like this?" The moment she recognized him, she quickly walked outside. "Nam Gu-jin, did you come alone? Where's Lee Seon?" Nam Gu-jin looked embarrassed. "I told you not to call me by my hunter nickname. Please use my real name." Honeybee stubbornly continued looking around. "Where's Lee Seon? Didn't he come with you?" Nam Gu-jin became serious. "I'm also curious about what you wanted to say. Let's order first, then discuss the main issue." "All right." Honeybee reluctantly entered, looking somewhat disgruntled. "Fine, I need to cool down first anyway. What do you have here?" Nam Gu-jin ordered out of habit. "1 hangover soup with extra green chilies." Honeybee followed suit and ordered the exact same thing. Before they had even gone inside, Nam Gu-jin bluntly asked about the main issue. "All right, tell me, why do you need to see Lee Seon? What did he do this time? You know about the magic stone being listed on Tomato Market, right?" EUIJ switched into eavesdropping mode, pricking up his ears. Honeybee continued, "I really need that magic stone. Nam Gu-jin smiled that badly." Sensing a hint of mockery in his tone, Honeybee became agitated again. "Whoever brings that stone to Hong Isong gets a weapon made for them, don't they? I really need an S-rank weapon." Nam Gu-jin sighed. "Right? The weapon you normally use broke, didn't it?" Hearing that familiar name, EUIJ was startled. He remembered having beaten Hong Isong up a few times in the past. Honeybee continued boasting confidently. "I heard the ranking system is about to be updated. Once I find a magic stone for Hong Isong, I'll have him make a personalized S-rank weapon just for me. When the rankings are reshuffled, I'll definitely rise triumphantly to the top. My plan is absolutely perfect. So I enlarged the photo of the magic stone to see whether anything was reflected in it. I also sent the photo out for analysis to identify the model of phone that took it. I thoroughly examined the paper used as the background, too, to determine what kind of paper it was. I'm pouring every ounce of effort into breaking down that image, down to the nanoscopic level, to make a deduction. EUIJ was left utterly speechless. Even Namgoo-jin was astonished. You went that far? Honeybee explained further. A few days ago, the investigation was gradually making progress. But then, several days ago, the leads suddenly went cold. Obviously, that lunatic Lee Seon blocked me, right, when I was about to uncover everything. Overcome with anger, Honeybee slammed her fist down on the table, then immediately startled herself. Did I damage the table? Fortunately, Namgoo-jin had stopped the blow, or she would have had to pay a hefty compensation bill. Honeybee sighed in relief and continued, "Thanks. Anyway, that's why I had to come all the way here." Namgoo-jin looked confused and asked, "But what does EUIJ and our team have to do with each other?" Honeybee snapped, "If you don't know, then who would?" EUIJ stood silently in the kitchen, thinking, there is a connection, but it's with your captain, not your team. After they finished eating, Honeybee happily approached EUIJ with a huge sheet of paper. "Hey, employee, I have a gift for you." The moment he unfolded it, he saw an enormous picture of Honeybee's face along with her autograph. EUIJ froze for 5 seconds while Honeybee beamed. "I saw it earlier. You put everyone's autographs up on the wall, right? This one's specially for you. Put mine up too." Namgoo-jin, seeing this, thought EUIJ really was her fan. "Oh, you're a huge Honeybee fan? Then you should come here often." "Honeybee, he said he's your fan." In that moment of despair, EUIJ only wanted Namgoo-jin to shut up. Honeybee puffed up with pride. "Well, I'm very busy, but I can make time to come by once more." EUIJ sincerely wished from the bottom of his heart that neither of them would ever come back. But remembering his niece, who was crazy about Honeybee, he told himself to curse them a little less. Back at the Wave Team headquarters, the deputy captain flung open the door and reproached Lee Seon. "You skipped a meal again, didn't you? A person needs to love eating in order to live. You've been eating properly lately, so why did you suddenly stop today?" There's an official notice from the Awaken Management Bureau. On the day the rankings are announced, they'll urgently summon the people on the list. Please cooperate. Lee Seon moved both feet as though nodding. Namgoo-jin was already used to this and understood. "Okay, our team will take charge of the dungeon at Jongno 3 GA Station. The Vanguard will enter first to clear it. Then the research team will go in to investigate the dungeon's resources. Also, the Cell 1 team asked us to pick a day for them to come meet with us." Lee Seon remained motionless and merely wiggled his foot in reply. Namgoo-jin cleared his throat. "That's all for the urgent matters. Oh, and I think we should shoot a commercial or something soon." At that, Lee Seon was slightly startled. Namgoo-jin continued, "That employee at the Hangover Soup restaurant turned out to be a Honeybee fan. I thought he had no interest whatsoever in hunters. You really can't underestimate people with high public recognition." That was apparently the important, attention-grabbing piece of information, because Lee Seon immediately sat up. "What did you say? Namgoo-din Bolinket?" "I said we shouldn't underestimate the recognition gained from public advertisements." "Not that. Before that." Still not understanding, Namgoo-jin replied, "I'll go shoot a commercial." Lee Seon shouted irritably, "Damn it, are you stupid, or are you pretending not to understand?" After being scolded, Namgoo-jin looked so hurt that he was nearly in tears. "What? I didn't do anything. Nobody even touched you." Lee Seon patiently asked again. "You said something about an employee at a part-time job? The restaurant's part-time employee? He's a Honeybee fan. Honeybee personally signed a poster for him, too. I should follow her example and do more fan service." Lee Seon no longer wished to lie around doing nothing. He immediately ordered, "Call the marketing team leader up here." Namgoo-jin's eyes lit up. "Are you going to let me shoot a commercial?" Lee Seon tore off his mask and urged him to hurry. While EUIJ was working, he received a message from Lee Seon telling him to turn on CBS. EUIJ glanced at the television, thinking, it's been a while since he came here. Why is he suddenly telling me to turn on CBS? The moment he switched it on, he saw Honeybee in a commercial. EUIJ scratched his head, unable to make sense of it. Surely he doesn't mean for me to watch Honeybee's commercial? What show comes on afterward? Then another commercial began. It opened with a little girl and a puppy. Lee Seon then appeared, still wearing his mask. EUIJ turned to stone as the television continued. For consultations and registration as a hunter, please call hotline 777. To report an unregistered hunter or report criminal conduct by a hunter, please call 555. The Awaken Management Bureau is always by your side. The sound of a machine gun continued blaring from the television, followed by a warning-like announcement. After awakening, anyone who fails to register with the Awaken Management Bureau within 1 month, regardless of special circumstances, may be fined up to 100 million won. All awakened individuals are requested to fulfill their registration obligation at their respective local registration centers. The commercial was supposedly for the public good. Standing in the middle of the crowded restaurant, EUIJ clenched his fists. Isn't this basically telling me to kill myself if I don't register? His phone rang again. It was another message from Lee Seon. Hyung, did you watch it? I heard you like people who appear in commercials. EUIJ froze once more as he read it. What the hell is this lunatic talking about? Elsewhere, Young-bin sat silently in a room, listening to the ticking clock. Captain, would you like a snack? You must be tired from being on night duty, right? Young-bin smiled at the employee. Yes, please give me an energy bar. At last, the moment all hunters had been anticipating day and night. The release of the rankings was close at hand. In 12 minutes, they would be able to see the new rankings. The television was currently airing a ranking special. Only once a year, the system compiles information on hunters' strength and level of activity to determine a new ranking. What kind of order will the system reveal? I am truly curious. The male anchor on the television screen spoke excitedly. Although the system's ranking calculation method has not been fully disclosed, we know it is based not only on rank, but also on the hunter's diligence and activity level. Because of that, an A-rank hunter can even rank above an S-rank hunter. Over the past year, many new hunters have risen like stars and remained highly active. This ranking update may bring major changes. Nevertheless, experts predict that the top hunters, especially the top 20, will be difficult to dislodge. Let's look at the predicted rankings. The experts' forecast remains unchanged. Lee Seon is still first, and Young-bin remains third. The anchor continued, "Oh, the predicted rankings are no different from the current ones." Yes, that's right. The rankings that have held for the past 2 years are expected to remain in place. Hearing that, Young-bin looked weary. The predictions were all the same old names. Just then, the snack and tea arrived. The employee beside him asked, "Captain, do you also think the rankings will remain as predicted?" Young-bin unwrapped the energy bar and answered in an indifferent, absent-minded tone, "Well, if Honeybee obtains an S-rank weapon, there might be a change. But for now, this year's rankings will probably remain the same." The man beside him nodded in agreement. That's true. None of the top hunters are sitting idle. Everyone is actively working. Then, as the clock struck the hour, a notification appeared before every hunter. Ranking update. Would you like to view and confirm it now? The moment it opened, everyone froze in shock. The person at the top of the updated rankings was Jay, an S-rank hunter. Every hunter who had been in last year's top ranks had been pushed down 1 place. Young-bin was so shocked that he immediately sprang to his feet. Jay had been declared dead after sacrificing himself in a rift 8 years ago. He had reappeared. The employee beside Young-bin broke into a sweat. "Captain, what is this? Is what I'm seeing real?" Young-bin could no longer remain calm. He urgently asked, "How many members can be mobilized immediately?" The employee stammered, "Aside from those currently assigned elsewhere, there are 10 in total. Leave behind the minimum necessary personnel. Send everyone else to Incheon. Move all on-duty personnel as well." Upon receiving the order, the young man ran off at once. "Why, yes, sir. Understood." Just then, Young-bin's phone vibrated. It was a call from the bureau director, calling him in the middle of the night like this. "You've had a hard time. Have you seen the rankings?" "Yes, sir. We plan to leave for Incheon immediately." The bureau director lowered his voice. "I trust you know what needs to be done." Young-bin replied, "Yes. First, I will confirm whether the rift in the West Sea has reopened. Then I will investigate whether Jay and the other hunters could possibly still be alive and search the surrounding area as well." The bureau director instructed him, "You must find him, no matter what it takes." Young-bin suddenly went still. In the worst-case scenario, the Incheon rift may have appeared again. Young-bin immediately took a helicopter to Incheon, where the memorial monument stood. Upon arriving, he found Lee Seon already there. Young-bin hurried over. "Captain Lee Seon, I came to see whether the rift has reopened. Lee Sion answered calmly. It hasn't. Yungbin froze stiffly again. He thought, I came here as soon as the rankings were announced, but he arrived even before me. The Incheon rift had vanished after Jay entered it. It had originally been jointly managed by the Rift Management Office and the Awaken Management Bureau. However, the rift was too massive to entrust entirely to a single team, and the losses it caused were too devastating. Not a single team that entered it ever returned. Then one day, Lee Sion suddenly appeared. Rather than releasing the Wave Team Research Center's findings, he requested that the government grant him ownership of the rift. Without even pretending to hesitate, the government handed that ticking bomb over to the Wave Team. Since then, countless rumors had circulated. Yungbin understood why Lee Sion had wanted ownership of the Incheon rift. But why was he here now? Did Lee Sion have some task related to the rift's ownership this time? Or was he simply furious because Jay had taken the #1 ranking from him? From the outside, he looked perfectly normal, but his presence was still raging fiercely. After standing there in thought for a few moments, Lee Sion turned to Yungbin and said, now that you've confirmed it, go home. And make sure you keep your hunters under control. As soon as he finished speaking, another notification window appeared before the hunters. Jay had appeared. Without hesitation, Yungbin immediately called his team. Every member gathered at once. It seemed Jay was nearby. Before he could do anything else, Lee Sion stepped forward and warned Yungbin. Tell CEO Ham that ownership of the Incheon rift belongs to Wave Team. Everything that comes out of that rift belongs to me. Elsewhere, Jay stood in front of several recycling bins, wearing an indescribably twisted expression as a ranking notification floated before him. Congratulations, Ji. You have become South Korea's #1 ranked hunter. Jay awkwardly cursed under his breath. Is this thing insane? Is the system broken? I'm just sorting recyclables, and it suddenly makes me #1? What the hell did I do to get ranked first? His phone kept chiming with new notifications. When Jay opened it, every news article was about him. Breaking news. Jay tops South Korea's rankings. Lee Sion, who had remained unmoved in the #1 spot, has now been pushed out by Jay. The Awaken Management Bureau states that duplicate hunter nicknames are impossible. This is not simply a case of identical names. The Bureau suspects a system error and is currently verifying the matter. A photo showed Yungbin traveling by helicopter to Incheon. Jay's face twisted as he read it. How can someone who died come back to life? Since escaping the rift, all I've done is clean up, sort recyclables, wash dishes, make hangover soup, collect discount coupons, shop for groceries, babysit, donate to victims of the Incheon rift, and occasionally deal with monsters that show up on the streets before reporting them to the Bureau as an ordinary civilian. What was so special about any of that? If doing all that is enough to become #1, then any dog or cow could take first place. As he continued grumbling indignantly, another notification appeared. A special reward for the #1 ranked hunter has been delivered. Do you accept? The notification window had only an accept button. There was no option to decline. Ji Sigid. Do I look crazy? You expect me to press accept and go back to living like before? No way. I'm absolutely not pressing it. But before one problem could pass, another came along. Jay froze at the new notifications. Previously revoked privileges have been partially restored. Restoring privileges. Privileges restored successfully. Access to South Korea, channel #1. Automatically connecting to channel #1. Jay's eyes went wide. He tried pressing the screen to change it, but nothing worked. What the hell is this rotten system doing now? Meanwhile, all the other hunters were in an uproar. Some believed it was merely someone with the same name, while others insisted that hunter nicknames could never overlap. Yungbin sent a message to every hunter. I know everyone is confused right now. I am still verifying the situation, so please wait a little longer. Then another message arrived. It was a question for Yungbin. Could the rift open again? Jay suddenly felt dizzy all over. What? The Incheon rift might open again? When I came out of the rift, it was already gone. If the Incheon rift opens again, I'll have to return to that hell. I'll find everyone who was left behind in there. I have to pay the price for being the one who survived. A loud clatter behind him made him jump, but he sighed in relief when he saw that it was only a bottle the cat had knocked over. Jay opened his phone again. Hynix, find me a way to leave the Hunter Channel group chat. There were no results at all. Jay could only sit there with his head in his hands. Damn it. The Awaken Management Bureau immediately held a press conference. This ranking announcement has led to several unforeseen developments beyond our control. We are holding this conference so that you may understand the current situation. This ranking is not the result of a system error, a duplicate hunter nickname, or someone using Jay's account. I understand that this is difficult to believe, but according to our internal investigation, Jay is still alive. Every reporter at the press conference was stunned. How can you state that so certainly? Aside from Jay, are there any other survivors? 8 years ago, the Awakened Management Bureau declared that every hunter who entered the rift in the West Sea had died. Why has the Bureau changed its statement now? If Jay is alive, where is he now? Facing hundreds of cameras, the representative replied, "We will expand our investigation to determine the most accurate answer. Please wait a little longer. Thank you." Jay was also watching the broadcast on television. The director of the Awakened Management Bureau looks quite different from 8 years ago. As I remember, Ham Suk-jong was someone who acted only when it was fully justified and supported by irrefutable evidence. She was extremely cautious and as steady as Mount Tai. Why would she make such a definitive statement? Logging into Hunter Channel number 1 should not have been enough to make her call a press conference and say something like that. He had just turned off the television when Lee Seon suddenly appeared at the doorway, startling him badly. "What are you doing here?" "So you were at the restaurant?" Jay asked nervously. "What are you planning to do?" Inside, he was extremely anxious. Does he know something about me already? What is he going to do? Lee Seon, whose face had been taut with tension, suddenly rushed toward him. "That's what I should be asking you. Why didn't you contact me first? Damn it, I waited for 2 whole weeks. As Lee Seon glared and complained, Jay broke into a cold sweat, not knowing how to answer. Because I didn't contact him, he's making a huge fuss? It's not like I intentionally ignored someone who was waiting for me to reach out first. But if I'm being honest, it's not that I didn't want to contact him. I just forgot." Jay turned away and tried to brush it off. "I'm sorry I couldn't respond to your business proposal sooner. I've been busy, and I needed some time to think it over." Lee Seon clearly wasn't satisfied. He kept making a sarcastic face. "Wow, so you actually needed time to think it over." Hearing that tone, Jay became even more wary. Why does this brat sound like he's picking a fight with me today? Is it because I took his number 1 spot? That makes sense. He held first place for 6 years, after all. Then, out of nowhere, it was stolen from him. No wonder he's even more temperamental than usual. Jay turned toward Lee Seon with a pitying look. "What does that look for?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just hang in there." Lee Seon continued glaring at him. "Are you making fun of me right now?" Jay waved a hand dismissively. "Making fun of you? I'm completely sincere." Lee Seon grimaced in complaint. "Fina, who do you think I filmed that commercial for? And yet you ignored me for 2 weeks. Hyung, do you know you're really awful?" At that, Jay immediately got worked up. "Right, what was that commercial about? Why did you suddenly go and film something like that?" Lee Seon put on an innocent expression. "I heard you only like people who appear in commercials." Jay stared at him blankly. "Where did you hear that kind of ridiculous gossip?" Lee Seon held out his hand and started counting. "Zombie, honeybee." Then Lee Seon pointed at a photograph of Honeybee taped to the wall. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you put that up on Tomato Market and sell it?" Jay did not answer, but inwardly thought, "I wish I could. Is this brat being unreasonable again?" After haggling for a while, Lee Seon finally brought up the main subject. "So, after thinking for 2 weeks, you have an answer now, right?" "Je replied. Yes, let's make the deal. But I have a few conditions." Lee Seon took a blue stone from his inventory. "You and I are both the type who prefer concrete proof." Jay looked puzzled. "A magic stone recorder? You're going to record this? What if the recording gets leaked?" Lee Seon promised, "I'll only use it to review our discussion while drafting the contract. I'll destroy it afterward." Jay felt sorry just looking at it. He's using something that expensive like a disposable recorder? Lee Seon pressed the button to begin recording their negotiation. Jay went straight to the point. "First, I will not work for you during the Hangover Soup Restaurant's business hours. No matter what you ask of me or demand from me, it has to wait until the restaurant closes. I'll only work for you from 11 at night until 5 in the morning. Second, help me register as a hunter." Lee Seon stared at him. "Didn't I tell you last time that I need a hunter who is as unknown as possible?" Jay continued, "I know. Just hear me out." Jay had absolutely no intention of becoming a hunter again. But things had changed. They had discovered that he existed. For the sake of the days ahead, he needed an entirely new identity, one with no connection to Jay. He said to Lee Seon, "You know that hunters operate within different ranges according to their ranks, right? My condition is that you only need to get me the lowest rank. E rank or D rank hunters are common enough that no one will pay attention to me. My final condition is that you cure Grandma." That's all. I have no other conditions. Lee Sion immediately agreed. Fine. Then it's my turn. He took a thorn from his inventory and handed it to Jay. This is called a laurel thorn. It is used to make S-rank contracts. Once blood is applied to the blade, the contract becomes absolutely unbreakable. It can also curse anyone who violates the contract. Lee Sion moved close with an exceedingly suggestive expression. Do you want to stab yourself? Or should I stab you? Jay, a full head shorter than him, looked up coolly. Of course I'll do it myself. Why would I let you stab my hand? Lee Sion smiled mockingly. Some people do prefer stabbing strange places. Some even stab their own thighs, even when I tell them to stab their palms. Jay scowled as if he were about to lecture him. Why would I be stupid enough to ruin a contract after we finally reached an agreement? Do I look like an idiot to you? Lee Sion raised the thorn, his expression somewhat fierce. I'm very good at stabbing people. It doesn't hurt at all, just like an ant bite. If it's you, I could be even gentler. It won't hurt one bit. I guarantee it'll be precise, and there won't even be any blood. Jay rubbed his aching head. Shut up and stop talking nonsense. After cutting his palm with a thorn, Lee Sion handed Jay a vial. Drink this. The purple liquid inside was bubbling violently. Jay accepted it with a suspicious look. This is your specialized antidote. Lee Sion removed his glove as he spoke. What if you die after making the contract? Drink it now. Jay drank it normally, but only he knew that even if Lee Sion had not given him an antidote, he already possessed poison resistance. Still, there was no reason to tell Lee Sion that. Once Jay was finished, Lee Sion cut his own palm with the thorn, then clasped Jay's hand tightly, facing him directly. I have one condition. You can never betray me. The moment those sweet words left his mouth, a powerful light burst forth. Jay's entire body was bound tightly by magical threads. A system notification appeared. Special ability activated. S-rank Basilisk Toxin is activating. After a burst of sharp pain, Jay froze. Wait, this is the detoxification ability I gained after capturing the Basilisk monster in the West Sea Rift. It had never reacted to mild poisons before. It had never truly activated even once. Why is it reacting now? After vomiting blood, Jay became so dizzy that he staggered and nearly fainted. That damn brat. He pumped a pile of poison into my body, and now he's making such a fuss. Lee Sion panicked and hurried over to support Jay, repeatedly calling out, Hyung, wake up. Jay's head felt burning hot. Where did this brat get the confidence to put poison into someone else's body? And that antidote from earlier isn't doing a damn thing either. Why is an S-rank detoxification ability this slow? Is it broken? After drifting in and out of consciousness for a while, Jay glared, though he could not see anything clearly. A system notification appeared. Detoxification in progress. S-rank Basilisk Toxin has been activated. Jay's mind was filled with complaints about Lee Sion. What would you have done if I didn't have a special detoxification ability? Jay continued vomiting violently, leaving Lee Sion stunned. Lee Sion hurriedly searched his inventory for several bottles of antidote. Hyung, open your mouth. Open your mouth. Cha, EUIJ. Soon afterward, Jay escaped death's door and began coughing violently. Lee Sion sighed in relief. Hyung, are you okay? A system notification appeared. Detoxification process completed. Thanks to the effect of the S-rank Basilisk Toxin ability, you have gained immunity to the detoxified poison. Still dazed after the close call, Jay thought, I don't know whether it was my special detoxification ability or the medicine that Brat gave me, but I recovered quickly. Even though Jay was exhausted, Lee Sion failed to take the hint and kept shaking him. Hyung, can you see me? Can't you talk? If you can't talk, just blink. Jay's face crumpled, not because he was tired, but because he was furious. If I could open my mouth, the first thing I'd do is curse. I'd curse out that Brat's entire family. Lee Sion examined him from every angle while Jay lay motionless, forced to endure it. Seriously, I have no words. Putting together everything Lee Sion had said, the poison was clearly an extremely powerful toxin capable of damaging the victim's sight, hearing, throat, and even internal organs. An S-rank hunter had suffered this much pain, yet Lee Sion had dared give it to someone whose status as an ordinary civilian or hunter was unknown. At that moment, Lee Sion stopped calling him Hyung and addressed him by his real name instead. Jay glared as he debated internally. Should I just open my mouth and say it. Then Jay opened his eyes, truly alert at last, only to find that Lee Sion looked even more surprised than he did. Why does he look so panicked? I was about to give him a piece of my mind, but maybe I should let it go. Usually, he always looks so arrogant, but today he looks strangely charming. After sitting up, Jay wiped away the drool that had been running down his face and calmly said, "I'm fine. It's not as though my throat has been ruined. Still, this is the first time in my life I've experienced such a vicious poison. Do you have any conscience at all?" Lee Sion put on an innocent expression. "Then why weren't you speaking? Were you messing with me?" Ji smirked. "I was afraid that if I opened my mouth, I'd curse you out." "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Lee Sion ran a hand through his hair. "Honestly, you're impossible. It's so frustrating." "Well, he did give me valuable medicine." Jay reluctantly thanked him. "Fine, thanks. I don't know what you gave me, but it must have been expensive." Lee Sion wore a mocking expression again. "You're thanking the person who poisoned you? What a noble gentleman." Jay said irritably, "I only thank you, and you're already acting up again." Looking at their hands, which were still glowing, it seemed the contract had been formed. Jay turned to Lee Sion. "The contract is complete now. You can explain the matter you refused to tell me about last time." After sighing, Lee Sion got to the point. "I'm tracking down people distributing meth. I already told you that much, right? In general, hunters are more sensitive than ordinary people in every respect, but their senses are especially far more developed. That is why they live with greater dissatisfaction and find less joy in life. This meth is sold very cheaply, and they can obtain it easily anywhere. The easier it is to access, the faster they fall into addiction. Once addicted, they seek even stronger stimulation. It's like how they still drink alcohol, even though they know no amount will get them drunk. Hunters can only become intoxicated by special alcohol made specifically for hunters. The amount of meth they consume will steadily increase. Eventually, they'll start feeling that it isn't enough. That's when they'll go directly to the suppliers. Addicts who have reached that point have almost all already transformed or are about to. The suppliers take in those people who willingly walk into their trap. Meth is merely bait used to gather people considered experimental subjects. As he spoke, Lee Sion reached out and pulled EUIJ to his feet, looking unusually affectionate. EUIJ met Sion's eyes and quietly asked, "Are they trying to find a way to awaken people? Isn't awakening an ability something that happens when the system chooses you?" EUIJ asked, "That's right. But what do you think the system uses as its basis for choosing who will awaken?" The system responds to an earnest wish, which means they're experimenting to create artificial awakened. You know that the system is usually drawn to people with desperately earnest wishes, right? The wish to live, the wish not to leave this world. Wishing not to die is also a kind of wish. But in reality, there are people who resent the system's choices. Do you understand what I mean? The system is an all-powerful, supreme force. Most people live according to its will, but those who see the system's choices as unfair think differently. The organization I mentioned earlier consists of people who believe humanity's power should be awakened by humanity itself. EUIJ continued with another question. Let's say they create artificial awakened. Then what? I don't remember. I think they said something about having to stop the apocalypse or something. EUIJ was baffled by the mention of an apocalypse. So was Sion. He thought it sounded ridiculous and did not listen further. Countless people believe that once rifts appear, the apocalypse will soon follow. But that was from 11 years ago. These days, the world can predict when and where gates will open. And yet there are still people who think an apocalypse is coming. EUIJ kept mulling it over, with countless questions filling his mind. After explaining everything, Sion concluded, "Anyway, I don't need your help with anything right now. Let's start by registering you as a hunter. I'll send someone over tomorrow." EUIJ still had one more thing to say. "Hey, there's still poison from that brat spilled on the floor. Clean it up before you leave. And my blood, too." The next morning, he was once again making hangover soup as usual, as he stood before two vigorously boiling pots. Someone called from outside. When he stepped out, the young man greeted him first. "Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Are you Chai UIJ? "Yes, I am. Captain Lee Sion sent me. Everyone calls me the little miracle who gets fed without working." EUIJ politely invited the young man inside. The moment he entered, he sat down. "Today, I'll take you through the entire registration and power assessment process. Please wait a moment." He pulled out a tablet and proceeded to teach EUIJ a lesson titled, "How to Obtain the Lowest Possible Rank." While EUIJ was still staring blankly at the tablet, the young man continued, "You need to avoid attracting attention as much as possible. I heard that your goal is to receive a low rank. To devise a more precise strategy, please complete this survey. The questionnaire contained a long list of questions. Question 1. What rank would you like to receive upon registering as a hunter? Write your desired rank in the space below. Ranks range from S to F. Question 2. What is your system assigned rank? If you do not wish to reveal your rank, fill it in according to the example below. Question 3. Do you consent to using potions or talismans to falsify your rank? Not knowing what else to call the young man, UIJ reluctantly said, "Hey you, little miracle, who gets fed without working?" Question 3 seems a little questionable. The young man nodded after hearing him. If you want to hide your abilities, you have to accept that. It's obvious. EUIJ felt uneasy. Obvious, my ass. Was this kid some kind of con artist? The young man hesitantly continued explaining. First, when you go for your power assessment, you'll have to fill out the forms in handwriting. Then they'll measure your power using a device made by the Bureau. During the assessment, they'll also ask you to demonstrate the skill you're best at. For your handwriting, just write a little messily. And for your strongest skill, pick any random one to show them. The most important part is the measuring device. It produces extremely accurate results. It's easy to fool the civil servants there, but it's very difficult to fool that machine. However, the device uses magic stones as its power source, so it does not react to ordinary people. It only reacts to awakened. That means we can follow the system's principles while adding a little specialized scientific knowledge. That way, we can use the system's own rules to deceive the measuring device. That's why you need to use potions or talismans to lower your rank. At that, EUIJ seemed persuaded. Once he understood, he stopped hesitating and immediately filled out the survey. Desired rank, E or D. System assigned rank, strong. Consent to using talismans or potions to falsify rank, yes. Once he finished, the little miracle who gets fed without working cheered. "All right, let's go. My car is parked right outside." EUIJ asked how long the registration would take. The little miracle who gets fed without working hesitated before answering. Even if it takes a while, it should only be about an hour. No longer than that. After checking the time, EUIJ decided to leave the stove on low and return later to turn it off. Bone broth needed to simmer for a long time to develop a deep flavor. After all, as long as he came back on time, the restaurant would be fine. The two had barely gotten into the car when the little miracle who gets fed without working began chattering nonstop. "We won't be going to the Awakened Management Bureau's official registration center. We're going to a temporary registration center in Gwangjin District. Things are faster there, fewer people pay attention, and there are fewer powerful hunters." EUIJ felt uneasy. Was that place only established recently? Wouldn't that make it more conspicuous? "No, sir. The center in that district was set up about 3 months ago, so they've become lax. Some of the buildings are still only planned and have not even been built yet. Do you see that black box in front of you? There's a pair of bracelets inside. Try putting them on. They're A-rank Ouroboros restraints. Once you wear them, they cast a spell that reduces your strength. If you want to lower your rank, the quickest and most convenient way is to use an enchanted item. EUIJ looked surprised. "Won't they catch us if we use this to fake my rank?" I thought they would arrest someone the moment they saw them wearing an item. The little miracle who gets fed without working answered confidently. "It'll be fine. The procedure for checking carried items only applies to existing hunters who are registering again. They do not inspect newly awakened people who come in for a power assessment. How could someone who has not registered as a hunter possibly own an item? People who are not registered cannot even use the hunter market. Besides, everyone wants a high rank. Who would ever want a low one?" After such perfectly reasonable explanations, EUIJ no longer hesitated and put them on. The little miracle who gets fed without working continued. "Of course, I'm not talking about someone like you. Anyway, this should lower your rank enough, right? If it's still not enough, you'll have to drink some strength-reducing poison too." EUIJ tensed his body and felt it become heavier, but it was still not enough. The little miracle who gets fed without working had anticipated this and had already prepared a drink. Tajda, A-rank strength-reducing poison. This is a masterpiece invented by Wave Team 5. Wave Team's Poison Squad spent an entire day and night making it. The captain promised a 300% bonus, so everyone was fired up to increase production. Hearing that, EUIJ could not help feeling it was a waste of money. Though it was not his money, so he tried not to think about it too much. After he drank it, the little miracle who gets fed without working turned to him with an excited grin. Hee, how do you feel? It must be working, right? But if you feel anything wrong with your body, you have to tell me immediately. I'll give you an antidote right away. Yet even after drinking several bottles, EUIJ felt no difference. Does this stuff take time to kick in? The little miracle who gets fed without working was utterly shocked that EUIJ remained unaffected. When the world is happening. According to the research, the poison takes effect the instant you drink it. During testing, the researchers collapsed after drinking just one bottle, and their ranks dropped so far that the system issued warnings. They were terrified that their lost strength might never return. The young man kept muttering and rambling, while EUIJ grew increasingly suspicious. Could this really just be a prototype? After drinking the third bottle down to the last drop, EUIJ began to feel worried. Little Miracle has this strength-reducing poison been approved for trade through the system? What? What did you just ask? It has. Our captain drinks it too, although no poison has any effect on him. Don't tell me you already have toxins in your body as well. I've never heard of that. The captain only kept telling me that you are highly susceptible to poison, so I should carefully monitor your condition. After hearing that, EUIJ knew it was useless. Then, aside from this, is there any other way to lower my rank? The little miracle who gets fed without working made a suggestion. I can go to the hunter market right now and buy every strength-reducing talisman there. Everyone deserves to splurge recklessly at least once in their life. And it would be with someone else's car, too. EUIJ immediately objected. The little miracle who gets fed without working looked dejected. Of course you would object, because that would spread rumors immediately, right? How about we go back and try again after we come up with another strategy? I have an overseas business trip, so it will probably be around 3 weeks from now. EUIJ's expression immediately soured. Was this brat serious? Seeing EUIJ complain, the young man shrank back. I'm sorry. I really did rack my brains to find all the methods I brought today. This center will officially open once the buildings you saw, which are still made of containers, are completed. By the time I return from my trip, it will probably be too late. EUIJ sighed. So, in short, if he wanted to take advantage of the fact that they had not started paying attention to this place yet, he needed to register today. When they arrived, EUIJ stepped inside with a less than pleasant expression. As soon as he opened the door, someone greeted him. Hello, what can I help you with? I'm here to register as a hunter. The employee immediately got to work. Please show me your identification and fill in your phone number here. Once you're done, please wait a moment. As EUIJ wrote on the paper, he still did not understand why he had ultimately decided to come in. I have no idea what that kid's last resort is. Still, there was no other option. Fortunately, just as the kid had said, all the civil servants here were ordinary people. After he submitted the form, the employee continued. Congratulations on awakening your abilities. How long has it been since you awakened? Please come this way for your assessment. EUIJ cheerfully cooperated with the lie. It's been 3 days, as if anyone would know that he had actually awakened 11 years ago. Please fill in this additional information and clearly state the skill you will use for the measuring device to assess your strength. You do not need to list every skill you have. Just write down one that can be evaluated most easily and directly. EUIJ opened his status window, reviewing Chat EUIJ's information. Too much information detected. Switching to summary mode. Hunter name, J. Gender, male. Rank, A. Currently reduced due to an enchanted item. Trait, S+ rank Basilisk Toxin. S+ rank Physical Enhancement. B rank Poker Face. Unique trait, S rank Master Craftsman's Hands. S+ rank All-Seeing Reflection. Skills, S+ rank Seeker's Eyes. S rank Heart Piercer. S rank Silent Steps. EUIJ began considering which skill would be appropriate. He needed something that would not attract too much attention and could be easily concealed. Most of them were skills EUIJ had used before, so he did not want to show them. If it became known that he possessed those skills, he would be exposed immediately. After much deliberation, he decided to take a gamble. First, I'll just take the hit. Then I'll write that my skill is a sturdy body. What Jay wrote in the report was as follows. My body is very hard, probably D rank. Can strengthen the body to become sturdy. The female employee felt oddly irritated as she read it. Your body is sturdy. Yes, this ability roughly improves my defense. It's a defensive type skill. EUIJ played dumb. I think so. I'm not really sure. At last, the young man was led into the testing room. We'll begin the test now. You only need to take an attack while your ability is activated. Even a D rank awakened may be somewhat affected by external attacks. Is that all right? EUIJ strode in with long steps, as though he wanted to get this over with quickly. Sure, I don't mind. Once inside, EUIJ cracked his joints as if he were serious about it. It looked incredibly unimpressive, but for some reason, the female employee outside gasped in admiration. That composure is truly admirable. People like him are rare these days. He'll surely be recruited by a medium-sized or small team. The employee continued. If it hurts too much when you take the hit, please be sure to tell me. I'll give you a recovery potion. EUIJ appeared ready. He thought to himself that if he used his skill, he would not be injured by an external attack. But he still had to pretend it hurt like hell. The robot raised its club and swung. The instant the club touched EUIJ's shoulder, it shattered to pieces. EUIJ felt strangely annoyed amid the female employee's stunned silence. Wait, I thought it would be more intense than this. Why was it so light? Well, things had come to this, so he had no choice but to become a Hollywood actor. EUIJ repeatedly cried out in pain while clutching his shoulder with one hand. Oh my God, why does it hurt so much? That really hurts. He thought to himself, fine, I'll just act it out. Don't they inspect the quality of their equipment? These government employees are terrible at their jobs. The female employee began looking at him strangely. Is the skill you're currently using really D rank? At this point, even a cat would be embarrassed to meet her eyes. EUIJ feared she had seen through him, but still forced himself to answer, yes. It is definitely a D rank skill. The employee looked confused. How could a hardwood sword that's sturdy break? EUIJ continued clutching his shoulder and whispered, I wrote physical enhancement, but I do not really know how much it can strengthen me or how far it goes. But I'll have to compensate you, right? The employee was startled. What? No, not at all. EUIJ immediately activated his B-rank poker face skill to manipulate her psychologically. Was that expensive? The employee instantly broke into a cold sweat and blamed herself. What am I doing? I let something slip in front of someone who awakened only recently. He has only just awakened, so he must be incredibly sensitive. People who have just awakened need time to adjust to the sudden changes in themselves, so they are extremely sensitive. Some even stay awake for 72 straight hours without sleeping. You have to treat them delicately, softly, and gently, as if dealing with a ticking bomb. Even the slightest stimulus could cause a serious problem. So she had to be as gentle as possible. Having thought that, the female employee immediately changed her attitude. It's all right. These training dummies have gotten old over time. We were planning to replace them once we moved to the main headquarters anyway. EUIJ's eyes brightened. Really? Yes. So please do not worry. The skill demonstration is complete. Let's move on to the power measurement. Although his face remained calm, a storm raged inside him. EUIJ had escaped one disaster only to encounter another. He was immediately led to a measuring machine. Please take off your shoes and stand here. The screen will display your strength value and rank according to the system's assessment. Mr. Chai EUIJ, all you need to do is step on it. Easy, right? EUIJ was restless and anxious. The problem was that it was too easy. I already used the restraints to lower my rank, but it only went down to A rank. That's still far too high compared to the D or E rank I want the machine to show. First, I should just get measured. If the result comes out higher than D rank, I can just smash the machine, right? But then I'd have to distract that employee or lure her out of the room. EUIJ decided to speak up. Excuse me. What followed was an act more convincing than reality itself. He staggered as he spoke. My shoulder hurts terribly from taking that hit earlier. Could I have some recovery medicine? The female employee looked flustered and panicked. Oh, the medicine is in the storage room right now, so I need to go get it. Please wait a moment. EUIJ had to seize the opportunity. Yes, while I wait, I'll stand on the measuring machine first. The result will come from the machine anyway. Without giving a second thought, the employee hurried away. Go ahead, then. I'll be right back. Once the machine rings, just step down and check the result. Just as expected, once the scan was complete, the machine displayed the following result. Subject number 93, Cha EUIJ, Array. EUIJ cursed inwardly. I knew it. You damn machine. Since it's come to this, I have no choice but to destroy the evidence. If I use just a tiny bit of force, it should be fine, right? Before he could do anything, EUIJ froze. At that moment, the female employee flung the door open and rushed in, horrified. "Hunter, are you all right?" EUIJ immediately ran over to stop her, wearing a panicked expression. Behind the employee was a rift. Elsewhere, the little miracle who gets fed without working sat in a car, enjoying a delicious cup of bubble tea. "Once I report to the captain, I'm done. I wonder whether Mr. EUIJ managed to get his D-rank certificate safely. If he didn't get D-rank, that's fine too, Captain Minky. This little miracle who gets fed without working can forge documents perfectly without a single flaw." While he was relaxing, the ground suddenly shook violently. Minky frowned, his face turning pale. "What's happening? Could it be?" Outside, numerous support staff were running for their lives and shouting, "Evacuate immediately." A fifth-level rift has appeared at the Gwangjin District Registration Center. The Management Bureau has been contacted. Minky clutched his head in shock. "Are you kidding me?" The young man had reported to Captain Lee Sion only moments ago. In the blink of an eye, EUIJ found himself in another space. He had rushed into the rift too quickly at first, leaving him dizzy and nauseated. Only now had he managed to regain his balance. After looking around, EUIJ made a tentative assessment. This rift doesn't seem especially dangerous. I don't know whether that's fortunate or unfortunate. Everyone sucked into the rift had been scattered in different places, so he cannot see anyone. I need to conceal my identity, so I can't openly save other people. But I can help them by reducing the number of monsters in a rift. The rift will only disappear once I deal with its master. The rescue team should be arriving soon. But what about the restaurant's business tonight? Electronic devices don't work inside a rift, so I can't even tell what time it is. I wonder if the restaurant has caught fire yet. Just thinking about it was enough to make him dizzy. The problem was that he had no idea how long it would take for the rescue team to find him. The rescue team would include hunters from the Rift Management Division, hunters from the Awaken Management Bureau, and hunters from affiliated teams that had received emergency requests, a combined force of many hunters. And the Hangover Soup restaurant was a familiar place frequently visited by hunters. What if someone on the rescue team had been there before? That would be awkward. They would recognize me immediately. No matter how thoroughly I conceal myself, they'll find out that I went to the registration center and was accidentally sucked into a rift. Damn it, is this my year of bad luck or something? Since it has come to this, I should take advantage of the rescue team being busy helping survivors. EUIJ activated the Seeker's Eye. He intended to eliminate the Rift Master and return to the restaurant as quickly as possible. Just as a female awakened was preparing to enter the rift, a young man came rushing over with an announcement. "Senior, Captain Lee Sion of Wave Team has arrived to deal with the rift." The woman was stunned. "What? How could that be?" At that moment, Lee Sion walked in with a radiant presence. "What are you all gathered in front of the rift entrance for? Holding a memorial service? You all look awfully harmonious." The female awakened still could not believe her eyes. It really was Lee Sion. He had never once responded to a request for support. She hurried over and asked again, "Did you really come to provide support?" Lee Sion nodded calmly. "What else would I be here for? Why haven't you gone in yet?" "The Awaken Management Bureau's support team is on its way. I was planning to wait for them and enter together." Lee Sion seemed unconcerned as he strode inside. "No need. You focus on finding survivors." The young man beside the female awakened bounced anxiously. "Senior, what should we do?" "What do you mean? What should we do?" "Lee Sion will handle the Rift Master himself. We don't need to worry about that. Just focus on locating and rescuing survivors. Prepare more gas masks than there are people on the team. Bring every antidote and every item with detoxification effects. If you don't want to die from Lee Sion's poison, move quickly." Elsewhere, EUIJ was wandering beneath a sky full of flowers. "Here it is. The Rift Master is inside. It would be nice if I could use fire, but I don't have a lighter right now, so I'll just punch it until it breaks." With that, EUIJ gathered his strength. Then he threw a punch, blasting a hole straight through the tree trunk. The system announced, "You have entered the Garden of Life, the nest of the Rift Master." The moment EUIJ stepped inside, the deer curled up on the ground immediately opened its eyes. The surrounding leaves rustled, and the purple flowers all transformed into monsters that crawled toward EUIJ. As he activated his power, EUIJ was startled. Why is its power reduced? Are my abilities being suppressed? All right, I'm weakened by these restraints right now. I can't just take them off carelessly. What should I do? If I can't use my power, I'll have to use an item. He pulled the S-rank basilisk Fong from his personal inventory. It was a sword forged by a master craftsman from the Fong of a basilisk. Once wielded, the sword began spreading poison through its user's body. The pitch-black sword suddenly made EUIJ's skin crawl. As a monster charged at him like mad, he had no choice but to twist aside and evade its attack while continually cursing. "What's wrong with you, sword? Have you forgotten me?" At that moment, the basilisk Fong began to ponder. Finally, it declared, "Those without the qualifications are not permitted to wield me. They cannot even swing this sword." After checking compatibility, the system issued a warning. EUIJ's information received no response. "I will not obey the commands of anyone weaker than I." EUIJ snapped in frustration. "Are you kidding me? Even if I'm only A rank right now, I'm still your owner. You don't recognize me?" The system announced, "The S-rank basilisk poison trait has been activated." The sword released poison into his body, but the toxin was immediately neutralized. The basilisk Fong began pondering again. "Oh, Big Brother Poison, why are you here?" It asked such a ridiculous question because the sword was made from a basilisk Fong and regarded basilisk poison as its big brother. EUIJ was truly irritated. "Seriously? You don't recognize your master, but you recognize your own brother right away?" There isn't much time left. The Rift Master let out a roar, and countless roots shot straight toward EUIJ. He dodged every one of them with practiced speed, then counterattacked with the basilisk Fong. He was in a weakened state, so he had no idea whether he would be overwhelmed by the storm of leaves. "It doesn't matter if I get hurt, but if I bleed, it could cause trouble and affect the Hangover Soup restaurant." The basilisk Fong threatened, "If you throw away this body of mine, I won't let you get away with it." EUIJ was deeply frustrated and discouraged. What use is a weapon if it cannot even recognize its owner? There was no other choice. EUIJ shouted provocatively at the Rift Master. "You idiot!" Holding the sword that refused to obey him, he charged forward. He had no choice but to finish this quickly without getting injured. Just as he bent down to prepare an attack, someone appeared behind him, covered his mouth, and grabbed him. When had Lee Sion gotten in here? Holding EUIJ's mouth with one hand, he whispered in his ear, "Turns out you're no ordinary person either, Hyung." With only one hand, he counterattacked. Lee Sion effortlessly finished off the Rift Master. He reluctantly asked EUIJ, "Seriously, where did you get the confidence to confront the Rift Master? You're still affected by a power-reducing curse." At that moment, a young man walked over, looking impressed. "See? I told you. He doesn't know fear." As expected of the captain, one move, and it's done. Lee Sion held out his hand. "Bring that over here. There are extra masks, right?" A young man walked over, looking impressed. "See? I told you. He doesn't know fear." As expected of the captain, one move, and it's done. Lee Sion held out his hand. "Bring that over here. There are extra masks, right? Bring them quickly. The gloves, too." After taking the gas mask, Lee Sion looked into EUIJ's eyes, as if conveying his affection. "This is a gas mask. As soon as I let go, put on immediately, okay?" After EUIJ put it on, Lee Sion kept patting and soothing him. "You must have been terrified. Take slow breaths." EUIJ still looked annoyed. "Are you stupid? Why are you here?" Lee Sion answered gently. "What? Did you think I wouldn't come?" EUIJ replied coldly. "You had no reason to come." Lee Sion sighed. "Hyung, you really have no faith in other people." EUIJ continued grumbling. "Stop mocking me. Anyway, why did you come here? I came to get you out, Hyung. But are you crazy? I never expected to walk in and find you fighting the Rift Master." EUIJ's expression darkened with a hint of regret. "Damn it. If I'd known this would happen, I should have taken it down and escaped first, even if it meant tearing my clothes to shreds." Minky came running over and reminded the captain, "It's good that you're concerned about our distinguished guest, Captain, but there's something you need to consider, since you used poison to dissolve the Rift Master. There's a chance that the Rift's magic stone, which the Master possessed, was dissolved as well." At that moment, loud rumbling sounds erupted. Seeing EUIJ's confused expression, Minky pointed upward. "Ah, Mr. EUIJ, you don't understand this part, do you? Let me explain what a Rift Magic Stone is. The Rift Master holds the magic stone at its center. If the stone is destroyed, the rift disappears. That itself isn't dangerous. But if the rift vanishes, everyone drawn inside, from the living to even the dead in their grotesque forms, will be returned to the place that was once the rift entrance. To minimize the shock caused by those horrifying sights, people normally make the rift disappear only after all survivors have been rescued." EUIJ thought to himself, at times like this, I should avoid running into the rescue team. While EUIJ hesitated with his eyes shut, analyzing the situation, Lee Sion looked worried. This is outside my expectations. What should we do? EUIJ turned to glare at him. What do you mean, what should we do? If they find out you eliminated the rift before the rescue team finished looking for survivors, you'll be in trouble too. Memorize exactly what I'm about to say. I'll coordinate our statements. Elsewhere, the rift continued, ejecting everyone inside. The female hunter who had previously met Lee Sion was furious, cursing silently. That bastard Lee Sion. How dare he erase the rift before the rescue operation was complete? At that moment, someone extended a hand. You worked hard, Ms. Yang Hai-jin. Are you all right? I'm a little dizzy, but I'm fine. Where's Captain Lee Sion now? He's over there. But if you're going to confront him, then Yang Hai-jin put her hands on her hips. Why would you say that? Well, I questioned him for quite a while, but he had a very reasonable explanation for eliminating the rift. Ms. Yang Hai-jin, you also visit the Hangover Soup restaurant in the alley sometimes, right? I do, but what does that have to do with Captain Lee Sion? Yoongbin shrugged and answered, the part-time employee there recently awakened and went to the registration center. He was apparently caught up in this incident because of that. Yang Hai-jin was startled. What? He's already busy enough preparing things at the Hangover Soup restaurant, and he got dragged into this too? Yes. According to Captain Lee Sion, this Rift Master had the power to lure in people who had awakened. Captain Lee Sion originally intended to stay near the Rift Master and buy time until the rescue operation was finished. But when the captain arrived, he found the restaurant employee being hypnotized and walking toward the Rift Master. Though Yang Hai-jin was angry, the reason was too reasonable, leaving her no choice but to let it go. I wasn't going to let him off so easily, but if he did it to save someone, then I can't say anything. Yoongbin gave an awkward smile. That's right, but one matter is separate from another. He'll still have to pay a fine. Yang Hai-jin broke into a sweat. It sounds simple when you say it, but can you actually collect it? Well, I tried bringing it up, but Captain Lee Sion stared at me like he was going to kill me, so I ran away. Elsewhere, after escaping the rift, EUIJ sat in the back seat of a car, leaning against Lee Sion. At this point, all he could do was act convincingly and pretend to be weak. EUIJ whispered in Lee Sion's ear. Did they let it go? Lee Sion took the opportunity to show off. Yes, once I stepped in, it was settled. I said it happened while you were saving someone, so they couldn't say anything. Since you're a hunter, though, you'll still have to pay a small fine. EUIJ glanced at him and continued whispering. The registration matter and hiding my true strength. Those went smoothly too, right? But can that Minky really alter my rank? Looking uncertain, Lee Sion could only give a vague answer. Well, if he can't even manage that, he doesn't deserve to get paid. He'll take care of changing the strength measurement data before it is sent to the Awakened Management Bureau's data center. Still acting, EUIJ could not bring himself to look directly at him, but he wanted to ask, Lee Sion? It seems Yoongbin doesn't intend to leave anytime soon. Lee Sion also looked helpless. He might stay here until dawn. This incident is more serious than I expected. But more importantly, are you sick? EUIJ startled at the shameless sweetness of those words. Lee Sion continued to show concern. You're breaking out in a cold sweat. EUIJ said, if you let go of me, I'll feel better immediately. Yet Lee Sion continued, holding him tightly. Hyung, do you know you look like a crazy person right now? What are you picking at now? You're really good at lying. Leave me alone. People in the service industry have to lie to make a living. Stop digging any deeper. Knowing too much isn't good for you. Lee Sion paused after hearing that. You really are suspicious, Hyung. Whenever Lee Sion said one thing, EUIJ had to retort with another. So what if I'm suspicious? You signed a contract with me anyway. Lee Sion became even gentler, hugging him more tightly. That's true. Why did I sign a contract with someone as suspicious as you? EUIJ suddenly sensed a sweet fragrance spreading through the air. In his dazed state, the young man suddenly jolted awake. The Hangover Soup restaurant. Fortunately, everything went smoothly afterward, partly because so many other incidents occurred as well. Lee Sion had once given EUIJ a piece of disposable equipment, allowing him to return to the Hangover Soup restaurant immediately. Both the soup pot and the restaurant were safe and had not caught fire, so the restaurant could remain open. With less than 20 minutes before opening time, the young man raced desperately to meet his deadline. EUIJ chopped ingredients at breakneck speed. A system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have discovered a new power. S-rank combat adaptation to living environments. He thought that once little Miracle who gets fed without working forged his ability ranking, everything would be settled. Only after several days of exhausting work did EUIJ finally have time to throw open the doors and air the place out. Just then, a postal worker drove up and asked, "Are you Cha EUIJ?" Before EUIJ could even respond, they hauled out an entire row of congratulatory flower wreaths, all clearly meant to curry favor with him. Before he could recover from the shock, he saw another crowd behind them, all carrying flowers. Flowers and gifts in hand, their eyes sparkled. "We heard the part-timer awakened. Sir, why didn't you tell us?" They swarmed around him so aggressively that EUIJ could barely breathe. "Oh, those flowers are from Honeybee. Captain Han has had his eye on him for ages, and he already sent flowers? He moves fast. Congratulations, part-timer. What rank did you receive?" He was already incredibly capable before awakening. He must be at least B rank, right? "Are you planning to quit your job at the Hangover Soup restaurant?" After that group caused such a commotion, EUIJ put up a large, clearly worded sign outside. "The Hangover Soup restaurant will not close. Flowers, gifts, and banners strictly prohibited. Do not ask about the part-timer's rank. Do not recruit the part-timer into your team. Recruiters prohibited. Anyone violating any of the above rules will be banned from entering the Hangover Soup restaurant." EUIJ was completely worn out, his whole body aching. He had thought the explosion at the registration center would expose all the information registered by awakened people. Fortunately, they did not know his rank. Honeybee, Bungu, and even Zombie kept clinging to him relentlessly, leaving him no time to react. I told them not to give me anything, but they still secretly left things behind. What a troublesome bunch. There was another pile of trash from gift boxes. As soon as EUIJ stepped outside, he spotted someone who appeared to be moving sluggishly, seemingly talking to someone. He looked over in confusion. A reporter? Or another hunter trying to sneak in a gift? But she did not seem to be either. Just then, the girl turned, glanced at him, and startled badly, clutching her head. EUIJ still had no idea what was going on. She looked like a student. Why was she here? He approached her kindly. "Miss Student, are you all right? You're a student. Why are you at a Hangover Soup restaurant at this hour?" Sweating profusely and practically crawling on the ground, the girl stammered. In the end, EUIJ invited her inside, seated her, and properly made her some tea. "Thank you, and I'm sorry for coming so suddenly. It's all right. But what brings you to a Hangover Soup restaurant at this hour? Shouldn't you be home? Do you need my help with something?" The girl looked frightened and squeezed her eyes shut. "I know who Chai EUIJ is." EUIJ's heart seemed to drop out of his chest. Though utterly shocked, he did his best to act. "EUIJ, what are you suddenly talking about?" The girl spoke confidently. "You do not have to hide it from me. Though it is a little late, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yoon Ji-yoon. I am a senior at Sabong Girls High School. Not long ago, I awakened an S-rank mental ability. Only then did EUIJ remember. This seemed to be the awakened person Yoongbin and Lee Sion had mentioned. Yoon Ji-yoon continued, "My ability is to see fragments of worlds, EUIJ. If I told you that other worlds exist beyond this one, would you believe me? Whenever I fall asleep, I can glimpse fragments that have fallen from other worlds. It is not under my control. Those places are both similar to and different from the world we live in. There are people there with the same names and faces as people here, yet they're completely different individuals. If you look closely, those worlds are tangled and chaotic, like this tiny fragment. EUIJ, I'm truly afraid. I think this world will eventually be destroyed too." EUIJ exhaled, trying to steady himself. "It is difficult for me to believe what you are saying." Yoon Ji-yoon lowered her head. "Yes, I knew you would not believe me. You may think I am crazy. The small fragments that I see in my dreams are pieces that fell from worlds already destroyed. When the apocalypse can no longer be held back, the world shatters, and its fragments fly here. I know you hide your true identity because you have your reasons. I did not intend to come to you, but I will get straight to the point. I want you to stop the apocalypse with me. I do not want to stand by when I know the end is coming. If I do nothing, I will lose the things I cherish. Please, look at the fragments I have seen with me. I am begging you." After hearing her heartfelt plea, EUIJ decided to close his eyes and concentrate. What he truly saw was a desolate, ruined landscape, dark, cold, and disordered. He looked up at the sky and froze. This place looked like the rift in the West Sea, where he had wandered through every corner for 8 years. His body began to feel nauseated and dizzy. This was the appearance of a world destroyed after being swallowed by the rift in the West Sea. Then EUIJ suddenly heard rustling from the distance. A girl stood there holding a book, her face covered in grime. It was Yoon Ji-yoon, though she looked around 20 years old. Yoon Ji-yoon suddenly jumped up in alarm upon seeing the person before her holding a monster-slaying sword. Ji-yoon, what are you doing over there? The shelter is on the other side. EUIJ was even more surprised to discover that it was himself. This version of EUIJ ran over to Yoon Ji-yoon. I'm worried about Honeybee. The Yoon Ji-yoon of that world hesitated. I'm sorry. I only meant to take one more look around, but I got lost and ended up here. Is this near my school? Yoon Ji-yoon hesitated before replying, yes, it is. The EUIJ of that world looked around and said, why don't we take a quick look? Come on. If monsters appear, I will handle them. We might even find someone still alive. The real EUIJ could only nod in agreement. Yes, that was exactly like him. It was the reasonable thing to do. The EUIJ of that ruined world raised his hand and sprayed something. You have to keep this secret from Lee Seon. If he finds out, he will make a fuss. At that moment, loud booming sounds erupted, and the scene appeared to shift. Look here. Let's clear this place out. Do we have any spare blankets? It seemed this place was a rest stop, or rather, a rescue station. EUIJ's double was talking with someone else. As expected, we are short on medicine. It looks like we will need to make a trip to the hospital in Gyeonggi province. EUIJ, do you think you can manage? I have to go. At that moment, Lee Seon appeared from nowhere. He tightly embraced the EUIJ from that world, making the doctor break out in a cold sweat. EUIJ even gave him an affectionate glance. Seon, you got here early. What happened to the gate at Dongdaemun? EUIJ stared directly at the doctor in warning. The doctor promptly slipped away, leaving the two of them alone. Lee Seon insisted on sending someone else, but EUIJ firmly refused. Do not be like that. For efficiency's sake, it is best that I go. Lee Seon kept rubbing his face against EUIJ's, as if whining. Young, do not say nonsense like they do. EUIJ simply stroked his head to soothe him. Watching himself act so lovey-dovey made the real EUIJ feel like vomiting. What kind of ridiculous dream was this? What world fragment? According to Yoon Ji-yoon, fragments of destroyed worlds were chaotic and disordered. Even so, the EUIJ and Lee Seon in this world fragment were far too attached to each other. Just as he wondered whether he should continue watching them be affectionate, the scene passed. The places he saw within the world fragments all felt familiar. White dust fell like snow. Collapsed buildings were covered in smoke and dust. This entire space was nothing but ruin. Open gates stood everywhere, and countless kinds of monsters EUIJ had never seen before poured out from them. It was far too similar to the scene inside the Wessie Rift where he had wandered, lost for 8 years. A sharp cracking sound suddenly rang out, making EUIJ clutch his ears in pain. Another scene appeared before him. I will hold him here. Everyone run. Yoon Ji-yoon fell to the ground, looking deeply worried. Wait, how can EUIJ stop that many monsters by himself? The EUIJ of that world patted Yoon Ji-yoon's head reassuringly. If I run, those monsters will rush toward the shelter. How could everyone withstand them? Do not worry. I will be fine. I will deal with them quickly and come back. Trust me. When I give the signal, run as fast as you can. Do not look back. Oh, right, there's one more thing. You must keep it a secret from Lee Seon. That was where the fragment EUIJ saw ended. He stood frozen. Judging by the situation, it seemed that that EUIJ would not be able to return to the base. More sounds came from behind him. They were the sounds of fragments falling. EUIJ stretched out his hand and looked into one of the fragments. Voices came from within it. Do you think you're the only one who knows grief? Stop acting as though you were the only one who lost the world. Honeybee, calm down. I will not. Do you know how badly our combat strength suffers with just one person missing? Are all the people who traded their lives for this idiots? The people left alive have to keep living. Do you know Yoongbin is dead? Mateo died today, too. That idiot Mateo is gone. Do you understand? Then EUIJ saw himself leave Lee Seon behind and depart with Honeybee. The despair in Lee Seon's eyes made the real EUIJ's heart race in terror. When he finally came to his senses and emerged, Yoon Ji-yoon ran over to support him. Thank goodness. Are you all right? He asked, bewildered. What was that just now? I do not know either. I have never seen what happened at the end before. What could it have been? I think this world may be a continuation of that one. Uij suddenly shouted, startling her. Wait, calm down. Yoon Ji-yoon hunched in on herself. I am sorry. This is the first time I have shown these fragments to someone else, so I did not know this would happen. I am truly sorry. I thought you had been pulled somewhere else permanently. Uij asked blankly. Pulled somewhere else? What do you mean? Yoon Ji-yoon explained. The fragments you saw earlier were all connected by me. I arranged it so that after we watched all the memories, we would return here. But the connection was suddenly severed, and you were sent somewhere I know nothing about. Uij hesitated. Could someone else have interfered? Yoon Ji-yoon lowered her head and held her blackened left hand with her right. I do not know. This is the first time something like this has happened. Uij looked concerned at her severely injured hand, but Yoon Ji-yoon reassured him. It's all right. The Bureau will treat me. It was probably because of the last fragment. I have not told anyone that Cha Uij is you. I will keep it secret from now on as well. But I accidentally let slip that you were in the Incheon Rift. I am really sorry. Talking privately with a frightening bureau director is scary. Since things had already come to this, Uij did not want to make it difficult for her. All right, it is fine. Do not tell anyone else. Thank you. Yoon Ji-yoon hesitated again. There is something I think I should tell you. This world will eventually be destroyed too, and the Awakened Management Bureau will search for Euij to stop the apocalypse. Euij was surprised. Search for Euij? Yes. The Awakened Management Bureau is considering many ways to prevent the apocalypse. But just then, you appeared in the rankings. To face the apocalypse, they're probably sending search teams to look for you right now. Your choice to register as a hunter again was very wise. The search team is considering the possibility that Uij lost his memories because of the shock from the rift. So they're searching among people who have not registered as hunters and ordinary civilians. At that moment, Uij wished he truly had lost his memories. Still, if he had been any slower, he might have ended up on their wanted list. The contract you made with Lee Sion is useful now as well. Having said that, Ji-yoon prepared to leave since it was late. Uij stood. Why not go to the emergency room and have that injury checked? Your hand does not look well. Ji-yoon forced a smile. No, it is all right. The Bureau will take care of it, so please do not worry. And if there are no fragments to show you, I will not come here anymore. I only make you uneasy. Uij was startled. It is not that bad. Ji-yoon shook her head with a bright smile. No, hunters from the Awakened Management Bureau sometimes follow me, so it is best that I do not come here. Curious. Uij asked another question. May I ask you one more thing? Do you know anything about the people who created Artificial Awakened? After thinking for a while, the girl replied, Yes, I do. I heard Uncle Yoongbin mention them. I think he said they were acting to prevent the apocalypse too. But they kidnap people for experiments. Even if their goal is the same as ours, I do not want anything to do with them. Did you hear anything else? Ji-yoon thought back before adding, I heard Uncle say there was something near Incheonport. I only overheard him while he was on the phone, so I do not know the details. I am sorry. Seeing how frail she looked and how quickly she blamed herself, Uij comforted her. It is all right. Thank you for telling me. With that, Ji-yoon bowed and left. After she departed, Uij thought about the other world. Had another world, one very similar to this one, truly existed? In that world, Uij had died. Yoongbin and Mateo had died too. What he and Ji-yoon had seen were only a few extremely brief moments from the past. There was no way of knowing when or how the apocalypse would come. Waiting for an uncertain future was like walking forward with his eyes closed. The Bureau would search desperately for Euij, hoping for someone to lead the way and find the best path forward. What should I do from now on? If only there was some sign before the apocalypse came. As Euij recalled and wondered about the black fragment he had seen today, his phone rang. It was a message from Lee Sion. I need your help with something. Euij replied curtly, making his indifference obvious. Yeah. Lee Sion sent back a reproachful message. You should give a longer reply. Euij replied again, yeah, dragging out the word and leaving Lee Sion helpless. After standing there blankly for a while, Euij laughed. Overthinking would not solve anything immediately. Rather than agonizing over something he could not act on, he should start doing what he could. He reached that decision because Lee Sion had made a request. Come to Incheon. Elsewhere, A group of people was loading crates onto a truck. Is this all we have today, ma'am? Shipments have been smaller lately. Are you people trying to cut us out entirely? Watch your mouth. We risked our lives to bring this shipment here. The Awaken Management Bureau and the Wave team have been hunting us down hard. Almost everyone in Busan has been caught, so Incheon is our only remaining escape route. What the hell did the ones they caught expose for them to sniff us out? We've received orders from above. This place won't hold for much longer, so everyone moves out tomorrow before we're all captured alive. The group grumbled among themselves. Damn it, we have to relocate all this stuff again. Pack up the large items first. We need to get out before the Bureau finds us. Split the drugs into smaller batches and take them. Yes, sir. Songpa District reported that one of them is about to enter the transformation stage. They're asking for more drugs. They openly shared all their confidential information, unaware that Cha Euij was watching them through binoculars and taking notes. As he wrote, he thought, so they're responsible for supplying items to each facility. It took a lot of effort to find them. I could only observe their movements early in the morning, and I've only been tracking them for a week. But now they're packing up and running. I need to report this to Lee Sion immediately. Once I contact him, he'll send people right away. But can they arrive before these bastards escape? It'd be best if I could keep following them. If they flee by car or boat, it'll be difficult for me to chase them on foot. It's not like I can fly. Then I have no choice but to go in and stall them. After some thought, Cha Euij decided to throw himself into the fire and let them tie him up. Where did this brat come from? Are you crazy? You dare raid us? Another man approached and asked, is he connected to the Awakened Management Bureau? The man standing beside Euij asked back, doesn't look like it, does he? The other man snapped, I asked you a question, so why are you asking me one? Didn't you search him? This brat refuses to open his mouth. There's no official identification in his pockets. He has a hunter card in his apron pocket, but he's only D rank. A D rank hunter acting this cocky? He doesn't show any signs of transformation either. He doesn't look like an addict who tracked down this place after smelling the drugs. He's too clear-headed. The man began acting like a thug. Well, a few punches will make him talk. The moment he struck Euij, the man's bare hand exploded with pain. It felt as though he had punched a rock. He kept jumping around, clutching his hand and screaming. The blond man behind him grumbled, cut the act. You only punched him once in the head. Why are you screaming like that? The man explained, I'm not acting. I think I broke every bone in my hand. He handed the blond man a club. The blond man walked straight toward Euij. What? Does he have some kind of head-hardening skill? You've got some confidence, glaring at me like that. But even if you look at me that way, I'm not sparing that pretty face of yours. Brimming with excitement, the blond man swung the club straight at Euij's head. I'll show you what pain is. But Euij's head was completely unharmed, while the club had shattered. What the? It bent from one hit. Is this guy's head really made of stone? You idiots, beat him up. Euij remained seated while the men charged at him like madmen. The blond man laughed smugly. Now you're scared, aren't you? But when he looked again, Euij was still exactly where he had been, though both he and the chair had toppled over. Meanwhile, the others howled in pain, their bodies shaking as though every bone had been knocked loose. The blond man hesitated. What the hell is this? Only then did Euij speak. He rose, then tore the ropes apart with a single pull. This won't do. I wanted to cooperate and play along properly, but you people are just too pathetic. Come on, all you useless idiots. Rush me at once and get it over with. The young man running at full speed was Choi Go-jo, a hunter assigned to the Wave Team's first combat support unit. His nickname was Romantic Opener, and he ranked 50th. Choi Go-jo had come to take over the assignment because Little Miracle Min Ki had gone overseas on a business trip. His mission was to monitor the Hangover Soup restaurant's part-time employee and report every detail, no matter how trivial, to the team leader. But as Choi Go-jo diligently carried out his assignment, he suddenly realized his target was nowhere to be found. Choi Go-jo froze in shock. Wait, what? I only looked away for a second, and he disappeared? He immediately went searching for Euij and stopped when he heard a strange sound. Could the target have been captured after wandering off? Are they dragging him away right now? The thought of Euij being miserably tied up drove Choi Go-jo wild. Damn it, those bastards. You can't beat up someone weaker than you. As Choi Go-jo appeared with his fists clenched, he thought, this absolutely isn't because I'm afraid the team leader will kill me for losing the target. He had imagined himself becoming a hero who rescued a beauty in distress. but when he arrived, he found EUIJ beating the men to a pulp. Choi Gojo was dumbfounded. Earlier, Minki had told him, "Your first priority is to stay close to EUIJ. He's a D-rank hunter, so if anything happens, protect him immediately." To Choi Gojo, a D-rank hunter was practically an ordinary person. But he could not believe his eyes. Is it the practically ordinary D-rank hunter? The moment EUIJ spotted Choi Gojo, he called out clearly, making Choi Gojo tense up. "Why, yes, sir," EUIJ bluntly asked. "Are you with him too?" Choi Gojo frantically shook his head. "What? And no, sir, absolutely not." However, EUIJ clearly did not believe him and glared with murderous intent. In this situation, of course anyone I asked would say they aren't with them. Choi Gojo fearfully stepped back. Is that really just a normal part-time employee from the Hangover Soup restaurant? At this point, all he could do was explain himself. "No, I really am not." EUIJ clenched his fist in warning. "Don't even think about running. Don't waste your energy. I'll catch you in one move." Choi Gojo obediently dropped to his knees. EUIJ leaned down, looked directly into his eyes, and said, "What were you trying to say earlier? Go ahead. If you don't hurry up and speak, look behind you and see what happens." With no other option, Choi Gojo took out his business card. I'm Choi Gojo of the Wave Team. The team leader sent me. He told me to protect you." After confirming this, EUIJ broke into a hollow laugh. "You really are quick on your feet. You didn't need to get here quite this fast, though." "Well, you can probably tell by looking, but I want to emphasize that I'm in a bad mood right now. I had just closed the restaurant arrest for a while, and these guys kidnapped me. Kidnapping me wasn't enough. They even beat me up because I was slow to answer. They hit people with hammers, and even with nail-studded baseball bats." Choi Gojo knew perfectly well that EUIJ was deliberately acting pitiful, but he still had to play along. How could they? What complete scum? EUIJ continued his award-worthy performance, complaining, "They beat me so badly that my clothes are all torn. Look at this." Choi Gojo also pretended to be horrified. "My goodness, those bastards should be fed to the fish." EUIJ sniffled before delivering his conclusion. "That's why I punished them a little." Hearing that, Choi Gojo trembled even harder. A little? If this is what a little punishment looks like, what would serious punishment look like? EUIJ kept up his pitiful act, smiling as brightly as a blooming flower. "So, Choi Gojo, please keep your mouth shut about this, okay? I don't have the power to erase other people's memories. So if I have to erase yours, I only have physical methods available." Choi Gojo immediately played dumb, pretending to have amnesia. "Where am I? Who are you?" "Mr. Part-Timer, I don't know where this is or what happened, but if I open a door for you, would that count as helping you?" EUIJ stared blankly in confusion. Choi Gojo continued, "My ability lets me warp space whenever I open a door." EUIJ looked excited as well. "Oh, that ability would be perfect for deliveries. But do you suffer any penalty for using it? Like side effect from taking medicine?" Choi Gojo hesitated. "Well, there is one." EUIJ pressed him further. "Tell me, I need to know what your penalty is before deciding whether to ask you to open a door. If I know a street address or a marked location on a map, I can open a door to anywhere. This ability can transport many people to their desired location. However, the place where I'm standing becomes the central point. While the door remains connected, multiple people can pass through it. But the farther the destination is from the central point, the longer I'll be unconscious. And the moment I pass out, the door closes immediately." EUIJ considered this and asked, "Then if we use this place as the starting point, how many days would you be unconscious if you opened a door from Incheon to Seoul?" Choi Gojo awkwardly calculated. "Maybe a day and a half? At most, I think I'd be unconscious for around 2 days." EUIJ continued probing. "Then what if you opened a door to Washington, D.C.? I've never opened one to Washington, but I once opened one to Toronto, Canada. The team leader had an emergency business trip then. I slept through an entire change of seasons." EUIJ was at a loss for words. "Hello, that ability is amazing, but the penalty is insane. I'm really sorry, but could you open a door for me? If you pass out, I'll take you to a hospital, so don't worry." Choi Gojo clapped his hands together as if he were thrilled. "You don't have to worry about that, sir. Open sesame, a magical door leading anywhere." What kind of ability was that? Just saying its name sounded like it violated copyright twice over. The instant the door appeared, Choi Gojo's entire body began trembling, making EUIJ stare in confusion. "What is this? Why is he suddenly shaking? Wait, I haven't even told him where I want to go yet." At that moment, the door opened and behind it, was Lee Sion's office. EUIJ gritted his teeth in irritation. I got tricked. I told him to open a door for me. So why did he open one to the team leader's office? Choi Gojo felt that the team leader was far scarier, so this had to be the right choice. The moment Lee Sion saw EUIJ, he removed his glasses and sighed. I heard you said you were going to stall them. What exactly did you intend to do? He frowned, slammed his hand on the desk, and brought his face close to EUIJ's. What crazy stunt did you pull? How did you end up looking this wrecked, Hyung? Once EUIJ was properly seated, Lee Sion began scolding him. First, I'll hear you out. Tell me, why did you charge in on your own? I thought I could get more information and follow their trail. It would have been a waste to let them slip away. Lee Sion crossed his arms and complained, Hyung, we didn't need to go that far. The job I gave you was simply to monitor them. I would have sent specialists to restrain them. EUIJ argued back. I can handle them faster than those people can. Like today, Lee Sion had no choice but to admit it. Yes, you did help me. This is the first time we've confiscated their entire drug supply. EUIJ immediately puffed up with pride. See? Wasn't that impressive? Lee Sion sighed. How obnoxious. Not wanting to stay any longer, EUIJ stood up. I did the job you assigned me, so I'm clocking out. Lee Sion stared at him with a slightly sulky expression. What now? Nothing. I was just wondering if you really planned to go home looking like that. Looking down at his blood-stained shirt and filthy body, EUIJ became a little awkward. Lee Sion moved close again. Hold still, Hyung. Watching Lee Sion tear up a roll of paper, EUIJ regretfully said, Isn't that a rare item? Is it really okay for you to use it so freely? Lee Sion answered proudly, It's fine. There are 10 sheets in a set. Hearing that, EUIJ thought, There's no point in saying anything more to this guy. I'll only wear myself out. Lee Sion followed EUIJ into the restaurant, all the way to the door of his room. When they entered, EUIJ said, Wait a moment. I need to change. The room was extremely cluttered, filled with bags, boxes, and miscellaneous belongings. Lee Sion's gaze drifted toward EUIJ's sleeping area. He looked over the entire room, then unconsciously stepped closer and asked, You sleep here? EUIJ naturally answered, What do you mean? You investigated me already, didn't you? You saw me come out of here last time, too. Lee Sion thought, I had no idea the inside was like this. EUIJ frowned inwardly. I once slept with monster corpses and flooded rifts as pillows and blood as my blanket. Isn't this much better? He bluntly replied, There's a blanket, a pillow, a floor, and a ceiling. What more do I need? Seeing Lee Sion's displeased expression, EUIJ asked helplessly, What's wrong with you now? Lee Sion frowned and snapped. Let me ask you something. Do you have a habit of mistreating yourself? Hearing that, EUIJ felt wronged and irritated. Does he think I enjoy this? Lee Sion disdainfully declared. How was this any different from that container earlier? As things went too far, EUIJ warned him. How can you compare this place to that? This is much cleaner. It even has blankets and pillows. Lee Sion mocked him. Try cleaning that container and throwing in some blankets and pillows. It'd be exactly the same. EUIJ was furious. Is this brat praying for me to move into a container at Incheon Port or something? Lee Sion thought in disbelief. I brought him here because I was worried he'd be exhausted, yet he crawled right back into this tiny rented room as if that were perfectly natural. And he even held back his temper and took those hits just to help me with my work. I originally planned to bring him home, then leave right away, but EUIJ looked at the still confused Lee Sion and asked with concern, Hey, your expression is weird. What's wrong? By then, Lee Sion had only one thought. I can't let him sleep in this place. Finally, he grabbed EUIJ's hand and pulled him away. Come with me. There's somewhere else you need to go. Still being dragged along in confusion, EUIJ asked, What is it? Do you have another favor to ask? Lee Sion then led him to a minimally decorated apartment that was nevertheless fully furnished. EUIJ looked around in confusion. Where is this? As he calmly drank some water, Lee Sion answered, My house. He pointed in a direction and instructed EUIJ, Go wash up. I'll leave some clothes for you outside the door. EUIJ watched him carefully and thought, I only followed because he insisted. How did things end up like this? Even if I ask to go home now, there's no way he'll let me. Forget it. Why bother nitpicking with this brat? Under Lee Sion's intense stare, he could only comply. Sleep over there. After washing up, EUIJ came out wearing Lee Sion's spare pajamas. Lee Sion pointed toward the bed and ordered him again, sleep over there. Though EUIJ was extremely uncomfortable, running a hand through his hair with a frown, he stayed silent. I don't want to sleep next to Lee Sion, but I can't just leave the owner of the house sitting here while I take the bed for myself. EUIJ calmly replied, I'm not that heartless. Just give me a pillow. I'll sleep on the floor. Lee Sion's face darkened. Just sleep in the bed. EUIJ refused outright. No, if you have a sleeping bag, just give me that. Lee Sion, thoroughly irritated, gave a sarcastic laugh. EUIJ bristled. Is this brat mocking me? Lee Sion said, who even uses sleeping bags these days? EUIJ retorted irritably. In my day, a sleeping bag was essential dungeon gear. Immediately, Lee Sion grabbed his shoulder and pushed him toward the bed as he explained, We're only 4 years apart, but you act exactly like some stubborn, old-fashioned old man. Do you have any self-awareness? Anyone watching would think you'd been working as a hunter for 15 years. Even as EUIJ tried to calm himself down, he had to admit he couldn't deny it. Sleeping in a sleeping bag feels like camping. What's not to like? Sion seized the opening and retorted, then spread his arms and pinned EUIJ to the bed. Yes, I've been living too comfortably as a hunter. So starting today, I'll show you just how well I can live in hardship. EUIJ angrily tried to get up, but Sion pushed him back down. You're starting with that commanding tone again, aren't you? Neither of them would yield. EUIJ spoke first. Don't turn me into such a heartless bastard that I come to someone else's home and steal the owner's bed, okay? Sion argued back, just as fiercely. The guy who watches his guests sleep on the floor without blinking is even more of an asshole. So lie down. Growing more worked up, EUIJ snapped. When has your personality ever been that admirable? Why suddenly care about something like that? The tension between them rose to a boiling point. Sion shouted, If you just listened to me the first time, even once, would we need to argue like this? Our relationship is an equal arrangement, you bastard. I'm not your subordinate who has to obey you. We're equals, not superior and subordinate. Then the bed suddenly broke beneath Sion's fist, and everything fell silent. EUIJ muttered, I'll compensate you. Sion replied irritably, You don't even have money. What exactly are you planning to compensate me with? EUIJ spoke before thinking. I'll sell some Rift magic stones and make money. Problem solved. That only made Sion angrier. Damn it, don't bring up Rift magic stones again. Then he lowered his voice. Wait here. A staff member stretched lazily as he walked. Ugh, I had to write a report, so I worked overtime until this hour. I'm too tired to go home now. I might as well sleep in the break room and go straight to work tomorrow. The moment he lay down on the bed, he brightened. This is the life. Now these are real employee benefits. He happily praised the private sleeping quarters, 1 room per person, with premium blankets, sheets, pillows, and mattresses. I wish my home were like this. Suddenly, a loud noise made him grumble in exhausted irritation. What the hell? It's only 4 in the morning. Who's making so much noise? He opened the door and complained, Hey, could you please keep it down for other people? The sight before him froze him in place. Lee Sion was walking past, dragging an enormous pile of bedding. With every step Sion took, the employee trembled even more. Even after Sion slammed the door shut behind him, the employee remained rooted to the spot, still trembling. Unable to understand Sion's actions, he hurriedly pulled out his phone and typed a message. Mr. E40 is just transformed into a blanket thief. This message will self-destruct in 10 minutes. Watching Sion make a bed for himself, EUIJ sighed inwardly. What kind of new madness was this? He asked bluntly, Did you rob a bedding store? Sion protested indignantly. Do you take me for a thief or something? Sleep on the sofa. EUIJ innocently asked, You're the homeowner. Can't you sleep on the sofa? Sion's good intentions were trampled flat by EUIJ. He answered coldly, If you say one more word, then, smiling in an utterly terrifying way, he continued, I'll take that to mean you want me to smash the sofa too, so we can both sleep on the floor. Completely helpless, EUIJ lay down on the makeshift bed. Right? The older one should be the one to give in. Then a blanket was suddenly thrown over him. EUIJ stared wide-eyed. I don't need this many blankets. Sion sounded concerned, though his face remained cold. They gave them to me, so just use them. The two lay close together, trying to sleep. But EUIJ could only stare at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. Suddenly, Sion called out, "Hyung." He asked, "Do you remember that?" Lying there with a faint smile, Sion said, "Did you know I still have that letter?" EUIJ asked in confusion, "A letter? What letter?" Sion gave a dry laugh. "You gave it to me yourself, and you don't remember?" EUIJ stared at him, wondering, did I ever give Lee Sion something like a letter? Why can't I remember? Sion looked at him with an unreadable smile, his gaze deep and affectionate. He swiftly reached into his pants pocket and held something up in front of EUIJ. This. The words on the business card were written in EUIJ's own hand. He suddenly remembered. "Touch this and you'll die." It was the card he had left after giving those thugs a beating. So those are the words I wrote on the business card back then. EUIJ frowned at the smug-looking Sion. Then it did reach the right person. But EUIJ abruptly turned away and changed the subject. "What time is it?" Sion sat up as EUIJ did. "Let's see. It's probably around 4:30. Why? Do you need to get up and open a restaurant?" EUIJ nodded. "I have to open up and do business. Though thanks to someone, I got a very restful night's sleep." Sion frowned. "Tell Bungu to do it. If he eats that much, he should at least know how to cook." EUIJ calmly glanced at him. "Do you really think he can?" The two quickly changed clothes and entered the elevator. Seeing how distant EUIJ was standing from him, Sion sarcastically said, "Come a little closer." EUIJ answered wearily, "I'm more comfortable standing here." That gave Sion even more ammunition. "You broke my bed and borrowed my clothes, but you're still acting like that." EUIJ shrank back into a corner as if trying to avoid him. "Don't say things that could make people misunderstand." Sion vaguely replied, "We've already done everything there is to do. Why are you suddenly acting this way?" The more Sion talked, the more EUIJ wanted to hit him. "Please shut up." Meanwhile, EUIJ thought, if this building didn't require a guild membership card to activate everything, I would have gone home on my own already. Then someone sighed nearby. "What the hell?" "We cleared a rift, and when we came out, it was broad daylight." Standing before them were Wave Team employees, staring at the two of them. "We should rest in a break room for a while before work." Choi Gojo's eyes widened. "What is this, Sion? Why are you up so early?" He turned and gaped at EUIJ. "Isn't that the part-timer from the Hangover Soup restaurant next door? Why are you here?" EUIJ felt a headache coming on. Of all the people to run into, why did it have to be this guy? Then Gojo noticed EUIJ's clothes. Wait, aren't those Sion's clothes? Sion never even lets people get close to him, much less lends him his clothes. Gojo's mind filled with question marks. Why was he wearing the clothes of a man who hated anyone getting near him? Gojo shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, what is this? What kind of crazy situation is this?" Sion looked at him with utter contempt. "Why don't you run 2 more laps around the Han River before coming back? Get lost." While the other two argued, EUIJ thought deeply, "At this rate, it'll be past 5 by the time I get to the restaurant." Sion irritably repeated, "I said get lost." Then EUIJ put a hand on Sion's shoulder. "I ran into a bit of trouble yesterday." The atmosphere suddenly became strangely warm. EUIJ explained, "Fortunately, your guild leader, Lee Sion, kindly helped me out." Gojo looked as though he had been struck by lightning, while the female employee beside him nearly dropped her jaw in shock. "What? How?" Gojo became serious. "What trouble? Did some bastard smash another table at the restaurant?" EUIJ smiled. "It's difficult to explain the details right now, but he helped me a great deal." Gojo frowned suspiciously. "Lee Sion did that." EUIJ continued. "After all, I'm a part-time employee at the Hangover Soup restaurant you like so much, Mr. Bungu. I suppose he helped me because of that." Gojo now looked at Sion differently. "What? So that's how it is, Lee Sion, you punk." EUIJ quickly slipped away. "It's almost time to open the restaurant, so I'll be going now. See you at the restaurant, customers." Gojo called after the rapidly retreating EUIJ. "Get home safely, part-timer." Seeing EUIJ flee as though his life depended on it, Sion became thoughtful. Now alone with him, Gojo asked, "Why was he here in the first place? Did you really help him?" Sion clicked his tongue. "You're really useless, aren't you?" Gojo replied helplessly, What did I do? A flood of memories passed through UIJ's mind. A lot of ridiculous things had happened, but I successfully registered as an awakened. I established an alibi and fulfilled Lee Sion's request. I thought I could enjoy peaceful days for a little while. The customers at the restaurant whispered about him. Does anyone know why the part-timer looks like he wants to kill someone? I was going to order 8 more bowls of hangover soup, but now I'm scared. I heard he has to attend basic hunter training and study for the certification exam. EUIJ heard every word clearly. He sighed, holding his aching head. Hasn't that damn basic training course been abolished yet? Damn it, that kind of thing didn't even exist 8 years ago. What troubled him was the hunter examination. Under the Special Awakened Act, every awakened person in South Korea had to register at an awakened registration center and receive an awakened registration card. They also had to take the assessment examination, with 70 points as the passing score. Anyone who failed to reach that mark had to retake the exam until they passed. Only after passing could they be officially certified as a hunter. EUIJ looked silently at his card. When I first got this crisp, brand new Iran card, I was happy. But after all the trouble I went through, I ended up with this useless card. He frowned and muttered, I heard the Bureau wasn't this strict when it was first established 5 years ago. EUIJ reasoned that, as time passed, the number of awakened people increased. They began flaunting their status everywhere. And perhaps because incidents of power abuse kept occurring without end. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, clutching his head. If you've awakened, then go hunt monsters. Why do you keep grabbing ordinary people and causing trouble, you damned bastards? Thinking about it made him even more tired. He had heard that hunters recruited by a guild did not necessarily need to take the exam. They could be exempted merely by submitting a guild leader's letter of guarantee. EUIJ's face darkened at the thought of asking Sion. In his limited network, the only guild leader he knew was Lee Sion. He reassured himself, I used to be ranked first in South Korea. How could something as trivial as studying possibly defeat me? Suddenly, someone set a laptop and a new phone in front of EUIJ. The person who brought them was Gojo. Feeling awkward, EUIJ said calmly, I know the rules about gifts. You aren't allowed to give them to me. Seeing the note attached to the items, Gojo hurriedly clarified, These aren't gifts from me, part-timer. They're gifts from our guild leader, who has a very close relationship with you. EUIJ thought he misunderstood and thinks Lee Sion and I are extremely close. EUIJ frowned in obvious discomfort. It was too late to explain now, and I can understand giving me a phone, but why a laptop too? Gojo continued proudly. I bought them at the employee discount, so they were cheap. Just take them. And I'm only a delivery man, you know, like an express courier. He enthusiastically added, so if you're going to ban anyone from the restaurant, the person you should ban is Lee Sion, not me. The others scoffed at Gojo. How can you be such a coward, Gojo? Do you think we don't want to give him gifts too? Why go through this whole charade? EUIJ sighed and refused. I told you not to call me by my hunter name. I appreciate the thought, but I'm sorry. These gifts are too expensive, so I'd feel uncomfortable accepting them. Gojo matter-of-factly said, then just use them while you study for the exam. Once you're done, sell them on Tomato Market as nearly new second-hand items. He proudly relayed Sion's suggestion. That was what Sion had proposed. That brat. EUIJ guessed that Sion had deliberately added those sarcastic remarks to mock him. EUIJ silently observed him from the corner of his eye. Finally, he sighed and accepted for Gojo's sake. Even so, I feel bad. At least let me return the laptop after I take the exam. Meanwhile, in a place resembling a school, its classrooms quiet, the proctor announced in an examination room as EUIJ prepared to take the test. All right, you may begin. EUIJ looked at the questions in surprise. Judging by the reactions around him, it seemed he wasn't the only one who felt this way. This exam was completely different from the mock tests. The likely questions in the mock exams had felt like brainwashing. You must obey the law without exception. They were all memorization questions about provisions of the Special Awaken Act. EUIJ had secretly been relieved, but now what? Where had all the legal content gone? Damn it, I wasted all that time memorizing every precedent related to the Special Awaken Act. As he read the questions, he became even more astonished. Why is this so easy? At the restaurant, the atmosphere was lively. Gojo said, I heard this hunter exam is supposed to be the most hellishly difficult one in history. Do you think our part-timer will pass? Honeybee replied. A rookie from our guild came back from the exam, walked in the door, and immediately started crying. She continued, he said not a single question from the mock exams appeared on it. I heard the test was full of questions about bizarre monsters no one had ever seen before. Even Jisoo was shocked. What? How are people who have never even stepped into a rift supposed to answer questions about monsters? Honeybee inwardly mourned. That kid was talented enough with the Special Awaken Act to argue cases in court. That poor rookie. They continued talking. Who wrote this exam anyway? Honeybee's hands shook with anger. Who else? That fifth-ranked guy, Wyatt. Gojo asked. Oh, him? He's hardly ever in South Korea, but he still has time to write an exam. Who knows? Either way, we should probably prepare ourselves to comfort the part-timer. At that moment, EUIJ's phone vibrated. As they watched him stare at it, they became tense. Could it be a message telling him whether he passed or failed? EUIJ smiled with satisfaction as he looked at his phone. Honeybee cautiously asked, What is it, EUIJ? Did you pass? No way. Without hiding it, EUIJ held up his phone for them to see. Yes, I passed. I passed on my first try. Honeybee and Jisoo congratulated him endlessly. EUIJ really is talented. You shouldn't be wasting your life at this hangover soup restaurant. Congratulations. Pride of the hangover soup restaurant. EUIJ thought helplessly. Of course I passed. I've killed countless monsters and rifts. Then a message from Sion appeared. Lee Sion, congratulations. Is that guy hiding somewhere and watching me? EUIJ frowned as he scrutinized his phone screen. Another message appeared. When you have time, Nam Guangjin. The moment EUIJ saw that name, he sprang to his feet and hurried away. EUIJ called happily. You mean Nam Guangjin? Then my grandmother's leg can be treated now. Sion calmly replied from the other end of the line. Yes. I also gained a few things thanks to you, so I should repay you. How about 2 days from now, around the time you usually prepare ingredients for the restaurant? I'll have to ask my grandmother first, but I think that will be fine. Then, if it works out, come directly to the Cell World Guild building that day. The call should have ended, but the other person did not hang up. What else did he want? Silence fell over the line, and EUIJ finally spoke. Is there anything else you want to say? Sion answered coldly. No. I'll see you then. EUIJ stared at his phone in dismay. What was that? So dry. Hello, Grandma. Could you be at the Cell World Guild building at 2 in the afternoon 2 days from now? Hello, Grandma. Could you be at the Cell World Guild building at 2 in the afternoon 2 days from now? A polite receptionist welcomed them. Welcome, Guild Leader Lee Sion of the Wave Team. Guild Leader Nam Guangjin is waiting for you. Sion asked, where is he? He is in the Central Library. Haon looked around excitedly as Sion calmly scanned his card. A voice announced, access authorization confirmed. Identity verified. Lee Sion and 3 accompanying guests. Welcome to the Cell World Guild. The doors slowly opened, revealing an enormous library filled with countless books. The receptionist led the way, followed by Sion and Hone, who looked around in fascination. EUIJ gently supported Pil-sun. Upon seeing Sion, Nam Guangjin said, You came earlier than I expected, Lee Sion. He greeted them politely. It's a pleasure to meet you all. You are today's patient, Choi Pil-sun, and her guardian, Cha. EUIJ correct. EUIJ politely replied, Yes, that's right. Guangjin continued. Then let us begin with the examination. I'll take you to the examination room. Seeing little Hone looking around the room with interest, Guangjin made a suggestion. It would be fine for Hone to come along, but I think she'd enjoy exploring the library more than going into the examination room. Really? Then Hone can stay here and continue looking around our library. I'll only take the guardian and the patient. A member of our guild will assist the patient. Oh dear, I can walk on my own, OJ's grandmother said. Then EUIJ asked Sion, What about you, Lee Sion? Sion replied, I probably don't need to go along, do I? That's true. EUIJ then leaned closer and quietly asked, Could I trouble you to watch Haon for a little while? Sion snapped back, Are you asking me to babysit now? EUIJ pleaded, Come on. I don't want to ask you for this either, but I'm afraid Hone might get lost while I take Grandma for her examination. You only need to stay beside her and make sure she doesn't wander off. That's all I'm asking. Sion fell silent, then reluctantly nodded. EUIJ smiled brightly. Thank you. I'll be going now. EUIJ quickly hurried away, now reassured. Only Sion and little Hone remained. He called out, Hey kid. Ignoring him, the girl continued picking out books. Sion called again. Park Hone, what is it? I unanswered. Looking directly at her, he said frankly, I think you should read educational comics instead. I know. Hone quickly recognized him. But aren't you the person who did that thing on TV? Please do it for me just once. No. Hone's request made Sion's expression darken. So this is what he meant by making sure she didn't get lost? Damn it. After completing a series of examinations, Guangjin spoke gently. Thank you both for patiently completing the tests. EUIJ immediately asked anxiously, Thank you, doctor. How is my grandmother's condition? As he carefully examined the X-ray, Guangjin slowly answered. The results confirmed that she has rheumatoid arthritis. Guangjin continued. The symptoms first appeared in her hands, but because she did not receive treatment in time, it seems the disease has spread to her knees. This illness does not fall under the system's rules. It is a naturally occurring disease that develops according to the passage of time, so my ability cannot cure it. Noticing the heavy atmosphere, he softened his voice to reassure them. But please don't worry too much. If she combines medication with regular health management, her symptoms will improve considerably. Guangjin's calm voice continued. Rather than aiming for a complete cure, let us focus on relieving her pain and keeping the disease under control so it does not interfere with her daily life. Hearing that, EUIJ finally let out a breath of relief. Thank you so much, doctor. What a relief. Guangjin added, It is not an incurable disease, but it does require consistent treatment and care. It is much like diabetes. Guangjin gestured toward the door. Please proceed to the physical therapy room for treatment first. I will see you again later. Immediately, a staff member came over and guided Pil-sun away. This way, please, EUIJ said cheerfully. Grandma, I'll see you again in a little while. Once she had left, Guangjin lowered his head slightly, his voice tinged with apology. My ability can only treat injuries that arise under the system's rules. I'm truly sorry that I cannot completely cure her. EUIJ hurriedly waved his hands. No, doctor, I'm already grateful that you agreed to examine her. After hesitating for a moment, EUIJ quietly asked, Which hospital should we visit for future checkups? I can't keep bringing her here forever, can I? Guangjin picked up a pen and wrote several lines on a memo. My schedule changes often, so it would be difficult for me to see her regularly. Instead, he handed the note to EUIJ. I will contact a university hospital in Central Seoul in advance. From now on, just take her to this address for her checkups. EUIJ gladly accepted the note with both hands. Thank you so much, doctor. Guangjin added one more thing. You do not need to pay for the examination, treatment, or medication. The Cell World Guild will cover all of it. EUIJ's eyes widened in shock. What? Guangjin calmly clipped his pen into his breast pocket. My work as a doctor is finished. Now, allow me to greet you as one hunter to another. Nam Guangjin introduced himself solemnly. My name is Nam Guangjin, Korea's 7th-rank hunter. I'm the guild leader of the Cell World Guild and the owner of this library. But his next words were what truly stunned EUIJ. EUIJ, you are Lee Seon's supporter, aren't you? Guangjin suddenly rose from his chair. You do not need to answer. The fact that you are here is answer enough. EUIJ asked in confusion. How does my being here answer anything? Guangjin calmly explained. Because Lee Seon has never brought anyone else here. You're the first person he has ever introduced to this place. Guangjin lightly snapped his fingers. Immediately, the space around them began to shift in a strange manner. Would you like to take a walk? EUIJ froze, inwardly astonished. Is this Nam Guangjin's ability? Guangjin said, Ever since the day of the rift, I have taken a great interest in this world that has been turned upside down. His calm voice echoed through the quiet space. Questions such as, what is the system? What exactly are rifts, and where do those monsters come from? He paused briefly, his gaze deepening. Those are questions everyone in the world is curious about. Yet, EUIJ, no one in all of Korea, no, not a single person in this world, can provide clear answers to them. Spiritual energy suddenly flared brightly in Guangjin's hand, pale blue light reflecting across his composed face. Therefore, in search of answers to those questions, I have been obsessively gathering immense amounts of knowledge from everywhere. I also maintain a good cooperative relationship with Lee Seon. Guangjin stood still, a faint sadness passing through his eyes. Not long ago, Lee Seon transferred an enormous quantity of material to me. He said his supporter had found it. Do you know the name of that material? EUIJ hesitated slightly before answering honestly. I only heard that it was a material. Guangjin nodded lightly. That material is called Pro-09. It is the ninth material created by an organization called Prometheus for the purpose of gathering experimental subjects. In Greek mythology, Prometheus was the figure punished and tortured for giving fire and knowledge to humanity. His voice lowered. That organization calls itself a group of prophets. They claim they see the future in dreams, and that in order to prevent the coming apocalypse, humanity's strength must be cultivated. At those words, a thought rose in Uij's mind. It sounded very similar to the story contained in the fragmented memories Yoon Ji-yoon had shown him. Just then, Guangjin suddenly turned to look at him. It seems you are rather interested in this subject as well. His eyes remained fixed on Uij. Then let me tell you one more thing. Guangjin spoke firmly. Lee Sion was once a test subject of Prometheus. Uij's pupils immediately contracted in shock. Lee Sion was what? Guangjin continued in a low voice. What I am about to tell you has never been revealed to the public. He continued. Not long after Cha Euj's death was announced, the entire country was thrown into chaos. It was also a time when the government was most powerless to fulfill its role. Guangjin went on. During that chaotic period, when the country had lost its greatest fighting force, Cha Eui, Lee Sion was found in a research institute. He suddenly corrected himself. No, it would be more accurate to say it was a place that had once been a research institute. They say that amid blackened ruins, where everything had melted from deadly poison, he was sitting alone in an oversized patient gown. No one could approach him carelessly, because even a moment of carelessness would mean certain death from the poison. Guangjin's voice continued. Even Young Bin, wearing full protective equipment, had great difficulty getting near him. Even then, Young Bin was poisoned afterward and only managed to hold on by taking an antidote. Eui fell into thought. The clues that had seemed unrelated were now gradually falling into place. Prometheus, which specialized in creating artificial awakened. Lee Sion, found in Prometheus's own research institute. And the present-day Lee Sion, who was hunting them down. After a long silence, Eui could not stop himself from asking. Then are you saying Lee Sion was their first successful creation? Guangjin shook his head. No one can know that for certain. He offered his hypothesis. Did he awaken because of their experiments? Or did the system hear Lee Sion's earnest prayers and help him awaken? Personally, I lean toward the latter theory. His gaze drifted into the distance. Furthermore, their research had not advanced very far at that time, so they often abducted people with even the slightest unusual trait to use as test subjects. Guangjin gave an example. For instance, people who had been caught up in a rift. He continued, or people bearing injuries from monster attacks. An image suddenly arose in Guangjin's mind. A young man with a blood-smeared face, pale lips moving ceaselessly. Please save me, Guangjin stated firmly. In short, they targeted people with unusual traits connected to rifts. It may be an exaggeration, but Korea was practically in a state of anarchy back then, so kidnapping people for experiments was not difficult. Then another image surfaced in Guangjin's memories. A man lying motionless at the bottom of a deep, dark pit, his hoarse voice crying out in despair. Please save me. Eui pressed his lips together. A thought suddenly came to him. Perhaps that child had been just like Lee Sion. He asked, but why are you telling me this? Being a supporter does not mean I have the right to hear such things. Though he appeared calm on the surface, Eui had quietly raised his guard. Guangjin had not mentioned this in front of Lee Sion himself, but was telling Eui while Sion was absent. What was his purpose? Hearing the question, Guangjin looked briefly surprised, as though he had not expected that reaction. After a moment of silence, Guangjin suddenly laughed. That reaction is only natural. On the contrary, I would have been troubled if you had not reacted that way. Eui did not understand what he meant and could only stare at Guangjin blankly. Yes, Guangjin said, shrugging. Think of it as a kind of shackle binding you. Eui became even more confused. What do you mean? Just then, a man approached and cautiously announced, I came to inform you that the patient's treatment is complete. Guangjin immediately withdrew the illusion. Then let us end our walk here. I will take you back to your family. Guang Jin suddenly remembered something. Oh, do you know someone named Hong I-sung? EUIJ paused. Yes. Inwardly, he immediately grumbled, I do. It's the name of someone I want to punch in the head. Looking at the elegant lettering embossed on the invitation Guang Jin handed him, EUIJ was momentarily stunned. The Master Artisan Exhibition. EUIJ knew what the invitation meant. The auction of equipment crafted by Hong I-sung was called the Master Artisan Exhibition. It was scheduled to be held in Sando in a few days, and only those with invitations like this were allowed inside. Just thinking about it made EUIJ's scalp tingle. It was obvious how outrageously expensive such a ticket must be. His eyes showed clear confusion. Why are you giving this to me? Guang Jin smiled gently. It was difficult to refuse him. It is a gift in return for your risking your life to obtain Pro 09. EUIJ gave a bitter smile. If you give me something money cannot buy, how am I supposed to explain where I got it? At the same time, in a magnificent mountain range where only wind and birdsong normally echoed, a man's heavy panting abruptly shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Two middle-aged women, hiking nearby, could not help turning around. One blinked and lowered her voice as she asked her friend, "Oh my, should we call the police about that young man?" The woman beside her dismissed it. "Leave him alone. He's probably filming something." At the foot of the mountain, Hong I-sung cried out joyfully, Finally, I escaped that place." Behind him, a bodyguard calmly touched the earpiece on his ear. Team leader, Mr. Hong I-sung, has just come down from the mountain. He jumped around like a child. Fried chicken. Meanwhile, Yoongbin stood pensively on a balcony. He understood the current state of the hunter industry better than anyone. The number of hunters increased every year, and as demand rose, equipment became increasingly scarce. Even if hunters risked their lives clearing S-rank rifts and dungeons, S-rank equipment appeared only rarely. In such circumstances, if someone could supply S-rank equipment consistently, then no matter how slow that person's production might be, their existence alone would be enough to raise the country's standing. Moreover, once every 2 years, Hong I-sung personally held an equipment auction called the Master Artisan Exhibition. Whenever the exhibition season arrived, high-ranking hunters, not only from Korea, but from all over the world, flocked there. Yoongbin lightly bit the rim of the paper cup in his hand, his expression complicated. Tourism was boosted, foreign currency kept flowing in, so he understood why his superiors favor Hong I-sung so much, but Yoongbin sighed softly. Whenever this time came around, every department in the bureau was run ragged. It was probably because so many awakened would soon gather in one place. Just then, his phone screen lit up. He quickly answered it. "Team leader, I sent you the personnel deployment plan for around the convention center by email." Yoongbin immediately replied politely, "Good work. I'll review it and respond right away." After opening the document and reviewing it, he suddenly remembered something. "Where's Hong I-sung currently?" The person on the other end reported. After demolishing 11 chickens at a fried chicken restaurant, he is now heading to a beef specialty restaurant in Manhwa. Yoongbin fell silent. Is he possessed by a starving ghost or something? Why does he eat so much meat? I'll make sure every meal has enough nutrition. He clicked his tongue. Reports of people spotting him have already started appearing online, so please pay a little more attention to security. The man on the other end immediately answered without hesitation. Understood. Yoongbin sighed virilely. From now until the Master Artisan Exhibition opens, every day is going to feel painfully long. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bungu held a remote control and continuously changed channels. Watching him, Yoongbin could not help asking curiously, "What is so interesting on TV today?" Bungu remained focused on the screen, his hand never stopping. "That quiz show. I heard they're rebroadcasting the episode Hong I-sung appeared in before. I missed the live broadcast, so I have to watch it now." Yoongbin casually continued the conversation. "I heard Hong I-sung came down from the mountain." At that moment, EUIJ was cooking while quietly eavesdropping on the conversation outside. Hearing the familiar name, he could not help frowning. I had only just learned that Hong I-sung was on Mount Yuri. That damn bastard has already come down? Everyone simultaneously turned toward the television screen. "I heard you were on Mount Yuri this time, sir, and that you came here as soon as you descended the mountain?" The reporter could not hide her excitement. The only S-rank craftsman, the pride of the Republic of Korea, Hunter Master Artisan Hong I-sung. I-sung greeted everyone warmly. "Hello, everyone." Looking at his rounder face, Bungu could not help sighing. It looks like you've been eating very well since coming down from the mountain. EUIJ silently agreed. The reporter continued showering him with praise. You are famous for creating outstanding equipment. What kind of item have you crafted this time? Hong Isung remained adamant about keeping it secret. If I reveal it here, it will ruin the suspense. I will unveil it on the day of the auction. The reporter still would not give up. Could you not give us even a tiny hint? In the room, everyone crowded closer to the screen, their faces full of admiration and anticipation. They truly wanted to attend the auction. He firmly refused. I'm afraid not. Jisil let out a quiet sigh. Still, you need a black ticket just to get in. Jimin stared blankly. How much are tickets going for on the market now? Her face immediately fell. I don't know. I heard they're being traded for billions of won, and they're already sold out. No one is selling them. Jisoo sighed sadly. When will we ever get to attend that auction? While everyone else continued talking, EUIJ quietly slipped back into his room. Only then did he nervously take out the 2 tickets he had been given. His eyes remained fixed on the 2 black tickets in his palm. Nam Guangjin had handed him a disaster. 2 black tickets every hunter desperately wanted. He recalled what had happened then. Although he had firmly refused, saying, "No, thank you. I'm only D rank. I don't even have money. How could I participate in an auction?" Nam Guangjin had not listened. He simply shoved the 2 tickets into EUIJ's hands, then sell them to other hunters. They're going crazy because they can't find tickets. Remembering that, EUIJ could only click his tongue. That bastard had talked him into accepting them while he was too distracted to realize it. Thoughts kept flowing through EUIJ's mind. Based on the painful lesson he had learned from the tomato market incident, a caterpillar should just stick to eating pine needles. With that in mind, he seriously considered what to do with the 2 tickets in his hands. If a caterpillar like him were to deal with these tickets. Option 1. Go to Songdo and attend the auction. Option 2. Sell the tickets. Option 3. Pretend they did not exist. EUIJ quickly hid the 2 tickets beneath his mattress. Option 1 was obviously eliminated. Going to Songdo and attending the auction was out. Option 2 was difficult, so selling them was out as well. Option 3. Pretend they did not exist. Just shove them somewhere and forget all about them. The corners of his lips rose in satisfaction. Just stay there quietly until the Master Artisan exhibition is over. The next day, upon hearing Lee Sion's question, EUIJ immediately froze. Have you ever been to Songdo? His gaze unconsciously fell on the 2 black tickets sitting conspicuously on the table. They were rare, sold-out tickets worth tens of billions of won that everyone desired. So why did black tickets keep appearing before him? EUIJ hurriedly looked away. Why are you late today? There was only one thought in EUIJ's mind. First, avoid Lee Sion's stare. If you come on doing business, you'll just linger around and say I'm interfering with your work again. EUIJ's eye twitched. Damn it, that was exactly right. But did he have to say it so sarcastically? Lee Sion mumbled. They're the ones who get scared and do not dare come near me. What am I supposed to do? EUIJ's face darkened. Damn it. Perhaps because Nam Guangjin's words were still lingering in his head. He felt that the face behind that gas mask looked somehow dejected. Thoughts slowly ran through his mind. From the first time they met until recently, this brat had been rude, troublesome, and strange. He was such a lunatic that his very existence was enough to destroy EUIJ's peaceful life. But EUIJ had already learned too much about Lee Sion. Suddenly, EUIJ sprang up as though he had realized something. So this was what Nam Guangjin meant by being chained down. Those rich and powerful people were truly terrifying. They dared use conscience as chains to bind him to Lee Sion. Lee Sion spoke. Do you realize how much I've been thinking about you? EUIJ answered immediately in an indifferent voice, as though it were obvious. I know. After saying that, EUIJ rose as if to escape. Seeing this, Lee Sion narrowed his eyes. Where are you going? Without stopping, EUIJ answered calmly, the kitchen. Lee Sion became irritated. You haven't answered my question yet. EUIJ replied resentfully. Honestly, there's still plenty of time. Let's drink coffee and talk slowly. Do you drink coffee? Lee Sion shrugged. I don't know. EUIJ frowned. What kind of vague answer was that? He sighed helplessly. Sit there and wait for a moment. Not long afterward, EUIJ placed a steaming cup of hot water in front of him. This was his special recipe. 5-grain powder mixed with acacia honey. A drink that could win over even the pickiest 9-year-old elementary school student. Lee Sion stared intently at the cup before him and asked suspiciously, what is this? EUIJ answered casually, 5-grain powder. Lee Sion blinked. What about coffee? EUIJ scoffed. Someone who cannot even sleep properly like you has no business drinking coffee. Drink the 5-grain powder. When I came to your house last time, you barely slept either. Lee Sion protested. You have insomnia too, just like me. EUIJ reached toward the cup of plain water on the table. That is why I'm drinking plain water. Lee Sion touched the edge of his mask. The next moment, he gently took it off. After taking a sip of the 5-grain drink, Lee Sion asked, "Forget that. Have you ever been to Songdo?" EUIJ hesitated slightly. His gaze wavered before quickly turning elsewhere. No, even when he had still been EUIJ, it was not as though he had ever gone there. Hearing that, Lee Sion's eyes lit up. Perfect. Take this opportunity to go. EUIJ stared at him blankly. Go to Songdo? What? Lee Sion explained. It has been very lively there lately. EUIJ pretended not to care. Because of that master artisan exhibition or whatever? Lee Sion nodded. Yes, that. EUIJ frowned. But why should I go there? Lee Sion answered without hesitation. For a date. The cup in EUIJ's hand immediately crumpled. A vein throbbed on his forehead, and his face twisted in irritation. Did that 5-grain powder fry your brain? Or something? Lee Sion said, I'm offering you a date invitation worth tens of billions of won. EUIJ dismissed him. I do not have time to go to Songdo. I have to run the restaurant. Leaning forward, Lee Sion continued to persuade him. Just say you're taking your grandmother to the hospital and close for one day. You only need to go on the day of the Master Artisan exhibition. EUIJ looked at him in disgust. Lee Sion answered solemnly, as though he had anticipated this conversation and rehearsed for it. Without the slightest embarrassment, he shrugged. What can you do if your grandmother is sick? EUIJ was somewhat displeased. Using grandma as an excuse is a little. Before he could finish, Lee Sion pictured Grandma, smiling brightly and saying, I'm perfectly fine. He proposed, if you are uncomfortable with that, I can ask Choi Pil-sun to take Grandma to the hospital for you that day. EUIJ was speechless. Had this guy lost his mind? EUIJ tried to find another excuse. How could a D-rank hunter like me attend the Master Artisan exhibition? What will you do if people ask where I got the tickets? Hearing this, Lee Sion reached into his spatial storage. That will not be a problem either. After rummaging around for a while, he pulled something out and confidently placed it on the table. Lee Sion smiled faintly and pushed the item toward him. Just wear this and say you belong to the secretarial team of the Wave Team. His lips curved in delight. Matching masks with Lee Sion. Looking at the item before him, EUIJ was bewildered. You want me to wear this? Lee Sion nodded with certainty. The secretarial team always has to wear them when accompanying me on outside assignments, so it will not seem strange. Everyone will think it is perfectly normal. EUIJ inwardly retorted, not at all. Two people walking side by side in gas masks would stand out terribly. Even I think it looks weird. EUIJ glared at him coldly. Should I just curse this bastard out and chase him away? Unfortunately, Lee Sion seemed entirely unaware of the dangerous atmosphere building around him. Can I ask you something? EUIJ snapped. What? Lee Sion innocently held out the cup of 5-grain drink toward EUIJ. What did that bastard Nam Guangjin say to you when we went to the Cell World Guild? Why are you being so nice to me today? You're not normally the type to give people things like this. At that moment, only one thought crossed EUIJ's mind. This lunatic is sharp. Just then, the familiar sound of the system rang out. The moment that thought arose, EUIJ dismissed it. No, Nam Guangjin was born to be a scholar. Since he had not even confirmed EUIJ's identity yet, he would not reveal their private conversation. Having eliminated that possibility, EUIJ reached another conclusion. So this bastard was on guard just because EUIJ had softened toward him a little? What kind of animal-level instincts were those? EUIJ hurriedly picked up his cup and took a sip to conceal his inner turmoil. Then he suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, he had once told Lee Sion that he had no faith in people. No wonder Lee Sion thought that way. With that, EUIJ calmly spoke. Nice. I only made you a cup of 5-grain powder. Lee Sion narrowed his eyes at him even more suspiciously. The only thing that could have changed your attitude toward me recently was meeting Nam Guangjin. That bastard is quite persuasive, so I suspected him. EUIJ kept his expression steady, but cold sweat silently ran down his back. He was right. Lee Sion continued his confident analysis. You're not the type to easily listen to others, so it is even more suspicious. At that moment, anger flared within EUIJ. Why was this guy suddenly attacking him with words? Lee Sion continued, I was wondering who that bastard thinks he is, daring to interfere between us. EUIJ became even more irritated. Between us? What? Their contractual relationship. At last, EUIJ could not hold back any longer. I was a little nice to you, and you have to start acting up? Calling it being nice, just because I made you 1 cup of 5-grain powder, is ridiculous. EUIJ explained, I was grateful because you took Grandma to the hospital and watched over Hone for me. But Lee Sion still wore a suspicious expression. Taking her to the hospital was part of the terms you set in our agreement. And that little girl, EUIJ unconsciously scratched his cheek, feeling somewhat guilty as he searched for another reasonable excuse. I was also grateful because you came to save me when I was caught in the rift. Technically, that was part of the agreement too. But regardless, if you had not been there then, this restaurant might have burned down. EUIJ's voice continued, or I might have ended up wanted for stealing an ambulance. Who knows? Then a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Come to think of it, when he had still been EUIJ, no one had ever come to help him either. Lee Sion froze, his eyes widening. Were you really going to steal an ambulance just for this restaurant? EUIJ's silence only made him more certain. Lee Sion burst out laughing. He mocked him. No wonder you suddenly asked whether I had a driver's license that day. You really are crazy. EUIJ's gaze immediately turned cold as countless curses rose in his mind. Shut up. What do you know? My family's restaurant almost burned down. Being called crazy by an actual lunatic was what made it hurt. While EUIJ silently fumed, Lee Sion rested his chin on his hand, looking intrigued. And then, EUIJ coldly asked back, and then what? Lee Sion spoke cheerfully. Is there anything else you are grateful to me for? EUIJ's eye twitched. That is all. I have nothing else to say now. Lee Sion clicked his tongue regretfully. You say you do not trust people, but your standards are really low. He still would not stop and continued tempting him. If you're so grateful, accept my date invitation. EUIJ was immediately overwhelmed by that familiar feeling of helplessness. Damn it, everything had returned to square one. Without hesitation, he shook his head. No, Lee Sion was stunned. Why? EUIJ answered shortly. Because I do not want to go. EUIJ continued, you were the one who told me to live peacefully, so I'm only going to stay here and sell hangover soup. Lee Sion immediately stood up. We can go and come back quietly. A thought flashed through EUIJ's mind. Go quietly with a public figure like you? In your dreams. His sharp gaze fixed on the other man. Why are you so determined to drag me along? Lee Sion answered in the most casual tone imaginable. It's a date. EUIJ's face darkened. Stop spouting that nonsense about dates and just tell me directly. Lee Sion stubbornly kept his secret. Because going alone is lonely. EUIJ scoffed. That is ridiculous. Where is Bungu? Just go with your guild's vice guild leader, Bungu. Lee Sion looked at him with obvious displeasure. You hardly ever call me by my name, but you can say Bungu's full name so smoothly. EUIJ was momentarily speechless. Lee Sion, do you know how difficult you are? Lee Sion shrugged meaningfully. Bungu will be attending with the other guild members. EUIJ suggested, then just join them. Lee Sion immediately refused. How could I? They would be uncomfortable if they had to go with their superior. Sarcastic thoughts began surfacing in EUIJ's mind. Since when did you care so much about your subordinates? Lee Sion sat back down, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at EUIJ. He blinked. Actually, there is one more thing you should be grateful to me for. He slowly prompted him. Do you remember those guys you tied up like bundles of dried fish? EUIJ thought for a moment. Did he mean the people he had captured at Incheon Port? What about them? Lee Sion explained. Only now did EUIJ remember a very serious problem. The romantic opener was not the issue. The real disaster was those bastards. He had only beaten them up. He had not had the chance to silence them. Then Lee Sion's next words made cold sweat pour down EUIJ's back. Almost contacted the bureau and called a transport vehicle. If I had sent them away like that, things would have become a huge problem. EUIJ felt his heart skip a beat. Yungbin still believed he was a D-rank awakened, but that D-rank awakened had taken down an entire group of criminals, including a B rank, all by himself, 20 thugs beaten to a pulp. If that became known, he would definitely end up being interrogated one-on-one by Yungbin. Li Xian continued, so they are still in the basement of my guild. I have not decided when to transfer them to the bureau yet. EUIJ tried to remain calm. If they reveal my identity, it will put you at a disadvantage too. Li Xian lightly rubbed the rim of his cup. So what? No matter what happens, I will suffer less damage than you. I still have a way out. Originally, he had not intended to force EUIJ to go if he kept refusing. Li Xian suddenly grinned, but there was an unfathomable danger lurking beneath it. But seeing you be grateful to me for such trivial things makes me want to do even more for you. This, that, and all sorts of things. EUIJ's hand had clenched into a fist before he knew it. No thanks, you bastard. The next day, a notice was neatly posted on the glass door at the front of the restaurant. How'd he know his clothing size? Then EUIJ suddenly met Li Xian's judgmental gaze. EUIJ frowned. What? Li Xian praised him. You were really good at tying a tie. I thought you would not know how. EUIJ's I twitched. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Li Xian immediately put on an innocent expression. Not at all. I was going to tie it for you if you could not. Then, EUIJ, put your mask on already. It's early in the morning. What nonsense are you barking now? At that moment, he swiftly grabbed Ji by the tie, pulling them close. Li Xiaojun gently reminded him, just in case something goes wrong when we get there, make sure you lower your voice as much as possible whenever you speak. Speak, so that only I can hear you. Then he teasingly added, from now on, you're a member of the Pado Guild's secretary team. So remember to use honorifics when speaking to me. Can you do that? Ji silently cursed the brat. So that was why he had deliberately asked him to come along. Gritting his teeth, Ji reluctantly asked, then how should I address you? Guild Master. Li Xiaojun answered sternly, Guild Master Li Xiaojun. You frowned. That's too long. Xiaojun patiently explained. There will be many guild masters attending. What if someone overhears you and thinks you're calling them? Before long, the two of them stood in front of the exhibition venue. A massive banner stretched across the front of the building's main hall, bearing impossible-to-miss words. The return of a master artisan after 2 years. The artisan exhibition of extraordinary talent Hong Aizong. The two exhausted security guards, standing watch, suddenly looked surprised. One guard stared wide-eyed at the two heavily masked people approaching so early in the morning. Xiaojun and Ji handed over their cards. The guards politely checked the invitations. Yes, your invitations have been verified. Guild Master Li Xiaojun of the Pado Guild. And the person beside you is, Xiaojun answered with a stern expression, my secretary. Move aside. What are you standing there for? The guard respectfully bowed to them both. Yes, please come in. Watching this, Ji concluded that this was the taste of power. This kind of priority treatment was seriously incredible. He poked Xiaojun in the back. Guild Master, may I use the restroom for a moment? Xiaojun asked in puzzlement. We just got here, and you're already planning to leave me alone? Ji made an excuse. I'll have to speak formally all day, so I need a moment to prepare myself mentally. Xiaojun glared at him. Our new secretary doesn't seem like the type to prepare so thoroughly. Ji snapped back, annoyed. If I don't prepare myself, I might start swearing. Would that be acceptable to you? With no other choice, Xiaojun silently let Ji go. Inside the restroom, Ji removed his mask and let out a long sigh. As he fidgeted with the mask, he thought, this restricted field of vision is really uncomfortable. How does Li Xiaojun wear this thing every day? Earlier, he had needed intense concentration just to memorize the personal information of several famous hunters. He was already exhausted, and the respirator mask was making him even more irritable. This is going to be rough. Can I really pull this off? Ji quickly opened his inventory and searched for something. It had felt too unsettling to leave it under the blanket. So in the end, he had brought it with him. Calmly searching through his inventory as though he were taking a break, he thought, after facing several situations that I couldn't handle with my own strength, I realized I feel safer keeping it on hand. Ji finally sighed and made up his mind. Since he had arrived somewhere Li Xiaojun was not, he might as well gather some information. A notification window appeared, and the chat room was filled with messages. Then came a barrage of warning messages from Jongbin. Jongbin really has it rough. Still, it made sense. So many prideful, ill-tempered, sensitive hunters were gathering in one place. Suddenly, Ji became alert at the sound of footsteps. What was that? Why was someone suddenly coming in? Ji quickly used a function on the system panel and warily looked ahead. As the footsteps drew nearer, he realized there did not seem to be many people. It sounded like only one person had entered. Then the person suddenly shouted, "Why isn't this thing working?" Ji immediately recognized the voice. It was Hong Aizong. The man cursed irritably. "This is driving me crazy." A security guard outside shouted, "Mr. Hong Aizong, are you all right?" When there was no response, the guard reassured himself. He must be having trouble taking care of business. Let's just wait. Having heard the entire exchange, Ji was utterly confused. What the hell was he doing? Then a device on Aizong's wrist began beeping. All right. Aizong irritably tested the device. Why is it so noisy? Is it malfunctioning? The repeated beeping made Ji wary. Is something about to explode? The guard outside called out anxiously, "Mr. Aizong, are you still all right?" Aizong opened the door and informed the guard standing outside. "I'm fine. I must have accidentally touched something. I'm just doing some work. Last time, didn't some lunatic steal other hunters' tickets and sell them?" Hearing him explain the device's purpose, Ji became alarmed. "This is a detector for unregistered illegal tickets. I made it to filter those people out. It suddenly started beeping, that's all. Does anyone outside happen to have an unregistered ticket? If your ticket displays blue text, it has already been registered. Yipeni, I do have an unregistered ticket in my inventory. Can that thing detect items inside someone's inventory too? What kind of absurdly high-end function does that detector have?" The guard. At that point, Ji decided he had to take a gamble. Whether they opened the door and discovered him, or he came out and got caught, he would look equally suspicious. I'll just go for it. Ji put on his mask, trembling, then walked out with his clothes disheveled and an exhausted look on his face. There really is someone in here. I'm sorry. I was just so nervous that he played the role of a new employee. I only just managed to join the Pado Guild's secretary team, but I had to accompany Guild Master Lee Seo-jun outside. I was so nervous that I ended up vomiting in the restroom. The two men stared at him blankly as the device continued beeping. That respirator mask belongs to the Pado Guild. The guard quickly asked, "Which department are you from?" Pretending to be exhausted, Ji answered in a way that earned the guard's sympathy. "The Pado Guild secretary team. I came to the artisan exhibition to accompany Guild Master Lee Seo-jun." Looking at him, anyone could tell he was a rookie, a newcomer who had to accompany that Guild Master. No wonder he was so nervous. At that moment, Seo-jun walked in and said mockingly, "You bodyguards seem to have a great relationship. You even go to the restroom together." He strode in leisurely and ordered Ji, "Secretary, have you finished preparing yourself mentally?" Ji had known Seo-jun would come looking for him. He quickly approached. "I'm sorry, Guild Master. I took a sedative, so I'm fine now. It's my first time, so I was a little nervous." Seo-jun stared intently at Ji. Ji poked Seo-jun, hoping he would understand and play along. Seo-jun reluctantly cooperated. "Fine, I hope you don't make me regret bringing you along." Ji happily continued the act. "Yes, sir. I'll do my very best." Then Seo-jun launched into a tirade at him. "Just trying your best isn't enough. Do well. You've been working for a month, but I haven't seen much improvement. Make sure you perform properly today, understand? As a member of the secretary team, you should look after me instead of using poor health as an excuse to neglect your duties." Ji was furious, but could only curse the brat inwardly. "Enough already." He quickly bid them farewell and ran off. "I'll go in once I've fixed this. See you inside the exhibition hall. And don't be too harsh on your subordinate." Seo-jun retorted, "Harsh? Contrary to what Aizong thinks, I'm the one suffering here." He muttered, "I'm exhausted from having to wait on him." Seo-jun asked irritably, "Why are there so many people hovering around you?" Ji said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Guild Master Lee Seo-jun." He quickly grabbed Seo-jun's hand. "May I speak to you privately for a moment?" Ji quickly took off his mask and sighed. Touching Seo-jun's face, he asked seriously, "There shouldn't be any lies between us, right, Guild Master Lee Seo-jun? We're bound by a contractual relationship, after all." Seo-jun calmly replied, "Since when did we become close enough, with no distance between us, to be this honest with each other?" Ji put on an exaggerated act. "Starting now," Seo-jun repeated. "Starting now." Ji made a serious, honest confession. "Before things get worse, I should confess honestly. I have 2 unregistered black tickets. Hearing this, Seo-jun became extremely irritated and rattled off. I'm beginning to understand you better. Whenever you voluntarily call me by name, even though I haven't done anything wrong, it means something has gone wrong, doesn't it? The air between them became stifling. Seo-jun angrily demanded, "Which bastard gave you those tickets?" Ji stared at his reaction in disbelief. Why is he reacting more intensely than I expected? A thought flashed through Ji's mind. He had expected Seo-jun's response to be something like this. Seo-jun's image appeared in his mind, teasingly saying, "You're quite talented, aren't you? Do you really only want to live peacefully?" Cold sweat immediately broke out on Ji's forehead. I thought he would only make sarcastic remarks like that. Ji thought, why is he suddenly so hostile? Seo-jun stared at him and demanded in an annoyed voice, "Answer me. I asked which bastard gave you the tickets." Ji waved his hand, trying to change the subject. The more important matter is what comes next, isn't it? If Hong Aizong's machine exposes the fact that I'm here, it'll be troublesome. Just then, a system notification sounded. The corner of Seo-jun's mouth lifted slightly, his gaze icy. In the same boat. You won't even tell me who gave you the tickets. As if I trust you. Ji decided to keep the secret to the end. I can't mention Nam Won-jin now. That would be the end of me. That guy's personality is as twisted as a pretzel. Suddenly, Seo-jun lifted Ji's chin with one hand, closing the distance between them until they were inches apart. "Let me tell you something you need to know, secretary." As he spoke, he straightened Ji's slightly crooked collar button. "First, tickets to the artisan exhibition are sold in limited quantities only through the Ranker channels." Seo-jun slowly explained. "Aside from the allotment distributed overseas, any remaining tickets from Channel 1 are transferred to Channel 2. If there are no remaining tickets, no more are sold." He continued, "That means no one can hide which Ranker bought tickets or how many they bought. It is a system no one can manipulate. This time, I bought 4 tickets for Byung-gu, the guild member, myself." As he spoke, Seo-jun reached out to straighten Ji's tie. "And you?" Only then did Ji realize the truth. "So even if I wanted to sell the tickets on Tomato Market or to the regular hunters at the Hangover Soup restaurant, I couldn't." Nam Wonjin's smug face immediately came to mind. "Go ahead and try selling them." Ji felt a chill run down his spine. If I had accidentally said I planned to sell them earlier, it would have become a huge problem. Seo-jun continued. "The others from the other guilds also bought the number of tickets they needed. Doctor bought 2 tickets, and coincidentally, I saw Nam Won-jin buy 2 extra tickets." Ji's heart skipped a beat. I was careless. Lee Seo-jun was not only perceptive, he was also incredibly persistent. Seo-jun concluded, why would someone like him, who never leaves the library, buy 2 extra tickets? No wonder I wondered why he came all the way to the artisan exhibition today. Want to make a bet on whether Nam Won-jin will show up here today? Ji awkwardly scratched his head. If you're already certain, why are you even asking me? Seo-jun snapped. It seems Nam Won-jin told you something. Ji told himself that saying he had heard about Seo-jun's past would only make things worse. He immediately gave a thumbs up and feigned innocence. No, receiving the tickets and having a conversation are 2 different things. Ji hurriedly explained, from the start, it was because you told Nam Won-jin that I was the one who brought back the magic crystal. He gave me these to repay me for that. He said they would be very useful for his research. They're useless to me, so I was going to throw them away, but they wouldn't burn, and I didn't know how else to get rid of them. So I just kept them and ended up bringing them here. If I'd known Hong Aizong would make that damn machine, I would have left them at the Hangover Soup restaurant. EUIJ shot him a glare while secretly studying Sion's expression. The tense atmosphere from earlier seemed to have eased a little. What was with that? Did he think he was the Leaning Tower of Pisa or something? Why was he still giving him such a sideways glare when he was trying to explain? Unable to hold back any longer, EUIJ suddenly reached out and grabbed Sion's gas mask. Take this off. Let me see your face. Sion immediately used all his strength to pry EUIJ's hand away. You're only doing this because you have nothing to say in response now, aren't you? EUIJ gritted his teeth. I've already said everything I needed to say. Aren't you the one who's speechless? Take it off already. Sion struggled. I don't want to. Let go. I need to go. But EUIJ remained adamant. Take it off, Lee Sion. Sion shouted irritably. I told you I don't like it. Sion spoke sulkily. Why didn't you just go with Nam Guangjin today? EUIJ frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? I never intended to come here in the first place. I only came because you threatened me. Sion snapped. Threatened you? Then he gave a scornful laugh. Maybe you're the only person in the world who would consider a date invitation worth tens of billions a threat. Veins bulged on EUIJ's furious face. You said that if I didn't come to Songdo, we'd both die together. If that isn't a threat, then what the hell is it? I was even planning to put the ticket Namguangjin gave me up for sale on Tomato Market, you know? Sion cursed. Damn it, you still haven't deleted that app? EUIJ raised his voice. I did, Brat. The moment I got hundreds of spam messages, I deleted my account and uninstalled it. Then EUIJ abruptly stopped. Wait, if what Lee Sion had said about ticket sales was true, then more people from Channel 1 would attend this art exhibition than he had expected. His expression gradually turned serious. In a situation where there were landmines everywhere, cooperation with Lee Sion was essential. Earlier, they had only managed to get past that situation because Lee Sion had perceptively played along. But EUIJ considered it quietly. If Lee Sion remained in such a foul mood, then if something unexpected happened, he might pretend not to know him, even if EUIJ tried to speak to him. A vivid image immediately came to mind. Sion coldly turning away while EUIJ ran after him. Hey, team leader. EUIJ seriously came up with a solution. First, he had to soothe him. EUIJ called softly, Lee Sion. Sion looked at him with sharp eyes. What is it? Is there still something you haven't told me? EUIJ gently suggested, take off your gas mask. Sion refused without hesitation. I don't want to. EUIJ pleaded, it's because I want to see your face while we talk. Take it off, please. Sion answered curtly, what's the point of seeing my face? EUIJ gave him a bright smile. Honestly, I'm a little upset too, but I think we need to look each other in the face before we talk. The moment he saw Sion's face, EUIJ felt a headache coming on. Damn it. His face was openly sulky and unhappy. This was bad. It seemed honesty was not always the best policy. EUIJ sighed inwardly. He had expected that he would not be able to calm Sion down right away. At that moment, EUIJ decided to hug the person in front of him. It had come to this. He had not wanted to use this move on Lee Sion, but this was his last resort. Seeing that Lee Sion did not react at all, EUIJ thought to himself that he was more obedient than expected. Fortunately, he did not struggle or resist, but EUIJ's relief lasted only a few seconds. Soon, he noticed something strange. Why was Lee Sion's body so cold? It felt like embracing a corpse. EUIJ lightly rubbed his head against Sion's chest, his thoughts running wild. No, Lee Sion was obviously still alive. His heartbeat seemed slightly faster than usual. His muscles twitched whenever EUIJ patted and stroked his back. There was this low, unsteady breathing and this sweet scent as well. All of it proved that he was alive. Suddenly, Sion forcefully shoved EUIJ away. It happened so quickly that EUIJ could not react. He immediately lost his balance and staggered back several steps, stunned. Good thing it was me. An ordinary person would have been flung into the wall. Did I hug him for too long? But when EUIJ examined Sion's expression, he felt that something was off. Sion did not look uncomfortable. He looked anxious and restless instead. What was he talking about? Bringing up learning from experience out of nowhere. Sion rubbed his forehead hard. You talk as if the time you coughed up blood because of my poison happened years ago. EUIJ blinked. What? Then a memory quickly surfaced in his mind. He was talking about the time they signed their contract. Thanks to the Basilisk's poison resistance trait, he had gained immunity to poison, so Lee Sion's poison was no longer a problem for him. Sion lowered his voice. If you cough up blood here, how do you plan to deal with the aftermath? Answer me. Are you going to leave me to clean up that mess too? Sion continued, especially when antidotes do not even work on you. Hearing that, EUIJ quickly interrupted. Wait, Lee Sion. EUIJ went silent in thought. Was he supposed to tell Sion that he had a poison resistance trait? He could not do that. He tried to keep a calm expression. I'm really fine. Your poison is not that dangerous to me anymore. Sion sneered. A person who is fine coughs up that much blood. EUIJ? EUIJ tried to persuade him. It won't happen again. I'm Phoenix. Sion tore the ticket he had just taken out in half, then spoke calmly. I only did this because I have no interest in cleaning up a corpse here. Remain in your private waiting room until the exhibition begins. If you leave the waiting room and cause a disturbance, you may be punished under the Special Act for Awakened Individuals. If a riot appears imminent, please take refuge in your private waiting room and contact the Awakened Management Bureau. EUIJ looked around vigilantly. Where the hell are we? Sion explained. The system just told you. It's a waiting room. I heard beforehand that the guests would be completely isolated this time, but I didn't realize they had built an entirely separate space for every person. It's like a hamster cage. EUIJ asked curiously. Why would they do that? Lee Sion pointed at the chair behind him. First, sit down there. EUIJ immediately turned to look. Here. Only then did Sion explain leisurely. At the last Master Artisan exhibition, one rude bastard nearly brought down the entire building. Only then did EUIJ understand. He raised a hand to touch his shoulder. My shoulder? I barely pushed you. I'm Phoenix. Sion spoke haughtily. You had better take it off yourself before I peel it off for you. EUIJ immediately pointed at Sion's face and objected sternly. Hey, you refused to take off your gas mask earlier. Sion retorted. How? Is that the same thing? EUIJ refused to back down. What's different about it? I told you I'm fine. Why won't you believe me? Sion shouted, as if I could trust you. EUIJ's next words made him freeze. Are you worried about me? Sion narrowed his eyes. No way. At that moment, a phone suddenly rang, breaking the standoff in the room. Sion paused and quickly took out his phone. Just lie there and get some sleep. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn back and warn him, don't even think about wandering outside and drawing other people's attention. EUIJ watched Sion's retreating figure. It seemed to be a work call. Only after the door closed completely did he lean back in the chair and let out a long breath. His stomach had been churning with nausea earlier, but he felt better now. He must have calmed down. EUIJ fell into thought. But why was Lee Sion not curious about him at all? A thought suddenly came to him. The people he had met before, in order to make full use of him, would dig into everything. They wanted to find out what he could do with his abilities and where his limits lay. Lee Sion was different. Before and after they signed the contract, he had not asked a single question, nor had he shown any intention of using EUIJ. He must have seen through the fact that EUIJ was someone with abilities comparable to his own. Thoughts flowed endlessly through EUIJ's mind, but was not understanding the other party's strength before signing a contract a basic requirement. Yet Sion had shown no intention of asking what skills or traits he possessed. EUIJ felt a little uneasy. Could it be that Sion already knew he was EUIJ? No, that was impossible. If that were true, Sion would not have merely made him promise not to betray him. He would have demanded something in exchange for keeping his secret. EUIJ leaned back and stretched out on the chair. Then why? He covered his eyes with one arm. Ever since escaping the rift, he had intended to live a perfectly ordinary life. He recalled the plans he had once made. A simple, peaceful, quiet life, living each gifted day to the fullest without becoming entangled with monsters or rifts. But his current life was more difficult than he had expected, leaving him no time to think about anything else. EUIJ blanked out slightly. At some point, Lee Sion had come to occupy a corner of his daily life, as if he, too, were part of that peaceful life. EUIJ silently watched the flow of magical energy swirling around his arm. Lee Sion did not take long to return. Sion had arrived in another room. The memory of what had happened earlier suddenly came to his mind. EUIJ had embraced Sion, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "All right, it was my fault." At that moment, a figure emerged from the water tray of an illusion space. The sudden call startled him. Team leader. Minky immediately bowed in apology. I was busy wrapping up some unfinished work, so I'm a little late. I'm sorry. Lee Sion spoke coldly. Report. Minky hurriedly held out the tablet in his hands. Yes. First, please take this. Without hesitation, Minky continued, I will begin my report. In the center of the report was a prominent line of text. Cha EUIJ tracking report. Minky stood straight and reported clearly. First, the research team used a rift detector in the area where the West Sea Rift once appeared. They also reviewed all measurement data from the coastal region. Most readings were consistent, with no major fluctuations. There's also no record of the detector graph spiking when the rift opened. Minky continued. However, there was one day, around half a year ago, when the reading was abnormally low. Sion was startled. Low. Minky nodded. Yes. As you know, high readings mean a high probability of a rift appearing in that location. But this is the first time we have seen readings drop this low. I even contacted the inventor of the detector, but I could not get a satisfactory answer. Sion thought for a moment before speaking slowly. So there has never been a precedent for a case like this. Minky confirmed, yes, that is correct. Sion immediately took the tablet and swiftly scrolled through the screen. Soon, a report summary appeared before him. Minky continued. There was a rumor that director Ham Suk-jong had entrusted Wigo with something, so I looked into it. 1 week after the rankings were updated, we learned that Wigo had secretly entered South Korea. He continued, Wigo ranked 5th in South Korea. His real name is Bang Yumin. Although he is an S-rank awakened, he does not belong to any organization. He calls himself a freelance hunter and travels all over the world. Since Wigo is still an S-rank awakened, the government has tried every method possible to keep him in the country, but he always slips away like an eel. If someone like him returns to South Korea, there are only 2 possibilities. Either the client or the target of his commission is in South Korea, or he is home for the Lunar New Year holiday. At that, Minky sounded somewhat displeased. Every Lunar New Year, Wigo regularly returned home just to eat rice cake soup. Was he trying to show off that he was Korean or something? Minky continued providing information. After the Hunter Aptitude examination, Wigo has not left the country. He is currently still in South Korea. Sion lowered his voice. What about the person who received a perfect score on the Hunter Aptitude examination? Minky pointed to the tablet screen. This examination was difficult. Unless someone was an active hunter or regularly entered dungeons and rifts, it would be hard to answer every question correctly. But as you know, including your brother, there were 2 people who received perfect scores. Sion asked, how is the work on Chai Uij's records going? Minky immediately replied, following your instructions, I fabricated records to account for the 8-year gap in his history. Even if someone investigates his background, they will not find anything unusual. We also have a fairly plausible excuse. We heard this and that about him from the regular hunters at the Hangover Soup restaurant. Satisfied, Sion casually handed the tablet back to Minky. Keep spreading false information. Do not let the Bureau catch wind of it. Minky hesitated. Team leader, may I ask you a question? He tightened his grip on the tablet. Everything you have instructed me to do until now has always had a clear purpose. His eyes revealed the doubts he had long suppressed. But ever since Cha Eui appeared in the rankings, it has been difficult to understand the purpose behind your orders. At first, when you told me to trace Cha Eui's whereabouts, I thought it was only natural. Cha Eui is a national hero. Minky continued, but am I right about what I'm thinking? However, Sion did not answer directly. He turned away sharply. Not enough. Minky looked confused. What do you mean, not enough? Sion emphasized each word. Decisive evidence. Certainly. Then, as if he had suddenly remembered something, Sion spoke. I have 2 spare black tickets. I'll transfer them to you later. Deal with them yourself. Minky pointed at himself, cold sweat pouring down his face. But according to my cover identity, I'm currently in Malaysia. If I show up here, it'll cause a huge problem. Sion calmly offered a solution. Say you returned home earlier than planned. Minky clasped his hands in fear and begged, Team leader, could you give them to romantic opener instead? I am too insignificant and incapable to deal with 2 tickets. Sion did not care, his voice cold. That guy went to the hospital. Seeing Sion preparing to leave, Minky crushed the ticket in his hand and called after him. He opened another gate again. Wait, team leader, he screamed desperately. Team leader. In an instant, Sion had returned to the private room. The moment his footsteps came to a stop, the sight before him immediately drew Sion's attention. He stood still for several seconds, then quietly walked toward the sofa in the corner of the room. There, he saw Euij. Seeing Euij sleeping on the narrow sofa, Sion felt faintly dissatisfied. He's asleep? If they went to the trouble of building this room, they should have put in a bigger sofa. Yet the person lying there knew nothing of it. His breathing was even, and his relaxed face was rarely free of its usual vigilance and wariness. Then Lee Sion gently sat down beside Euij. His hand rose slightly, then paused in midair. Sion lowered his eyes, thinking to himself, he is so small. Among ordinary people, he would probably be considered tall and well-built, but compared to other hunters, he was far too small. After a long while, Sion suddenly leaned closer. The distance between them immediately narrowed. Then Sion quietly closed his eyes and drifted into sleep beside Euij. Han Ebai smiled brightly as she ordered. 1 hot Americano and 1 iced Americano, please. Make them large. When the employee told her the total was 20,000 won, she sounded faintly disappointed. Damn, hangover soup is cheaper than this. From a distance, Bang Yumin sneered. It hasn't even been that long since we last met, but your tastes have gotten awfully cheap. Seeing Mr. Wasp standing there with that smug, composed expression, Han Ebai frowned and spun around. What is this, Yumin? Why are you here? Yu Min answered casually. What else? I came to buy weapons. Han Yi Bi Skofet. Don't make me laugh. Everyone knows you were banned from the Master Artisan exhibition. Even as she mocked him, he arrogantly replied, if you have influential friends, getting a ban lifted is easy. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, does Yungbin know you're here? Don't try anything. Yu Min put on an unbearably smug expression and raised his hands as if showing them off. Of course he knows. That's why I'm here without handcuffs. I told you, I really did come to buy weapons. She stared at him in disbelief. What was he thinking, letting in the guy who nearly wrecked the Master Artisan exhibition last time? Yu Min let out a long yawn, making Han Yi-Bai even more irritated. Do I look like I enjoy fighting? That bastard picked a fight with me first, so I just fought back. Besides, Ms. Cabbage, if a Korean and a foreigner get into a fight, shouldn't you cheer for the Korean? Patriotism doesn't have to be anything grand. That's patriotism. Gritting her teeth, she snapped back. You bastard. Where did you crawl out from? Calling other people traitors. Han Yi-Bai grabbed Yu Min by the collar and shouted, just because you came back to Korea after so long, you think you own the place? Still acting haughty, he replied. Was I being that obvious? Furious, she was about to use her ability to beat him up. Damn it, I can't let you keep standing there looking so smug. Then footsteps approached from afar. Good morning, you two. Yungbin appeared with an ambiguous smile. What wind has brought the two of you together? The moment he appeared, the atmosphere turned awkward. Remaining calm, Yungbin looked at them both and quickly admonished them. Why aren't either of you using the waiting rooms that Mr. Hong Isung put so much effort into building? Why are you standing out here? That waiting room? Even Lee Sion used it. Han Yi-Bai coughed lightly and made an excuse. I was in the waiting room. I just came out to buy coffee. I was going right back after getting it. This bastard was the one who started trouble first. You can ask the part-time employee here. Yungbin replied gently. Is any need to ask? I believe Han Yi-Bi. Han Yi-Bai made an excuse and left first. Before she did, she turned to warn Yu Min. I'll be going now. Matthew is still waiting for me. Consider yourself lucky. You only survived because Yungbin showed up. Yu Min pretended to be frightened. How scary. Now that only Yungbin and Yu Min remained, Yungbin stepped forward to greet him. Yu Min. Yu Min awkwardly replied. There's still someone scarier left here, isn't there? Yungbin smiled as he warned him. Your entry ban was lifted under the director's orders, but Yu Min quickly cut in. You're about to tell me not to cause trouble, right? Yungbin looked extremely pleased. How fortunate. It seems Yu Min knows his place. Yu Min answered flatly, of course. I heard that most foreign hunters are only participating in this Master Artisan exhibition remotely, anyway. So there won't be anyone to fight with. But unexpectedly, Yu Min's head was slammed down onto the table. His expression was so provocative that it made people want to hit him immediately. Yungbin glared at Yu Min murderously. Yu Min replied offhandedly, still, when it comes time to catch Cha, EUIJ, I won't hesitate to use any means necessary. If something happens then, I hope you'll be understanding. It's Ham Sukjong's order, after all. Yungbin calmly answered, you don't need to warn me in advance. Cha EUIJ has no reason to come to the Master Artisan exhibition. He'll come. Yu Min frowned, his expression turning dangerous. Why are you so certain? He pointed a finger at Yungbin. Yu Min gave a sly smile. Because I prayed so much, I'm damn exhausted. My prayers are powerful, you know. My father's a pastor. Meanwhile, amid the loud chatter of the auction hall, Cha EUIJ, wearing a mask, silently assessed the situation. They even put up partitions so the audience can't see each other's faces. Hunters really are treated like hamsters. Then he thought, if the place were completely open and Bang Yu Min came over to strike up a conversation, it would be a nightmare. I don't know which overpowered hamster caused a scene last time and made them do this, but thanks. Lee Sion spoke up. Just sit next to me. I'm more comfortable standing here. Sion worriedly advised him. The auction will be long, probably several hours. EUIJ calmly replied, it's fine. Sion smiled. You were sleeping so soundly earlier that I thought your stamina was poor. I guess I was wrong. If your legs start hurting, tell me. I'll move so you can lie down. EUIJ was thoroughly annoyed by Sion's teasing. He had only dozed off for a moment, yet this guy kept needling him. What an idiot. Sion himself had told him not to go anywhere and to get some sleep. Then a microphone came on, drawing both of their attention. The MC began speaking on stage. Thank you sincerely to all the hunters who have attended. Now, the auction for the Master Artisan exhibition will begin. She introduced the items one by one, while Isung sat behind her, nodding off. The first item is an S-rank accessory in the form of earrings. It grants fire resistance, ice resistance, and increased mental power. At that moment, a security guard appeared and whispered something into Isung's ear. Still drowsy, he quickly came to his senses and opened his inventory. A pair of brilliantly red earrings appeared before him. The MC introduced the item in detail. The only S-rank artisan in the world, someone favored by the system. There is nothing strange about that. The verification of Mr. Hong Isung's artisan mark on this equipment has been completed. We will now begin bidding on the first item. The starting price is 1 billion won. Number paddles immediately began rising one after another. 3 billion won. The price continued climbing as the MC announced each bid. From now on, each bid must increase by 500 million won. Someone suddenly called out, 3.5 billion. Chai Uij looked toward Lee Sion, who was sitting calmly beside him. Sion apparently had no intention of raising his paddle. It seemed that equipment had not caught his eye. The auctioneer's gavel fell, and the item found its owner. Congratulations on your successful bid. We will now move on to the next item. As she mentioned the next item, the MC's eyes shone with excitement. I'm certain every hunter present here is well aware of Mr. Hong Isung's special trait. The entire hall gradually began buzzing. Everyone was already murmuring. While the MC spoke at length, Isung picked up a weapon wrapped in white cloth. One of Mr. Hong Isung's traits is deadline finisher. The closer he gets to a deadline, the greater his productivity becomes, and the faster his crafting speed grows. As Isung slowly removed the wrapping, the MC further heightened the atmosphere. Until now, the highest grade of equipment created by Mr. Hong Isung was S rank. However, we are honored to present the first weapon crafted by human hands since the day of the rift. A spear appeared in Isung's hand. An S+ rank weapon. Chai Uij stared at the stage and muttered in shock. That spear looks exactly like the one I used before. Lee Sion noticed his small reaction. On stage, Isung showed off the spear. His eyes flashed gold as he looked toward the audience and spotted Uij. Isung shouted, "Cancel the auction!" Darkness engulfed Uij. Bewildered, he wondered where he was. There was nothing around him but pitch-black darkness. He quickly looked around. Where's Lee Sion? He has the ticket to the waiting room, so I need to join up with him. A chicken suddenly appeared in front of Uij, leaving him confused. What is this? The chicken suddenly crowed, startling him. This is insane. Is that an actual chicken? As the darkness gradually faded, a house appeared. Uij was bewildered. Why is there suddenly a tiled roof house here? He walked closer and asked the chicken, "What exactly are you? And where is this place?" The chicken clucked, directing Uij toward the door behind it. The door suddenly opened. Hong Isung was lounging inside. He glanced toward the door, then excitedly sprang up. "You're here," Isung called softly. "Come here, my dear chicken. You worked hard." Uij's mind filled with question marks. Worked hard? Was this guy admitting that he had kidnapped him? He had the nerve to abduct someone so openly in the middle of an auction. Isung gazed at him with wide, absorbed eyes, making Uij uneasy. Unless this guy was an utterly hopeless lunatic. Isung waved him over. "Come sit next to me." Uij bluntly refused. "No need. I can listen while standing." Isung pleaded. "Come on, sit down already." Isung apologetically said, "I'm sorry I brought you here this way. I was just in too much of a hurry." Seeing that, Uij asked, "Isn't this kidnapping?" Isung hurriedly denied it. "I'll return you to where you were right away." Calling it kidnapping makes it sound too severe. He eagerly looked Uij over and asked, "What should I call you? Can I call you Secretary Kim? We've met before, haven't we?" Uij did not deny it. "That's right. We did meet before. Only briefly, in the restroom." Isung waved cheerfully. "Just call me Secretary Kim." "All right, Secretary Kim." Isung spoke comfortably to Uij. "First, let me introduce this place. Without my permission, no one can enter, so you can relax. You can say whatever you want here. This is my tiny, precious house, which I carefully built bit by bit." Fearing that Uij would feel uncomfortable, he pressed the point further. "So make yourself at home. Relax." Isung's attitude put Uij on guard. Last time, Nam Guangjin had invited him for a walk and then thrown bombs at him. Now, this guy was doing the same thing. What did he want to say that he had to lay so much groundwork first? Suddenly, Isung leaned in close and stared into Uij's face. Secretary Kim, it's in your inventory, isn't it? His eyes lit up as he spoke plainly. The thing I created. Uij steadied himself. For a moment, he had nearly lunged forward to strangle Isung. I truly have no idea what you're talking about. Standing before him now was an overwhelming sense of pressure. Looking into Isung's eyes felt as though the shell around Uij's body was being torn open, as though his very existence was being examined. A nauseating sensation rose in him, as if everything inside him were about to spill out. He thought carefully of everything he possessed. Only the 2 black tickets had been made by Hong Isung, but he had handed those to Lee Sion before the auction started. There was nothing left. What else could it possibly be? Isung frowned mischievously. I forgot to say this first. I didn't bring you here to argue with you, Secretary Kim. I brought you here because I'm completely certain. Isung opened his eyes wide and assured him, these very eyes of mine clearly saw something made by my own hands in your inventory. Uij mentally went through all the weapons Isung could have made. At present, his inventory contained only potions, magic stones, and the basilisk fawn. Then he remembered something. If Isung had been after the magic stones, he would have made a fuss and demanded them long ago. As Uij wrestled with the thought, he wondered, could it be the basilisk's fawn? But I took that from the West Sea Rift. Moreover, until the moment Uij entered the West Sea Rift, Hong Isung had merely been an ordinary, unawakened person. Isung suddenly said, sorry, but I don't have much time, Secretary Kim. It won't do you any good to drag this out. You know Lee Sion will come looking for you. His next words, accompanied by an increasingly cold gaze, became threatening. So let's take what we need and go our separate ways. I'll give you anything you want, Secretary Kim. Just bring that thing out. Uij analyzed the situation. Isung really was in a hurry. No wonder he had kept his eyes closed throughout the auction. He must have some kind of penalty that prevented him from using his appraisal eye for long periods. A ringing sound suddenly broke the oppressive atmosphere. Lost in thought, Uij had not noticed it. Outside, Lee Sion was probably searching for him. Uij had barely managed to soothe Sion's mood earlier. He was probably about to lose his temper again. Thinking that, he took out his phone. I wonder whether my shameless apology tactic will work on him this time. Isung pointed at the chicken. My dear chicken. The chicken swiftly snatched the phone from Uij's hand. Uij stared blankly as it pinned down his phone, inwardly cursing. What kind of chicken is that? It's as fast as a squirrel. Isung apologetically said, blood streaming from his eyes. Sorry. It's my first time kidnapping someone, so I forgot that confiscating the phone comes first. Seeing that, Uij quickly asked, what happened to your eyes? As he calmly wrapped bandages around them, Isung answered, I used my appraisal eye for too long. But at times like this, I can just use what Nam Guangjin gave me. It's fine. I'll be all right. Uij compromised. Can you give me my phone back for a moment? I should at least contact the guild leader. You know what his personality is like. Isung firmly refused. No, your phone is my hostage now. If you cooperate, I'll help you deal with this mess. I'll even make an excuse to him for you. Uij pretended not to understand. I'm sorry, but I really don't know what you're talking about. I don't have any black tickets, either. But Isung stubbornly continued. Secretary Kim, you have a weapon in your inventory, right? Something like a long sword about this big. Hearing Isung describe it, Uij's thoughts became tangled. Was he really looking for the basilisk's fawn? Was that made by Hong Isung? Uij reluctantly admitted, I do have something like that, but I don't think that equipment was made by Mr. Hong Isung. Isung urged him to take it out. Leave the judgment to me. Just show it to me. Hurry, hurry. Uij thought with a frown. Although the timeline did not match, if he showed Hong Isung the basilisk's fawn, could he find some clue about the rift? Remembering the tragic scene from the past, Uij felt uneasy. He did not know why, but he had a feeling that he had to do this. After all, he still bore the responsibility of saving the people buried in that place. Uij quickly summoned it and handed the sword to Isung. The instant he touched it, Isung looked startled. I didn't make this. Uij remained silent. So it had simply been Isung's delusion after all? After examining it closely, Isung made a conclusion that stunned Uij. But it is something I created. A system notification appeared, updating the basilisk's Fong's thoughts. Father? What is going on? Streams of light appeared as Isung sensed the sword. Isung explained, "My name, Isung, uses the characters for art and star. I have a habit of engraving my name onto everything I make, so that when my hand touches it, I can confirm the existence of the equipment. It's like an authenticity certificate." He continued, "My information gathering ability is genuinely excellent. Whenever there are good materials somewhere, or a powerful monster appears, whether in Korea or overseas, everyone messages and contacts me to ask whether I can make something out of it. Why?" In the end, Hong Isung replied, "Because I'm the only person in the world who can turn those things into equipment. But even I have never heard anything about a basilisk appearing. I've never heard of one, seen one, or even touched its loot. So how could I have made this sword?" As if that were not shocking enough, he added, "But this kid keeps insisting that I made it myself." Suddenly, Bang Yumin pinned him down, and he snapped, "Anyone watching would think I asked something forbidden." Li Xian irritably stepped on him and said sarcastically, "I was already in a foul mood because my secretary, who was supposed to be focused on the exhibition hall, suddenly disappeared. Then you showed up. If you have a nerve to pick a fight, you should be prepared to get beaten." Bang Yumin was not one to hold his tongue. "Seriously, Li Xian? You never care about anyone, yet you're taking out on someone else just because your secretary suddenly disappeared. People might think you two are dating." Xian's gaze softened at the mention of EUIJ, but then his expression suddenly turned dark and cold. "If my secretary does not appear in front of me immediately, you're dead today." Holding the sword, Hong Isung said, "But this kid says I made it. Where did Secretary Kim get this?" EUIJ did not answer, only staring at him for a while. When he remained silent, Isung awkwardly scratched his head. "Secretary Kim, I'm incredibly confused too. This thing just suddenly appeared out of nowhere." Only then did EUIJ speak. "I thought at most it was one of my weapons floating around on the black market." Isung seemed to understand his concerns and made a promise. "Let me give you my word first. I will not ask who Secretary Kim is, and I will not dig into any information about you. I'll also keep our private meeting a secret. If you need a weapon, I'll make one for you." He even put on an ingratiating gesture and pleaded, "Would that be enough? Please tell me. I'm dying of curiosity here." EUIJ did not say anything, but inwardly he was annoyed. This stubborn insistence on getting his way. He and the weapon he made were exactly alike. EUIJ suddenly remembered what Han Ibai had once said. Their names and faces are clearly the same, but sometimes they seem like entirely different people. He silently acknowledged something. Considering what Hong Isung and Yoon Ji-eun had said, perhaps the Basilisk Fong had been made by a different Hong Isung from another memory fragment. But in the memory fragment Yoon Ji-eun had shown him, Hong Isung had not appeared. Then Isung suddenly looked adorably at him with sparkling eyes. "Secretary, are you listening? You're thinking about it, right? I'll wait." However, EUIJ was not paying attention to him. He was only thinking that he had to meet Yoon Ji-eun and confirm it. Just then, the white rooster crowed, startling EUIJ into looking at it. The sound made him angry. Damn it. Even if he got out of here, Li Xian would probably make a huge fuss. His anger would go on forever. EUIJ imagined Sion's furious face and reproachful words. "Didn't I tell you to avoid running into other people as much as possible? If you're so desperate to make friends, why don't you join a hiking club?" After a while, EUIJ saw Isung's eager expression and reluctantly said, "You asked where I got this, right?" Isung brightened at once. "Oh, you're finally going to answer?" EUIJ glared at him and asked in return, "Why do you want to know?" Isung froze in surprise, managing only a single word. EUIJ deliberately made things difficult for him. "Why should I trust you, Hong Isung, and tell you?" Flustered, Isung pointed at himself. Me?" EUIJ spoke bluntly. "Exactly. You make empty promises and expect someone to tell you everything. Who would want to? At the very least, you need a proper contract before we talk. You should have done all that before interrogating me." Isung hurriedly explained, "I promised I'd keep it secret and make weapons for you first." EUIJ imagined himself holding a spear as everyone admired it. "My goodness, what is that dazzling weapon?" "Oh, this? It was simply made for me by Master Artisan Hong Isung." "A weapon made by Master Artisan Hong Isung? Really?" Then he began complaining to Isung. "A hunter working as a secretary suddenly turns up with a weapon made by Hong Isung. Surely nobody would find that suspicious, right? And do you think I'll tell you everything just because you tell me to? Isn't it using your power and status to bully people?" With a bewildered look, Isung slapped his chest and raised his voice. Wow, this is the first time I've heard anyone say that to me since I awakened. How novel. I'm Hong Isung, you know. And what is wrong with parents who were separated from their child, asking where their child was found? Hearing that, EUIJ thought to himself, if I say I picked it up at the West Sea Rift, isn't that practically admitting that I'm Chai EUIJ? He imagined smugly telling Isung, actually, I got it from the West Sea Rift, only for Isung to clutch his head and scream, you're Chai EUIJ? Suddenly, EUIJ felt uneasy. He had shown Isung the weapon because he felt he needed to, but revealing his identity was another matter entirely. Thinking that, he glared at Isung and asked, you said earlier that you did not make it. You have never even seen a basilisk yourself. Are you really its father? As EUIJ boasted and sighed, Isung grew flustered and silently criticized him. After staying beside Lee Sion for so long, had he learned nothing but that man's sarcastic habits? After a while, Isung slapped the sword and spoke awkwardly. Look, my name is right here, and this little guy does not point its sharp edge at me, either. It recognizes its creator. EUIJ wanted to inspect the sword in his hands. Give it here. I'll hold it and show you. Isung looked confused, but still offered the sword with both hands. This. The moment EUIJ held it, he punched the blade. When EUIJ's hand remained uninjured, Isung was both astonished and confused. EUIJ shamelessly said, isn't the blade just dull? I do not think this proves anything. Isung could only gape at him. On the other hand, EUIJ was unharmed because before he struck the blade, the system had updated the Basilisk Fong's thoughts. Basilisk Fong's thoughts. If you strike me, I will sever your hand. While enthusiastically sharpening the sword, Isung received a message. He checked his phone, then hesitated. It seems something happened outside. EUIJ was puzzled when he caught a glimpse of the message. It was a request. Mr. Hong Isung, could you move up the auction's restart time? There has been a small problem. When Isung did not respond, the sender sent another message. Mr. Hong Isung, please pretend you never saw my previous message. Do not come outside under any circumstances. Isung honestly showed EUIJ the message. Yoongbin told me absolutely not to go outside. Could Lee Sion have used poison? Hearing that, EUIJ became irritated. Damn it, Lee Sion. What insane stunt are you pulling now? If you remember correctly, Yoongbin's ability was binding. Awakened ones bound by Yoongbin's chains could not use their abilities for a certain amount of time. Even if it were Lee Sion, if Yoongbin was determined to bind him and drag him to an interrogation room at the Awakened Management Bureau, he would have no choice but to submit. But that would make things incredibly troublesome by the time EUIJ returned to the Hangover Soup restaurant. Taking back the sword, he bid Isung farewell. It is time for me to go. Isung was startled. What do you mean, go? You have not told me anything yet. You cannot leave. EUIJ stood up and bowed sincerely to him. I am sorry, but Mr. Hong Isung, after kidnapping someone, the only thing you can do is use your power to pressure them. He straightened up. Of course, if you had asked politely, I would have gladly answered. But I cannot possibly tell the lengthy story of the Basilisk Fong to someone with not even the barest minimum of manners. Watching EUIJ take the sword, Isung collapsed sadly and cried out, Bunny, Bunny. That was the name he had given the sword. Ignoring his antics, EUIJ walked away and cursed inwardly. To hell with his crazy nonsense. I could just abandon that phone too. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, at this rate, will I not be hunted down like during the Magic Stone incident? EUIJ recalled a social media post. A few minutes later, EUIJ returned. Looking at Isung crying and calling the sword's name, he muttered inwardly, I would love to erase his memories through physical force, but Hong Isung is necessary to restart the auction. Bunny, how do I keep his mouth shut? He quickly opened his inventory window to look for something. Mr. Hong Isung. Isung immediately responded, What is it, you cruel man? Isung was about to curse at him, but stopped upon seeing the glittering magic stone in EUIJ's hand. Wait, its allure was overwhelming. He gaped and stammered, a magic stone? EUIJ immediately motioned to him and said, I know you desperately want this. You want it, right? Isung obediently nodded and covered his mouth with one hand. A few seconds later, his face blossomed like a flower as he tempted EUIJ. How much should I pay you? Should I write you a blank check? No, there will be taxes. I will pay cash instead. Knowing the opportunity had come, EUIJ spoke plainly. Forget the money. Do you have any documents, like contracts guaranteed by the system? The kind where breaking the terms results in severe penalties? Isung immediately stood up and hurried away, saying, "My little chick, hurry up and help me look. It must be somewhere around here." Once Isung had prepared paper and a pen, EUIJ said, "I will dictate, and you write." Isung obediently replied, "Yes." EUIJ began reading aloud. Article 1. Master Artisan Hong Isung shall not be curious about or investigate anything concerning Secretary Kim, whom he met today. He may not even entertain the intention of investigating him. Ordering others to do so is also prohibited. Article 2. Master Artisan Hong Isung shall devote his full effort to cooperating with and assisting Secretary Kim in his work. At that point, Isung suddenly stopped writing, scratched his head, and asked, "What are you planning to ask me to do?" EUIJ went straight to the point. "Create an alibi for me that will fool Yoongbin." Isung replied with some dissatisfaction. "Secretary Kim, you are asking me to do something extremely difficult." EUIJ continued with the next term. Article 3. Master Artisan Hong Isung shall not investigate the origin of the basilisk's fong. Isung immediately protested angrily. "That is outrageous." "What? How can you do that?" Knowing Isung's weakness, EUIJ brought out the magic stone to control him. Isung blankly said, "Oh, a magic stone." Finally, EUIJ emphasized, "Not now. I will give you the magic stone after you fulfill the contract terms." The scene changed quickly. Lee Seon had already been caught and brought before EUIJ. EUIJ broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, he got caught that quickly." Seon looked at EUIJ and Hong Isung, then calmly said, I suppose I really will have to tie you up this time. Every time I take my eyes off you, you get into trouble and suddenly disappear." The rooster stared at him for a moment before crowing. Meanwhile, EUIJ thought, "What use is it for someone tied up like you to say that to me?" A second later, Seon angrily said, "Are you going to explain why you suddenly disappeared, then suddenly showed up acting friendly with that bastard? Take your hand off his shoulder." EUIJ sighed. Isung angrily pointed at himself. "That bastard? Are you talking about me?" EUIJ reassured Seon, "I will explain everything later." A few seconds later, Yoongbin's group rushed over in a panic. "Mr. Hong Isung, did you leave the waiting room?" Unable to contain her anger, Han E-bai pointed at them and said, "If you were going to postpone the auction, you should have just said so. Why did you suddenly disappear and pull this crazy stunt?" Burning with anger, she loudly scolded Isung. "Thanks to you, something happened." Isung asked blankly, "Something happened? What?" Han E-bai replied aggressively, "Let Yoongbin explain it to you." He gave an awkward smile. "Well, Mr. Lee Seon and Mr. Bang Yumin got into a fight, and Mr. Bang Yumin's shoulder was completely crushed. But thanks to Ms. Han E-bai reporting it promptly, the building was not destroyed, and everything remains within acceptable limits." EUIJ coughed, then repeatedly bowed and apologized on Bang Yumin's behalf. "We apologize for the trouble caused by our guild leader. Please contact the Wave team regarding the medical expenses." Thinking himself innocent, Seon shouted, "That bastard attacked first." EUIJ could only clutch his head and scream, "Seon, oh my god." Sensing that the situation was not good, Yoongbin smiled and said, "That is precisely why I only bound your wrists. Is that not right?" A second later, he looked at EUIJ and asked, "By the way, who is the person standing beside Mr. Hong Isung?" Keeping his promise to EUIJ, Isung quickly answered, "Oh, he is a secretary from the Wave team." Then he brazenly exposed EUIJ's earlier actions. "He kidnapped me earlier." Yoongbin blankly replied, "Pardon," while EUIJ responded with an equally confused "What?" and held a rooster. Isung fabricated a story. "Actually, this is what happened. I had something to say to Lee Seon, so I intended to kidnap him. I told my little chick to kidnap the man wearing the gas mask, but it accidentally took Secretary Kim instead. My poor little chick is still so young and innocent." The rooster, uncomfortable for being held too tightly, let out a cry. Isung continued babbling. "But once I had accidentally kidnapped him, how could I immediately send him away? That would have been too heartless. And I could not go kidnap Lee Seon again. Besides, seeing Secretary Kim having to serve such a wicked boss, I figured he would surely get scolded if I just sent him back outside. So I kept him here and offered him a cup of tea since he looked so exhausted." Curious about EUIJ, Yoongbin approached and asked, "May I ask your name?" EUIJ put on a false smile and replied, "Kim Seunbin." Yoongbin took the opportunity to ask directly, "Mr. Kim, Is everything Mr. Hong Isung said true? Were you threatened in any way? Yes. While scratching the rooster's neck to keep it from jumping around, Uij replied, yes. Master Artisan Hong accidentally kidnapped the wrong person, so he felt sorry and offered me tea. He even introduced his little chick to me. Still dissatisfied, Yoongbin asked, where were you taken after being kidnapped? Uij wisely replied, it was a tiled roof house with a courtyard. There was also a furnace. Only half convinced, Yoongbin turned toward Isung, making him feel uneasy. Is that so? Wanting to turn a major issue into a minor one, and a minor one into nothing at all. Uij bowed and accepted blame on Sion's behalf. I should have stayed beside those two. Sion said that this time he would act separately with the secretary, so I let my guard down. I sincerely apologize, everyone. Yoongbin did not wish to pursue the matter further. What has happened has happened. I will try to be grateful that this building has not been covered in poison. Having been restrained for a while, Sion became uncomfortable. He moved his bound hands and asked, so when are you going to untie me? Isung looked at him sincerely. You can still participate in the auction while bound, so I intend to untie you after it ends. Sion's face darkened as he threatened. I think I could destroy this place without even using my ability. He forced a smile. Are you threatening me? The other man seriously asked back. Do I look like I'm threatening you? Lee Sion, frightened enough to break out in a cold sweat, said, no, sir. You can untie him after we're done here. You've worked hard enough already. Then he deliberately winked at Euij. Slightly surprised, Euij handed the chicken to Hong Isung. Lee Sion winked again, signaling, you know what I mean, right? Euij, flustered, gestured back. Those black tickets are with Lee Sion already. He walked over and whispered in his ear, go to the waiting room. I'll tell you everything once we get there. Just go inside first. When Lee Sion obediently got up, everyone else froze in astonishment, all thinking the same thing. Lee Sion is actually listening obediently? After they returned to the waiting room, Euij told Lee Sion everything. So, I understand why you entered Hong Isung's illusion space. You even took off your gas mask to talk to him. But why did he suddenly drag you in there? And what exactly did you two talk about? Euij's face darkened in discomfort. I want to hear it all directly from you. Tell me the truth, in detail. Lee Sion immediately began an interrogation, his face clearly irritated, just as I thought. But I can't tell him every detail of my conversation with Hong Isung. When Euij stayed silent, Lee Sion spoke first. Sit down. Euij turned his face away and refused. I can talk while standing. I said sit down. Lee Sion repeated irritably. That reminded Euij of the past. Although Lee Sion saw the basilisk Fong when the rift opened in the center of Gwangjin district, that the implications of merely possessing a weapon and possessing a weapon crafted by Hong Isung are completely different. And if I mention the Fong, I might as well confess what I am. Why are there more and more things I can't tell Lee Sion? A few minutes later, Euij finally sat beside him. Fine, if I have to tell him anyway, I'll just avoid seeing him as much afterward. After sitting down, Euij hesitated before saying, first, the pet chicken took me to Hong Isung's illusion space. Lee Sion reluctantly replied, Hong Isung was lying there, eating red ginseng. He told me to come sit down, so I did. Euij suddenly fell silent, making Lee Sion frown and stare at him in annoyance. I am doomed. If I leave out the basilisk Fong, there's nothing left to say. I have no choice but to carefully alter the story. Knowing he could not stay silent forever, Euij stammered. Then Hong Isung suddenly activated his appraisal eye and said he knew everything. Lee Sion immediately became curious. Knew what? Unable to look him in the face, Euij answered that I possess the magic stone Hong Isung has been searching for. Lee Sion asked unhappily, how did that bastard find out about that? Euij did not dare tell him too much. Sorry, I told him myself. Hearing that, Lee Sion unexpectedly fell silent and stopped questioning him. Lee Sion leaned against Euij's shoulder and quietly said, this won't do. My brain can't keep up anymore. The gesture flustered Euij and gave him strange ideas. What is wrong with him? Is this some new kind of attack? Meanwhile, Lee Sion was openly acting clingy in front of him. I'm so tired. You keep making me interrogate you. You keep making me worry about you. It's so irritating. EUIJ did not know how to react and could only complain inwardly. And now he's acting cute too. This is nothing like him. Yoongbin's chains must be weighing on him more heavily than I thought. As EUIJ patted his back, he thought, honestly, I might feel better if he were causing a scene like usual. Then Lee Seon suddenly grumbled, damn, this is pissing me off. EUIJ comforted him. All right, I understand, so get some rest. Sleep if you can. Lee Seon obediently buried himself against EUIJ's chest and went back to sleep. At that, EUIJ's heart unexpectedly warmed. This feels like soothing a little kid. A few moments later, an announcement about the auction played. The Master Artisan Exhibition Auction will resume in 30 minutes. Hunters resting in the waiting room, please return to hall once the waiting period has ended. EUIJ stroked Lee Seon's head and thought 30 minutes. The moment EUIJ touched the skin on Lee Seon's neck, he noticed his temperature was abnormal. Lee Seon's body feels a little cold. He was truly bewildered by the situation. Is his body temperature normally this low? In the past, when I worked with Yoongbin, I saw many people get bound by his chains. But this is the first time I've seen that ability affect someone's physical body to this extent. When EUIJ stopped stroking his hair, Lee Seon woke up and asked accusingly, "What is it? Are you planning to leave again?" EUIJ jumped in surprise. He rubbed Lee Seon's face and explained, "I'm not leaving, Your Highness. Where'd I even go? Even if I went out, there's nowhere for me to go. Let me check your complexion. Stay still. Where does it hurt?" Lee Seon was unhappy at the question. Seriously, this guy and that guy, they're all the same. At the same time, EUIJ had worries of his own. Even when I was active as J, I had plenty of teammates who had serious injuries and pretended they were fine. I saw countless hunters suddenly collapse. That whether in dungeons or at rifts, just because they didn't want to make others worry. They never considered the person who would have to carry their body back. Why do I keep meeting people who silently endure everything? Fearing that Lee Seon was hiding an injury, EUIJ pressed him. "If it hurts, tell me where it hurts. Will it heal on its own if you just endure it?" The more he was questioned, the more irritated Lee Seon became. Damn it. Then EUIJ abruptly stood up. "I'll move aside so you can lie down. You'll feel better if you lie down properly." At that moment, Lee Seon saw EUIJ's hand trembling and worried inwardly. His hand is shaking. Lee Seon hurriedly grabbed EUIJ's hand. "Damn it, you just told me you weren't going anywhere." Feeling dizzy, EUIJ snapped, "I'm not going anywhere. I'm just moving so you can lie down." At the same time, he thought, I need a little time to collect myself, too. Finally, he firmly said, "I'll sit over there." Lee Seon immediately turned to confront him. "You're lying again." Seeing his attitude, EUIJ sensed that something was wrong. Does this brat have no faith in people at all? Who the hell threw away all of Lee Seon's trust? Before EUIJ could understand what was happening, Lee Seon pulled him into his arms. Clinging to EUIJ's shoulder, he made EUIJ ask in confusion, "What are you doing? It hurts." EUIJ started. "What?" Lee Seon repeated himself in EUIJ's arms. "I said it hurts." EUIJ stiffened in frustration. "So what? What am I supposed to do? This is such a pain." Hearing Lee Seon's ragged breathing, he did not push him away. Is Lee Seon's irritation earlier the same kind of irritation I'm feeling right now? Full of pent-up frustration, EUIJ could only let out a sigh. To make him more comfortable, EUIJ stretched out on the sofa and let Lee Seon lie directly on top of him. Holding him in his arms, EUIJ asked with concern, "Are you satisfied now? I'm tired too, so don't make any more trouble. I'm only letting this slide because I know you're in pain." Lee Seon looked at him wearily, unable to say anything. Then, exhausted, he slowly closed his eyes. With nothing else to do, EUIJ looked around and noticed the timer counting down, 19 minutes and 28 seconds. He grew a little anxious. I finally managed to wrestle with this guy, and there isn't much time left before the auction resumes. Still, it should be fine to stay like this a little longer. But after taking off those chains, how exactly is he planning to deal with the consequences? Time passed quickly. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remained. The instant the clock reached 0, it began ringing frantically. EUIJ sat up and began urging the person in his arms. "Lee Seon, it's time. Wake up. Aren't you going to participate in the auction?" Instead of answering, Lee Seon kept rubbing his head against EUIJ, making him uncomfortable. Damn it. After a while, EUIJ resolutely pulled away. Seeing Lee Seon slumped limply on the sofa, he felt guilty. Why does he look like a pile of freshly washed laundry? Even so, he had urged him, "Come on, let's go." Scene change. After putting their masks on, the two quickly headed to the noisy venue. With a calm expression, EUIJ surveyed the scene and analyzed it inwardly. An S-plus rank weapon is right in front of them, and the auction was interrupted. It's understandable that everyone is this restless. The tension in here is no joke. Just then, EUIJ heard Axel's voice. "Thank you for your patience. We will now resume the auction. This is the first S-plus rank piece of equipment crafted by Master Hong Isung, the Giant God Spear. The starting bid is..." Wanting the Giant God Spear, Li Xian told EUIJ, "Hold up the bidding paddle for me." EUIJ turned toward him in surprise. "What? But the auction hasn't even started." Li Xian urged him, "Just hold it up. Hurry." Following his instructions, EUIJ quickly raised paddle number 2. But the venue had gone completely quiet, making him feel embarrassed. What? Meanwhile, Li Xian remained firm in his intention. "No matter how high the price goes, I'll buy it. Everyone else can get lost." EUIJ's enthusiasm for bidding instantly vanished, leaving only a sense of isolation. At times like this, even a solid wall can suddenly turn to sand. When he looked to his left, a man and a woman were glaring at him unfavorably. When he turned to the right, another man and woman stared at him with their mouths hanging open in surprise. Sensing that something was wrong, EUIJ thought, damn it, I am screwed. A few moments later, Axel loudly announced, "The auction will now begin." While the auction was underway, Young Bin was leisurely having a meeting of his own. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down before hesitantly saying, "All right, let's continue the conversation we left unfinished." The person sitting across from Young Bin was Bang Yumin, who was bound in chains. Looking relaxed, Yumin said, "Hasn't the auction resumed? Don't you need to go supervise it?" Young Bin calmly replied, "Nothing special is likely to happen. This is more important right now." Bang Yumin held out his hand and asked, "Are you going to untie me?" Yungbin had no intention of doing so and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Not at all. We still have plenty to discuss, Mr. Bang Yumin." With no other choice, Yumin changed the subject. "Fine, have you untied Li Xian yet?" Yungbin frankly told him, "No, I intend to untie him once the auction is over, right before I go home." At that, Yumin suddenly made a malicious suggestion. "Why not escort that bastard straight to the Awaken Management Bureau? Aren't you being too lenient with him? You detained me like this and even locked me all the way in here." Yungbin went along with it. Yes, but you were the one who started the trouble. Besides, although the director said he had given you full authority to track Jay, you haven't submitted a single report to the Bureau. Hearing that, Bang Yumin replied wearily, "That again? How tiresome." Yungbin, however, remained completely serious. "Yes, the director instructed me to obtain information from you today, no matter what. I think I've given you enough time. Now it's time for you to answer. Who is Jay?" Yumin tapped his fingertips against the table and smiled awkwardly as if troubled. "And what if I don't want to tell you?" Yungbin reeled in one end of the chain and said seriously, "You'll have to tell me." His face darkening, he yanked the chain hard. As the chain tightened, Bang Yumin gritted his teeth and endured the pain. When Yungbin let go, Yumin's old habits resurfaced, and he hurriedly teased him. All right. In exchange, answer just one question for me, and I'll tell you immediately." Yungbin answered seriously, "I'll listen first, then decide." Rubbing the wound on his neck, Yumin said in a half-joking tone, "It's nothing major." "Why are you looking for Jay?" Yungbin replied decisively, "Because it is an order from my superiors." Yumin continued to make light of it. "Come on, put those orders aside and think about it. Do we really need to find Jay?" Yungbin frowned and stared at him. "What are you getting at? Stop beating around the bush and get to the point." Bang Yumin sighed, as if bored. "Seriously, this is ridiculous." With cold eyes, he stated his true intent. "What I mean is, do we really need to hunt Jay down so fiercely, as if he were a rat? Just look at Ham Sukjong. A man who was once harshly reprimanded by his superiors for failing to stop me from leaving the country is now assigning the task of finding Jay to me rather than anyone else. Does that make any sense? The claim that we need to find Jay to prevent the apocalypse is just as absurd. Find Jay just because of an apocalypse we don't know when, where, or how will arrive. Can't the apocalypse be prevented without Jay? Why? You're planning to throw someone who barely made it back alive from a rift right back into one. You two could be called contemporaries, the first and second S ranks in South Korea. Aren't you the one who knows more about Jay than anyone else?" Bang Yumin's words reminded Yungbin of something that had happened 9 years earlier. At that time, Young-bin was adjusting his tie when Do-hyun suddenly called out to him. Young-bin, are you ready? Young-bin straightened his posture and answered loudly, yes, sir. I'm ready. Do-hyun patted his arm and smiled. Well, aren't you disciplined? Very military-like. Good. Do-hyun left the room first, glanced around, and hurried him along. Come on, he's a busy man, so we mustn't keep him waiting. You remember what I told you, right? On the way, he specifically warned Young-bin, don't stare at him for too long and don't try to pry into this or that. Do-hyun came to EUIJ's room, knocked, and said, Mr. J, this is Young-bin, the newly awakened S-rank awakened. Go ahead and greet him. EUIJ gave a surprised hum. Interested in Young-bin, he stood and asked, oh, how old are you? Young-bin answered clearly, I'm 21 this year. EUIJ praised him after hearing that. You're younger than I expected. Receiving his praise, Young-bin felt delighted inside. So this is the hero J, who always appears on TV and radio. He says I'm young, but the person right in front of me hardly looks old enough to be called an adult. Then EUIJ introduced himself as well. Hello, I'm Yot. Young-bin quickly shook his hand. At most, he looks like a high school student. Is he even a minor? Young-bin then returned the greeting. Hello, Ome Wongbino. I look forward to working with you. A second later, EUIJ casually asked, what is your awakened ability? Young-bin looked flustered. Binding, I can restrain my targets. Curious, EUIJ asked further, you can restrain monsters? Young-bin explained, only awakened people. Pleased, EUIJ happily replied, wow, that's great. The number of awakened criminals has been skyrocketing lately, and it's giving me a headache. At that moment, Do-hyun interjected with a smile. Exactly. He awakened at precisely the time we needed someone. Mr. J, you heard about the rift that appeared in Danyang, didn't you? I've had a helicopter prepared. Shouldn't you leave right away? EUIJ went along with his arrangement. Ah, yes. Before leaving, EUIJ waved goodbye to Young-bin. It was nice meeting you today. See you next time. Receiving so much attention from J, Young-bin nervously stood straight and replied loudly, ah, yes. It was nice meeting you too. As Young-bin continued watching EUIJ's scarf flutter in the wind, Do-hyun reminded him, don't take too much interest in him. Young-bin started. Yes, sir. Do-hyun raised his voice slightly, displeased. I said, don't take too much interest in J. What we need right now is a hero. The more you know about J, the more uncomfortable and conflicted you will feel. That is why I am warning you in advance. Keep an appropriate distance from him, but don't make an enemy of him either. That was something they had to accept. Until the situation stabilized, those with power had no choice but to make sacrifices. How could they not, when the country was in such a state? Young-bin lowered his head and glanced through the stack of documents on the table. He soon fell silent. Swamp Toad. The important thing is to prevent it from spewing acid. Attack its head and mouth first. Red-tailed blue dragon. If it reunites with its herd, things will become troublesome. Pierce its throat first, so it cannot call its companions back. Young-bin looked at Bang Yu-min and said calmly, even if it is not an order from my superiors, I must find him. Not understanding Young-bin's real purpose, Yu-min asked why. Young-bin's gaze was utterly resolute as he answered with complete certainty, I want to protect him. Then answer me. Who is Jay? Bang Yu-min put on an innocent expression. How should I know? His answer immediately caused killing intent to radiate from Young-bin. Realizing he should not have said that, Yu-min hurriedly added, you have quite a temper. I have found a few clues, but they all went cold halfway through. Try digging deeper into Lee Sion's side. Young-bin sat down and calmly asked, why are you telling me everything you know? I investigated thoroughly as well. I even narrowed Jade down to a few candidates, but every lead went cold at Lee Sion and the Wave team. That bastard keeps spreading false information. It is infuriating. Yumin's words reminded Young-bin of Sion. Come to think of it, Lee Sion had once declared that everything emerging from the West Sea Rift belonged to him. Young-bin also recalled what Sion had said directly to him. Everything that comes out of that rift is mine. Though he trusted Yumin to some extent, Young-bin deliberately asked, why are you suddenly being so cooperative? Yumin smiled brightly. Because you said you would protect Jay. Curious about Yumin's relationship with Jay, Young-bin asked, do you have some connection to Jay? Yumin did not want to lie, so he answered honestly, nothing special. That friend once killed the monster that was about to destroy our church. I know how to repay a favor. In the end, Bang Yumin suddenly sang a line from the hymn Grace. The moment I crossed over was not a matter of course, but grace. Meanwhile, the auction hall suddenly grew chaotic as several major bidders began loudly competing. I had my eye on that weapon first. How dare you raise the price? put your paddle down now. Then Axel called out, yes. Number 7, number 10, number 2, number 7, number 11. A few people became worked up and shouted, cut the phone lines so the foreigners cannot place bids. You bastards. Numerous crashing sounds echoed throughout the hall as a scuffle broke out. Yet Lee Sion simply leaned against EUIJ's shoulder and remarked, interesting. Meanwhile, EUIJ felt uncomfortable and cursed inwardly. Why is that bastard Yungbin not here at a time like this? Not wanting flying object to hit Lee Sion, Wongu used his awakening skill to create a barrier and shouted, Lee Sion, do I just need to keep this up? Kong Ji-soo, standing beside him, encouraged him. Deputy leader, hold on until we win the bid. Wongu turned to Lee Sion and asked again, I just have to maintain this, right? Really? Sion reluctantly answered, yes. They need a legitimate excuse, so do not counterattack yet. Jisoo also joined in and asked Lee Sion, Guild leader, can I shout out bids now? Sion immediately agreed. Yes. Jisoo took a breath, then smashed open one corner of the barrier Wongu had created. Afterward, she gathered all her strength and shouted, Number 7 is raising the bid. Jisoo's voice was so loud that it made Axel's ears ring, but he still replied, Why yes, Number 7 has placed a bid. Even EUIJ was startled by her. What an unbelievably powerful voice. Just then, he heard someone call Lee Sion's name. Mr. Lee Sion. EUIJ looked over and discovered it was Matthew. Matthew was curious about Sion's intentions. Do you not intend to step in and resolve this chaos? Lee Sion replied indifferently. What have I done that I should have to resolve it? Matthew tried to reason with him. Your earlier declaration wounded the hunter's pride. Sion remained firm. You cannot blame me because they lack patience. Besides, keep Han Ibai under control. When Yungbin gets here, you should think of an excuse to defend yourself. Not want to get dragged into the mess. EUIJ thought, please leave me out of your conversation. Knowing that saying more would accomplish nothing, Matthew nodded. Understand. Thank you for the advice. EUIJ stared blankly at Matthew for a moment. He accepted that as advice? Is he some kind of saint? Just as he thought that, EUIJ was puzzled when Matthew suddenly conjured fire. What is he doing? Why is he suddenly grilling rice cakes? Is something wrong with him? At that moment, Han Ibai came over and sat beside Matthew. After throwing down what she held in her hand, she shouted, Those bastards cannot fight for shit, yet they still think they can start a brawl. Matthew, do you have an extra bidding paddle? Mine broke. Matthew held out the item in his hand and answered, Why would I have an extra one? Han Ibai stared in disbelief and yelled, What? You need a paddle to participate in the auction. With no other choice, Matthew told her the truth. You were the one who broke my paddle? Han Ibai, have some grilled rice cake. Unable to bear it any longer, she clutched her head and screamed, This is driving me insane. Why are you only telling me now? Then Lee Sion called out, Kong Ji-soo. She promptly answered, Yes, guild leader. He immediately ordered, Break all the remaining bidders' paddles. Jisoo cheerfully accepted the order. Okay. As the repeated cracking sounds of paddles breaking filled the room, Lee Sion stared at the paddle in his own hand, leaving EUIJ confused. A few seconds later, Sion raised his paddle and confidently said, Then I'm the only one left who can participate in the auction, right? Han Bai did not want to waste any more time. She hurried over, snatched the auction hammer from Axel's hand, and said, Then Lee Sion wins the bid. In the auction already. At the sound of the hammer, striking repeatedly, Sion finally let out a sigh of relief. Then Lee Sion looked at EUIJ and said something that made him uneasy. In that case, please pass a message to Yungbin for me. I will collect this debt with double interest. As soon as he said that, Sion suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, EUIJ caught him in time. Confused, he called out his name. Lee Sion. EUIJ hurriedly laid Sion down on a sofa. After placing a hand on him for a moment, he thought, his body is so cold. What is going on? I thought he was simply in poor health. Does sealing the source of his power really place such a tremendous burden on his body that he collapses and cannot even get back up? The more anxious he became, the more EUIJ called his name. Sion, Sion, Lee Sion. His mind was in complete turmoil. This will not do. Who should I call? Where should I take him? Seeing that the guild leader was in trouble, Wongu hurried over and asked, Secretary, what is wrong with him? What happened? EUIJ did not answer, only gritting his teeth as he thought, Calm down. A A few seconds later, he turned and explained, I do not know. Since being bound, his condition has been steadily worsening, and then he suddenly collapsed. Wongu was utterly shocked. What? Nothing like this has ever happened before. I have been bound before too, but it was never this bad. In an instant, he turned to Jisoo and ordered, Jisoo, go get Youngbin. Hurry. She immediately ran off, replying, but I do not know where Youngbin is. Then go find him. Wongu pulled several bottles of medicine from his storage space and let them roll across the floor. What should we do at a time like this? At the same time, Uij was beside himself with worry for Lee Seon. He focused, desperately trying to think of a way to save him. A moment later, Jisoo returned. I brought him. Youngbin had been pushed over, but still did not understand what was happening. He turned to her and asked, Ms. Kong Jisoo, please explain why the hall is in such a state. Wongu saw him and called out loudly, Youngbin. Youngbin turned around, discovered Lee Seon's condition, and stiffened in shock. Mr. Lee Seon, what happened to him? Why is he? Youngbin swiftly checked the chains and blamed himself. I am sorry. I was too short-sighted. I did not realize so much time had passed. Wongu quickly explained Seon's condition. Lee Seon has never been in such terrible shape before. What exactly happened? Youngbin picked up a bottle of medicine and explained, you know that my chains can restrain an awakened person's source of power, correct? As he gave Lee Seon the medicine, Youngbin continued, that is what was publicly disclosed, but to be precise, my ability returns an awakened person's body to the state it was in immediately before awakening. Because that is the critical moment of awakening. It reverses the bound person's physical time and temporarily fixes it there. In other words, their body is forcibly returned to that of an ordinary person just before they became awakened. Amid blackened ruins, where everything had been melted away by poison, Lee Seon sat alone in an oversized patient gown. Youngbin gave Wongu a particular warning. Assessing Mr. Lee Seon's condition is urgent, so I will formally apologize to both the Wave team and Mr. Lee Seon later. Also, I have only just returned from handling another matter and do not yet understand what happened in the hall. Please explain it to me. Wongu looked troubled as he scratched his cheek and began recounting it. The auction just ended, and, what was it? The hunters started fighting over the spear at the auction, so the hall ended up like this. Is there anything else I should mention? Jisoo popped in to add, also, our guild leader won the spear at the auction. Wongu replied awkwardly, do we have to mention that too? His attitude irritated her, and she shouted, the actual owner is unconscious right now. If you keep being so absent-minded, we could lose the item. Of course we have to say it first. Unsure how to respond, Youngbin reluctantly said, I see. That is enough for now. Thank you, both of you. He put on his radio and made a request. Mr. Hong Ai-sung was supposed to remain in the city a little longer before beginning his work, but for his safety, we will take him into the mountains immediately. Mr. Wongu, could you lower the defensive barrier? I will call for transport personnel. Before they could move anyone, Hong Ai-sung suddenly ran over and stopped them. Wait, who gave you permission to decide that? I do not want to leave yet. Seeing him run over, Youngbin snapped his fingers to dispel the barrier and replied, Mr. Hong Ai-sung, you arrived at the right time. These are the director's orders. When Ai-sung rushed toward Lee Seon, Youngbin quickly stopped him. Hold on. I have not finished our transaction yet. What? Please cooperate, artisan. Just like that, Youngbin's people dragged him away. Hong Ai-sung yelled furiously. What is this? Let me go. Youngbin sternly ordered, take him away. Yet Hong Ai-sung continued pleading, wait. I'm telling the truth. I swear. I cannot work without that. Just wait a moment. Once Lee Seon had been placed on a stretcher, Youngbin turned and bowed to Wongu. I sincerely apologize. This incident was entirely my fault. I will take responsibility. Wongu did not blame him. What can we do? What has happened has already happened. I know you did not mean for this to occur. When you have the chance, come visit the Wave team. That will be enough. Are you taking him to Cell World Guild? Youngbin confirmed it. Yes. Mr. Nam Wonjin understands Lee Seon's condition best. Finally, Wongu asked him earnestly, please take good care of Seon for us. Youngbin bowed his head and promised sincerely, of course. Then I will take my leave. Jisoo was dissatisfied with Wongu's handling of the matter and reproached him. "You're just letting it go like that?" The guild leader collapsed. "We nearly got our heads blown off too." Won-gu felt a headache coming on, but he still explained, "Listen, kid, it was just an accident. An accident. Lee Sion will know how to squeeze compensation out of the Awakened Management Bureau later. Let's go home for now." After some time, Won-gu cheerfully said to EUIJ, "Secretary, let us go." EUIJ paused. "Pardon," Won-gu kindly offered. "We came by car, so let's take you back to the guild." However, EUIJ declined. "No, that is not necessary." Jisoo pushed him and said, "Come on." As she pushed him away, EUIJ kept looking toward Lee Sion. He could not stop worrying about Sion being taken away alone by Yoongbin's people. Won-gu was thoughtful enough to prepare an umbrella for EUIJ. After getting out of the car, EUIJ did not forget to thank him. "Thank you for preparing an umbrella for me." Won-gu smiled brightly and bid him farewell. "Get home safely, Secretary. You worked hard today, going around with Sion." They did not drive away immediately, instead remaining there to watch him leave. Then Jisoo curiously asked Won-gu, "Deputy Leader, I only stayed quiet earlier because neither you nor the guild leader said anything." Won-gu did not understand and asked, "What is it?" She watched EUIJ's departing figure and asked, "Who is that person?" "He is not the kind of person you would find even among a secretary team, let alone our guild." Not understanding Lee Sion's intentions, Won-gu merely said, "Jisoo, you know that everything Sion does has a reason." Jisoo reluctantly accepted that answer. "I suppose so. He does not seem like a bad person." Then she thought to herself, "I could not see his face because he wore a gas mask, but his hand had gone completely pale, even until the guild leader disappeared from sight. He never looked away." Scene change. The hand holding EUIJ's umbrella suddenly began trembling violently. He immediately gripped it tightly with his other hand. EUIJ froze for a few seconds when his phone rang. He opened it and saw a message from Lee Sion, "I am okay." After reading the message, EUIJ suddenly remembered something that had happened before. At the time, he had heard Han Ebai say to Yoongbin, earlier, before they started fighting, "I happened to hear those two arguing." It was when Hong Isung scattered some kind of powder and disappeared. "I think they were arguing about Jay." Yoongbin had looked surprised. "About Jay?" Then she relayed what she had heard Bang Yumin say to Lee Sion. "Not only do you sit back and do nothing, but you deliberately suppress all information about Jay. Why are you doing that?" Lee Sion had answered in an extremely calm voice. "Suppress what information? You are simply incompetent." Bang Yumin was smart enough to understand Lee Sion's true reason. Fine. Let us say I am incompetent, but I have thought about it. You want Jay to stay dead forever, and you hope Jay never appears again. Is that right?" Lee Sion had hesitated at that point. Han Ebai told Yoongbin everything she knew. That was what they said, and then that whole mess erupted. Back in the present, EUIJ continued staring at his phone as he thought. It seems Lee Sion does not hold particularly favorable feelings toward Jay. An image suddenly surfaced in his mind, Sion embracing him from behind and nuzzling against him. When I was active as Jay, I had never met anyone like Lee Sion. I cannot understand why he dislikes me so much. In the fragmented memories I saw before, Lee Sion and Jay seemed incredibly close. "Lee Sion, are you really okay now?" While still unconscious, a hazy image appeared in Sion's mind, EUIJ touching his face and comforting him. "It is okay. I will." Lee Sion's eyes suddenly flew open. He sat upright and pulled off his gloves. Seeing Lee Sion busily moving about, Nam Wonjin sneered, "You just woke up and you are already breaking things? Why not smash this entire place to pieces while you are at it, Mr. Lee Sion?" Lee Sion immediately fixed him with an icy stare. At that moment, Yoongbin stood up and announced loudly, "This is Nam Wonjin's research laboratory, located in the basement of Cell World Guild. I brought the unconscious Lee Sion here from the Master Artisan exhibition and administered first aid. I also gave him the poison Lord Nam Guangjin provided. When the patient woke up, he immediately demanded compensation. You'll pay the full price for barging into my laboratory and taking my bed, right?" Lee Sion readily agreed. "Of course." Meanwhile, Yoongbin reassured Lee Sion, "Don't worry, it's safe here. How much do you remember from before you passed out?" At that, Jay's image and words appeared in his mind again. Lee Sion turned and picked up his phone to check it. Then Lee Sion rapidly typed into the message box, "I'm still okay." He silently waited for a reply. When Jay did not respond, Lee Sion irritably held his head and sighed to himself. He's not replying. Seeing him distracted, Wonjin clapped his hands. You woke up and immediately started wrecking someone else's equipment, then checked your phone. Looks like you've handled your urgent contacts, so can we talk now? When he saw Lee Sion pulling the 4-line out, he panicked. Do you know how much that costs? Be gentler. Unfazed, Lee Sion raised his voice. Send me the bill. And who gave you permission to attach this junk to my body? Though he was furious, Won-jin forced a smile. Yoongbin suddenly carried you in here. What was I supposed to do? You scared the life out of me. Please think about my fragile heart. How are you feeling? Did the medicine help you recover any faster? Lee Sion reluctantly nodded. More or less. I'm fine now. A second later, Won-jin adopted a serious expression as he discussed Lee Sion's condition. You're lucky. If I can get a sample of that poison later, I'll send it to the wave team. As expected, once someone awakens and receives the system's power, all injuries from before their awakening are healed. But in your case, the difference between your condition before and after awakening was particularly dramatic. Is the degree of recovery proportional to one's awakening level? Lee Sion disliked others prying too deeply into his affairs, so he snapped at Nam Won-jin. Don't overstep your bounds. Not wanting trouble, Won-jin sighed. Got it. I was being rude. Yoongbin joined their conversation. For now, the Hunter Association has agreed to take responsibility for the other hunters, and everyone has returned to their respective guilds. Lee Sion suddenly asked about someone. Has Won-gu gone back too? Yes, Yoongbin answered honestly. Curious about the other man, Lee Sion asked, did he tell you about it? Yoongbin looked blank. Huh, what are you talking about? Lee Sion pulled the blanket down as he spoke. Then again, he probably wasn't in any state to talk to you then. I had someone pass on a message. I'll collect this debt from him twofold. After hearing that, Yoongbin answered frankly, that's the first I've heard of it, but I was already prepared for it, because this happened due to my carelessness. Seeing how honest he was, Lee Sion praised him without reservation. I like that about you. We understand each other when we talk. Tell me everything about your private conversation with Bang Yumin from beginning to end. The scene shifted. Jay was still staring at Lee Sion's message. I'm still okay. He waited for another message, but none came. He thought to himself. After that message, he stopped contacting me. Okay, my ass. Unable to wait any longer, he put his phone down. A few seconds later, he worried about Lee Sion's condition again. Even if Lee Sion never woke up, this country would surely cover it up and never let the truth get out. People expect those with power to remain strong at all times. In other words, that message was meant to conceal Lee Sion's true condition. It's possible that AI sent it in his place. Thinking that, Jay hesitantly picked up his phone. Should I try sending a reply? After thinking for a while, he put the phone down again, sighing as his thoughts spiraled. Just then, someone burst through the door. Hello, sir. The moment he saw the visitor, Jay was startled. Seeing Lee Sion's cold expression, Gojo nervously thought, I think I came a bad time. A second later, he spoke awkwardly. Do you remember? When you went to the Master Artisan exhibition, I took your grandmother to the hospital. I was going to report to you as soon as I was done, but I got busy, so I'm a little late. Remembering the important matter, Jay jolted in alarm. His face darkened immediately as he shouted inwardly, damn it, no matter how absent-minded I've been, how could I forget that grandma went to the hospital? You really are insane, Cha-Euij. The longer Jay remained silent, the more Gojo trembled with worry. As so, may I give my report now, sir? Finally, Jay spoke. Yes, go ahead. How is my grandmother? Gojo took out some documents and presented them with both hands. These are copies of her diagnosis and prescription. The hospital says her knee condition has not worsened, and that it will certainly improve if she continues taking her medication. Jay flipped through the pages one by one. Thank you. Gojo smiled brightly. You're welcome. Jay focused all his attention on reviewing the documents. Once he was done, he asked about Lee Sion. How is Sion? Gojo looked puzzled. Who? Realizing his mistake, Jay cursed himself inwardly. Damn it. He carefully clarified. I mean Lee Sion. He hasn't contacted me lately to give me any personal assignments, so I was just wondering. Gojo awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. Oh, you mean the guild leader. That way of referring to him sounded unfamiliar, so I was slow to understand. I don't know either. Not getting the answer he wanted, Jay irritably thought. That was no help at all. I shouldn't have asked. But unexpectedly, Gojo was honest enough to pull out his phone to call Lee Sion. Our guild leader likes to work independently, so that's probably why. I wonder whether he came to work today. Please wait a moment. Jay froze in place and hesitantly spoke. You're going to call him right now? Fortunately, the app Gojo used was the Wave Guild's Blade, which displayed a notice. Please remain courteous while using this service. Posts that violate guidelines may be deleted without prior notice. He explained it to Jay. No, the Wave Guild has Blade. Whenever the guild leader comes to work, the secretarial team posts an update here, so everyone knows to be careful. Would you like to see? He moved closer, and Jay watched Gojo operate the app. Gojo seemed extremely excited as he explained. Here, while showing Jay how to use Blade, he continued, because my security clearance is fairly high, I can view most of the posts here. Jay was curious about the lack of confidentiality. You don't need to keep information hidden from outsiders? Gojo answered frankly. It's mostly employees chatting about the cafeteria menu or bad-mouthing the guild leader. Immediately afterward, Jay saw an anonymous post. So what exactly happened at the Master Artisan exhibition this time? Does anyone know? Since the incident, number 240 hasn't shown up for work, and that place is the exclusive playground of those guys, so there's nowhere to get information. That soup-addicted ghost says he doesn't know, and Jisoo says no comment. I'm dying of curiosity. There were 10 comments beneath it. After reading for a while, Jay was somewhat surprised. There aren't even any detailed reports about Lee Sion on the Guild's Blade. Driven by curiosity, Jay read several notable comments. That day, he even broke the shoulder armor at the exhibition, but no one has contacted us for compensation yet. It's unsettling. Are you on the secretarial team? Has number 240 still not come to work? I have something to discuss with him. Yes, the guild leader still sends instructions by email, but he hasn't come to work in person. From those comments, Jay suddenly had a thought. If Lee Sion was not coming to work, but was still sending instructions by email, then there was a strong chance someone else was doing it for him. He still hasn't woken up? Should I go there myself and check? As he thought, a phone rang. After receiving a message, Gojo spoke urgently. Wait a second. The message they received was a warning. Channel 82. Yoongbin has used a broadcast megaphone. Yoongbin, please keep this chat channel confidential. Lord Hong Isung, we will not hold you accountable for anything, so please confirm that you are alive. If you are alive, even a single period in the comments will do. Since the message was addressed specifically to Yoongbin, several questions rose in Jay's mind. Yoongbin used a valuable broadcast megaphone just to confirm whether Hong Isung is alive. Didn't agents wrap him up like a kimbap roll and drag him away at the Master Artisan exhibition? I'll pretend I never saw this notice. I don't know anything. Jay even imagined Isung being carried away by 3 men while crying and struggling. Meanwhile, after reading the message, Gojo gaped in anger. This is crazy. Could he have been kidnapped? If he really was abducted, this country will be thrown into complete chaos. This is serious. Jay disliked hearing those words and thought irritably, please shut your mouth before that becomes reality. Then Gojo casually rambled. Has Yoongbin tried looking for him at fried chicken restaurants? Maybe he ran off because he was craving chicken. At that moment, Jay's phone received another message. He read it with irritation. This guy. The sender had arbitrarily set conditions for Jay. Under no circumstances are you to let on that you know. Little miracle, urgent. Lord Hong Isung escaped while being transported to Mount Buchan. His current whereabouts are unknown. Little miracle, urgent. Most of the Awakened Management Bureau's personnel are expected to be mobilized to locate and protect Lord Hong Isung. Little miracle, urgent. Romantic opener, please call me immediately. A second later, the system issued a notification. Trait, poker face has been activated. Jay politely handed Gojo's phone back. Thanks for letting me take a look, but you have a message. Hearing that, Gojo asked innocently, a message? What message? The instant he checked it, his face twisted in alarm. Gojo immediately began sending a reply as he said goodbye. What? I'm sorry, sir, but I need to leave right away. Pretending not to know, Jay replied, is something urgent? Gojo hurried away while explaining loudly. It's a military secret, so I can't tell you. I'll come back later with the deputy guild leader. Watching Gojo's retreating figure, Jay could not help making a guess. Everyone's having a hard time, but the reason Hong Isung suddenly escaped was probably because, just as he was thinking, the sound of a chicken crowing suddenly cut off Jay's thoughts. When he recognized the familiar sound, his face darkened. Soon, its owner spoke apologetically. "Excuse me, but may I ask you something? I urgently need to find something. If I can't find it, I'm dead." Dark clouds seemed to gather over Jay's head as a storm brewed. Pale-faced, he turned toward the other person and thought, "It can't be him, right? Please." At that moment, lightning flashed, illuminating Hong Isung's face in the night. He calmly asked, "Have you happened to see a round, beautiful magic stone that looks like an egg yolk?" Jay could not understand what was happening. Even back when I was active, there weren't this many hunters with such strong personalities. Why is every hunter I meet these days completely unhinged? And this brat is beyond saving. If I report him now, dealing with the aftermath will be a pain. It would be easier just to give him the magic stone and get rid of him. Having no other choice, Jay gestured for him to come in. "Come inside. We'll talk there." Once inside, Hong Isung looked around and asked, "Secretary Kim, are you working 2 jobs? Why are you at a hangover soup restaurant at this hour?" Jay reluctantly admitted, "Yes, I have a part-time job." Close the door first. Then Hong Isung gave him a thumbs up and brightly praised him. "Wow, you work so hard. You're truly a model citizen. That's amazing." Jay was utterly despairing at Isung's carefree personality, and he actually believes that. This guy really is an idiot. Jay wondered how Hong Isung had found this place. So he turned back and asked, "How did you find me? Did you put a tracking device on me, or something?" Hong Isung awkwardly glanced at the chicken as he explained, "My pet chicken found Secretary Kim's location. It was created from a magic stone of a memory-draining monster, so it's exceptionally good at remembering things and finding people. Besides, it has a soul connection with me, so we communicate well." Jay stared at the chicken. "The chicken I held onto throughout the Master Artisan exhibition came back to me like this." There was still one thing he did not understand, so he continued questioning him. "I understand that your pet chicken led you here, but how did you shake off the management bureau?" Hong Isung, who was straightforward to a fault, confessed honestly. "The moment I saw that magic stone, my eyes went crazy, so I escaped through my unyielding will to obtain it. And Yoongbin wasn't there at the time." Jay found it hard to believe. Yoongbin wasn't there. Hong Isung gently placed the chicken on the table and answered frankly, "I haven't seen him since the Master Artisan exhibition, but he did contact me. He said he had something urgent to deal with involving Lee Sion or something." As Jay approached him, he hesitantly said, "Sion?" "No, the guild leader. Did something happen to him again? Is he all right?" Hong Isung answered blankly, "You don't know?" Realizing he had made another mistake, Jay screamed inwardly, "Ah, damn it." He quickly fabricated a plausible excuse. "Since the Master Artisan exhibition, our guild leader hasn't been coming to work. He only sends instructions to the secretarial team by email, so everyone has been curious." Fortunately, Hong Isung was simple-minded. "Oh, is that it? That makes sense. It's nothing too serious. I heard the 2 of them were talking about some apocalypse, or whatever, then they went into a dungeon together. I think they found some kind of clue." The more Jay heard, the more desperately he wanted to know what had happened afterward. "You mean..." Just then, a knock sounded at the door. With surprised expressions, both men looked toward it at the same time. Jay gestured for Isung to remain seated and stay quiet. He slowly approached the door, thinking, who would be knocking at this hour? A second later, the person outside finally spoke. "Excuse me, is anyone inside?" Recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, Jay lowered his guard and guessed. That voice. "It's Yun Jian." Outside, she paced back and forth, muttering to herself, "Is he asleep?" Jay wanted to open the door, but when he looked back at Isung, he had a different thought. If it weren't for this awkward situation, I would have invited her in. Why does it have to be while this guy is here? He signaled to Isung. "Do you know the person outside too?" Hong Isung immediately nodded. Jay was startled and grumbled inwardly. What the hell? Do all these lunatics regularly gather for meals or something? Why does everyone know everyone else? Then Isung unexpectedly whispered into Jay's ear, "I thought she came looking for me rather than Young Bin, but apparently not. You know her too, secretary?" Jay scratched his head and sighed, then came up with an idea. "That's a secret. Can we use that space you used to kidnap me last time? The tiled roof house." Hong Isung quickly took out an invisibility cloak from his storage space. "Tisk, you're too tight-lipped. We can't use it now. It's a delicate space, so after using it once, it needs some maintenance time before it can be used again." After putting on the invisibility cloak, Hong Isung eagerly said, "I'll sit here and stay absolutely silent, so hurry and go out to meet her." Jay quickly stepped out and opened the door for her, signaling for her to be quiet. Seeing him, Ji-yun greeted him happily. "Hello, sir," Jay replied. "Wait a moment." She obediently followed his instruction. Then Jay pulled out his phone and began tapping rapidly. After a while, he turned the screen toward Ji-yun. She was surprised to see the words displayed on it. "There's someone else here, so call me Secretary Kim from the Wave Guild." Ji-yun understood Jay's meaning. She cleared her throat and said, "I'm sorry for suddenly coming to see you so late at night, Secretary Kim." Jay did not blame her. "It's all right. What brought you here at this hour?" After that, she kept typing on her phone. A while later, Uij saw the message. "I came because there's something I absolutely have to tell you. I finally managed to make time today. I heard that several months ago, dungeons began appearing where the environment inside had suddenly changed. It wasn't a natural change over time. They were covered in the same white ash I saw in the memory fragments, and entirely unfamiliar white monsters began appearing as well. Nam Won-jin, the president of our guild, believes they may have been invaded by another space, so he calls it the dungeon encroachment phenomenon. As for the apocalypse, only a small number of people know about it right now. The encroachment phenomenon also doesn't occur often, so the investigation is being conducted in secret. My role is to compare the worlds in the memory fragments with the dungeons that have been encroached upon. While doing so, I compared what I saw with the current world. You've seen it too, so you know, the world in the memory fragments is both similar to ours and different from it. Through my observations, I discovered a branching point where the two worlds began to differ completely. In the world of the memory fragments, the West Sea Rift never appeared. After reading it through, Uij fell into thought. The dungeon encroachment phenomenon had begun several months ago. If so, what if the encroachment phenomenon was not simply changing dungeons to resemble the destroyed world, but actually connecting directly to that same space? And if it had anything to do with the West Sea Rift, he needed to investigate in person. To confirm this, Uij asked Yun, "Can I go inside an encroached dungeon and take a look?" "Any dungeon will do." She approved of his idea. Yes, an encroached dungeon appeared recently in Jongyo 3rd Street. A few minutes later, they heard a sneeze, making Uij pause. Startled, Ji-yun worriedly asked, "Who is that?" Uij turned around with an irritated look and grumbled, "You said you'd keep quiet." Then he answered, "It's Hong Isung." Upon hearing his name, Ji-yun grew excited. "Why is Mr. Isung here?" Uij reluctantly answered, "It's a long story." "Wanted to meet Isung," she said excitedly. "I don't know why he's here, but this is great. Please ask Mr. Isung for help. I learned how to handle him from Uncle Yoongbin." Uij did not have much faith in Isung's abilities and sarcastically thought, "That idiot?" According to the information Uij had gathered, dungeons were mysterious spaces that began appearing sporadically after the Great Rift. The plants and monsters within dungeons could not be found anywhere on Earth. If hunters did not regularly clear out the dungeon monsters, their numbers would rapidly increase. Once their population became excessive, they would begin pouring out through the rifts. For that reason, unnecessary dungeons were shut down, while profitable dungeons with valuable items were managed by the state or guilds. The underground dungeon in Jongyo 3rd Street was one such case. It had originally belonged to the government before being transferred to the Wave Guild. Meanwhile, Hong Isung and his pet chicken had cleverly infiltrated the Wave Guild and knocked out a guard. Seeing the man unconscious on the floor, Isung loudly praised it. "Good job, my pet chicken. My pet chicken is the best." Taking out a sphere, he pressed a button and said with a grin, "This is exactly why I made this device. I wanted to try this for ages, pet chicken." In an instant, the sphere split in two and flashed in midair. Then all the lights went out, leaving Uij and Ji-yun dumbfounded. Isung began showing off. "I'm amazing, right?" But Ji-yun looked worried as she asked, "Is it really okay to do this?" Uij had no choice but to answer, "I give up. From the moment I brought him here, I was already prepared for something like this." Thinking about what Isung had done before, Uij groaned inwardly. That guy was such an insane fake awakened that he had caused a terrorist incident right at the Master Artisan exhibition, shaken off the guards following him, and run away. At the auction, he had suddenly shouted, "Stop the auction!" He had even successfully escaped the guards, leaving them clutching their heads in frustration. Master Artisan. Just thinking about those crazy incidents made EUIJ sighed inwardly. If he were somewhere without supervision, he would definitely get so excited that he would start bouncing all over the place. As an enemy, he would be a nightmare. As an ally, he was useful, but still a nightmare. Seriously, this guy. A few seconds later, EUIJ turned to Ji-yoon and praised her. We got here without wasting too much time because you handled him so skillfully too. Embarrassed, she blushed and scratched her head. It's nothing. I just learned it from Uncle Yoongbin. The method Ji-yoon used was called relentless praise and curiosity stimulation. She showered I-sung with extravagant compliments. Oh, greatest artisan in all of Korea, Hong I-sung. Please help us. A dungeon is being encroached upon. You are the world's greatest craftsman, a true genius. Smugly smiling, he replied, Ahem. You just call me the world's greatest artisan. Ji-yoon did not forget to thank the chicken. Thank you, little one. It quickly ran outside. When EUIJ saw the object in her hand, he recognized it. That belonged to the Rift Management Bureau. Ji-yoon took out the card and approached the device. Once it verified her identity, the dungeon gate opened. Nervously, she told them, we'll only inspect the area near the entrance where the encroachment occurred, then come right back out. Please remember that. EUIJ immediately agreed. All right, I-sung urged them on. Let's go. I've always wanted to see an encroached dungeon with my own eyes. Before entering, EUIJ noticed Yoon sweating and asked with concern, Is this your first time entering a dungeon? You look really nervous. Don't push yourself if it's too much. Flustered, she explained, Oh no, I entered one once during training at the Awakened Management Bureau, but this is my first time officially entering one. Uncle Yoongbin and the others were all very worried about me. They said that since I'm still a student, I should focus on school and that I could enter dungeons after becoming an adult. They also told me not to reveal that I'm a 5th rank hunter until I'm grown up. Hearing that, I-sung agreed that she should not go inside. That's right. What would a child be doing in a dungeon? At your age, you should be busy having fun. Children shouldn't fight. EUIJ's heart suddenly began beating faster from tension. Deep down, he agreed with I-sung. Things were completely different now than they had been in the past. This was a world where protecting minors was only natural. He wanted to bring her along, yet he did not want to, and the conflict showed on his face as he let out a sigh. Since it was his first time going inside, I-sung asked Yoon, Are there monsters in there too? She answered uncertainly, Yes, I think so. Concerned for EUIJ's safety, I-sung turned to him. Then, Mr. Secretary, do you know how to fight? EUIJ replied vaguely, I know enough to get by. I-sung casually asked about his weapon. Oh, what weapon do you use? A sword. No, EUIJ thought to himself. The weapon I use most often is a spear, but then, when I-sung brought out several weapons, he hesitated before saying, I use whatever I can get my hands on. I can use anything. It doesn't matter much. Hearing that, I-sung took out even more weapons and replied, Is that so? Even better. Seeing him toss his weapons carelessly onto the ground, Ji-yoon approached him and asked, Is it okay to throw them around like that? They're such valuable weapons. I-sung smiled as if it were nothing. It's fine. I could just polish them with a whetstone later. Pick one, Mr. Secretary. Is there anything you like? In the end, EUIJ casually took a long staff. This will do. However, I-sung would not accept that. Come on, there are plenty of better weapons. EUIJ firmly stuck to his decision. I think this one feels the most natural in my hands. By the way, may I ask if Mr. Hong I-sung has any combat ability? I-sung held his chicken out in front of him and answered with a bright smile. Huh, I have my pet chicken, don't I? EUIJ was left speechless by that innocent answer. He thought, is he planning to leave the fighting to that tiny, cute, underfed-looking chicken? Seeing EUIJ's expression, I-sung looked confused. What's with that disdainful expression? My pet chicken is a great fighter. My pet chicken can breathe fire, too. Pet chicken breathe fire. At its owner's command, the chicken promptly breathed fire. EUIJ nearly despaired. A fire-breathing chicken. EUIJ raised his voice to check on everyone once more. Is everyone ready? Ji-yoon and I-sung answered in turn, yes. Yes. To ensure everyone's safety, EUIJ was the first to enter the dungeon. I-sung entered last. Once inside, EUIJ looked around and wondered to himself, is this an encroached dungeon? White ash truly was falling without end. A second later, he was startled as a status window suddenly appeared. The system rapidly displayed a message to EUIJ. After the message appeared, the ground began shaking, making everyone panic and cry out. The ground! EUIJ quickly grabbed Ji-yoon's hand and shouted, Both of you, hold on to me. Then a bolt of lightning struck Uij directly. At the same time, Lee Seon and Young Bin were inside the dungeon. Seeing him standing still in one place, Young Bin approached and asked, "Did you find something, Lee Seon?" Lee Seon answered honestly, "No," looking at the swirling sky. Young Bin said, "Ah, you were observing that vortex in the sky. It's strange. Inside rifts and dungeons, we can't see the black holes we see from outside. Should we move to another area?" By chance, Lee Seon discovered something new and turned toward it with a puzzled expression. Thinking they were Young Bin's people, he asked, "Did you call for backup?" Young Bin immediately denied it. "No, only you and I are investigating this encroached dungeon." Then the sky began to change, making Young Bin tense. What is going on? Why is the atmosphere, which was so quiet suddenly? Lee Seon removed his mask and urgently asked, "Young Bin, has an acute change like this ever occurred inside an encroached dungeon?" Young Bin answered with what he knew. Among all previously reported cases, there has never been a precedent. To determine the situation, Young Bin hurriedly opened his status window and said, "This is a dungeon still under investigation, so it would not be strange for something to happen. But we have not even discovered anything yet." Lee Seon opened his status window as well and received a message. The dungeon is responding to the title. The dungeon is being restructured. What is this? The sky above them also darkened completely. After the lightning finally stopped, Young Bin lay on the ground, trembling as he opened his mouth. He muttered to himself, what was that just now? Can a dungeon be restructured even after it is already opened? Clutching his pounding head, Young Bin thought, acting alone in a dungeon without any information is no different from suicide. First, I need to meet up with Lee Seon. He quickly opened his eyes and looked for him. Lee Seon. Young Bin could not see him. Instead, he saw Ji-Yoon and I-Sung. Lying face down with his rear in the air, I-Sung groaned. Damn it, what the hell just happened? Still overwhelmed by confusion, Young Bin shouted at them, "Mr. Hong, I-Sung, Yoon Ha-Yoon." Elsewhere, Uij was covering Lee Seon's mouth. While Lee Seon's heart pounded like a drum, Uij felt a familiar sensation and thought, this familiar air fills my lungs. The distinctive atmosphere of the rift, silent, tasteless, and completely odorless. In a way, it was fortunate. Because of that unique atmosphere, corpses inside the rift would not decay. That was how I could find them among those unrotting bodies. There's nothing wrong with my body right now, either. In this place, the only thing I can trust is my own body. Now, open your eyes and face today's hell. The moment he opened his eyes, he blankly looked around and murmured, "This is..." Uij saw Ji-Yoon's hat and a staff nearby, then sprang to his feet in alarm. Isn't that the hat Ji-Yoon always wears? And that staff beside, it was the weapon Hong I-Sung had given him. He picked up the staff and thought, this is the underground dungeon in Jeonnyo 3rd Street, not the inside of the rift. There was no sign of people anywhere nearby. Uij activated the trackers through the system to locate them. Where are Ji-Yoon and Hong I-Sung? Where do they go? Desperate to find them, he dashed off like an arrow. After running for some time, monsters quickly approached, roaring loudly. In an instant, one lunged at Uij. He immediately leaped up to counterattack, repeatedly striking the monster's head and quickly bringing it down. During the fight, he was puzzled to see a flash of light in the distance. Looking closely, he realized it was fire. That fire belongs to Lee Seon. Why is that kid here? How unlucky could they be? They had arrived later, yet somehow entered the exact dungeon Lee Seon and Young Bin had entered first. Before this, Hong I-Sung had said Lee Seon and Young Bin had gone into a dungeon together. Uij recalled their previous conversation. Returning to the present, Uij saw 4 flames and began drawing conclusions. The flame of an awakened. Those 2 belonged to Ji-Yoon and Hong I-Sung. Then the remaining golden, weak-colored flame must be Young Bin's. Then whose is the other one? Damn it, I do not know why this happened, but what I need to do now is find Lee Seon immediately. Meanwhile, Lee Seon sat leaning against a wall and grumbled inwardly. Nothing ever goes the way I want. Young Bin will find his way here on his own. Damn it, what is the big deal about passing out? Young Bin brought me to Nam Wonjin earlier, and I could not do anything else because of it. And now, thanks to Young Bin, I ended up patrolling an encroached dungeon like this. That obsessive observer, Nam Won-jin digs to the very end whenever he gets even the slightest clue. I neither wanted to owe him nor get tangled up with him, so I entered the encroached dungeon at his request. As he was thinking, he heard footsteps, and his eyes lit up. Hoping it was Uij, Lee Seon stood and began walking. Don't be ridiculous. How could that be? This is a dungeon. Why would he be here? The instant he saw him, he shouted in shock, "Cha, Uij!" Seeing Lee Seon, Uij tossed down his staff and asked, "Lee Seon, are you all right?" Thinking he was dreaming, Lee Seon reached out and held Uij's face, leaving him flustered. Uij quickly reassured him, "It's all right. It's all right. It's really me." Uij's appearance plunged Lee Seon into utter confusion. Countless questions ran through his mind. Why are you here? How did you get in? Do you know where this is? Seeing that Lee Seon remained silent, Uij angrily scolded him. Damn it, it really was him. Uij paid no attention, thinking only, and he's still asking whether I'm okay? Lee Seon anxiously asked, "You fainted earlier. Why did you come into a place this remote the moment you woke up? Are you insane?" All of Cha Uij's senses were numb. He remembered the past and thought, but the hand holding my face is so warm, and that voice that keeps asking if I'm okay is so terribly familiar. "Found you!" Cha Uij suddenly shouted without thinking, but Lee Seon covered his mouth. Wrapping his other arm around him, he quietly said, "Wait a moment. Didn't you hear that sound outside?" Lee Seon whispered, "It's gone, right?" After having his mouth covered for too long, Uij tapped Lee Seon's hand. Lee Seon immediately let go and narrowed his eyes in a questioning gesture. "What is it?" Uij softly replied, "Don't go." Lee Seon blinked in confusion, but Uij followed with a pleading request. "Stay here with me." Lee Seon remained silent and glanced outside. Once he confirmed that the monster was no longer pursuing them, he smiled. "It's okay. I'll finish quickly." Uij, feeling insecure, Uij clutched Lee Seon's shirt and thought, if it were anyone else, they'd make an excuse about checking the surroundings or getting some air. At the very least, they try to hide their unease. Who acts like this? Does he think putting on a calm face can conceal how pale he is? I'm Fine. I'll be right back. What on earth is he afraid of? Honestly, this part of his personality really gets on my nerves. His groundless confidence. And the way he charges headfirst into dangerous places without looking back. Those are all terrible habits born from people praising him as a hero and urging him to sacrifice himself for them. They say things like, "Those with power must save everyone," and so on. They know he's the sort of person who can never ignore an outstretched hand begging for help. Even if his own life is at risk, he'll keep burning himself up and stubbornly press forward. So if I want to stop him from continuing these foolish acts, someone has to become a sturdy chain and bind him in place. With that thought, Cha Uij called out Seon. He fell into the other man's arms and said, "It hurts." And this is the chain made especially for Lee Seon, who has always been soft-hearted toward the weak. Knowing about Uij's old condition, Lee Seon became deeply worried. "You said you're in pain?" Uij deliberately acted cute in front of him. "Yes, I feel a little dizzy too." Then he heard another sound from outside and grew tense. Rather than going outside to assess the situation, Lee Seon silently drew a conclusion based on what he knew. The monster outside is a Sasquatch, another name for Bigfoot, a mysterious creature in Western culture, usually described as a huge, hairy primate living deep in the forest. It isn't an exceptionally dangerous monster, but I should deal with it first in case it wanders over to Hong Isung and Yunjiyun. Before leaving, Lee Seon firmly held Cha Uij's face again, turning it from side to side as he thought. Has he been getting proper rest since the Master Artisan exhibition ended? He looks exactly like someone suffering from severe sleep deprivation. At last, he asked Uij directly about the message. "You sent me the text saying you were okay yourself, didn't you?" Uij promptly confirmed it. "Yes, I sent it. Why are you asking?" Still doubtful, Lee Seon continued. "Then why are you in pain now?" "I remember Yungbin took you to the Cell World Guild for treatment." Rubbing his aching head, Uij answered, "I was treated, but I think it's because the dungeon is restructuring right now. I'll feel better after resting for a bit, so stay here with me. Once I'm better, we can go together. You want to get out of here too, don't you? Besides, I need to find Yungbin." Pretending not to know, Lee Seon exclaimed in surprise, "Yungbin? He's here too." Recalling the 4 flames he had just seen, he closed his eyes and analyzed the situation. Then the owner of the flame I glimpsed earlier really was Yungbin. If it's Yungbin, he should be able to handle that Sasquatch. Once he confirmed that the fourth person was Young Bin, Lee Sion sighed in relief. He stopped trying to leave and sat beside EUIJ, allowing him to lean against him. Sorry, but I can't wait long. If you rest too long, I'll carry you. Hearing that, EUIJ closed his eyes. Okay, but Sion. Lee Sion tensed. What? EUIJ whispered into his ear. Something feels strange. What feels strange? Opening his eyes, EUIJ asked, how did you get in here, and why did you come in? This isn't a dungeon that opens just because you wave around a hunter's license. Lee Sion said nothing outwardly, but inwardly he was screaming, damn it. As EUIJ leaned against him, Lee Sion broke into a cold sweat. The manager in charge of this dungeon may not belong to our guild, but they're still an employee of the Rift Management Bureau. I don't think they would manage it carelessly. Lee Sion recalled the dungeon manager lying unconscious on the ground. That's true, but the manager was knocked out by Hong Isung's pet. EUIJ probed further. Why would someone as busy with business as you come into such an ordinary dungeon? Lee Sion turned his face away as though avoiding the question. Business has been slow lately. EUIJ teasingly replied, Ah, is that so? I thought you came here to mine magic stones because your secretary job doesn't pay enough. Lee Sion could not even be bothered to answer. EUIJ lowered his head and leaned against him again. You really are. Lee Sion thought, he's about to call me crazy or weird again. I need to prepare myself so I don't lose my temper when he mocks me. But EUIJ asked, who did you come here with? Veins bulged on Lee Sion's forehead. Please, having the talent to ask nothing but questions the other person can't answer, not even one, is impressive. It's an especially annoying kind of talent. Then EUIJ whispered into his ear, come to think of it, there's no way that library rat, Nam One Jin, would personally come all the way here. That bastard asked you to come, didn't he? Did he ask you to investigate this place? Lee Sion irritably shoved him away. Stop talking nonsense. Inside, he thought, why is Nam One Jin suddenly involved? You got the wrong person. Suddenly, something flashed before Lee Sion's eyes. It was a system notification. He thought of Hong Isung. Because a person as outstanding in every way as Hong Isung existed, people had only speculated that awakened above S rank might exist. Yet until now, no dungeon ranked above S had ever appeared. Could it be that I know nothing because I was trapped in the West Sea Rift for 8 years? The UIJ said, this is the first time I've seen anything like this. Lee Sion glanced at him and assessed him. Lee Sion is experiencing this for the first time too? Lee Sion was swept up in the tangled emotions he had brought upon himself. This is the second time a dungeon's rank has suddenly changed right after I entered it, the first being in the West Sea Rift. It's almost as if that it was waiting for me. Did this happen because of me? He quickly slapped his own face to regain his composure. No, this isn't the time to drown in negative thoughts. That made Cha, EUIJ, turn to look at him. Sion. Lee Sion held out his hand. Do you have any materials related to this dungeon? EUIJ answered honestly, I have some information that was investigated beforehand, but it was all data collected before the dungeon became encroached. It's probably useless now. In the middle of a freezing winter, ruined structures appeared, and on top of that, the dungeon has restructured. Even the high-rises have been abandoned in a creepy way. We can only treat this as an entirely new dungeon. If we want to know anything, we'll have to gather new information. Lee Sion pondered for a moment. Both the encroached dungeon and this newly restructured dungeon are identical to the West Sea Rift, and I'm the only one who knows that fact. What exactly is the connection between dungeon encroachment and the West Sea Rift? Cha EUIJ's voice called out. Can I ask you something? EUIJ pressed close to him. Do you have a habit of hurting yourself? Lee Sion glared at him in annoyance. What nonsense are you spouting now? You don't have a habit of talking nonsense, do you? EUIJ lightly touched Lee Sion's face. No, but just watching what you do, I can tell that you have self-destructive tendencies. EUIJ gave him a serious warning. Try doing that again. Beating people isn't my hobby, but I can indulge you if that's what you want. Lee Sion grew furious once more. Damn it. Earlier, you said you were in pain, right? Your head was what hurt, wasn't it, you bastard? Then they both stood up. Lee Sion suggested. You're running your mouth so well now, so you must be feeling better. Let's get moving. He pinched Cha EUIJ's arm, making him yelp. Ow, that hurts. Then do as I say. Seeing Lee Sion walk ahead, Uij asked, "Do we really need to hurry this much?" As he picked up a stick, Lee Sion answered, "I heard you entered this dungeon with Yungbin. Shouldn't we join up with them as quickly as possible?" Uij said, "That's true, but we should first get a grasp of this new dungeon situation. Wouldn't it be better to move slowly and carefully? Yungbin isn't weak. He'll hold out." Lee Sion merely looked at him and wondered, "It's not Yungbin's strength that I'm worried about. What concerns me is..." Lee Sion was rendered speechless by the carefree pair, Hong Isung and Yun Ji-yun. Who knows whether those two can hold out? But if I mention their names now, there'll be far too much to explain. Though the Hong Isung in my imagination is a little strange, being strange and surviving are two completely different matters. Uij lifted several strands of Lee Sion's hair. "And you didn't bring anything to cover your face. Do you think putting up your hood will hide that face? Are you just going to let Yungbin discover your secret?" Lee Sion turned away, pursing his lips. Every single thing he says hits exactly where it hurts, which makes him even more irritating. "Then I just have to kill the dungeon boss before we meet up with Yungbin." Uij gave a meaningful smile. Now I understand. He targeted Lee Sion's past. That's why you were so impulsive back then, too. You charged straight at the boss of the West Sea Rift, didn't you? Irritated, Lee Sion poked Uij with his stick. "Say that again, brat." Uij struggled to suppress his laughter. "Fine, let's go. At worst, I'll put a gas mask over your face." Walking behind him, Lee Sion skillfully changed the subject. "Let me ask you something. Before you awakened, were you seriously ill?" Uij answered indifferently. "Who knows?" Lee Sion shot him a sideways glance from behind. "That's awfully vague. So you don't want to tell me?" Uij turned around teasingly. "I can practically hear your brain working." Lee Sion cursed him. "Being this disrespectful when you speak is a talent in itself." Uij openly looked pleased with himself. "That's right. I'm not going to tell you. It's a secret." Lee Sion sighed. "What a?" Uij said something that made Lee Sion halt. "You have a lot of things you're hiding from me, too." Uij still smiled as he looked at him. "It's okay. Even if you lie, it's okay. Besides, if it's you, you can find out my secret. And you absolutely have to." Lee Sion thought about Uij. One lie leads to another. What ending will all those accumulated lies bring? Since awakening, I have received the trust of countless people. But the trust Uij gives someone who does nothing but lie like me is completely different. Behind that smile lies so many thoughts. It isn't like the false, embellished trust of the others. It seems to hold something shining, something so brilliant that I want to pull it out and see exactly what it is. The instant that thought ended, monsters flew out from the city. Lee Sion and Uij immediately took up fighting stances. Lee Sion gripped his stick and swung it straight toward the creature's brain. Uij followed closely behind Lee Sion. Seeing the devastating power of Lee Sion's attack, he smiled and praised him. "I think we work quite well together. I can vaguely guess what you're anxious about, but it's okay. Everyone in this dungeon is an S-rank awakened." Lee Sion did not answer, only growing more worried. "No, you don't understand. That's exactly the biggest problem." Worry was plainly visible in Lee Sion's eyes. There were currently 8 S-rank hunters in South Korea in total, and 5 of them had entered this dungeon. More than half of the nation's S-rank hunters entering one dungeon was suspicious no matter how one looked at it. She emerged from the rubble. "No, Uncle Yungbin, are you all right?" He approached her. "Of course I'm fine. Has your dizziness gotten better?" Yun Ji-yun carefully took a step. "I rested for a while, so I feel much better now. Thank you for worrying about me." Yungbin wore a professional smile, but inwardly he thought seriously. "When I first heard that Hong Isung had escaped, my head spun so badly that I wanted to abandon everything and run. If Lee Sion hadn't given me the small miracle of assigning me to track Hong Isung, I wouldn't have been able to enter this dungeon." He recalled the prophecy Yun Ji-yun had made several months ago. Yun Ji-yun had predicted that the end of the world would arrive. As the entire world was gradually forgetting its chaos and entering a period of stability, Ham Seorong, the director of the Awakened Management Bureau and the first person to hear her story, believed Ji-yun's prophecy was merely an after effect of her awakening. But mysterious forces continued to appear in snowy mountain ranges, seemingly confirming Yun Ji-yun's claim. one after another, encroached dungeons began to emerge. Furthermore, Prometheus, the organization that had gone quiet after Lee Sion awakened, suddenly began operating actively again. Ham Seo-rong had been mentioned in the story. Thus, as soon as the first encroached dungeon was confirmed, director Ham Seo-rong disclosed the existence of the apocalypse only to an extremely limited number of hunters from the top 10, in order to prevent the anxiety that the theory of the end of the world might cause. As each piece of the puzzle was revealed, combat-type hunters began taking turns investigating the encroached dungeons from that day onward. Originally, either Wigu or Honeybee should have entered this dungeon according to the order. But Nam Won-jin claimed there was an urgent matter and pushed Lee Sion and me into this place. Yoongbin knelt on the ground with a blank expression. From the dungeon's sudden restructuring to the first ever appearance of an S-plus dungeon, to the arrival of Hong I-sung and Yin Ji-yoon, he rubbed his chin and thought it over. Did Nam Won-jin foresee the situation and send Lee Sion and me in here? Nearby, Yin Ji-yoon called out, "Uncle Yoongbin, are you really all right?" Yoongbin's face darkened as he sharply turned toward Hong I-sung. "Yeah, I'm fine. By the way, Mr. Hong I-sung, only Fleisched." Ahem. Yoongbin spoke gently, though he looked ready to devour I-sung alive, making the latter hurriedly retreat. "Earlier, I heard that you had suddenly disappeared, causing quite a commotion at the management bureau. So why are you in this encroached dungeon now? And why are you two together? I would like to hear a proper explanation from beginning to end." Yoongbin exhaled deeply, while I-sung turned his head to look behind him. "Even if you wish to exercise your right to remain silent, it will be useless now. We have investigated encroached dungeons many times before, but this is the first time I've seen a dungeon restructure and then rise in rank like this." With a grim expression, Yoongbin moved closer to I-sung. In the first place, even the phenomenon of dungeon restructuring itself has no precedent. Suddenly, an enormous hand appeared before the three of them. Lee Sion repeatedly jabbed forward with his stick. How much time has passed? He glanced around with a worried expression. Facing Lee Sion were gigantic monsters challenging him. At first, only white fragments of paper had flown toward them. Then those fragments gathered together and took the shape of golems. As time passed, the monsters' forms changed until they became exactly like the monsters he had seen at the West Sea Rift. G stared at them, wondering whether this was an error caused during the reconstruction of the SAO dungeon, or the result of the dungeon reacting to his title. G slung his staff over his shoulder and suggested, "Instead of fighting blindly like this, wouldn't it be better to meet up with Jongbin's group first?" Saison immediately refused. "You're making me wonder what the hell you're thinking again. Where do you get the confidence to be this reckless? You ignored everything I said earlier, didn't you?" G tried to explain. "I did hear you. I made a rational judgment based on what you said." But Saison grabbed him and pulled him away. "Oh, irrational judgment? That's great. First, take off that hoodie before you start talking, G." G remembered how Saison had clung to him when they first encountered the monsters. When they met amid those ruins, Saison's attitude had clearly been much gentler. He had leaned on G, saying, "G, I'm hurt," and had even made G carry him. "I'm so dizzy." He had stood to the side clapping while G fought alone, saying, "You're amazing, G." Saison wore an utterly blank expression. So that attitude of his only lasted until he started feeling uncomfortable. What the hell did this brat want? G waved Saison's hand away. "What is it now? What else are you unhappy about?" Saison stepped back after being pushed away. "Nothing. I was just a little curious." Sazon spoke frankly to you. "You act like you have to take responsibility for everything and solve it all by yourself. That way of thinking is really not good. Isn't it about time you realized that?" G did not answer, instead turning to look around, which annoyed Saison. "Before we keep going, let's finish this conversation. We have plenty of time, don't we?" G lifted his chin nonchalantly. "Fine, say whatever you want." Saison began asking, "What is your job right now?" "You blinket." "What?" Saison demanded. "Answer me. What do you do for work right now?" G replied, "At the moment, I work part-time at a hangover soup restaurant." Saison pointed at himself. "Then do you know what my profession is?" "You guessed, a hunter." Saison smiled brightly. Correct. So, between a hunter and a hangover soup restaurant employee, who should be the one defeating the dungeon boss, G? G replied indifferently. Are you mocking me? Seizon answered, of course not. The more Seizon spoke, the more ridiculous G found it. I don't want to talk in such a childish way either. But someone keeps behaving as if he's the only person here, so I can't help it. Seizon grasped G's hand, the one holding the staff. Leaning close, he insisted. Even if Jongbin is somewhat weak against monsters, he's still a hunter capable of holding out in this dungeon. And I'm not bad at fighting either. His expression grew sorrowful as he continued. Yet 2 S-rank hunters like us have to let a part-time employee go save people alone with trembling hands? What I'm saying is stop panicking and rushing off to defeat the dungeon boss. G paused at Seizon's words. Seizon had seen his hands trembling when they first met, but that anxiety had long since vanished. G looked at the person standing before him. It was thanks to this person. Seizon's words became increasingly serious. You told me before that you only wanted to live peacefully. G recalled the old conversation that still troubled him. At the time, I didn't ask why, but thinking about it now, maybe I should have. I want to settle this as quietly as possible, without anyone knowing. Why? Because your actions seem to contradict what you want. Seizon asked G almost accusingly. Do you really want to live peacefully? Painful memories flooded G's mind. He had clearly made that promise to someone. The memories were hazy, shrouded in fog, so he could not remember who that person was. But there was one thing he could say for certain. G finally spoke. I don't know. Seizon looked confused. What do you mean you don't know? G pushed back against his questioning. I think you're misunderstanding something. Living peacefully and saving people are 2 completely different matters. G's thoughts were no longer contradictory. He had discarded the doubts of why he needed to save people and why he alone had to sacrifice himself a long time ago. G stated firmly, why would saving people need a reason? There is no need to overthink what has happened lately. Living peacefully is the wish someone once desperately wanted. I will achieve it. Saving people is what I am able to do now. Nothing is more foolish than letting the people I want to save slip away because I am weighing the pros and cons. G grew even more serious. I told you already, I truly made a very rational decision. And in this dungeon, I should be the one responsible for dealing with it. Ye understood Jongbin's abilities. As Seizon had said, Jongbin was extremely poor at dealing with monsters. Honestly, he would not be much help. Then G assessed Seizon. As for you, your abilities are poison-based. Judging by those monsters, the dungeon boss is probably a golem as well. Can you melt it? G continued with an extremely practical analysis. Fine, let's say you can melt it. But it's an S+ rank boss. It would take quite a while. In that time, when I could just rush in and smash it to pieces faster. G pointed at him irritably. And I want to regroup with Jongbin because there are other people there. I intend to save them. Seizon became irritated at being told this. Other than you, who else entered this place? G simply answered, Hong Isung and one other person. Seizon looked ready to explode. What the hell is that bastard doing here? And who is the other person? G replied. He came for the magic stone, obviously. Hong Isung, looking utterly innocent, said, Please give me the magic stone. Seizon, now like a walking vinegar jar, snapped, Please throw that piece of trash at him and cut ties with him already, G. G did not know what to say. I was planning to, but circumstances got in the way. As expected, mentioning Hong Isung made this brat angry. G poked Seizon with his finger, trying to calm him down and change the atmosphere. If you're worried about me, just say you're worried. Stop acting so rude. If he said that, Seizon would probably call him crazy or blind or something. Then the atmosphere would ease up, but there was not a sound around them. G became a little wary. Are you really worried about me? Seizon smirked and asked back. Why can't I be? What are you so surprised about? A massive cloud of poison aura formed around G. If I said I've always been waiting for you, then what would you do? G stared at him like a startled rabbit. Just as G opened his mouth to say something, a huge explosion rang out nearby. Reacting instantly, G threw his arms around Seizon to protect him. G looked toward the explosion. It had come from Jongbin's group. Meanwhile, Isung was struggling desperately to maintain a shield. He shouted at Gun, Is Jongbin still unconscious? She answered anxiously, He still hasn't woken up. A gigantic hand capable of crushing Isung at any moment loomed over him. He could only hope someone would come to save them. Neither he nor his shield could hold on any longer. Seizon suddenly appeared, startling Isung. What the hell is going on? What happened to that guy, Jongbin? Isung looked as though he had found a lifeline. Thank goodness. Jongbin ended up like this because he was protecting us. Do you have a potion? Hurry and save him, Seizon. As he took out his equipment, Seizon grumbled, if you dared come to a place like this, you should have at least brought potions. He handed something over. Kid, inject this in a Jongbin. Gun bowed her head. Thank you. At the sight of the syringe, Isung got goosebumps. Wait, I'm fine. I hate injections. The moment he tossed the syringe away, his limbs went weak. Where are you going? Are you planning to use poison on those golems? Don't. Even if I made the shield, it can't block your poison, Seizon coldly asked. Then I'll just smash them to pieces without using poison. Is that good enough? Isung shouted furiously. What kind of stupid idea is that? How could? The monster's enormous hand shattered, shaking the surroundings. Isung stared in amazement. That's insane. Ji's agile figure darted across the monster's arm, but its arms were no longer intact. Ji gripped his staff and rushed forward to attack the other side. You can fight like that too? Suddenly, a stone golem swung its arm, trying to kill Ji. Ji swiftly avoided the blow, charged forward, and used the monster's body as a foothold to leap down. He landed. Meanwhile, Seizon and Isung stood frozen in shock. Then, unexpectedly, a thin stream of black energy coiled around Seizon. He shouted angrily, "Take this off me right now." Isung trembled as he raised his shield. If I get hit by one more of your poison attacks, I'll definitely collapse. Then everyone here will be wiped out. Please spare me. Annoyed, Seizon glared at him. Hong Isung, did you bring a spear? Isung's eyes widened. A spear? What spear? Sazon urjid mine. If you have it, give it to me. As if remembering something, Isung exclaimed, the giant god's spear? Why would that belong to you? Seizon answered calmly. I won it at auction, didn't I? Do you want me to pay you right here and now? Isung snapped his fingers, summoning the spear, and said irritably, forget it. What use would money be here? Fine, I'll remove the poison. In the meantime, try doing something. Want me to give you a bomb? Seizon replied calmly. No need. Seeing Seizon walk toward the monster step by step, Isung asked, Hey, what are you going to do? Do you even know how to use a spear? Seizon replied casually. No. He lowered his stance, preparing to throw the spear. Gun thought to herself, I want to rush in and fight alongside him, but even if I join now, I might not be any help. Seizon bit his lip and clenched his teeth, helplessly watching Ji as he threw the spear. In Seizon's heart, there was only one thought. I want to become someone who can hold him back. Sometimes, I will become chains that bind him. Other times, I will become a gust of wind that stirs the raging waves. Catch. Ji looked toward him in bewilderment. He recalled their conversation. Do you really want to live peacefully? Do I want to live peacefully? Ji ran with all his strength, shooting toward the spear with countless thoughts racing through his mind. As he ran, he fixed his sight on it and caught it. How could I possibly know that? No one has ever taught me how to live peacefully. Even my trait that lets me master everything with ease cannot help me find a way to live peacefully. Memories surfaced in Ji's mind. Still, I try to find a way to live as quietly as possible, partly because of the guilt of being the sole survivor, partly because of the endless anguish of being unable to bring even a fragment of the people who had fought alongside me back with me. But above all, it was because I did not want to cause more turmoil in this place, where the peace so many people had longed for had finally arrived. In those memories, the image of himself lying amid the ruins when the rift appeared became clearer. From the moment I woke up, everything around me was empty. There was nothing I wanted to do. Ji gradually sank into that silent uncertainty. It was like drowning beneath deep water. I chose to shut my eyes tightly and cover my ears. The world I had once lived in had become something vague and indistinct. Everything I knew had vanished, and unfamiliar things gradually filled my place. A world where I had nowhere to return to, and nowhere to rest, made simply existing from day to day exhausting. Every moment was unfamiliar. Every moment was suffering. No matter how much I wanted to escape reality, even when I was deeply lost in thought, the image of the rift kept appearing. It became difficult to maintain my thoughts for even a little while. I felt as though I had completely become someone lost. Yet when he overcame it all and grasped the spear in his hand, only in moments like this, when he seized an opportunity, leaped up, and swung the spear at the monster, could Ji clearly feel that he existed. Espérant muscle en lancement, très activated. System notifications rang out one after another. S plus rank, innate trait, masterful hands, activated. S plus rank, innate trait, omniscient eye, activated. Below him were people watching his battle. I have people to protect. How thankful that is. When he saw Saison looking at G with worried eyes, G made up his mind. And there is someone waiting for me to return. How happy that is. G smiled brightly and drove the spear downward. Suddenly, a tendre explosion érupted. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, while Aisung could only hold up his shield and scream in panic. After the series of tremors, Saison continued watching intently. Gun thought, is it over? She was utterly shocked by what she saw. The gigantic golem collapsed to the ground right in front of them. Ji slid down its body. Ji immediately asked, "Are you all okay? Is anyone hurt?" He had returned after finishing his task of keeping watch around the area. Aisung, pale-faced and coughing blood, pointed at Ji and protested. "No, that's what we should be asking you. Don't steal our line." Aisung circled Ji, inspecting him from head to toe. "You don't seem to have any injuries. No broken bones, no scratches, no cuts. You're built like a fortress. Could you have internal injuries? Honestly, you're the one who should be asked whether you're okay." "Yes, I'm completely fine." After confirming that Ji was unharmed, Aisung pointed to the weapon and asked, "What about the spear you used? Is it okay?" Ji answered casually, "It's excellent. It fits perfectly in my hand." "Of course it is," Aisung proudly boasted. "I made it after all." To be honest, when I heard Lee Sojin had won at auction, I was worried about what would happen to it. Only then did Ji notice the person beside him, right? Lee Sojin. Seeing Sojin staring silently at him, Ji thought, is he acting like this because I pushed him toward Gun and Hong Aisung earlier, then left by myself? Ji glanced at him and guessed that even if Sojin questioned him, he would not regret dealing with that golem. It was something he had to do. If he had not acted, they would all certainly have died. Ji struggled with his thoughts. But how should I explain this to Lee Sojin? Even if he knows I've been hiding my strength, an ordinary awakened one-shotting an S-plus rank monster without getting hurt is not normal. His mind was in turmoil. Do I have to lie again? Should I say I was only able to do it because of Hong Aisung's weapon? What is Lee Sojin thinking right now? Sojin remained motionless, staring at him in silence. Could it be that? Ji's eyes widened when Sojin spoke. "I'm fine." Ji looked utterly confused as Saison replied, "I said I'm still fine." It turned out Ji had simply been overthinking. Sojin was answering the question Ji had asked earlier, whether he was okay. Ji handed the weapon to Sojin. "This spear is great. It's yours." Ji was shocked by Sojin's response. "What did you say?" Sojin answered calmly, "It has been yours from the beginning." Ji did not know what to do and was completely bewildered. At the craftsman's exhibition, even when he had been tightly bound by Jongbin's chains and was on the verge of death, Sojin had caused all sorts of trouble just to obtain this spear. His purpose had not simply been to acquire an S-rank weapon. Ji wondered, "Just who are you?" On this side, Hong Aisung was sitting back and resting comfortably. Anyway, we survive, right?" "I am exhausted." EUIJ walked over to Yoon Ji-yoon and asked, "How has Young been?" His condition was quite critical earlier, but the Wave Guild president gave him some medicine, so he's doing better now. He just hasn't regained consciousness yet. Suddenly, Lee Sion spoke up. "Wasn't that why you left me behind with this group? Why are you looking at me like that now?" "That kid helped." EUIJ glanced at him and thought, "The biggest reason I left you behind was because I couldn't let you see me fighting. If I told him that honestly, he'd only get more upset." Avoiding the issue, he replied, "Well, I left you behind because I trusted you, so you could protect everyone. You did well." Seeing that, Sion piled on even more. "So you left me behind because you trusted me, without needing any help from me at all?" "I didn't realize that. I was stupid enough to wonder whether our relationship was really that superficial. I even wondered if it was because I wasn't capable enough. Honestly, it hurt my pride a little." UIJ muttered, "What pride? You're talking nonsense." "Next time, just try doing that again," Sion warned. UIJ stubbornly shot back. "And what are you going to do if I do?" Sion paused to think. "I don't know yet. Anyway, it'd be better for you if there isn't a next time." Sion promptly patted the seat beside him. "Let's end this here." EUIJ stared at him in disbelief. Is he seriously telling me to sit down there myself? Does he really have to go that far? EUIJ ignored him and started walking away, but Sion pulled him back. At that moment, the atmosphere around Sion darkened. He questioned him seriously. You two must have had some reason for coming all the way in here, right? Li Xian continued. I assume you both know this dungeon belongs to the Wave Guild. Hong Isung pretended to play dumb. Oh, really? I didn't know. Xian warned him. Cut the nonsense. Xian snapped. Unless you want to end up in court for illegally trespassing into a dungeon, you'd better tell me everything. Yung Bin, sitting beside them, was startled. There's a law for that these days? Yun Jiyun shrank back guiltily as she looked at Hong Isung, who was sprawled on the ground. I understand. Xian found it ridiculous. Wow. The moment I mention the law, he plays dead. So Hong Isung knows how to fear the law after all. Yin Jiyun finally confessed. We came in because there was an urgent matter to investigate concerning an encroached dungeon. Of all the places I knew, this was the closest. Yun Jiyun obediently admitted her fault. I'm really sorry for sneaking in, Xian gently advised her. No matter how urgent it is, you need to complete the proper procedures before entering. You've learned all those basics already, haven't you? Yun Haiyun hesitated. That's true, but realizing what she meant, Xian asked, if it was as urgent as you say, then that talented, car-crazed old lady must have written you an authorization letter, right? Hand it over. EUIJ silently judged him. That sounded a little too harsh. Yun Jiyun became even more timid. About that, EUIJ quickly changed the subject. Xian, what happened to your lips? Did debris hit you? Xian immediately seized EUIJ's hand, looking absolutely horrified. Get the antidote out of your inventory. Why did you just... EUIJ was still baffled. What? What's wrong? Xian swiftly poured a purple potion over the spot where EUIJ had touched him. Then he quickly poured out the blue potion as well. EUIJ frowned in disgust and demanded, Why are you suddenly being nice enough to wipe blood off my face, only to get caught up in this mess? Furious, Xian shouted, You nearly died last time. Didn't you learn anything from that? EUIJ got irritated but stayed silent. I told him I was fine back then. Now I'm starting to feel wrong too. At last, his anger erupted, and EUIJ unleashed a long tirade at Xian. I told you I'm completely fine. Were you not listening to a single word I said? How can someone be so careless? At least pretend to listen, you brat. He glared at Xian, annoyed. His damn suspicious nature. Does he want me to drink all that blood to prove I'm fine? Xian suddenly covered EUIJ's eyes with his hand, leaving him confused and furious. What the hell are you doing? I'm trying to help you calm down. You look like you were starting to overthink things, so I block your view. EUIJ ordered Xian to remove his hand. Seriously, don't push it. Xian softened his voice. I know, but you should still calm down. Isn't it been a long time since you fought monsters? EUIJ was deeply annoyed, but he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Once Xian sensed the tension easing, he smiled and praised him. That's right. Yun Jiyun, the bystander forced to watch them flirt fight, was relieved. At least they didn't actually start fighting. A flash of light emerged from the body of the defeated stone golem, drawing her attention. Yun Jiyun said, Wait for me a moment. Xian was about to speak. If you're planning to make a scene. But before she could hear the rest, she ran off. This is really important. Please wait a moment. Worried that something might happen, EUIJ got up to follow Yun Jiyun, but Xian stopped him. Where are you going? To her, obviously. She's running toward the golems all by herself. As Yun Jiyun ran toward the golem's corpse, Xian was worried too, but he still stopped EUIJ. You smashed its core so thoroughly that it can't revive. What are you worried about? I can't sense any monsters nearby either. The dungeon boss is dead, so it should be safe for now. She'll be fine going alone. Finally, he added, in any case, we still need to finish investigating this dungeon. There must be a reason it was suddenly reconfigured. After saying everything he had to say, Xian suddenly snuggled into EUIJ's arms. Then, with that action in his words, he said, So just stay here quietly beside me. At those final words, EUIJ remembered. Being left behind once was more than enough for him. Whenever Li Xian acted like this, EUIJ always felt an odd sense of familiarity. Xian's mannerisms reminded him of someone, but that child had clearly. Yinjun suddenly shouted, startling EUIJ. I found it! I found it! She held a stone high in her hand. I found a fragment. EUIJ immediately guessed. A fragment? Didn't fragments only appear in Yun Ji-Yun's dreams? Why would a fragment from another world appear inside the body of a reconfigured dungeon boss? Yun Ji-Yun asked, Can I stay up here and investigate a little longer? EUIJ promptly replied, Do as you like, just until the new boss respawns. She obediently answered, Yes, I'll be careful. Seeing EUIJ staring at him, Sion asked. What is it? EUIJ was deep in thought. I heard that the gangsters share information about the apocalypse among themselves, so he might know something more about fragments. He hesitantly asked, do you know what that thing Yun Ji-yoon was holding earlier is? At the mention of her name, Sion's expression darkened uncomfortably. Yoon Ha-yoon. Seeing his reaction, EUIJ realized it. He's at again. Sion grimaced and protested. I only learned that kid's face and name today, yet someone else can casually call her by name? You two seem pretty close. EUIJ hurriedly replied, we're not close. I'm not close to that brat. EUIJ lightly patted Sion on the head as he sulked. Should I believe that? All EUIJ could do was comfort the person acting so petty. Believe it. I'm closer to you than I am to her. So please be quiet. He used his hand to block Sion's view as Sion gritted his teeth in irritation. How does someone who just stays in one place have so many people around him? EUIJ asked helplessly. Anyway, do you know what the glowing thing she was holding earlier was? Sion shrugged as if he had no idea. I think I've heard of it before, but I can't remember. I don't know. EUIJ glared at him. Someone who holds grudges and remembers even the tiniest details is saying he can't remember something that important? Judging from that attitude, even if I press him, he has no intention of giving me a proper answer. I'll leave it for now and ask Yun Ji-yoon later. As EUIJ rubbed his hair, Sion spoke. I told you earlier, you don't need to know everything, because knowing means taking responsibility for it. The more Sion spoke, the more solemn EUIJ became. Are you ready to bear that responsibility? EUIJ asked back, what about you? Sion firmly took his hand, making EUIJ blurt out, you've already prepared yourself? Sion calmly answered, of course. As he held EUIJ's hand, he rubbed each knuckle on the back of it as though trying to memorize it. I finished preparing long ago. Now I'm only waiting for the day I have to bear that responsibility. I waited a long time. Then he touched EUIJ's fingers one by one and added, so if you want, you can keep acting on impulse a little longer. Then Sion pointed to his lips and said, except for touching me like you did earlier. That's forbidden. EUIJ was taken aback. Seriously? He could only feel utterly irritated. His severe distrust of people probably needed shock therapy to be cured. One day, I'll go crazy, collect your blood, drink every last drop, and prove to you that I'm completely fine. EUIJ turned away and looked around as he walked. If I keep talking to that brat, I'm going to get so angry my stomach will burst. Before Yun Ji-yoon finishes examining the golems, I should check on Young Bin. Hong Isung saw him approaching and spoke. So, Mr. Secretary, are you done having your lovers quarrel with him? Under his snide gaze, EUIJ became even more annoyed. I'm injured, you know. Realizing he had misspoken, Hong Isung honestly answered, I only asked because I was concerned. You two were being all lovey-dovey and bickering right in front of me. EUIJ cursed. Are you blind? How the hell did that look lovey-dovey to you? He took out a stone, making Hong Isung's eyes widen as it glowed. Hong Isung looked like nothing more than an obedient puppy. A mana stone. Let's settle our deal with this, and don't come looking for me in the middle of the night again. Hong Isung hurriedly held out both hands. But before it even reached his hands, he started whimpering. What is this? Why are you taking it back right after giving it to me? EUIJ frowned and retorted, I haven't given it to you, so how can I be taking it back? Help me with one more thing, and I'll give it to you. Hong Isung irritably asked, what else? EUIJ glanced towards Sion in the distance and whispered, make me a mask in exchange for this mana stone. EUIJ described the design in detail. One that covers my entire face, can alter my voice, doesn't make breathing difficult, and doesn't obstruct my vision. And don't make it too flashy. After hearing that, Hong Isung asked in shock, are you asking me to make a mask for Cha EUIJ? Are you planning to bring Cha EUIJ back? The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. EUIJ silently broke into a cold sweat. This brat. Only then did Hong Isung react properly. Wait a second. Does this count as violating the contract we signed? But I didn't deliberately dig into your information. I figured it out on my own, so it probably doesn't count as a breach of contract, right? Do you know how hard I try not to care about your identity? EUIJ wondered, how did he figure it out? At that moment, EUIJ felt as though he were floating completely lost in outer space. With eager eyes, Hong Isung promised. Anyway, I can make that mask in no time, so as long as I'm not violating the contract, hurry up and give me the Mana Stone. You can consider making you uncomfortable like this proof that I already know everything. He arrogantly added, a mask like that is easy. I'll have it ready in about a week. Once it's finished, I'll have my darling deliver it to you. While Hong Isung did his utmost to earn his trust, EUIJ showed no expression at all and merely stared at him. In the end, EUIJ sighed and reached a conclusion. I already promised, so fine. He promptly handed the Mana Stone to the ecstatic Hong Isung, who shouted in delight. EUIJ reassured himself. At least he probably won't suddenly show up at my hangover soup restaurant looking for me anymore. Hong Isung sprinted away, calling out, Yun Ji-yun, did you find any Mana Stones over there? A boss that huge has to drop something valuable. I'll go look for you. Yun Ji-yun quickly ran to EUIJ and said, please come look at this fragment. She honestly explained, even in the encroached dungeons that appeared before now, I've never heard of a fragment appearing. This is the first time one has ever been found outside a dream. Yun Ji-yun continued excitedly. Also, the difference between this dungeon and the others is that suddenly she realized something. Then she quickly advised EUIJ, first, it's dangerous inside the dungeon, so can we go outside and continue investigating? EUIJ understood. It looks like Yun Ji-yun sensed that I'm the reason this dungeon was reconfigured. Before leaving, EUIJ discussed things with her. Wait, once we leave, the Bureau will definitely take statements from us. So let's coordinate our stories now. As for Young Bin, tell him after he wakes up. Yun Ji-yun curiously asked, what should I tell him? As he quickly put on a hat to hide his identity, EUIJ said, just tell them Chai EUIJ has returned. Hearing that, Sion smiled brightly from afar. Meanwhile, Hong Isung was straining with all his might as he carried the unconscious Youngbin. He's so heavy. Lee Sion, can you come carry this guy for me? Sion turned his head and firmly replied, if you want to see Youngbin die in my arms, go ahead and ask me. Hong Isung helplessly cursed him. You bastard. Seeing this, EUIJ offered, I'll carry him. Sion quickly stopped him. No, if you're the one who carries him out, you'll have to meet Nam Won-jin. Forget it. That made EUIJ furious. You lunatic, don't push it. Yun Ji-yun hesitated from afar. EUIJ, she asked, it's fine for us to announce that you've returned, but what are you going to do about the Hangover Soup Restaurant? EUIJ replied, what does the Hangover Soup Restaurant have to do with this? Yun Ji-yun bluntly explained, if you start working as EUIJ again, how can you keep working at a Hangover Soup Restaurant? EUIJ was about to answer, don't worry, I'll do both. EUIJ reminded her, did you forget? Humanity's hero, Cha EUIJ, and the part-time employee at the Hangover Soup Restaurant are two different people, aren't they? In this age of hunter fever, people who juggle multiple jobs are everywhere, from models and actors to YouTubers who make ASMR videos about dungeons. There's no reason an S-rank hunter like me can't have two jobs to keep up with the times, right? The table was overflowing with gifts for a patient. Youngbin was trying to sort through what he had been told. So, to summarize everything I've heard so far, an image formed in his mind. Yun Ji-yun entered an encroached dungeon to find a fragment. Hong Isung, who had suddenly disappeared earlier for unknown reasons, also entered the dungeon with Yun Ji-yun. Yes. Then, for some unknown reason, the dungeon was reconfigured, and the two of them ran into me. And in the end, after I lost consciousness protecting everyone from the dungeon boss, Cha EUIJ suddenly appeared and took down that golem in a single strike. Hong Isung, sitting beside him, chimed in, yes, that's exactly what happened. Youngbin asked suspiciously, and that person asked you to pass on the message that Cha EUIJ has returned? Cha EUIJ himself asked you. Hong Isung answered with absolute certainty. Your comprehension is impressive, but seriously, Cha EUIJ is incredibly strong. As expected of the former number one, he pierced through a golem that huge with a single blow. Youngbin looked bewildered. Am I really supposed to believe that story? Hong Isung pretended to cry. I'm telling the truth. It hurts when I tell the truth and you don't believe me. Youngbin asked again, how did word about me passing out spread? Hong Isung answered honestly, through the gangsters group chat, I think, but only around Channel 1. The places that sent you gifts were all fairly major guilds, like the HP Guild, Wave Guild, and Samurai Guild. Hong Isung added, in an information technology powerhouse like South Korea, what secrets can stay hidden? Then he said, Mr. Civil Servant, should I call a nurse for you? Jung Bin Zeit. Since this is an inpatient room at the Cell World Guild, Nam Won-jin will probably come to take my statement soon. But I don't remember anything at all. The only thing he remembered was the dungeon boss's attack bearing down on him, followed by pain so intense it felt as though his body were about to shatter. Then Chai Uij appeared right at that moment. It all seemed strange somehow. As he tapped on his phone screen, he questioned Hong I-sung. Mr. Hong I-sung, first of all, please don't touch any gifts sent to me. I need to return them after confirming they're safe. Except for anything sent by the Awakened Management Bureau, you can eat those. Surprised, he blurted out, you still discriminate between gifts? That's so old-fashioned. Jungbin did not deny it. Yes, so please never become a civil servant. It's a grueling occupation where I have to use this battered body of mine to clean up after you, Mr. Hong I-sung. Feeling that he was being mocked, I-sung asked, did you just take a jab at me? You become more perceptive. Just then, Nam Won-jin entered and spoke up. You seem well enough to chat so enthusiastically. What a relief. You have no idea how shocked I was when I saw someone being carried and looking like a corpse. Jungbin greeted him politely. Hello, Mr. Nam Won-jin. Won-jin advised him, just lie still. Even though you've received treatment, you need more rest. If it weren't for those chains of yours, even with my abilities, it would have been difficult to heal you. Then Won-jin's expression turned serious. I also received the official report from Lee Sion. After reading it, I couldn't simply overlook this. What? A restructuring phenomenon suddenly occurred inside an encroached dungeon, raising its rating to S+? Won-jin asked, and neither of you knows what caused this sudden restructuring. Not for the moment. I-sung added, I heard it was because of Chai Uij. Won-jin looked startled. What? He told me the dungeon restructuring seems to have happened because of you, but he still doesn't know the exact reason. Remembering Euij's instructions, I-sung improvised. Until he finds out the precise reason, he absolutely won't show himself except when it's truly necessary. That's all. Don't add anything else. If anything happens, he'll appear quietly, just like he did in this dungeon. Won-jin murmured to himself. So Chai Uij really did appear. It wasn't a system error. Chai Uij is truly alive and escaped the West Sea Rift. Won-jin quickly left, but not before giving one last instruction. All right, leave Ham Sukjong to me. Until your right arm has fully healed, don't even think about getting out of that hospital bed. Thank you. Suddenly, Jungbin called out to Hong I-sung. His face looked somewhat troubled as he recalled the Cha Euij he had known in the past. What does Mr. Cha Euij look like now? Is he all right? Is he hurt anywhere? Just then, a voice called out while Euij was tidying up. Hello, Mr. Euij. The visitor carried a bag full of pastries. This is a gift for you. A gift? Why all of a sudden? Min Ki excitedly explained, I bought a few things for you during my business trip to Daegu, Mr. Euij. Bread? Daegu. Embarrassed, Min Ki replied, earlier, I heard Mr. Hong I-sung say that you wanted bread from a certain bakery in Daegu. I thought that maybe you had gone to Daegu after getting out, so I made a special trip there. Their bread is really delicious. Euij was thoughtful. He had heard that Min Ki had gone to great lengths to search for Hong I-sung, but it seemed more like he had gone there to indulge himself. Min Ki continued, if you need anything or have anything you'd like me to do, please tell me. Awkward. Euij politely declined. I don't need anything. You don't have to go that far. You shouldn't say that. A few days ago, by Chairman Lee Sion's order, Wave Guild's first combat support team began operating as a support unit assigned to stay close to you. Min Ki continued without pause. You don't need to be surprised, Mr. Euij. Although we're called the combat support team, we're actually just the chairman's errand running unit. We do everything the chairman orders us to do, and we've been working very hard to keep the press quiet as well. Euij contemplated the words, errand runners. To briefly explain what happened this time, the Awakened Management Bureau has no intention of announcing Cha Euij's return. Encroached dungeons themselves are not widely known, and this dungeon restructuring phenomenon is the first case ever recorded worldwide. Minky spoke seriously. These days, being the first does not always carry a positive meaning. Even though South Korea is a country that places great importance on rankings and hierarchies, becoming the first country where such a phenomenon occurs is difficult to view favorably. Recalling the past, EUIJ speculated that it would likely cause widespread panic. People would be gripped by terror and anxiety wondering whether it might happen again. The Awakened Management Bureau had no desire to create such unrest. A fifth-grade rift appeared at the temporary registration center in Gwangjin District, and before that, we had the unprecedented case of a rift appearing directly inside a registration center. His expression gradually darkened as he glanced over. However, after giving it some serious thought, I noticed a few things. I don't know whether you noticed them as well. Everyone says the dungeon restructuring phenomenon has happened for the first time. Finally, Min-Ki said something that stunned EUIJ. But I remember that something very similar actually happened before. The conclusion left him frozen, and Mr. Cha EUIJ experienced it firsthand. Min-Ki placed a hand over his chest solemnly. I'm sorry for suddenly asking such an impolite question. As you know, after the West Sea Rift formed, it was classified as a fifth-grade rift. But in reality, I understand that immediately after your team entered it, it was raised to a first-grade rift. Min-Ki rubbed his chin pensively. Although the West Sea Rift continued growing over time, doesn't that sudden change in its grade resemble the encroached dungeon's restructuring? At Min-Ki's words, something flashed through EUIJ's mind. The restructuring phenomenon in the encroached dungeon did indeed somewhat resemble the West Sea Rift's increase in grade. After restructuring, the underground dungeon in Zhangyo 3rd Street had become S+. Both incidents had happened the instant he entered. It was as though they had been waiting for that moment. His throat tightened, no matter how much he wanted to ignore it. He could not deny that all these abnormal events were connected to him. Having made up his mind, UIJ spoke. Could I see the documents on the underground dungeon in Zhangyo 3rd Street? Or could you let me enter it again to inspect it? Min-Ki immediately crossed his arms in refusal. I'm afraid you personally entering it again would be impossible. The chairman would strongly object. Then he pulled a stack of documents from his inventory. But there's no problem with reading the documents. That was one of the reasons I came to visit you today. Please wait a moment. Min-Ki handed them to EUIJ and introduced them. These are the investigation records for the restructured underground dungeon in Zhangyo 3rd Street. Our vice chairman, Bei Won-gu, investigated it personally, so you could trust them. Take your time reading. EUIJ accepted the file and quickly flipped through its pages. It mentioned several issues concerning the rift. Before being encroached upon, the dungeon had been a lucrative dungeon that specialized in dropping potion crafting ingredients. 1 month ago, signs of abnormal encroachment began to appear. EUIJ stopped at a page containing 2 attached photographs and accompanying text. After removing the pure white fog that covered the restructured dungeon, shattered Korean signboards were discovered scattered throughout the area. His face darkened. I saw Korean signboards like these in the West Sea Rift too. After noticing that EUIJ had finished reading, Min-Ki said, if we obtain any new information, I'll send it to you. Feel free to order me to do anything. EUIJ did not hesitate. Then could I ask you to investigate other encroached dungeons as well? Min-Ki shrugged proudly. Of course. Infiltration, investigation, and information manipulation are my specialties. EUIJ momentarily stiffened. Information investigation. After a few seconds of hesitation, he spoke. If investigating information is your specialty, can you find people too? Min-Ki looked surprised. Find people. EUIJ nodded. Although that person may be dead by now. Min-Ki immediately took out a tablet and stylus, ready to make notes. You're putting me to work already? It seems you know how to exploit people too. If you give me clear information and instructions, then of course it's entirely possible. However, Min-Ki added a warning. If the person you mentioned died on the day of the rift, it may be a little difficult. Society was completely paralyzed then, and even now, there are victims who died that day whose bodies have not been identified. EUIJ lowered his head slightly, deep in thought. That person did not die on the day of the rift. Counting from that day, it was about 3 years later. They may have died after that point. More specifically, right after the West Sea Rift incident. Min-Ki's hand paused as he wrote. Are you certain the target is dead? Did you confirm it yourself? EUIJ's expression became uncertain. I'm not sure, but I think they probably died. Min-Ki continued writing. From what you've said, we cannot determine whether that person is truly dead. I'll mark their status as unknown, alive, or deceased. Could you tell me their basic personal details and physical characteristics? He began asking for information one by one. For example, their name, age, and appearance. EUIJ hesitated slightly. I don't know either their name or what their face looked like. I think they were a little younger than me. Min-Ki looked astonished. You don't even know the target's exact age? EUIJ gave a small nod. Minky frowned helplessly. This may be a little rude, but what exactly do you know about that person? Only silence answered him. Minky did not give up. I'm not blaming you. I'm only asking so I can obtain more detailed information. He tried offering examples. For instance, what area did they live in? What school did they graduate from? When EUIJ still did not answer, Min-ki tried to persuade him. Even a tiny clue is enough for me to begin investigating. Anything you can remember. After thinking for a while, EUIJ finally spoke. They were a child I rescued from the Manhwa rift. He was the only survivor to come out of that rift. Remembering the circumstances, he added, his entire body had been devastated by toxins, and his vocal cords were damaged from inhaling poisonous fumes. His hearing was the only sense that still functioned. Because he couldn't move his body, proper communication was impossible. Everything that could have been used to verify his identity had melted away in the toxic zones, so I couldn't obtain any information. After rescuing the child from the rubble, EUIJ took him to a hospital with regular treatment. The boy's condition improved significantly, though he could not be considered completely recovered. As he continued, his voice grew heavier. The boy needed regular treatment with antidotes. But because I couldn't return from the West Sea Rift, the supply of ingredients for his antidote must have been cut off. EUIJ's heart tightened. That child, who had likely died quietly because of his absence, had always occupied a corner of his heart. After recounting it, he felt embarrassed. I entered a rift and disappeared without a trace for 8 years. That's why things turned out this way. Min-ki listened silently from beginning to end. Then he suddenly spoke. I'm only asking to confirm, so I hope you won't be offended. Have you tried hiring a private detective agency to find him? EUIJ answered honestly. I did, but I was thrown out as soon as I stated the conditions. I understand why they did that. Min-ki looked puzzled. Then what about requesting the medical records? Since it was only 8 years ago, the hospital should still have them. EUIJ continued. I tried that too, but it was impossible. Unless the requester is the patient himself, a family member, or a legal guardian, they won't release anything. If it were Chai EUIJ, they might have made an exception, but I'm not Chai EUIJ. He sighed. Besides, I didn't even complete formal admission procedures when I first hospitalized him. Min-ki looked shocked. What? Embarrassed. EUIJ explained. I made a deal with the hospital. Then I secretly admitted the child under Chai EUIJ's name. Min-ki stood there with his mouth hanging open. EUIJ shrugged. At the time, hospitals often refused patients who were deemed certain to die. There were too many people injured by monsters, and both staff and hospital beds were desperately scarce. Most people thought it was better to save several more people than spend time trying to hold on to someone who was about to die. Hunter hospitals were even more so. Min-ki nodded. That makes sense. On top of that, since you admitted him under Cha EUIJ's name, his existence would have had to remain even more hidden. In that case, he could easily become your weakness. To be honest, there aren't many clues, so I can't guarantee we'll find him. But his attitude immediately changed, and he held out his hand warmly. I'll start by tearing that hospital apart. Leave it to me, sir. Where is that hospital? EUIJ was momentarily speechless. They were discussing something illegal, yet Min-ki sounded frighteningly confident. Still, he reached out to shake Min-ki's hand and added, it was originally a private hospital, but I heard it has since become the National Hunter Hospital. Min-ki faltered. The National Hunter Hospital? He suddenly seemed to want to pull his hand back, but EUIJ swiftly activated his ability and gripped it tightly. S plus muscle enhancement trait activated. Min-ki stammered, Sir, you have an incredibly strong grip. EUIJ tightened his hold further. I'm just shaking your hand enthusiastically. Min-ki could not help crying out. Sweating coldly, Min-ki tried to explain. Do you know about the National Hunter Hospital, sir? It has extremely close ties with the Awakened Management Bureau and the 3 major guilds, and it also deals with nearly every other guild in the country. No, EUIJ maintained his smile. It seems that hospital has grown quite a lot in the past 8 years. Min-ki's face turned pale. Then do you know that its security is extremely strict? EUIJ nodded. Now I do. At last, EUIJ released Min-ki's hand. Min-ki slumped to the floor miserably. Understand. I'll do my best. EUIJ smiled brightly. Thank you very much. Min-ki stood, put his tablet back into his inventory, and said, This may take some time, so I hope you'll understand. EUIJ waved a hand. It's all right. I'm used to waiting. Min-ki added, and if you need to act under Cha EUIJ's identity, please contact me or the chairman first. If you need anything else, just let me know. EUIJ looked at Min Ki suspiciously. What? Min Ki left. Of course, it's to support you. Doubt rose within EUIJ. His contract with Lee Sion had been made when Sion did not know that he and Chai EUIJ were the same person. Now that Sion knew his true identity, he could have used that fact to demand anything from him. Why wasn't he doing so? EUIJ suddenly asked, "Why are you all willing to help me this much? This isn't even part of the contract." Min Ki awkwardly pushed up his glasses. How should I put this? I'm not really sure myself. Then Min Ki gave him a reassuring smile. Have you ever considered that the good deeds you did in the past are now being repaid? EUIJ stood there, stunned. Min Ki spoke gently. You may not consider them good deeds, sir, but to someone else, your actions in the past may have been salvation. In the interrogation room, Hong Isung angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, I told you I don't know who that person was. He gestured irritably. They were wearing a mask. How was I supposed to see their face? You people just keep making me repeat the same thing over and over. The hunter across from him looked troubled. But, Mr. Hong Isung, if you did not see his face, how can you be certain that person was Jay? Isung frowned disdainfully. You know Jay's account connected to Channel 1, don't you? That was how everyone confirmed he was alive. Even your bureau director personally verified that he was still alive. He thumped his chest indignantly. And who was that person? Someone powerful enough to smash an S+ rank golem with a single blow. He was wearing a mask, and he even called himself Jay. How could I not believe it? Honestly, I thought a savior had descended. I thought someone from above had come for me, just as I was about to breathe my last. The hunter continued pressing him. Then why did you run away, sir? Isung looked away, utterly exhausted. Because fate called to me, obviously. On the surveillance screen, he sprawled on the floor and threw a tantrum. Were you people going to let me out? I have work to do. I just came up with an incredible design idea. If the idea disappears, are you going to take responsibility? Can you even bear that burden? In the monitoring room, a middle-aged man suddenly opened the door and entered. So all these distinguished people, whom one normally cannot meet, are gathered here today. The hunter monitoring the screens startled and turned around. Hunter Song Jo Hyun. The hunter hurriedly stood up. Hunter Song Jo Hyun, you are here? But why are you? The man waved a hand. Do not worry. I only came in after receiving permission from your bureau director. Jo Hyun lowered his gaze to the surveillance screen. Though he had only heard a brief account of the situation, another interrogation room was displayed on one monitor. Lee Sion sat in a metal chair, arms folded across his chest, legs crossed, and eyes closed. Jo Hyun curled his lips slightly. I heard Jay has returned. Is that correct? At that moment, Sion abruptly opened his eyes and looked directly into the surveillance camera. Song Jo Hyun, chairman of the Samurai Guild, laughed heartily. I have just received word that Jay has returned. How could I not rush here immediately upon hearing that an old comrade who once fought beside me has returned from the dead? The hunter gave an awkward smile, his thoughts in turmoil. News of Jay's return had only just leaked out, and only a handful of people within the management bureau knew about it. Where had he heard it from? Jo Hyun silently waited for an answer, but the hunter clearly did not wish to speak. Jo Hyun looked approving. You are a talented member of the management bureau. Your vigilance just now was admirable, but you need not be so guarded around me. After all, the people who informed me are all familiar faces to you. He idly rubbed the cane in his hand, staring directly at the hunter. However, I have not heard the details. If possible, I would like some more information. Relax. Do not worry. Just tell me what you know, slowly. The hunter suddenly felt confused. Why had he become wary of Hunter Song Jo Hyun? He was the chairman of the Samurai Guild and had even appeared in a documentary about Jay. After hesitating for a while, the hunter straightened up and said, I understand. What exactly would you like to know? Jo Hyun nodded and asked, regarding news of Jay's return, did he appear in person and declared himself? Has anyone actually seen him alive? That was confirmed, yes. According to what I heard from team leader Young Bin, it is true. However, the team leader did not meet Mr. Jay personally. He heard it from craftsman Hong Isung. Jo Hyun looked curious. Where is Young Bin now? The hunter answered honestly, he is receiving treatment and recuperating at the Cell World Guild. Jo Hyun continued probing. May I meet Mr. Hong Isung privately? The hunter hesitated. That may be difficult. Before he could finish, Jo Hyun continued rubbing the handle of his cane. The hunter's eyes suddenly went blank, and he mechanically replied, "Of course." Then a loud sound came from the surveillance monitor, making him jump and cry out reflexively. The hunter hurriedly checked the screens. What happened? Everything was unchanged, except for Sion's interrogation room. He seemed to have kicked over the table in front of him. The hunter scratched his head and sighed. "I was wondering why Mr. Lee Sion was so quiet today. So this is why." Jo Hyun clicked his tongue. "Lee Sion is causing trouble again. I see. You have had a difficult time." The hunter flusteredly apologized. "I am sorry." Hunter song Jo Hyun. "I need to go now." Jo Hyun waved him off. "It is fine. Hurry along. You need to stop him before he causes any real trouble." The hunter awkwardly bowed. "Thank you for your understanding." Jo Hyun smiled meaningfully as he watched the hunter run away, then swiftly glanced at the screen. Sion sat with his legs crossed in the metal chair, wearing a mocking smile toward the camera. His lips moved as he silently mouthed a challenge. "Do not go digging around on your own." Jo Hyun bared his teeth. "Insolent brat." He abruptly turned away, pulled out his phone, and made a call. As soon as the other party answered, Jo Hyun's expression darkened. "This is Song Jo Hyun. I will arrange to meet you as soon as possible." In a long hallway, Yoongbin hurried forward with one arm in a cast. At that moment, the door to a room suddenly opened, and a female hunter stepped out holding a cup of water. "Team Leader Yoongbin, you are back? How are you feeling?" He nodded reassuringly. "Yes, it has been a while. Are you all doing well? I will recover quickly, so do not worry too much." With that, Yoongbin briskly continued down the hall. Before long, he arrived at the basement, which had been built for special interrogation rooms. Yoongbin placed his hunter ID card on the scanner. The system issued a dry mechanical announcement. "Authorization confirmed. S-Rank Hunter Yoongbin of the Awakened Management Bureau. Welcome to the Management Bureau." Cold sweat suddenly broke out across his face. "I have a bad feeling about this." Yoongbin stared at the room at the end of the hallway. The Awakened Management Bureau maintained detention cells and special interrogation rooms for holding criminal awakened. The door slowly opened. Yoongbin swallowed. Because of Jay's return, he had instructed his subordinates to bring Lee Sion and Hong I-sung to the interrogation rooms. He had also told them to ask only a few basic questions and then release them. Yet no one had reported back to him, even now, if those two were still being held in the interrogation rooms when he was discharged. The moment he entered, Sion's displeased face came into view. Yoongbin's face turned pale. His lips twitched into a bitter smile. This is a disaster. It would have been less frightening if things had been a complete mess, as usual. This silence made him even more uneasy. Pointing at the door, he said to Sion, "I apologize for arriving so late, Mr. Lee Sion. Let's leave at once. I will arrange to visit Wave later and apologize to you properly." Sion beckoned him closer. Yoongbin could not help feeling curious. "What is it?" Sion leaned close and whispered, "Since yesterday, I have no longer been able to clearly sense Hong I-sung's presence." Yoongbin jolted. "What do you mean?" "Mr. Hong I-sung should have been transferred to the artisan village on Mount Buchan after his statement was taken. He is still here." Sion rose to his feet and patted Yoongbin's shoulder meaningfully. "He was here, but he is not anymore. Please manage your people properly." Yoongbin frowned and spun around. Could it be? He hurried to another tightly locked room where two hunters stood guard. The two immediately bowed when they saw him. "Greetings, team leader." Yoongbin looked at them suspiciously. Why were the personnel assigned to escort Hong I-sung standing in front of a detention room? He blurted out, "Why are you two here? There is no awakened being detained inside right now." Yoongbin's eyes sharpened. "I received no special report from you, and I never gave an order like this. Who instructed you to guard this place?" The hunters did not answer, their expressionless faces staring straight ahead. He ordered, "Please open the door for me." Yoongbin was met with silence again. Then, without warning, the two hunters lunged at him. Yoongbin immediately spun around and kicked them. The two hunters were sent flying into the door, and the powerful collision blew it open, sending them crashing into the room. Hong I-sung was startled, his mouth hanging open as he shouted, "What just happened?" Yoongbin turned to him. "You are the one being held here, Mr. Hong I-sung?" Bound tightly to a chair with chains, I-sung burst into tears when he saw him. "Mr. Civil Servant, you came to save me, right?" Yoongbin's face darkened as he looked at the hunters on the ground. "You should have escorted Mr. Hong I-sung to the artisan village on Mount Buchan long ago. Why is he still here?" His voice turned cold. "Who ordered you to do this?" At that moment, one hunter's head twisted grotesquely, his lips curling into an eerie smile. Yoongbin cautioned him. Mr. Hong I-sung, please move back as far as you can. I-sung stared blankly. While I am tied to this chair, Yoongbin replied. Your legs can still move, cannot they? The hunter rose to his feet as countless grotesque spikes sprouted from his body. Yoongbin clicked his tongue. Seriously, I was gone for only a short while, and things have already become this bad. It seems I owe Lee Sion another favor. I-sung stammered in terror. What is that? Why do they become like that? Are they not hunters from the Management Bureau? Yoongbin frowned cautiously. I do not know yet. They may be imposters wearing someone else's skin, replacements, or worse, someone may have interfered and manipulated my subordinates. Whatever the case, we will need to investigate to find out. The spike-covered hunters charged at him. Yoongbin looked at them mockingly. But you seem to be underestimating me. Against the vast blue sky stood the building bearing the wave emblem. In a room inside, Lee Sion lay stretched out on a long sofa, wearing an eye mask, his hands neatly folded over his stomach. Suddenly, the door flew open and Bae Won-gu appeared. Chairman Lee Sion, Team Leader Young Bin contacted us and sent over the information. When there was no response, Won-gu anxiously approached the sofa. What is this? Are your eyes acting up again? Does it hurt? Sion slowly replied. I am fine. Won-gu asked worriedly. Have you taken your medicine? Should I call Chairman Nam Won-jin? No, do not bother. Report first. Won-gu could only sigh. Honestly, fine, I will report. He scrolled through the items on his tablet and began explaining. First, Young Bin conveyed his gratitude because you helped him rescue Mr. Hong I-sung. At that, Won-gu could practically picture I-sung grinning brightly and raising a hand in triumph. Hong I-sung has returned safely. Won-gu continued in an even tone. From a detention room deep beneath the basement. Then he saw something in the report and startled. What is this? The ones who detained Mr. Hong I-sung were puppets wearing disguises made from Yoongbin subordinates. Upon hearing that, Sion sat upright, pulling his eye mask onto his forehead with a frown. What? Won-gu handed the tablet to Sion, stammering, I am not making it up. That is what the document says. Sion took the tablet, and his brow furrowed deeper as he read. Won-gu emphasized, it also says that the puppets, wearing the skins of Young Bin's subordinates, suddenly launched black spikes to attack him. After Young Bin subdued them, the Cell World Guild analyzed them. The results showed that their internal organs were not human, but their outer skin really did belong to the original people. As he said that, Won-gu rubbed his chin in disbelief. This is completely absurd. So those employees are all dead. Sion replied flatly, most likely. The pressure around him abruptly dropped, and his eyes turned cold. It seems that while we have been occupied with other matters, Prometheus has been quite active as well. Tell Little Miracle to investigate every suspicious location again. Once we confirm their exact location, I will go myself. Elsewhere, a hand wearing a pale pink glove gently turned off a faucet. Cha Uij seriously glanced toward the door. He recalled meeting Hong I-sung when the man had confidently raised a thumb and declared, making 3 of those will be quick. I will finish in a week. Once they're done, I will have that guy deliver them with me. Uij fumed inwardly. He said it would take only a week. All he does is boast. He pulled off the glove and set it down hard beside the sink. What good was it to announce that Jay had returned? Without the mask, he could not operate anyway. Then Euij's mood sank. Why had that brat Lee Sion still not contacted him? Was he still being detained by the Management Bureau? Or had something else happened? He sighed. Rolling down his sleeves, he left the kitchen. I am so curious about the fragment Ji-yoon picked up. If she will not come find me, where am I supposed to get information? Do I really have to go looking for her myself? That would be a little. Just then, an unfamiliar sound outside caught Euij's attention. He stiffened. This feeling. Euij recalled the chill that had run down his spine when he met Hong I-sung that night. The man had suddenly appeared and asked, Excuse me, may I ask you something? There is something I urgently need to find right now. Without hesitation, Euij ran over and flung the door open. Hey, contrary to his expectations, no one was in front of him. But when he turned his gaze to the right, a familiar figure came into view, Lee Sion. Their eyes met. Euij froze for several seconds. Once he recovered, he was left speechless. His face remained expressionless, but a huge question mark seemed to hang over his head. After hesitating for a moment, Euij crouched beside him and asked, Why are you suddenly like this? Sion denied it. Nothing is wrong. Euij sighed. And you say nothing is wrong while looking like that? He stood and held out one hand. Get up. If you sit like that for too long, you will ruin your knees. Sion remained silent for a moment, then slowly reached for Euyj's hand. Euyj impatiently urged, "Hurry up, I need to close the shop." But the moment he finished speaking, Sion gripped his wrist tightly and pulled him toward himself. Euyj lost his balance and fell toward Sion, his smaller body landing neatly in the other man's arms. He looked up at Sion in confusion. "What is this? Why are you not getting up? Why did you pull me down just to hold me?" Euyj wriggled, trying to stand while looking the man over. "What is wrong with you all of a sudden? Are you hurt somewhere?" He worried inwardly. "Is he injured? But I cannot smell any blood. Could it be an internal injury?" Sion shook his head. "I am fine." Euyj immediately scolded him. "Did you think I would let it go so easily just because you said you were fine? Get up and let me look at you. What are you trying to do, sitting all dejected and curled up in a corner like this?" Still, he secretly felt relieved. It was good if Sion truly was not hurt anywhere. But Sion not only ignored him, he tightened his grip on Euyj even more, pulling him close and holding him tightly. "Just stay like this for a moment." Euyj was speechless. "What do you mean, just stay like this?" Even so, Euyj eventually let Sion rest his head against him for a while. Then Euyj looked up and asked, "All right, now tell me why you were sitting in front of someone else's shop at this hour. If you came all the way here, you could at least have knocked so I would know." He could not help remembering how, not long ago, Sion had been a rude, crazy brat who banged on the door every time he came. Since when had the two of them become so close that there was practically no boundary between them? In the past, I would have kicked him into the trash long ago. Sion whispered through his gas mask, "Because I guessed." After pausing, he looked directly into Euyj's eyes. "That if I sat here long enough, you would sense me and come outside." And you really came out. Surprise flickered in Euyj's eyes, and his heart began beating faster than usual. Euyj hurriedly turned his face away and changed the subject. "How long has it been since we left the encroached dungeon? Why did you only come looking for me today? I thought you'd come running over to question me about everything the moment you got out." Sion explained, "It wasn't something any of us wanted. The management bureau held my teammates and me back under the pretext of assisting with their investigation." "An investigation?" Euyj asked in surprise. Sion grumbled, "Why should I have to make excuses and pretend I didn't see some distinguished guest?" No matter how much I tried to explain, who would believe such an absurd lie? Euyj thought that was true. With unprecedented incidents happening one after another, the Management Bureau must have pressured Sion and the others relentlessly to force information out of them. Euyj continued curiously, "Did Hong Isung and Yoon Yoon have to undergo questioning too?" "To an extent. Ji Yoon is a senior in high school and in the middle of exam season, so they made an exception for her. Hong Isung was treated like I was, but he ran into a few additional complications afterward. The Awakened Management Bureau really hasn't changed much," Euyj remarked. Sion did not answer. He simply stayed silent. When Euyj turned to look at him, Sion seemed exhausted. Euyj gently raised a hand and stroked his hair. Could he really keep going like this? Sion obediently rubbed his head against Euyj's hand. "I'm Fine. Thanks to you, I managed to resolve something. Yoongbin was discharged from the hospital safely too. And those people at the Management Bureau value their lives, so they probably won't dare bother me again anytime soon." "Yoongbin was discharged already? Is he all right? Other than having one arm in a cast, he can still run around just fine." Suddenly, Euyj yanked the mask off Sion's face. Sion frowned. "What are you doing?" Euyj waved the mask in his hand teasingly. "When you're talking to an older person, take off your gas mask first." Unable to argue back, Sion sulkily leaned against the wall, though his arm remained firmly around Euyj's waist. Euyj furrowed his brow. "How many times do I have to tell you? I won't be poisoned by you, so stop worrying. I'm completely fine." Sion pursed his lips. "Is that so? What, do you have some S-rank poison resistance trait or something?" Euyj was left speechless. Sion looked at him even more suspiciously. "Really? Then why did you vomit blood that day?" "My trait didn't activate at the time," Euyj mumbled. "Maybe it was because that was a poison I'd never encountered before." Sion frowned irritably. "And you expect me to believe that ridiculous excuse? What kind of trait just doesn't activate? Do you even hear how unreasonable that sounds?" "I'm telling the truth." After sitting there for a while, Euyj finally got off Sion and stood up. "Do we really need to do this in front of the shop? We can talk inside." "I just wanted to breathe some outside air," Sion stubbornly replied. "Stop talking nonsense and get up. EUIJ put his hands on his hips and urged him, come on, you've played around enough. Hurry up. Sion burst out laughing. Fine, fine. If whoever it is thinks closing the shop is more important than me, I suppose I have no choice but to let him go. Without hesitation, EUIJ turned and headed inside. He held his head, baffled by himself. Why did that sarcastic remark make me a little happy? I really am crazy. Just focus on cleaning up and closing the shop. Then Sion suddenly called him by name, making him flinch. EUIJ slowly turned back. Sion continued murmuring, EUIJ, EUIJ, EUIJ. Then Sion curled his lips into a faint smile. I'd always wondered why you named your hunter identity Jay. Now I understand. You reversed your own name to make it. Isn't that right? He looked pleased with himself. I wanted to ask you that for a long time, so I came today to confirm it, because now I figured it out on my own. Rather than entering the shop, Sion slowly reached out and shut the door. Just before the door closed completely, his face curved into a smile again. And this is something I've always wanted to say to you too. Good night, EUIJ. The words left EUIJ momentarily frozen. He did not come to his senses until the phone in his pocket vibrated. EUIJ took it out and saw a message from an unfamiliar number. Hello, sir. This is Sel Min Ki. I found some information, so I'll come by the shop to see you tomorrow. After looking at the total on the register screen, EUIJ said, your total is 60,001. Honeybee held out her card, then casually asked, by the way, how has your grandmother's health been lately? EUIJ stared in surprise for a few moments. So, she reminded him, the notice you put up on the door the other day. It said the shop would be closed on the day of the artisan exhibition because you were taking your grandmother to the hospital. You said you were taking the day off to bring her there. Only then did he remember the fake notice he had posted on the day of the artisan exhibition. EUIJ swiped Honeybee's card and answered, her condition has stabilized. Oh, really? That's such a relief, she said brightly. EUIJ was slightly puzzled. Why did you suddenly ask about that? It's nothing major, Honeybee whispered behind her hand. Our guild is in the process of signing a contract with a pharmaceutical company. Seeing that, Captain Han hurriedly warned her, Honeybee. She pouted. Why keep that a secret? It's practically finalized, and the news will be everywhere in a few days anyway. He sighed. You should keep secrets for as long as you can. Besides, this is a place frequented by plenty of hunters. Honeybee shrugged. The shop is about to close, isn't it? Captain Han and I are the last two customers. You worry too much. Anyway, if you don't mind, part-timer, you should try buying some of that company's stock. It's definitely going to shoot up. This is a huge deal. Captain Han had no choice but to shake his head helplessly. Honeybee put her card away, turned, and waved to EUIJ. I hope any profit you make will ease the burden of your hospital bills, even a little. Well, I'll be going now. Captain Han also gave a slight bow, putting a hand to his mouth in a gesture of secrecy. Please keep this between us. We're counting on you. EUIJ awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. Had she intentionally leaked confidential information because she thought he was struggling with hospital expenses? He suddenly felt very grateful. Then a voice came from behind him. I just heard some pretty useful information. This hangover soup restaurant really is worthy of its reputation as a place where countless key pieces of Hunter World information get passed around. Almost instinctively, EUIJ spun around, his hand clenched into a fist. But when he recognized who stood behind him, his punch stopped short. Min Ki tremblingly raised both hands in surrender. Your reflexes are incredible, sir. Hello, it's me. EUIJ lowered his fist and warned him, I'll let it go this time. Don't suddenly spring out at me like that again. Min Ki nodded frantically. Yes. It's only thanks to your boundless mercy and generosity, as vast as the ocean, that I get to keep my humble little life. I'll be much more careful from now on. Once he had settled down, Min Ki took a small round object from a box. Before I tell you the results of my search, please wait a moment while I do this. He squeezed it hard, and white smoke immediately billowed out. EUIJ curiously waved a hand through the haze. I doubt anyone would be peeking into the shop at this hour, Min Ki explained, but better safe than sorry. What I'm about to tell you is important. EUIJ gave him a judgmental look. Little Miracle really is a professional snoop and eavesdropper. He understands his colleagues so well. Min Ki shamelessly grinned. Of course I do. EUIJ stopped teasing him. Now tell me what useful information you found. Min-ki scratched his head apologetically. I'll get straight to the point. I searched through the National Hunter Hospital, but I couldn't find any records at all. EUIJ could not help but freeze. What? The National Hunter Hospital has no records matching the patient you described, Min-ki said. It's suspiciously clean. I went through every file in the hospital. The strange thing is records for the patients before that are still there. Only the records of the boy you entrusted to the hospital are nowhere to be found. EUIJ furrowed his brow in deep thought. The country had still been in chaos back then. Could the records have been lost? Could the hospital simply have failed to record his case from the start? He asked. Min-ki immediately denied it. How could that be? They devoted themselves to treating that boy because you entrusted him to them. That was how their ordinary hospital eventually developed various antidotes. And they received funding from J2. No matter what form it took, there should definitely have been records. Especially where money changes hands, there's always a trail left behind. He spoke with certainty. If it was wiped so thoroughly that even I couldn't find anything, there's only one possibility. Someone deliberately erased all of the hospital's records regarding that boy, without leaving a single trace, as though he had never existed. EUIJ clenched his hand. Who had done that and why? Who exactly was the child he had saved back then? Min-ki rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Of course, I can't guess why, but I'm certain there's something going on. Everything was erased so cleanly that it makes me wonder whether someone really needed to go to such lengths. But his body trembled with excitement. Even now, individuals or organizations capable of manipulating information on such a large scale and erasing it this completely are extremely rare. And that boy was personally entrusted by Jay. If it were me, you could offer me all the gold in the world, and I still wouldn't dare touch him. EUIJ asked. Then according to you, Little Miracle, who are the individuals or organizations capable of manipulating information on that scale? Min-ki took out his tablet, tapped and swiped for a while, then concluded, to clean everything up that completely, it would have to be at least on the level of the Awakened Management Bureau or one of the top 3 guilds. As for individuals, Mackerel is the only one capable of it. At that name, EUIJ raised his eyebrows slightly. Mackerel? I think I heard that name during the Magic Stone incident. Min-ki interrupted his thoughts. I can assure you once again, whether it is an organization or an individual, those capable of manipulating information and perfectly covering their tracks like this are exceedingly rare, especially when the location is the National Hunter Hospital. After a series of motions, for organization emblems appeared on the tablet screen. Min-ki began explaining. Unless the Awakened Management Bureau intervened directly, only one of South Korea's top 3 guilds, the Wave Guild, the Samurai Guild, or the Cell World Guild, could get involved. If we stretch the criteria a little, the HP Guild could also be considered a suspect. The screen then changed to an image of a mackerel leaping from the water. As for individuals, no one except Mackerel, South Korea's #1 information broker, could pull this off. He's based at Noryangjin Fish Market, but the information he sells is usually quite useful. However, Min-ki gestured and the screen changed again. His operating principle is to only do things that make money. There's no way he would personally involve himself in information manipulation that brings him no profit. EUIJ stared judgmentally at the images before him. What were these illustrations supposed to be? Was Min-ki mocking him? Min-ki's expression turned serious. But if Mackerel really did do it, that means someone must have been pulling his strings from behind the scenes. Min-ki continued. Considering that possibility reminds me of something. At the time, research into awakened people had not advanced very far. And based on your description, that boy had traits that made him distinctly unusual. Since you entrusted him to a hospital, wouldn't he have been an ideal subject to be labeled as an experiment? EUIJ pressed his lips tightly together at Min-ki's next words. If Mackerel really did cover up that information, then it's highly possible he was commissioned by people who want an experimental subject like him. EUIJ recalled the terrifying times of the past. Little Miracle was right. Back when information about awakened people was still vague, those who had been caught in rifts or injured by monster attacks made perfect experimental subjects. Moreover, the country had been in utter chaos, practically lawless. If someone showed unusual traits related to rifts, kidnapping them for experimentation would not have been difficult. EUIJ slowly spoke. What are the chances that Prometheus was the one that took him? Min-ki flinched. What did you just say, sir? He looked flustered. Wait, how do you know about Prometheus? That's classified beyond top secret. I thought the guild leader only told you about the drugs. EUIJ's gaze turned icy. Answer my question first. Facing those eyes, Min Ki silently swallowed. After a long while, he finally spoke. I don't know how you came to know the name Prometheus, but there's a reason I couldn't tell you about it directly. If you believe they're the culprits, then I can say with certainty that the person you are looking for is dead. For a moment, EUIJ's heart seemed to slam in his chest. Min Ki's voice remained even. What I'm about to tell you is classified information. I'm only revealing it because you're my VIP customer. He raised 3 fingers. In South Korea, the main organizations pursuing Prometheus are the Awakened Management Bureau, the Wave Guild, and the Cell World Guild. Since they share the same goal, the 3 have continuously cooperated with one another to monitor the drug trade and trace Prometheus. Min Ki added, of course, after Jay appeared, the Management Bureau temporarily stepped back because they decided finding Jay was more urgent. Our side also suspended the investigation for a while and only recently began looking into it again. He went on, to create artificial awakened people, Prometheus distributed drugs across the country for use in cruel experiments. As far as we know, there has not been a single successful case. His voice caught. According to our investigation, every subject they abducted for experimentation has died. Not one survived. EUIJ's gaze turned frighteningly cold. Just then, Min Ki's phone suddenly rang. Min Ki politely bowed. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a call. Please wait just a moment. He answered and held the phone to his ear. Hello, Little Miracle speaking. What is it? Bae Won-gu, the vice chairman on the other end, calmly gave instructions. I'm going to send you a new address. Go check it out. See whether there's a building there, or whether there's anything in the basement. Min Ki nodded. Yes, I understand. Bae Won-gu continued. Zombie provided this address. I think it may be connected to Prometheus, so search the place thoroughly. Understood. Min Ki flinched. A chill ran down his spine as he blankly glanced toward EUIJ. EUIJ's large eyes were fixed intently on him. Prometheus? Min Ki nearly burst into tears. Vice Chairman, every time you assign me something, I feel like your final instructions always bring trouble down on me. Every single time. Bae Won-gu sounded confused. What are you talking about? Say that again. I couldn't hear you clearly. Min Ki sighed helplessly. His face turned pale as he repeatedly refused. Even if you're a VIP customer, I can't do this. EUIJ smiled warmly. Min Ki firmly shook his head. Even if you look at me like that, absolutely not. EUIJ said nothing, but suddenly raised his hand high. Before Min Ki could react, EUIJ forcefully slapped the hand Min Ki had not yet lowered. He kept the same smile, making Min Ki tremble. You don't even know what I'm going to ask, so why are you refusing already? That blow had gradually numbed Min Ki's hand. Tears of frustration welled up in his eyes. You were about to say you wanted to investigate it with me, weren't you? The way you're acting right now is exactly like the chairman during his craziest days. Min Ki shot him a glance. If that's how things are, then it seems our VIP guest needs some ideological re-education too. Jay looked utterly incredulous. Ideological re-education? Me, he stammered. Hypothetically, just hypothetically. Even if our VIP guest were Jay, I still wouldn't let you come along. Jay immediately turned a suspicious gaze on him. Why not? Min Ki pushed up his glasses. Because you're my VIP guest, of course. He placed one hand over his chest and swept the other through the air dramatically. This is a matter of professional pride. I'm an infiltration and stealth specialist, ranked 36th in South Korea. With my skills, I occasionally have to fill in as a guide too. Have you ever seen a guide bold enough to bring a client somewhere that hasn't been secured first? Min Ki stepped closer and pointed at him as he continued his lecture. And while we're on the subject, let me add something else. Wherever you go, you need to assess the situation and ensure it's safe before taking action. I know our VIP guest here is extremely strong, but you can't just rely on your strength and charge headfirst into any place you feel like entering. Jay curled his lip disdainfully. Assess the situation beforehand, ensure safety. In my day, you just rush in and wrap everything up in the blink of an eye. Why add so many pointless procedures? Min Ki pushed up his glasses again. I understand you may not have done things that way before, but from this moment on, you have to follow the proper procedure. What? I can tell from your expression that you don't understand at all. The Wave Guild, and I will assess the situation and secure the site first. After that, you can do whatever you want. If you mess up the order, how am I supposed to do my job? Jay cautiously began, but Min Ki immediately cut him off. If you want to argue about it, go speak directly to the chairman. I'm sure he'll agree with me. Jay's eyes shifted slightly. That little brat? He should be more inclined to take matters into his own hands, just like me. Min Ki rubbed his nose, looking as serious as if he were imparting an eternal truth. The chairman has already gone through this same ideological re-education course, you know. Why do you think he recruited me if he wasn't going to give me any work? I had to impress upon him how important I was through that course. It was a course on making the most effective, full-capacity use of new employees. Little Miracle was exactly the type to bring extra work upon himself. Jay silently watched Min Ki for a moment, his gaze gradually turning sympathetic. So that brat drove you this hard because you dug your own grave. Min Ki's phone buzzed again, and he immediately checked it. The vice chairman sent me the address. I have to go now. I'll come visit you again next time. Just as Min Ki was about to leave, Jay hurriedly stopped him. Wait a moment. Min Ki paused. Yes? Is there anything else? Jay carefully said, once you finish investigating, gather all the information you can on Prometheus, their address and everything else, and send it to me. Min Ki let out a sigh. I'm supposed to keep it secret from the chairman, right? Jay smiled and gave a slight nod. With nothing else to say, Min Ki quickly departed. All right, see you later. Silence returned to the small restaurant. Jay's back suddenly seemed heavy as he held his head in his hands, his heart sinking. I know there's no meaning in stubbornly chasing the traces of someone who is already dead, but I don't want to stop. Because of that child, in the darkness, the blue flame of a lighter flickered to life. Outside, the street was crowded and noisy with passing people. In contrast, Jay sat alone on the stairs. His face was hidden behind a mask. Darkness seemed to envelop his small frame, with only the faint light from the lighter in his hand illuminating him. A hunter suddenly appeared beside him. I've found you, Mr. J. Jay turned toward him indifferently. Did someone summon me? The hunter nodded. Yes, sir. Jay replied listlessly. Tell them I'll be there shortly. The hunter hesitated. Well, this is extremely urgent, so they told me to bring you over immediately. Jay's voice turned cold. Who said that? The hunter stammered, Teach the hunter. Jay said nothing more. He merely sighed and stood up, gripping the railing as he descended the stairs one step at a time. Jay coolly said, Thank you for delivering the message. Go back to your work. The instant he passed the hunter, the man suddenly frowned and hurriedly covered his mouth. Though Jay had already gone some distance away, he could still hear the hunter's frightened voice. The smell of blood. Jay remained silent and pretended not to notice. 3 years had passed since I was hailed as a hero immediately after awakening. Back then, Jay's figure looked so lonely and exhausted. Looking back, I think I was already completely worn out by then. As Jay walked alone through the hallway, a familiar voice suddenly called out, making him turn instinctively. Ji! Across from him stood a middle-aged woman, her arms spread wide and a brilliant smile on her face. Auntie! Jay hurried toward her, joy in his voice. Why are you here? But as he remembered something, he abruptly stopped. No, if I get too close, she'll smell the blood. Unlike Jay's hesitation, his aunt approached without reservation and wrapped him in a tight embrace. Patting his shoulder comfortingly, she said, I only called you by name because no one else is around. You worry about the silliest things. We haven't seen each other for only a little while, but you've grown this much already. Did you get taller too? Jay answered awkwardly, a little yes. His aunt pretended to scold him. I'm so happy to see you. You grow so quickly, don't you? But you've been so busy lately. She admitted shyly. Ever since I transferred to the Incheon branch, we hardly get to see each other. Jay suddenly remembered something and asked, What brings you to headquarters, Annie? She laughed. CEO Dawn called me over, so I stopped by. She said she wanted to discuss something. Then her expression darkened with concern. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Are you sleeping well? Eating properly? I saw in the news that you've practically been traveling all over the country lately. Behind his mask, Jay smiled faintly his voice softening. I'm Fina. She raised a hand and gently stroked his cheek, then complained, honestly, there should be limits to making a child work this hard. Other people's children have only just turned 20. His aunt clicked her tongue. Maybe I should talk to CEO Dong and transfer back to headquarters. I'm so worried about leaving you alone like this. I can't rest easy. Jay immediately reassured her. What are you talking about? Why would you come back? You'll be much more comfortable in Incheon. I'm really fine. Just then, the watch on his wrist vibrated. Jay lowered his eyes to check the notification, then excused himself. I'm sorry, Auntie. I'd really like to talk longer, but I have to go now. She frowned slightly. Where are you going this time? Jiansweld? Namyongju. It's fairly close. She looked at him anxiously, her lips parting as if she wanted to say something more. But Jay acted first. He gently took her hand and reassured her. I'm really all right. Jay charged alone into a horde of vicious beasts. I'm still all right. His white scarf had been soaked red with the beast's blood. Giant birds kept falling from the sky. Or rather, I have no choice but to be all right. After fighting without rest for some time, Jay finally landed on the ground. A drop of blood fell from somewhere and burst into a small circle against the cold earth. My assigned mission was to hold the line and eliminate monsters until the rescue team finished evacuating people. Above him, a red flare shot into the sky. Jay looked up at it. Once the rescue is finished, my role is to eliminate the Rift Boss. That evening, Jay sat alone on a rock, silently watching the noisy crowd before him. Jay was deep in thought. My temporary memory loss has been getting worse lately. The episodes are happening more and more often. Sometimes when I come to my senses, I find myself outside a rift without knowing how I got there. Is it because my adrenaline gets too high and I become too excited? No. He felt around his body. My arms and legs are moving normally, and I don't have any serious injuries. Well, this is good enough. A noise behind him drew Jay's attention. Voices could be heard discussing something nearby. See, I told you that as long as Jay came, this place would be cleaned up immediately. Someone in the group objected, but this dungeon is something our team could handle on its own. The hunter who had encountered Jay on the stairs snapped angrily, Hey, you idiot. Do you have 2 lives or something? He pointed directly at the speaker. Seo Min's arm was broken, and it still hasn't healed. If he'd been any more unlucky, they might have had to amputate it. I never want to see that happen again. Standing beneath a tree, Jake silently listened to everything. No matter how hard we struggle, we can't compare to a hero. Besides, if Jay is here, do we really need to risk our lives fighting the dungeon boss? The argument seemed to have no end. Everyone has their own role that suits them. So shut your mouth and behave. You'll definitely thank me for this someday. Jay finally stopped listening and turned away. He looked down at the dry leaves beneath his feet and thought to himself, since awakening, my senses have become extraordinarily sharp. I don't know whether that is a blessing or a curse. As a result, I sometimes have to hear things I never wanted to hear. Saving people is naturally something I have to do. I have never hesitated over it, nor have I ever once considered backing down. But he removed his mask, his exhausted face lifting toward the sky. When I am faced with situations where my sincerity and my actions are taken for granted, I cannot help the exhaustion that gradually rises and consumes my mind. Jay's watch vibrated once more. He gave a self-mocking smile. Nothing in this world should be taken for granted. In the quiet darkness, Jay stood alone on the stairway, contemplating his life. In that silent moment, thoughts continued to wander through his mind. Nothing in this world should be taken for granted. So why am I always the one who has to bear the burden? Suddenly, Jay slapped his own cheeks a few times, trying to drive those thoughts away. After steadying his emotions, he lowered his hands with a weary sigh. Jay silently looked up at the deep sky and thought, to be honest, I may never get used to that for the rest of my life. Just as he was about to put his mask back on, he heard a sound from below. Jay immediately leaned over to look and found someone standing on the lower floor. Yongbin, startled upon hearing himself called. The man answered while trying to remain calm. Yes? Who is it? Mr. J. There was no sound, so I didn't know you were up there. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Curious about his appearance, Jay asked, What are you doing here? Yongbin smiled broadly and pressed the burnt end of his cigarette into a small container. I had a little free time, so I came out here to rest. Hearing that, Jay asked, Why not use the break room? Why come all the way out here? Yongbin lowered his head awkwardly and hesitated. Well, that place is a little. Not wanting to reveal too much, he quickly offered a convincing explanation. Other people need a rest too, so I'm simply giving the room to those who need it more than I do. Jay sympathized with the situation. It must be inconvenient for you. Yongbin merely smiled in reply. Jay rested his arms against the railing and leaned his head against one hand, lost in thought. If I remember correctly, it has been 3 years since the rifts began appearing. I handle dungeons and rifts, while Yongbin has it no easier. He has to deal with cases involving criminal awakened, so he travels all over the country as well. Jay knew that, despite appearances, South Korea had not truly regained stability. The number of monsters, dungeons, and rifts still far exceeded the number of hunters available. In remembering the chaotic fights that took place in the streets, cases involving criminal awakened had also become increasingly frequent. Because of that, the Management Bureau was almost always suffering from a severe shortage of personnel. Even pure white chrysanthemums had been stained red with fresh blood. In Jay's eyes, Yongbin was a capable man. Most first-generation awakened had died while fighting monsters. Even those fortunate enough to survive had lost their ability to fight. So it was no exaggeration to say that, throughout the entire country, Yongbin was the only hunter capable of apprehending criminal awakened. At that moment, Yongbin came up to the floor where Jay stood. "Mr. Jay, you just came back from washing up, didn't you?" Jay answered casually, "There was too much blood on me. If I stayed like that, I wouldn't be able to board the helicopter later." Yongbin approached and held out his cigarette pack. "You're leaving again already? Where are you going this time? Would you like one?" "Je pourrais declined. Thank you, but I don't smoke. I heard a rift appeared in Manhwa ward. I'm waiting to receive the mission briefing." The moment Jay started talking about work, Yongbin looked concerned. "You work too hard. You should take some time to rest before you leave again." Jay remained calm. "There aren't enough people. There's nothing I can do about it. What about you? Aren't you going anywhere today?" Yongbin playfully pointed to the earpiece he was wearing. "For the moment, no. My interrogation schedule is packed today, but if I receive a summons, I'll probably have to go." Suddenly, the alert on Jay's wrist went off. Even Yongbin flinched at the sound. His face went pale, and he spoke in a panicked tone. "My mouth really is cursed. I'm sorry, Mr. Jay." Jay waved a hand reassuringly. "It's nothing. I think the helicopter is here. I'll be going first. Get some rest while you can." Yongbin tried to stop Jay's hurried departure. "Wait, Mr. Jay." But a subordinate rushed up and called for Hunter Yongbin. He delivered an urgent report. "The detained hunter is causing a huge disturbance. J'siged el plisli." Now we're both equally busy. With that, he turned, waved goodbye, and left. Before long, a helicopter landed on the rooftop of a building near the rift that had appeared in Manhwa ward. When Jay stepped down, someone ran over to greet him. "Mr. Jay, you're here." The man hurried over. "I'll report the situation regarding the rift right away." Jay only wanted to know the current conditions. "I've already read the summary you sent earlier. I know this is an absorption-type rift and that it swallowed all the surrounding buildings. Just tell me the exact current situation." Understanding, the man hurriedly reported, "Yes, sir. We previously sent a rescue team into the rift, but the interior was completely filled with poison, so they had to withdraw immediately. The situation is extremely serious." Jay could hardly believe what he heard. "Poison." The man quickly led the way. "Yes, poison. Everyone encountered it not far after entering the rift. Please come this way." A short while later, they arrived at a makeshift medical tent. Everyone's footsteps were hurried. Jay lifted the curtain of a brightly lit tent and froze at the sight inside. Many people had been poisoned, their bodies turning blue. Some were writhing in agony, trembling as they crawled across the ground. Moans of pain caused by the poison filled the tent. When the staff saw Jay, they whispered among themselves, "It's Jay. Now that Jay is here, we'll live." Jay knew things had become worse than he had expected. "This situation is more serious than I thought." The man spoke helplessly about the victim's condition. "We believe there may be no survivors left inside. It is a poison that even hunters cannot withstand. Given the circumstances, I believe you should focus on eliminating the Rift boss as quickly as possible." Then he took out a box of medicine. "Mr. J, please take some of these antidotes as a precaution. They aren't the best kind," but Jay remained silent. Still, he reached out and took 2 vials. "I'll only take these. Use the rest to treat the others." As Jay lightly shook the vial, a soft glow seemed to radiate from his body. "I need to hurry and deal with the rift now." He turned and walked away, casually removing the scarf around his neck. "Please take care of the other hunters out here." Jay stepped into the dark, miasma-filled rift without hesitation. Only then did he regret not taking more of those antidotes. If I'd known it would be like this inside, I should have taken everything he offered. Jay stepped onto the barren ground and moved forward. With the inside of the rift in this state, it was hard to imagine anyone could have survived until now. Only then did he realize the severity of the situation. He was confident that this body could withstand ordinary poisons. But if poison was everywhere, in all directions like this, whether he could endure it remained uncertain. The air was heavy, pressing in around Jay. With every breath, he could feel his body growing heavier bit by bit. It was probably the gas rising from the swamp. He summoned his weapon. This can't go on. I need to deal with the Rift Boss and get out as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the sound of a heartbeat reached Jay's ears from somewhere. He reacted quickly and turned around to investigate. Where is that heartbeat coming from? Jay gripped his spear tightly and advanced cautiously. But he knew he could not hesitate, so he rushed forward. Jay sensed that someone here was still alive. A heartbeat in a place overflowing with poison. He knelt on the rough ground and began digging through the rubble beneath him. Jay kept pushing aside large rocks. Is now really the time for this? I should be dealing with the Rift Boss as quickly as possible. He remembered the pain of watching a teammate take his last breath in his hands years ago. Even if someone was alive, in poison this potent, they would not be able to hold on even if he saved them. But why? Do I really want to experience watching someone die in my arms again? He hurriedly lifted the rock away, and warm light shone down. A poison-stained hand slowly reached up, accompanied by a weak voice. Help me. The boy stretched out his hand toward Hope with all his strength. Please save me. Seeing that he was still alive, Jay's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he took the boy's hand. You'll be okay. In that moment, I sincerely hoped that this lie I had repeated countless times would come true, at least this time. Jay held the boy in his arms and gently comforted him. You'll be okay now, kid. Some time had passed since that day, but my ordinary life had not changed much. Jay walked down the clean hallway. I do not know when I started rushing into brutal battles and coming back covered in fresh blood. Instead of doing the work of saving people, I had become focused solely on killing dungeon bosses, on dealing with rift bosses as fast as possible. Notifications kept appearing. Summons request. Request for backup. Summons request. Request for backup. In those seemingly endless days of repeating nothing but slaughter, one new task had been added to my list. Now, Jay calmly entered the brightly lit hospital. His hand lightly touched the glass. From outside, Jay could see the person lying quietly in a hospital bed. The boy Jay had rescued from the rift that day was wrapped all over in white bandages. Only the steady beeping of machines could be heard. A female doctor carrying a large box warmly greeted Jay when she saw him. Mr. Jay, it's been a long time since you last came by. She cheerfully opened the box. Thank you so much for taking the time to visit despite being so busy. Jay casually placed a bag of poison inside it. Hello, doctor. Is the poison I brought this time enough? She quickly set the box aside. Of course. There's even some left over from what you brought last time. Jay did not forget to ask about the progress. Is the antidote research going well? The doctor replied with satisfaction. Yes, everything is proceeding quite smoothly. Seeing him standing in front of the hospital room, she understood that Jay had not come only to deliver poison. Are you planning to visit the boy today? He immediately agreed. Yes. The doctor excitedly explained the boy's condition. He's gradually getting better. It's all thanks to you, Mr. J. The antidote we developed seems to be taking effect. He is still resting quietly in his room. For now, our priority is detoxification. We can only begin the next stages of treatment after all the poison has been removed from his body. The doctor added eagerly. In any case, his condition has stabilized considerably, so it is no longer like before when visitors were not allowed in. Starting today, if you want to see him, Mr. J, you can go directly into his room. Before, whenever you came, you could only look through the glass. Even so, Jay hesitated slightly. I can really go in. Understanding his hesitation, she urged him on. Of course, we were only able to research and develop this antidote thanks to you, Mr. J. But the doctor did not hide her concern for the boy. Still, as you can probably see through the glass, he is almost never conscious right now. He does wake up occasionally, but he cannot stay awake for long. We have to administer painkillers and sedatives frequently. Jay immediately asked, puzzled, is that really necessary, doctor? She helplessly held her forehead and sighed. If we do not, he keeps enduring the pain until he passes out. The doctor looked into the hospital room. Ever since we discovered that he was fainting, we have had to do this. It breaks our hearts, but until all the poison has been removed from his body, we have no choice but to keep him in that state. She had other work to do, so she excused herself. Oh, I'll head out first and wait for you. Please stay with him. Jake answered frankly. Yes, I'll stay with him for a while before leaving. The doctor replied awkwardly. I wasn't trying to rush you, really. Please stay as long as you like. Jay pushed open the hospital room door and entered. In the quiet room, only the continuous sounds of machines could be heard. The boy lay in bed, his breathing steady now rather than as weak as before. Watching him sleep deeply, Jay could not believe that this condition was considered an improvement. But remembering how severely poisoned the boy's body had been before, it was true that he had once needed an oxygen mask. Now it had been removed, so perhaps he really was better than before. Jay pulled over a chair and sat beside the bed. Even now, I wonder whether saving this boy was the right thing to do. Back then, the boy had painfully clutched the thin clothes on his body and gripped his throat as poison consumed him. He had begged me to save him, but the price of preserving that faint breath of life was having his entire body eaten away by poison until he could not move. He surely had not known then that he would have to endure the sensation of his body slowly rotting away. Jay sat in silence, blaming himself. According to the doctor, the pain was enough to make the boy faint. Is it truly right to stand by and watch him suffer through this? Everything the boy is suffering now is because of my selfishness. At that moment, Jay had only one terrifying thought. Perhaps I should have just let this small life end back then. Then he saw the bandaged hand twitch slightly. Startled by the movement, he abruptly stood up. When the boy lightly tapped the blanket with his finger, Jay realized what had happened and leaned closer to examine him. Kid, are you awake? Hearing his voice, the boy stiffly turned his heavily bandaged head. His lips moved, but no words came out. Seeing this, the weight in Jay's chest finally lifted, and he smiled gently. You really are awake. He slowly sat back down. When did you wake up? How does your body feel? Does it hurt a lot? Are you okay? The boy could not say anything. He only tried to raise his hand, but even that small movement caused pain to shoot through his body. He groaned despite himself. Worried, Jay immediately asked, Do you need painkillers? Should I ask the doctor to give you another injection? The boy still could not answer, only turning his head to signal no. That surprised Jay. You don't want them? After spending only a little while beside him, Jay felt much better. Just moments ago, I felt as though my entire body were sinking into a bottomless pit, but now, he casually rested his chin on his hand beside the bed. For some reason, I find you kind of funny. You're actually quite clear about expressing what you want. Watching the boy's irritated expression, Jay thought to himself, just by watching his lips, I can guess what he is feeling. Jishukud softly. People say that when someone is sick, they become more irritable. I wonder whether you're prickly because you're in pain, or if this is simply your natural personality. Then Jay asked whether the boy remembered anything. Do you remember me? I'm the one who carried you out of that place. The boy slowly nodded. Back then, he had weakly reached his hand toward Jay. If the person holding him in his memories had been his parents or another family member, it would surely have become his worst memory. It was better to tell him the truth right away. Jay began asking about his condition. I heard from a doctor that you still can't speak. What about your fingers? Can you move them? The boy wiggled his fingers for Jay to see. Jay understood immediately. All right, then just move your fingers. I'll do my best to understand what you want to say. Jay continued the conversation practically by himself. I'm actually pretty good at putting on a one-man show. I'm also good at reading people's expressions. Jay wanted him to try moving a little. If you understand what I just said, try moving your finger. The boy remained silent. However, he did try to move his hand. Seeing that movement, Jay praised him with great satisfaction. Very good. After asking about him, Jay introduced himself. Hello, kid. I am Yot. Since that day, he had visited the hospital room many times. Contrary to my confident declaration that I would do my best to understand him, no matter how hard the boy moved his fingers, I could not immediately understand him. But I believe time would eventually solve that small problem for us. Whenever Jay arrived late, the boy would pout resentfully in bed. Jay could only soothe him. I'm sorry I'm late. At those words, the corners of the boy's lips would curve upward slightly. If we spent more time together, the day would come when I could understand what he wanted to say just from the slightest movement of his hand and answer him. Only Jay's voice filled the small room. Even after you recover, you won't be able to see my real face. I'm wearing a mask, and even my voice has been altered by it. So don't be too sad about your injured eyes. They'll get better with treatment. He leaned down and touched the boy's hand. Would you like to try touching my mask? Can you move your arm yet? Jay carefully rolled up the boy's sleeve, but the moment he saw the dark purple-black poison marks on his skin, his whole body froze. Jay hurriedly lowered the sleeve again, hiding the marks. No, I don't think that's a good idea. If you touch things carelessly with this arm right now, I'm afraid something might happen. I am sorry, could. Jay immediately turned his face away, avoiding the boy's sulky expression. When you're better, I'll let you touch it. Seeing the boy turn away in annoyance, Jay grew flustered. I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. He awkwardly tried to comfort him. Come on, let's make a pinky promise. I promise. Jay carefully extended his little finger toward the boy's hand and lightly touched it. The boy peeked back at him. Seeing that the boy did not resist, Jay finally let out a quiet breath of relief. Then he gently turned the boy's hand over. If it hurts, scratch my hand so I'll know. But don't scratch too hard. I'll be fine, but your fingers might break. At that very moment, the watch on Jay's wrist vibrated, making his movements stiffen. He abruptly stood up, hurriedly released the boy's hand, and looked at his watch. How much time has passed already? Only then did Jay notice his sudden behavior. What's wrong? Does it hurt a lot? I just received a summons, so... The boy frantically grabbed his hand. I have something urgent to do, so I need to go. I'll call the doctor to come check on you. Though the boy pouted in clear dissatisfaction, Jay still had no choice but to leave. I'll come visit you again another day. Helplessly, Jay tried to reassure him. I'll try to visit you as often as I can. But honestly, I don't even know whether I'll be able to come often. The boy still pouted angrily, making Jay silently blame himself. Damn it, why did I have to tell him the truth? I could have just brushed it off. Even so, Jay anxiously explained, I'm sorry. Just wait for me a little. I'll try to come back as soon as possible, okay? The boy silently opened his deep eyes and stared at Jay. He slowly wrote letters on Jay's palm, signaling his acceptance. Only after realizing he had agreed did Jay breathe a sigh of relief. He lightly touched the boy's face and gently promised, I'll see you next time, kid. Jay quickly defeated his opponent, his body now covered in traces of the enemy. Jay quickly returned, where his assistant greeted him. Thank you, Mr. Jay. You've all worked hard. As he wiped the grime from his body, Jay reported to his superior. This is Jay. Yes. The person on the other end asked, I know the dungeon on your side is under control, but is everything all right? Jay replied, yes, it's stable. It takes the form of a forest, and there are quite a few useful resources inside. The dungeon boss and the monsters have all been eliminated. So what do you think about forming an investigation team and a research team to send in? His superior said, that suggestion is worth considering. But the words that followed made Jay pause. Have you had something good happen lately? Pardon. Seeing that he did not respond, the person continued. It's nothing. You just seem much happier lately. Jay was flustered. Am I talking to the director right now? Why is the director asking me something like this? The director stammered, realizing he had misspoken. I was only asking. I did not mean to criticize you. I suppose I said something unnecessary. Just pretend you did not hear it. It's all right. Thank you for your concern, director. You seem relatively free today, so get some rest. Yes, sir. Jay scratched his head, surprised. I knew I had changed a little, but not so much that even the director would point it out. Someone handed him a towel, and he accepted it. Thank you for waiting for me. You should head back now. Aren't you returning to the management bureau with us, sir? There's somewhere else I need to go. The assistant bowed. Understood. You've worked hard, sir. Jay quickly turned away and changed into clean clothes. Then he hurried off again. Jay ran down the hospital hallway without a care. He swiped his card, and with a chime, the door opened. Inside the room, a boy wrapped in bandages was waiting for him. Jay beamed. I'm here. Seeing Jay, the boy smiled happily as well. Jay walked over and stroked the boy's face. What were you doing? The boy answered by wiggling his hand. Jay sat down and asked, You were waiting for me, right? You missed me a lot, didn't you? The boy pouted sulkily, making Jay hurriedly placate him. I am sorry. I was planning to come earlier, but a lot of things suddenly came up. It was also because the number of rifts have been increasing lately. Jay suddenly looked around the room, making the boy puzzled. He cautiously asked, "Those cameras do not record sound, right?" Recently, the number of rifts had been suddenly increasing, but the increase was so quiet and gradual that even hunters working directly in the field would have difficulty noticing it. Still, nothing was certain yet, so it would be best not to speak carelessly about it. I should discuss it with Young Bin when I return to the bureau. While lost in thought, he suddenly realized that the boy was staring at him. Jay once again cheerfully played the fool. "I missed you too." But the boy's hand clenched tighter, then quickly relaxed again. Jay took the boy's hand and gently stroked it. Now, the boy's breathing and heartbeat sounded louder than the machine's beeping. Compared to when he had lain motionless like a corpse, he could now sit up. Of course, he still needed the doctor's help and medical equipment, but there was no denying that his condition was improving day by day. Jay happily watched the boy sit up on his own. At this rate, he would surely be able to walk again someday. And perhaps one day, he would be able to write visible words to express his thoughts, get out of this hospital bed, and walk on his own 2 feet. Jay believed the day the boy could leave this hospital room would come soon. Maybe he might even be able to speak again. Ever since becoming a hunter, Jay had struggled just to survive each day. At some point, he had begun imagining a future he had never considered before. It was not a future where peace finally arrived, but something a little more personal. Jay asked the boy, "Have you ever been to the sea?" Seeing him purse his lips, Jay explained, "I'm not trying to tease you. I was just thinking that once you're fully recovered, maybe we could go together. Let me tell you about it. There's Gangneung, a famous coastal city in Korea known for its beautiful beaches. There's some kind of kraken or giant squid there. I can't remember exactly. Anyway, I went there once to hunt it. The sea was beautiful. When you get better, let's go together. If you like the idea, blink for me." The boy obediently blinked once. His vacant eyes stared directly at Jay, who sat before him. "Jay," he said cheerfully, "good. A man keeps his word. Even if you say you don't want to go later, I'll drag you there. You even know how to sign out." At that, the boy smiled brightly. There was one question that always lingered in this world. What was the origin of the rifts? Where did the dungeons connect to? Where did the monsters come from? And what exactly was the system that had the authority to choose humans and grant them power? As Jay searched endlessly for answers to those questions, he lived through days so chaotic that he could no longer tell right from wrong. Yet amid all those constant changes, there was one being who had always waited for him. That was why this was the place Jay had to return to. Looking at the sleeping boy, Jay wondered, how strange. It's as though you're the one guiding me. You showed me that I wasn't wrong. When one lonely person meets another, what do they become? The answer was that they became the one and only presence in each other's hearts. The one person no one else could replace. Jay spoke to the sleeping boy. "Do you know? You are the only success of my entire life." As he spoke, Jay gently rubbed the boy's cheek. A moment later, he stepped outside. "Mr. Jay," the doctor called. She looked serious. "I have something I need to discuss with you. It concerns the antidote and the boy's condition." Just then, Jay's phone rang, so he replied awkwardly, "Please wait a moment." Youngbin had sent Jay a message. "I would like to meet with you briefly. If you are available tonight, please let me know." After reading it, Jay felt uneasy. Why did Youngbin want to see him? Still, this worked out well. Jay had wanted to discuss the rifts with him too. Jay turned to the doctor. "I only have a little free time, so please keep it brief." Understanding, she promptly got to the point. "Yes, then I'll give you my report." She explained the boy's condition in detail. His recovery was progressing very smoothly. Though he still needed regular antidote injections, the detoxification process was nearly complete. Once the detoxification is complete, we intend to begin restoring his damaged body. Jay asked directly, "Doctor, will he be able to walk again?" The doctor answered uncertainly, "I think it's possible, but we truly cannot be sure about his damaged eyes and vocal cords. Still, we'll do everything we can." In addition, she could not help wondering about how Jay referred to him. "But Mr. Jay, are you going to keep calling him the boy forever?" Caught off guard, Jay replied awkwardly, "Pardon?" She quickly explained, "Well, we still don't know his name. For now, he can neither write nor speak, and finding his family is practically impossible. But you were the one who brought him here, Mr. Jay. So, I thought perhaps you could give him a name yourself." The more Jay listened, the more confused he became. "You want me to name him?" The doctor answered naturally, "Yes, I think he would like that too." But Jay was too flustered to say anything. After a while, he hesitantly said, "I don't think that's necessary. He already has a name of his own. Someday, he'll be able to tell us what it is." The doctor was less optimistic and raised the worst-case scenario. "But what if he can never do that?" Jay replied in disbelief. "What? Unable to hide the truth from him, the doctor hesitated. I don't mean anything by it, but I can't be certain whether his vocal cords will recover. And we can't rule out the possibility that the shock was so severe that he forgot how to write. Hearing that, Jay turned toward the boy, burdened with thoughts he could not put into words. Meanwhile, the boy remained deeply asleep. A moment later, Jay shrugged and asked, "Then when that time comes, what should I do? Should I give him a name myself?" That night, at the police station, the doctor's words suddenly echoed in Jay's mind. I can't be certain whether his vocal cords will recover, and we can't rule out the possibility that the shock was so severe that he forgot how to write. Jay worried to himself. The doctor has every reason to be concerned. It's already a miracle that he survived this long. Even if he receives treatment for the rest of his life, there's a high chance his vocal cords will never recover. Perhaps his eyes will never see light again, either. It would be wonderful if he could tell me his name himself. But what if he can't? Should I pick out a few names in advance? Yoongbin approached and greeted him loudly. "Mr. Jay, have you been waiting long?" Jay quietly replied, "You're here." Since he was late, Yoongbin bowed. "I am sorry. I was the one who asked to meet, yet I'm late." Jay did not blame him. "It's fine. You look like you just came from arresting a criminal. What happened this time?" Yoongbin immediately reported, "I was pursuing an awakened person with an affinity ability who used his power to threaten civilians." A few moments later, Jay patted the steps to signal for him to sit down and asked why he wanted to meet. "So why did you ask to see me today?" Understanding his meaning, Yoongbin answered awkwardly, "Well." He quickly sat beside Jay and got to the point. "I'm not sure whether you received the report, but did you hear that a rift recently appeared off the West Coast?" Jay answered honestly, "I saw on a list of grade 5 rifts. I thought the Incheon branch could handle it on its own." Before Jay could finish, Yoongbin cut in. "That should have been the case, but because the rift appeared at sea, they sent capable hunters inside. Yet they still haven't heard anything from them." Jay looked incredulous. "When did they enter?" Yoongbin gave him the detailed report. 18 days ago. On the 14th day, Incheon dispatched additional personnel, but the reinforcements have also lost contact. After hearing the report, Jay began analyzing the situation. A grade 5 rift should be cleared within a week by a sufficiently large team. Even if something went wrong, it was extremely rare for it to last more than a week. Yet this had already dragged on for 18 days. There was definitely something unusual about the Incheon rift. Jay had not forgotten his aunt, so he asked Yoongbin, "Don't tell me my aunt has gone into?" Yoongbin immediately confirmed no. Hunter Park Hee-jaeong has not entered the rift yet. After all, Hunter Park is one of the managers at the Incheon branch. But if this continues, I'm afraid it won't just be Hunter Park Hee-jaeong. Before Yoongbin could finish, Jay interrupted, "I understand. Thank you for telling me. Now I can prepare a few things in advance." Thinking he had failed in his duty, Yoongbin apologized sadly. "I am sorry." Jay rested his chin on his hand and corrected him. "Don't look so down. If you have time, help me think of a name." Yoongbin wore a confused expression. "A name," Jay replied gloomily. "A boy's name." Thinking Jay wanted a child, Yoongbin leaned closer and asked eagerly, "Mr. Jay, are you planning to have a child?" "No, Mr. Jay, you're still so young. Why are you planning for a child so early?" Jay stared at him in shock. Seeing that Jay did not answer, Yoongbin continued rambling. "No wonder people have been saying you've been visiting somewhere so often lately. Of course, if you truly love that person, I can't stop you, but..." Jay flusteredly cut him off. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yoongbin refused to stop and even declared, "I have to tell Hunter Park Hee-jaeong about this." Left with no choice, Jay hit him to make him stop. Jay headed to the director's office with one thought in mind. Life was always like this. Happy days were fleeting, while misfortune always came when least expected. With that thought, Jay let out a troubled sigh. He knocked on CEO Dong's door, and when no one answered, he opened it and entered. Seeing him, she said, "You're back. Come, sit down." Jay sat down and quickly flipped through the documents. His eyes stopped at one entry. Awaken Management Bureau, Incheon Branch. A-rank Hunter Park Hee-jaeong, age 45. Status, missing. Jay unconsciously clenched the paper in his hand. So she finally went in. I know it couldn't be avoided. The rift appeared close to the Incheon branch, so of course she would do that. CEO Dong agreed. That's right. Jay threw down the document and told her headquarters sent additional personnel there as well. CEO Dong quietly replied, I heard about that too. Jay added an extremely important detail. but no one has returned. She answered, yes, I know that too. A moment later, Jay asked, is the director all right? Believing he had ulterior motives, CEO Dong asked, are you testing me? Jay admitted seriously, yes. She no longer wished to pretend. Removing her glasses, she rubbed her head in distress. At the same time, Jay bowed his head, weighed down by his thoughts. Those 4 words, status, missing, appeared once more in his mind, making him ask, why did the director have to do this? She could have simply ordered me to go. She could have said, there's no one else I can entrust this to. You're the last line of defense, so enter the rift and die in there. CEO Dong did not know how to respond. Jay looked at her, waiting for a reasonable explanation. When none came, he looked back at the document and thought, I should have gone to see my aunt first. If only I could have exchanged a few casual words with her like usual. Then, when I saw the seal stamped over her photograph, when did everything go so wrong? And once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Jay hurried to the hospital to visit the boy. Standing before the intensive care room, he hesitated. Should I tell him that I'm entering the rift? No. Going into rifts is routine for me. There's nothing new about it, so why mention it? I probably won't be gone for long. First, I'll rescue everyone, and then I just need to kill the rift boss. It'll end like it always does. And if something goes wrong, maybe it would be better for me to die inside the rift. As Jay thought that, a rustling sound came from inside, snapping him back to his senses. His eyes widened as he looked through the door. In an instant, he threw open the door. Seeing the boy trembling as he sat up, Jay cried out in alarm, Hey, what are you doing sitting up? The boy did not answer. He simply yanked the 4-line from his arm. Jay rushed over and shouted anxiously, Why are you suddenly? The boy bent over and began sobbing. A few minutes later, he suddenly gripped Jay's sleeve tightly. To comfort him, Jay pulled him into an embrace. At that moment, Jay felt the boy's heart pounding fiercely. In the end, Jay could not bring himself to let go and held him for a long time.